Hello and welcome to the National Havoc Robot League. This is our March offering for everybody. We've had a crazy morning already, so many fights.
Absolutely crazy so far.
So much action. My name is Kyle Kroos. Hannah.
I am Hannah Ostapchuk. We are so happy to be here. A beautiful day in Norwalk, Connecticut for the March edition of Norwalk Havoc. Today's a special day. We're marching into Havoc today.
Absolutely. We're marching all over it. All right, so we are checking out some highlights from this morning. We've been watching all of these fights on the Brett Zone all morning. Absolutely phenomenal product.
Hello, everyone. Welcome in again. I'm Hannah Ostapchuk, joined by Kyle. Kyle, how are we feeling today?
Feeling so good. This has been an absolutely crazy morning. There have been so many fights, so much going on. We've had multiple streams happening all at the same time over on the Brett Zone, and now we are coming to you with the live full stream. And very soon we're going to be going for action in Cage 1.
Yes. By the way, there's been absolutely so much happening. A packed house here. Let's go ahead and see what's going on in Cage 1. Getting ready to go here.
All right, so we have Hockey and Killjoy. This is 12-pound action. Heck yeah. Killajoule. So Hockey is a Melty Brain style spinner bot, and Killajoule is an undercutter bot from Kent State. Looks like Hockey is not getting up to speed.
There definitely seems to be some sort of malfunctioning there. Oh, here we go.
There's no weapon on Killajoule either. This is turned into a pushing match right off the bat.
I always love it when they turn immediately into a pushing match. I feel like you're off to a good start there. You can kind of, I feel like as a driver, you could kind of reset in that moment and figure out your next strategy. Or you can fight for your life.
At this point, it looks like they're both just trying to get their bots off the ground. Neither weapon operating. And I'm not even sure if Hockey is driving at all. This might actually lead to a count-out situation.
Oh, here we go.
He's stuck under him. Oh, we just heard him say that he's stuck.
Yes.
If these two bots are stuck, there will be an unstick from our friend Fluffy.
Let's see what Fluffy can do.
And now both bots able to drive now that Fluffy has separated them.
Isn't that funny? Fluffy just gives a little push.
He's not gentle, that Fluffy. He's a blunt instrument. He tries his best, though. And here we have another pin up against the wall from Killajoule.
Seems to be a good strategy here.
Tap out.
There we go.
Killajoule operated by David Dreyer, built by David Dreyer. He's from Willoughby, Ohio. He's from Kent State
look at
University.
The happy fans here.
Check out all the fans. We have such a packed house here. Now, at the event today,
I'm waving back at them like they could look at me. Like, I don't know what I'm doing.
They love it. They love it.
No, but I'm like so excited to see them that I'm like, hey, guys.
We have so many kids in the audience today.
I love all of the kids here. You guys are doing a great job. I want to hear all the excitement, all right? Go ahead and scream, get loud, do whatever you need to do. Prove that you're happy to be here. Love that. You don't have to be quiet here.
Our live event experience here today is absolutely amazing. We have multiple cages. We actually built 2 new 3-pound cages for everybody to watch. There's multiple fights happening all at the same time. We have food trucks. We have a museum. We have
it's a whole event.
This big, massive area where everybody can watch. We have VIP areas sponsored by ASML. It's just an amazing experience. We sold over 1,000 tickets today, I believe, for people to come in and watch the event.
Unbelievable. It really is an experience for everyone in the family to come by, especially on like a Saturday in March. You know, it's still cold. What are we doing? It's not totally spring yet. You got to come hang out with us.
Come here, have a taco. We got great food trucks out there. we've got our own beer.
Have you hung out in this VIP section?
Yes.
It's so comfortable.
It's so nice. There's snacks for everybody. You've got a great view of everything going on. The VIP ticket comes with a tour. You get to get a full tour of the pits, where you can meet the drivers, meet the builders, and
the pits are must-see.
Oh my gosh.
That's where like really all the action is happening, and then you can get a lounge.
All right, so here we go. We're heading over to Cage 2. We have Black Havoc versus Prom 3da.
7.
Prom 3da is exactly what it looks like.
7,
it is a 3-pound version
5,
of Prom 3da, one of the championship,
2,
one of the championship bots in the 12-pound division, being scaled down for the 3-pound weight class.
Wow.
I spoke with Zach this morning. He said the weapon, by comparison, is much more powerful on Prom 3da than it is on his actual 12-pound bot, Prom 3da. And we're seeing that right now. He's hoping that it hits hard enough to actually break these meter bar spinners that we very often see in the 3-pound weight class, like we see here with Black Havoc.
It looks as though he lost a wheel.
Yeah, that's gone.
Oh, you can always tell when it's a little bit quieter in there.
Yeah, so that would be a tap out. It looks like Andrew Welch from Black Havoc has tapped out. And your winner is Prom 3da. Nice job, Zach Knights.
Wow, that was a quick one.
Zach was very proud of this design, and he tested it against a tough robot with Black Havoc.
Oh,
and
look at him.
I know, yeah, isn't he cute?
I love him. He's having the best day. I feel like when you get that perfect angle where you hit a wheel to go flying off. Let's get a little replay here. You can see it in action. I want to see it just completely fly off here. There we go. It's almost like it's a perfect hit when you do that.
And that's Zach's happy face. Believe it or not, that is Zach extremely excited about his action there.
All right, let's head on over to Cage 5. We got Zippy and Knight here.
All right, so Zippy is a bot built by John Flack. John is, you might know him from BattleBots. He's on the team Extinguisher and Gruff. He's here with Gator Robotics today. Really young guy, really great engineer. And this is his new offering in the 3-pound weight class with Zippy.
Yep, and Zippy's a drum spinner here.
Wow, nice hit there. And the victory dance at the end. Wow. You gotta love that. So that was Nightlight, one of the many undercutter spinner bots that we're seeing here from the Valkyrie team.
The story behind the name here for Nightlight. Nightlight is a guardian of the Dark Knight who fends off enemies that invade at 4 a.m. Lucky for us, it is not 4 a.m.
Not yet.
We're still fighting off enemies. We're still doing okay, right? At 12 p.m. in the afternoon.
I'm pretty impressed with John Flack's first offering with the 3-pound division. That was a very dominant performance. Excited to see how that goes. All right, so we're going to Cage 4. That means some big robot action. We're going into the 12s. This is BugsBee versus Side Apple. BugsBee's a classic. We love the full-bodied spinner that is BugsBee. Side Apple is an overhead attack bot. They really struggled with this design when they brought it to the last event, Side Apple, but they said that they've got it pretty well dialed in now. They had a lot of help this morning from Brandon Bennett-Young to get this thing up and working and get the wiring functional.
This is the greatest design.
BugsBee, of course, is just a delicious cheeseburger that can kill you.
Yes, if you're looking at it and you're thinking, does that look like a cheeseburger or am I really hungry? It's not your stomach lying to you. It is a cheeseburger.
I talked to Zoe this morning. She said that she's done so many upgrades to BugsBee for this event.
Oh my gosh, I'm getting stressed out here.
The shuffler mechanism has been upgraded. The weapon system has been upgraded. Everything's just a lot more tight, compact, and well built.
How long has she been working on that upgrade, did she say?
It has been 2 months that she's been... Oh, yo,
we
that was
lost the
nice
sesame
hit.
seed bun.
That's an ablative sesame seed bun. It is supposed to come off.
That's good. For the people who want less carbs on their sandwich.
Exactly, yes. If you want to...
If you're gluten-free.
If you want to be gluten-free and not develop that gluten intolerance,
right.
You can remove the bun.
And
it doesn't affect the operation of the bot at all, but it was definitely necessary when you're going up against an overhead attack bot.
That was designed on purpose.
Absolutely, yes. It is armor.
That's really interesting.
It is armor. It is also designed. But now it looks like they are not moving at all. They are not overhead. They are not attacking. They are just stuck on the wall. Flo is trying to get them off. Flo is, now BugsBee's coming in to help to get down.
Let's see if BugsBee can do anything here. I don't know if it's totally...
The team the team seems to be asking for a little help to get off of the wall. And there you see Zoe on the right, the operator and designer of BugsBee. And that is a clear win for BugsBee in the 12-pound division. Nice job, Zoe Lamberts and Team Honeycracked.
That one's definitely fun to watch. I just noticed the team sporting the additional hamburger cheeseburger gear.
Yes, Team Honeycracked really does commit to their themes.
I love a food theme. Doesn't everyone love a food theme? We can all relate to that.
We can all relate to it, yes. Pizza robots,
here we
burger
go.
robots.
Let's get a little replay.
Now look at this nice hit right off the bat there.
That's where we saw the top go completely off here. But it's interesting that you would think that was a direct hit towards BugsBee and hurt that bot when in fact it did the opposite.
Yeah, all that does is absorb the impact, so nothing actually gets down to those motors, gets down to those gears and electronics inside. Zoe's very intentional with that design. What wasn't intentional, though, was the fact that it's a burger bot.
Right.
She got told by several other people after she built it that it kind of looked like a cheeseburger, so that's why she decided to make that top armor look like a bun.
Oh, I love that.
Isn't that cute?
All right, let's head on over to Cage 2. We've got Jennifer here.
Jennifer and Beanbuster. Jennifer is the robot.
Okay.
Not the driver. It's confusing sometimes. So Jennifer is driven by Charlie Becker, and they're with RIT. And Beanbuster is another offering from Andrew Welsh. There's not a lot of movement.
I wonder, oh, there we go.
Jennifer, oh, nope, there we go. Jennifer's now moving.
Wow, a deep sleeper there.
Yeah, a little bit of a slow start from Jennifer. Beanbuster coming in, taking another hit out of him.
Kind of need to get out of the corner there.
I don't think they can move at all. I'm not sure what's preventing the movement.
Oh, an interesting.
Now they're a hat, okay.
An interesting tactic.
I'll bet if Andrew backed off, this could end up being a count-out situation. Although, no, we're getting a little bit of twitch movement from Jennifer there.
It's almost like there seems to be like some sort of spin available, but that's it. I don't know about the other movement.
I think you're right. I think it's just the weapon going, and that's it.
Yes, right.
Charlie really struggling to get this bot off the ground. This does look like a tracked robot design. It's cool. It's just not moving.
It is really cool. I would love to see it in action. I would love to see it move.
So now, yeah,
this is tough to watch.
Having its way, taking pieces off.
So if you're going up against a bot like this that really doesn't perform from the beginning, Are you thrilled that you can now just completely attack? Or
I
is
don't
it...
think so.
Okay.
No, people want a good fight. I mean, most competitors, right? Some people are here to win. Some people are here to have a good time.
Yeah.
I don't think, like, everybody tries to help each other out, right? If you see that your opponent's struggling in the pits and you know you're coming up against them next and your bot's working, you're going to help them out because you don't want to go up against somebody that's just not at the peak of their power, somebody that's not all the way functional and working. So no, you want to see them working, and it's no fun to go out there and say, I gotta win, you know, asterisks, a win. Right.
A little replay action here. You can see it was kind of just this corner game for a minute. Just a lot of staying stagnant, and
yeah, Jennifer's got a little bit of work to do. Charlie's gonna have to get back there and find out what's going on with that track drive system. Track drive systems are hard. It's difficult to make those things function properly. So.
I have faith in Jennifer.
We all have to have faith in Jennifer.
Yes.
I think that is the right choice to make. But yeah, Beanbuster, really great showing for them on this particular one. Andrew Welsh has got a lot of bots that he's throwing out there today, and they seem to be functioning very well. So that's cool. Father-son team. Always good to see those families out there getting it done together. I think that's really cool.
Absolutely. And when they show up together all the time, you'd think that, you know, one of them competes, okay, they have to go back, do whatever they need to do. And now it's like, no, they're in it for the long haul together, win or lose, which is really fun to watch.
All right, so we are going to go to a feature about Zoe Lambert and BugsBee, who we just saw fighting in Cage 4.
BugsBee is the burger bot.
Do you know what you call this robot in the UK? It's a battle royale with cheese.
I didn't really think it was gonna look like a burger when I originally designed it, but when I said it, that was encouraged online. It became a joke, and it was amazing. BugsBee goes off the concept of I'm a very bad driver, and I accept that. One thing I learned with Busy Bee is that I have to aim my weapon, and if I don't have to aim my weapon, then I can do a lot better. BugsBee is a shell spinner. The weapon is the entire body of the robot, and it means I don't have to aim. I can just get close to my opponent, and something will hit something, and it will be fun.
So fun to watch. I love the details of that sesame bun. You could see exactly what's on top of it.
Absolutely.
I mean, am I hungry or what? Like that robot looks really delicious to me.
Zoe is such an important member of this community. Her side of the pits upstairs is just a whole group of people that really support each other, work with each other. She has a whole team of students that she brings out here and works with. The cool part about her is that she is such an inspiration and such a teacher to so many young builders in this sport. Absolutely love the work that she does. We're so glad to have her a part of this competition.
Absolutely.
And her bots get better and better every single event.
Which is so fun to watch. You talk about someone being a teacher and really being there, you know, through the ins and outs of everything that we're doing here. And so to see them succeed and get better bit by bit is such a great story. It's part of the reason why we love doing this, right? You want to see everyone succeed, like you said before. Let's see what's going on in Cage 7 here.
Yep, so we've got Loose Cannon versus Miho. Loose Cannon is from Corey Nason, who's on Pain Train and Team Shred It. That
Oh, wow.
And Miho is a Alex Pezza robot. Alex Pezza also on Team Shred It.
An interesting design there.
Yeah, so do you see that, the pan?
Yeah.
That's a sizzle pan from Alex's restaurant that he's a chef at.
Oh my. Again, with the food theme.
Yeah,
I love this.
Absolutely. Yeah, Alex is, he builds his robots with a lot of food themes in mind. In fact, a lot of the armor and body parts that he uses are cutting boards.
Okay.
From his work.
What is that plate? How does that plate really thrive in this situation?
It's just the mini bot, so it is there to take damage and and to do exactly what it's doing right here.
Right.
So what it's doing right now is kind of holding up the front part of the opponent and keeping it off of the floor. Now this is kind of a 3-pound version of a 30-pound bot. So that is a shuffle drive, and that means I believe that would be about 5 pounds of robot that mini bot is actually carrying around right now.
That's pretty interesting.
Yeah.
He's just completely holding it in place there. We're getting a little help from our friends.
As it should be.
I like the pace that this plate moves at. It reminds me of, I feel like I'm watching a Disney movie. And it's just a moving plate. What is that, Beauty and the Beast?
Yeah,
All
all the little plates moving around. So they're going back to the doors now. It seems like we might have a tap out situation. Loose cannon is all weapon. The weapon is actually what drives the bot around, and we're expecting big hits throughout the day, but it got thwarted by a tiny sizzle plate in that particular event.
And this is what happens early on in the day. This is why we love to see this.
Absolutely, yeah. Like, absolutely weird stuff happens like that. Now, we probably will see some massive hits from Loose Cannon later on in the day, but right now, all we're getting is these, it pushed around by a little plate.
Yeah, the plate in action, hot and heavy. Watch out.
I'm really excited, by the way, about what I just saw get loaded into one of the big cages.
I was going to say, everyone's looking over, and it's because something is close.
It's going to be something weird. We saw this team at the new bots event. Their challenge that they give to themselves at every event is, we're going to give ourselves 24 hours to build a robot, and we're going to build it out of spare parts. So here we have Chonkiii and spare parts. Spare Parts is the robot in the blue corner that looks like it's made out of spare parts.
Spare parts. You figured it out. Context clues there. This is so fun to watch. I'm like so excited.
It is a drill with a weapon blade, a lawnmower blade welded onto it, a computer box on top of a remote control car chassis that they bought at Walmart.
These details are unbelievable.
And
wow.
It's actually getting up to speed.
Oh my goodness. Wow, Spare Parts is really bad.
So Chonkiii is the shell spinner robot. It is brought by City Baker. And it doesn't appear to be moving, or maybe they're just giving Spare Parts a moment to try to right?
Oh my gosh, Spare Parts looks like it's in suffering.
It's definitely in a bad place. The count out is happening. This fight might be over already, and Chonkiii is getting up to speed. But that is a knockout. Okay, so there we go. Your winner is Chonkiii. Spare Parts has to go back to the drawing board, but it's okay. It's only been off the drawing board for like 20 minutes, so that's no big deal.
Yeah, Spare Parts, it's always fun to watch there. But yeah, when it comes to that sort of the spinning weapon, I feel like there's no way around that when it comes to something that's so, I mean, it has so many nicks and crannies.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. There's too many places for the weapon to get caught on, to get stuck on.
Right.
I love Spare Parts. I love the ethos that it brings. You know, Norwalk is full of these highly engineered bots from like these MIT engineers and these like people that work in the aerospace industry. And then you have this thing that's got a computer part from 1995 and a lawnmower blade on it. And it's in the 30-pound division. It's going to qualify maybe at one of these events. Who knows? But these guys are having a blast.
Absolutely. And it's fun to know, like, hey, anything in your house right now? Do you have a microwave to spare? Do you have a drill to spare?
Yeah, come play.
Come play. This could be something that you could maybe have fun with, turn into a bot, and see how far it goes. And honestly, I think you'd be a bit surprised at where some of these guys really end up with these quote-unquote spare parts.
Yeah, absolutely. Those guys are so much fun in the pits. Every time you go see them, it's chaotic. They're stressed out, but they're having so much fun.
What is the craziest spare part you've seen in action?
From them?
Yes.
Or just in general? Because last time they made the bot out of a microwave.
Oh, yes. That one was delightful to see.
And the blade was actually on the side of the robot, so it was like it was spinning the other direction, so it would like kind of kick its opponents behind it when it would hit them. The first time they had it, they forgot to weld the blade onto the drill. It was just kind of in the drill, so the blade came flying off. That was really fun. But now it's welded in, and it's not moving anymore.
Right.
Yeah, they're figuring it out as they go, and I like the fact that they decided to just start from scratch this time.
Yes, absolutely. And a microwave, I mean, what better way to pop popcorn and compete at the same time? Outside of Spare Parts alone, is there any other actual, in the spirit of appliances, any other fascinating object you've seen in tow?
Yes. So we do have a bot that I saw today that is that has a weed whacker blade as a top spinner.
Okay.
So it's like the kind that you would use to take down brush. You know, you would put it on your weed whacker, but it's an actual metal blade.
Weed whackers are scary.
Yes. So they realized when they got here they don't have enough armor for it. They didn't have enough weight for all of the armor. So instead they put one piece of armor on it and they filled it with glitter. So they're hoping that piece of armor gets destroyed and glitter goes all over the box.
Oh my goodness. With
Very
that,
exciting.
We're definitely looking forward to that. But with that, let's go ahead and head over to cage 8. We're looking at Pandemonium. Steel Mountain also here.
All right, so Steel Mountain by Lucas Biermeyer. Oh, this is interesting. So we are not seeing the inside of the right. There it is. Okay.
There we go.
So Pandemonium is the vertical spinner bot that you see over there with no wheel. It's missing
no.
a whole side of its drive.
Oh.
It's not happy. And then Steel Mountain is the horizontal spinner that doesn't appear to be moving at all. We missed, it looks like the destructive part of this fight.
Yes, Steel Mountain is a non-wheeled robot. The motion method.
It's brushes.
Yeah.
It moves on brushes. And the Pandemonium boys are so excited.
Oh, I love that energy.
They are so excited that they actually got a win, even though they're missing half of their drivetrain, and they probably have a ton of rebuilding to do. They cannot believe they won.
They're so excited. I love to see this. It's so funny how much fun you can have while seeing something you've worked so hard at get destroyed.
Absolutely.
And obviously, that's like one of the best parts about this experience. But when you really sit back and think about it, it's like how you just said, they have a lot of work to do.
Oh, yeah, you got a ton of work to do. And in all actuality, at the end of that fight, it looks like Pandemonium probably has much more money to spend, time to spend fixing their bot than Steel Mountain does. But they still won. They got it. They got the win out. They got the movement to stop. Look at this. Nice. All right, so we got a little replay here. So there you see Steel Mountain doing that gyroscopic dance. That's the whole drive side off of Pandemonium there.
Wow.
And it looks like Steel Mountain got caught up on a piece of Pandemonium that was just littered around the box, and that is why Pandemonium won. So they won just by falling to pieces, literally.
Yeah, speaking of falling to pieces, if you just walk around here and you take a look at all of these cages, you can get a glimpse at some of those pieces. Sometimes you can tell which cages have really seen the most action so far today.
Absolutely.
Just based on the ground alone, the floor in the cage alone.
Yeah, a lot of the competition, you know, you see it throughout the day. It gets more difficult to drive in these cages. There's more seams, there's more holes, there's literal potholes that happen through these cages throughout the day.
Yeah, and sometimes it makes it trickier for the driver. You have to think, it's kind of, you know, you have to sort of plan your day throughout that and think, if I'm going to be on later on in the day, if I'm going to continue to compete.
Yeah, ground clearance becomes a little bit more of an issue. So during the beginning part of the day, you can have these low forks that are sprung loaded to the ground and really tight and low. But by the end of the day, don't you do it. All right, so here we go. We've got, that
Cage
looks like
4.
Tsunami.
Wow. Getting ready to go here. I'm excited to see this one.
8, 7, 8.
And look at these foam mini bots.
7, 6.
These are very
5,
interesting.
I love it.
3, 2,
I'm looking forward to
1.
Fight, robots,
seeing how this foam holds up.
So this is Fracas is a lifter bot from Brandon Bennett Young. Tsunami is a vertical spinner.
Oh, see, look, that's what we're talking about. The debris just
exactly, just ripped a huge chunk off. Tsunami moving quite well in this match, which is nice. And actually, wow, got a nice hit on Brandon's lifting mechanism there.
Oh, wow.
Listen to that weapon. Now that this bot is a little bit more mobile than since last time we saw it, this is terrifying.
Oh my goodness.
That was vicious.
Wow.
Ripped a fork off of Fracas. But
He
Brandon
turned it
Young
around
got
pretty
behind
quickly.
them.
Still very much in this. I'm curious what these foam mini bots are really doing here?
Yeah, they're tiny. They seem like nuisance bots more than anything else. Foam's a really great idea because what'll happen is the weapon will cut into it, but then it'll kind of like the rest of your bot body will get stuck on that foam.
Right.
So you can't actually get to the important bits. Oh yeah, there you go. So now they're just kind of acting as doorstops, foamy doorstops.
Foamy doorstops. We all have some of those in our house.
Fracas. So that's a nice pin from Fracas. They're allowed to hold that pin for 10 count from the referees, and then they have to be able to back off.
You can hear that weapon, and once it gets to full speed there, full power, I feel like it's almost unstoppable.
Oh look, we've got titles.
A nice little graphic.
That's beautiful. Slowly but surely, we're getting this production up and running here today. So the weapon on Tsunami is still working. It seems like their drive is not so happy. I am not sure about the weapon on Fracas. They haven't really used it since they got that first hit. They've just been pinning and slamming and basically acting like a wedge bot.
Which isn't...
Oh, they just smashed right into Fluffy, the house bot.
How often is Fluffy used as an assistant?
It's a great idea, right? Because if you're crashing them into the side rails of the arena, it's wood. That's going to absorb some of the impact. The Fluffy's made out of AR 500 steel. It
totally changes the impact there.
It is a hard surface to smash against.
It's kind of genius to try to force someone to be stuck right in between your bot and Fluffy. It seems like
Brandon's got underneath with Fracas. Oh, that's a pin and a slam!
Oh my goodness! Wow, I like that little spin move in celebration.
This is exactly what that bot is designed to do. It's a sumo bot.
Wow, like did I just watch The Rock? I'm thrilled.
Here he goes. He's going for another lift.
Oh my gosh.
He's not able to get fully under him. See those forks? If you can get those under completely, you can use them as leverage to do the full flip.
Wow, he's flying.
Yeah, the drivetrain on Fracas is really good. Brandon is very proud of this bot, and he's done exactly what it was designed to do in this match. And he's celebrating at the
what a
end.
dance. Let it all hang out, Fracas. Let's get a quick little replay here and see what's going on. Some of those key moments, I've got to re-see these. That first hit was unbelievable. And, you know, Fracas still staying very much in this even after getting that vicious hit that we saw.
Just a real testament to Brandon's design and fabrication techniques. Look at that suplex, just perfectly executed. Okay.
All right, cage 6, we got Jasmine Dragon.
And so this is Timber, that's Lydia Weiss. Lydia designed this robot herself. Her dad helped her build it. This is what I was talking about before. This is the bot that has the Weed Whacker attachment to it.
Oh my goodness.
And the armor piece that is filled with glitter. So the hope here is that Lucy is actually going to rip that piece off and expose glitter all over the arena. That's the hope here.
I would love nothing more. Come on. Glitter, glitter, glitter. And the crown, I love it all.
So
Lucy
like a record player is here with Team Valkyrie. She's recently become the captain of Team Valkyrie, and they are running a bunch of undercutter spinner robots.
Okay.
The point of an undercutter is to kind of chop away at the wheels and undercarriage and drivetrain of another robot. At this point, it's very interesting because it's like the undercutter can't get to their wheels, and her top spinning blade can't get to. I
agree. The sizing seems to be interesting here, a bit tedious to work with. Excuse me.
I love that top attack blade, though, on Timber. It's such a cool robot.
I love this crown here.
I know Lydia is full-on royalty driving this bot around.
She is,
absolutely.
You're right about this weapon. They seem a bit unmatched because of the sizing issues.
Yeah, they just can't touch.
It's a bit of a dance. Are we going to see some glitter?
I don't know if Lucy can actually get her weapon up high enough to hit the glitter point on that bot, and it's only on one side.
Maybe this is when they try to use Fluffy.
Right now, what they're trying to do is drive them into the corner, show the judges that they have control.
Right.
Show the judges they're being aggressive even if their weapons can't make contact.
I mean, at this point in this sort of matchup, that really is your best bet, is to just show off your skills outside of just the weapon. And they both look good. am I sad that I'm not seeing glitter when it's, you know, Taylor Swift's New Eras tour just launched? Yes, I am. But it's fine.
Jasmine Dragon, four-wheel drive undercutter bot. That is, it's like Lucy Dew's bread and butter right now. She was a championship competitor with Hot Leaf Juice in the 12-pound division season before last, and now she's been running several of these kind of undercutter four-wheel drive bots. She's been getting a lot of driving practice in herself. Used to be Lucy would design the bot, would build the bot, and then get somebody else to drive it for her, but she's really becoming quite a driver in her own right. And she's showing that off in this particular match. Even though they're not able to hit each other, she's able to kind of get in there and get underneath and get, oh, there we go! Rip the armor plate off.
Is it common to see competitors, new competitors, have someone else drive for them?
No, it's up to your own comfort level. I think, you know, some people just don't trust themselves. They didn't grow up driving RC cars, you know what I mean? They didn't grow up...
Well, it's scary. It's a bit nerve-wracking. Okay. All right, heading over to Cage 2. We got TBD and Paul here. We'll see glitter next time.
I hope so.
Oh, my gosh. Maybe we just saw some there. Sparks were flying.
Was horrible.
Oh, no. This isn't a pretty sight to see.
Wow, I love the size disparity here. What is going on with
and
these
then this,
bots? That's like a motor that it's dragging behind it.
Is that what that is?
I believe that is a motor. That seems to be some flame coming from the inside as well.
Oh my goodness, you're right. I like the control on the smaller bot here. Seems to just be in a happy mode.
Yeah, it's just enjoying its win at this point.
You can't blame them. The other one's hanging on for dear life. You're right, there seems to be some sort of sparking going on.
Yeah, there was a little bit of flame happening inside of it. Now it's not. The weapon's not working. I think probably because the weapon motor is now floating outside of the bot.
Wow, I love to hear the cheers from the crowd, though. Although it's still hanging on by a couple pieces here, the energy is still up, which is what we love to see.
Yeah, I don't know if that bot is going to be functional at all for the rest of this match.
I mean,
it's just stressful right now.
It is stressful.
You got all these motor components hanging outside of the bot. It's not where you want them.
It reminds me of like a zombie, you know?
Yeah, just dragging its limbs.
It's dragging its limbs. But it's surviving. It's living to tell many tales. The celebratory spins are always really fun to watch.
It's, yeah, I mean, they're obviously going to be pulling this one out. Considering their opponents dragging internals on the outside. It's not where they belong.
30 seconds left in this one.
But anything can happen. There's no reason to quit.
That's definitely true. I see some signs in the audience. I see a name TBD sign. I love to see that. You got to support your friends and family. Or your opponents. You got to support everyone. We're all family here.
Name TBD is captained by Joseph Tang.
All right.
And Paul is captained by Olivia Sobek. Olivia is an engineering student at the University of Pittsburgh. She competed in Bots IQ in high school, and now she's here joining us with Paul.
I love to see that. Okay, here comes a little replay of exactly what went down that kind of started that drag-out fight.
So you can see the weapon blade spinning on top there, just ripped everything from the inside of that bot outside. And
that was just a powerful little hit. Like,
yeah,
it was almost like...
Everything was just defined by that moment in the fight. Look at... Wow, what a mess. All right, so now we are heading All right, so we're heading over to Cage 5. We've got Nuktuk versus CAT-tastrophe 2.
CAT-tastrophe 2. Ooh, there's some excitement here. CAT-tastrophe
nice
2 is a fantastic name. Oh, I hear some ASU chants. It's so subtle of them.
Nuktuk is another offering by Lucy Dew. Four-wheel drive undercutter spinner. It looks like she's got David Jin driving this time. David Jin is an excellent driver from Team Robot and WPI.
Oh, wow. Okay, this seems to be a fair little trade here. A fair dance. That weapon there is so interesting because it can almost lift its opponent at the same time. Like right there, they lock them in.
Yeah. Isn't it nice? And it's grinding away at those under components, the wheels, everything that like you don't want your opponent to get to. Nice pin there, beautiful. Mini-bots are so effective when they're built to be effective, right? This is a wedged mini-bot with these little forks. It's designed to actually get in there to take hits and do work. A lot of people will come in there with mini-bots that are just meant to give them the weight bonus, but they don't do anything. It's not a great strategy.
Right,
you lose points when they get broken. You lose points when they don't actually engage in the fight. This is why you run a mini-bot.
Yep.
Joshua Kumai is running CAT-tastrophe 2. He's from Milford, Connecticut. He runs a junk removal business here in Milford.
He runs a what?
A junk removal business.
Wow.
And he helps out at NHRL whenever he can. He's always been interested in like RC cars. So he comes to this sport from that realm. And he's going up against Lucy Dew, who is, you know, like MIT trained engineer. Like, you know. It takes all kinds here.
Yes, absolutely. Not an easy matchup there, right? CAT-tastrophe 2 is a beta test bot for what will be the Jolt Kit V2.
I'm excited about that.
Yes. And it's never fought in any combat robotics competitions before. That's always fun to see.
Josh, we see here competing relatively regularly, but more often than not, you see him running the cage side matches, helping put together things, getting the pipe and drape set up before the events. He's here all the time, working and getting things going. He's awesome.
You're getting pumped up here. All right, let's go on over to cage 4. We got Flashbang and Lawrence facing off right here.
This is a new bot from Kent State University with Flashbang. It is a welded drum spinner bot. Look at that spin up. That's beautiful. Now, is it driving?
Oh, wow.
Right now, it hasn't left its corner.
Oh, my goodness.
And then Lawrence is flopping? What is this thing doing?
This is interesting. By the way, let's talk about this angle that we're getting right here.
Yeah,
this
this
eagle
nice
eye
overhead
perspective.
shot. I kind of love it. It looks like we're playing a board game or something.
It is.
All right.
And now you can see from the side here how much height this bot has, how much excitement it's creating in the room. Oh, wow. Oh, my gosh. This reminds me of like a fish out of water. But in control.
Florence is, I don't know what the weapon is on Florence.
I agree with you. I wonder if it's, oh, wait.
Oh, there we go. Now it's actually spinning, and those arms are acting as flails, so it's hitting.
Is that the weapon?
I think those arms are the weapon. How interesting.
This is very interesting. Oh, you can see one of them is detached there on the side. It's kind of lost its ability to stand up, but it still can spin, which is good to see.
So
I want to see how fast this thing can go.
Is a new bot from Marcus Esposito. He's with Combat Robotics at Cornell University.
Flashbang is from a student at Kent State University.
This is what's replacing their big-ish robot, their huge style big-wheeled robot that they retired at the end of last season. This is a kind of tight, compact drum spinner. And that drum is actually welded together. which is not very common. You see a lot of bolted together drums. You see a lot of machined drums.
Right.
This one is welded together plates.
But you look at the difference in the design here. I mean, one of them it almost feels like it looks like a brick, right? In terms of
tight,
damage
compact
control.
Yep.
Whereas the other one is, it's so easy. It's so bendable.
Yeah, you
in
can
a way.
rip
Those
pieces up.
weapons.
It's flexible.
Yes. I mean, it's incredibly fun to watch, although now I feel like it's a bit of a struggle.
Yeah,
here.
well, they're stuck. It looks like a piece of Florence is now jammed into the Kent State team. Nope, now they're separate.
Now
they got apart.
I was gonna say, I was like, this is a bit of a trend today.
Yeah. Everybody getting stuck
Just
together.
getting stuck together.
Florence is not moving. Is the countout gonna start here? I'm not sure because there's no movement at all from Florence. And all of a sudden the crowd got really quiet.
How fun was it when Florence was just up and running?
10, 9,
We got the final
8,
countdown here.
7, 6, 5, 4,
There we have it.
1, and that's the knockout.
Flash bang, Kent State University
Wow.
is your winner. Nice work from them.
Oh. See that one? Oh, here we got a replay. See, this was in the beginning when things were high, the spirits were high, the weapons were high, all of the above. And then you can see they get caught right underneath. And it's tough because it's such a thin material up against what just looks like a
beast of a weapon.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. Trent True and the Kent State team really knows what they're doing. They're super talented guys. This is an amazing new offering from them. What I like about the Kent State team is they are always at this event. They are grinding every single event. They are improving every single event. They're not the kind of team that shows up once, tries to qualify, maybe they'll show up again. They're here every time getting the practice in. It doesn't matter if they qualified or not. And you're gonna see this bot, if it's already doing this well at its first competition, I am so excited to see what it's doing in November. I'm so excited to see what it's doing by the end of this year.
Yeah, I would like to see it in competition with another opponent as well, because I feel like there's a little bit more of a skill set there that we weren't able to see.
Yeah,
you know what
fighting
I mean?
something so unconventional like Florence.
Although it was still fun to watch, still so fun to watch.
All right, so we're gonna do a quick feature right now on our friend Marco. There you can see the team behind Florence is super excited about that performance. That's their safety mechanism right there. It looks like it's a belt that's actually going to hold everything together. They have a little bit of work to do when they get back into the pits.
That is tough. Again, when you decide to create a weapon that has these, it's a thinner metal. I mean, don't you know that it's going to be more difficult of a process to hang in there, right?
Maybe the getting entangled and stuck together is a little bit of their strategy unofficially too. Right. You know, like it gets jammed up in those other parts. It makes things kind of
that's true.
difficult
like
for the
the
opponent.
whole stuck on the other one method.
Yeah.
Again, we've been seeing that a lot today.
Technically, entanglement isn't allowed. Like you're not allowed to intentionally entangle with other robots.
Okay.
But it can happen.
If you have the smaller, thinner features.
Spindly weapons,
yes.
yeah.
Spindly weapons.
I don't even know what you would call those. They're not hammers. They're not lifters. They're just.
They were like legs at one point. It was very daddy long legs.
It was kind of walking on them. Yeah, super interesting.
And then, but once it started spinning, I was like, wow, the potential here looks massive. But they just didn't seem to be dense enough, thick enough to really hold the power of their opponents, which is always tough.
All right, so we are going to drop in on our friend Marco Delimargio. He's with Riobots. He's amazing, so we're going to check out a feature on him right now.
I'm Marco Migliolaro. I'm the coordinator of the Riobots teams, and I have many students working not only on Minotaur, but in robots in all weight categories. The first time I heard about combat robotics was late 2002. I learned about it because there was national competitions in Brazil, or student competitions. 2003, we started competing there. We have a very intense fight scene in Brazil. Back in 2001, when I actually started in Brazil, these robot competitions, they were organized by the students from several universities. They didn't have a teacher, professor. I was kind of the only exception of a professor that was participating in the events, actually putting my hands on the robot and not just coordinating it. Many professors in the university, they saw that as a destructive sport. They didn't see the science in that.
It's always fun to see those kind of behind-the-scenes stories of some of these people who have been here through it all. I love to see the crowd here that we've got going today. A lot of happy faces here in the audience. A lot of people excited for what is about to go down throughout the day here.
Absolutely. Yeah, the combat robotics scene in Brazil is really unique. They are so enthusiastic. There's so much passion behind it. I mean, you've heard about how crazy the Brazilian soccer teams get and how those games are always just nuts. It is very much so the same energy at those events when you see the combat robotics events there. Tons and tons of teams, tons of competitors, lots of energy, lots of enthusiasm. They really get passionate, and it's one of those things where you see a lot of just intensity. But after it, everybody's friends, everybody's wanting to go out and drink and eat and talk about how amazing it was, and all those animosities just kind of go down, and they just talk about what a wonderful day it was of destroying each other's toys.
I feel like that has so much to do with just like good sportsmanship, but also enjoying what you're doing. Like enjoying the fact that, you know, you said this a thousand times, that people come here not only to just like win, but to have fun along the way and to make friends and to see what their bots can do. All right, let's head on over to cage one. We've got Anxieti.
And VOODOO.
Yes.
VOODOO is part of the MilkTank suite of robots. Tamara is running that team herself today. She's got a whole bunch of people driving for it. They're running 3 bots on the MilkTank team. It's amazing.
Anxieti is a fantastic name. I feel like if you can't beat it, you gotta love it, right? It's a little friend of mine. We're getting ready to go here. You said they have 3.
Yeah, so
wow.
they're running one in each weight class.
Okay.
So they've got a 3-pounder, a 12-pounder, and then this is their 30-pound.
They're always having so much fun.
They really are. They really are. Anxieti being run by Lucas McCarty. And there we see VOODOO with its really cool stacked drum spinner. It looks like a piece of farm equipment, you know what I mean? It looks like a thresher. It looks like something that you would take down corn with.
All right, they're closing the cage here. We're ready to go.
A little bit of help getting back into their corner.
Fluffy's like, please stay on your side.
Please stay in your corner while we start the fight.
You've one job. Get in your spot.
That makes me concerned, though. Is VOODOO not driving well?
Is that a mini bot right there?
Yeah, that's their little mini bot.
That is the miniest mini bot I've ever seen in my life.
Still get a weight bonus.
Look at it. It's like a little toy car.
If it gets destroyed, that's 1 point of damage that they don't get. If it doesn't engage, that's 1 point of aggression that they don't get.
You can hear that weapon from over here.
So it does look like
my gosh,
the left side of the drive on VOODOO is not working. Everything seems to be working on Anxieti.
Anxieti, this interesting design where it's so low to the ground on the other sides, where the weapon is not there.
Yeah, it's like a wedge on all 4 sides, really. And now the undercutter has knocked VOODOO into the corner, and it doesn't look like, since that left side drive is down on VOODOO, they're able to get out.
Fluffy moved into the corner. And now can't get out of the corner.
Fluffy's just chilling. But VOODOO might be stuck. This might lead to a count out. We'll see if Fluffy is able to get them out. Oh, there you go. They are able to kind of wiggle their way. Now they're going straight. But without that left side drive, they're pretty much only able to do those right-hand turns or those left-hand turns.
Yeah, this is such an obvious control issue.
Ooh.
Oh,
that was gross.
When you hear the ding, ding, ding of parts landing.
Yeah, VOODOO is not a billet construction. It is definitely parts that are just bolted together, and some of those parts just came off.
Right.
And who knows if they'll ever be able to bolt back on again.
More of them just came out too. I really love this design here, though. I like how sleek it is, and I feel like we talked about this before, but when you have a bot that doesn't have the wheels that are visible underneath.
Yeah.
I feel like there's pros and cons, obviously, to this.
Like
but-
getting stuck on crap that scrap that you've ripped off of your opponent.
Or
Exactly.
having damage to either your wheel or to the actual foundation of your bot.
Yeah.
Which this one, I don't, it just reminds me of like a steel truck. Like I feel like, but again, we didn't see much damage reach it.
No, the weapon of VakaTank was never really up to speed. It sounds like it might be now, though.
It sounds
Oh,
like a
yeah,
truck.
that's the weapon on VakaTank going full speed over there in the corner, and now it's done.
You got it. Wow, now it's quiet.
Yeah, it's interesting. Anxieti just came over and gave them another little bump, like, hey, can you guys please stop? We don't want to totally wreck you.
There's
But if you
definitely
keep
a little
spinning
bit
up
of
like
power in there, though.
Oh, yeah.
Just not enough to engage in any sort of actual issues here.
All right, so now it looks like VakaTank is out of the corner.
Finally.
Anxieti put VakaTank in the corner and took them out of the corner. It's a full-service robot. The count-out is happening. Anxieti is doing their victory dance. Oh, a little bit of movement from VakaTank, not enough to get the refs to stop counting. And there we go. We are at the end of the match.
It's interesting that if you have trouble starting your bot or moving your bot in the beginning of a match, that eventually it could have some sort of movement, even if it doesn't have in the beginning.
You can knock things back into place.
Looking at cage 6 here, we got Red Panda.
And Epsilon. Great name. Yeah, you can
I
knock things
agree.
back into place. Ricky refers to that as concussive maintenance.
Love that.
It's the same concept as like smacking your TV back when we were kids, when you would have
Do you
to
remember
smack
that?
the TV to get it to work again.
I remember smacking my N64.
Smacking
My
the-
Nintendo
yep,
64.
Yep. All right, so Red Panda wins by knockout. Both bots not moving there, but that's the end of that match. So we'll maybe get a replay there, but good for Red Panda.
I'm still laughing at you, the image of you smacking a television. Like a 1990s television.
Absolutely.
My dad used to see if we were doing home, you know, he'd be like, okay, you have to do homework, and we'd leave. And then he'd come home from whatever he was doing, and he'd touch the back of the television
To see if it was
to see
still
if it was
hot.
hot. And nowadays with like flat screens, you can't do that.
Yeah,
you can't do that party
it
trick.
doesn't stay hot long at all.
Because of course I was watching television, and I saw him come up the driveway. I turned it off, ran upstairs.
Yep.
Open my notebook so it looks like I'm doing something.
Yep. That's exactly what
But
you
we
did.
survived.
Watching MTV when you were not allowed to be watching MTV. Yes.
I had to see what the inside of Snoop Dogg's house looked like on Cribs. I had to, okay? It was like life or death for me. I couldn't live another day
Carson
without
Daly was doing something you had to watch.
He was. Carson Daly also still always doing something, by the way.
Yeah, he is. He's
Like,
always been working. He's
always
a busy
working.
fella. Yeah.
Yes. Oh, man.
It's like he's so boring. They just keep giving him jobs. It's really nice.
I feel like a lot of our audience here, they're like, what do you mean? What's a TV that's not a flat screen? Like, what's an N64, Hannah? Come on.
Hannah's just saying when you couldn't blow into the cartridge and get it to work, you had to smack it, and then it would maybe function.
Just so we're keeping records, you started with the smacking technology talk.
That's true.
I only added to it.
That's very
But you
true.
led this discussion.
All right, so Red Panda is run by Jaron Liebson. He's from Worcester, Massachusetts. He's with Team WPI. WPI is one of the many college teams that we have here.
I love seeing these college teams because they really come out to compete.
Yeah.
And obviously they're learning a lot with what they're doing.
Yeah.
I feel like I did college wrong. I should have done that.
WPI is like probably the best school for combat robotics now, arguably, right? There's definitely a lot of schools up for that contender.
Yep.
But multiple time champions from both BattleBots and this competition have been WPI graduates. A lot of the really great teams that you see are from WPI, and a lot of the really fun robots that we love to see are also from WPI,
Yeah.
including Kokoto Mane and Serial Killer. I'm really excited about seeing that. Also Kill It With Fire. There's just a whole suite of really amazing machines that you see coming out of that team.
Speaking of killing it with fire, we saw some aggressive fire earlier
Wasn't
this
that
morning.
intense from
It was
Yamato?
insane. I mean, it's wild that something could be completely in flames in this building, and everybody's just so like calm. You know,
Hannah and I were literally walking out here to like wait our turn to get on the desk, and I went, "What is that?" And it's just explosions of fire coming out over in Cage 5. It was beautiful. I mean, we both had to stop our conversation to just sit there and stare at what an amazing machine it was.
Yeah.
It does look like we are loading in over at Cage 1 now, so we might have some big bot action for you coming up.
Is there someone today that you are the most excited to see?
Yes, but it is a personal thing. So Casey and Casey Jermiason have not been here in a year.
Oh, wow.
And they're finally back today. They brought some really interesting offerings for us. We absolutely love them. And by the way, there they are.
Wow.
I've been so excited for their return. A, because I love them as people. They're just such a great couple. They're so nice. So this is Swole and Aerostar. And okay, so I talked to Zoe about this morning.
Okay.
In the 3-pound division, it is kind of a meme that so many bots have the gold FingerTech beater bar.
Okay.
What Casey and Casey have come up with is a large-scale version of it that they're calling the Swole bar.
Oh.
So they have built essentially the exact same thing you would see at 3 pounds.
Right.
But now, 1 weight class up.
Oh, here we go.
And this is 2 of them.
Off to the races.
So this is a Swole bar versus Swole bar situation.
I love the design.
And you see so many of this style of robot at 3 pounds. I'm almost annoyed that we're now seeing it at 12, but I'm also amazed that
Wow.
we're seeing it at 12. Nice hit there.
A nice eagle-eye shot of both of these bots in action here. I love the installment of these cameras right above the action.
So there you see, it looks like the entire side rail is ripped off with Zoe's bot there.
Yes.
Swole is the bot with the black top plate. If you wanted to get a nice
Oh,
separation
see, the other
between
piece
the 2
went
of them.
flying. They had 2 of those sort of black tongs on the front, and now they are no longer. Oh, Fluffy trying to do its best. Come on.
So that is Aerostar that is just stuck up over there. Now Zoe is a aeronautics engineer, or was an aeronautics mechanic, and so she worked on Aerostar style drones.
Tap
That was a
out.
tap
But
out.
she had to tap out. So your winner is Casey and Casey Jermiason and Swole. Nice work to those 2.
Fantastic work for them. I mean, that was a pretty quick one.
They worked with Zoe to build these bots, so they've got 3 of this style of bot here in the 12-pound competition today. I think it's amazing.
They are in it to win it.
It's such a cool idea to like scale all that up. And literally it looks like they just put it into AutoCAD and just
Right.
scaled a little 3-pound bot up to 12 pounds.
Yeah.
It drives beautifully, it works beautifully. I think it's a cool idea. Aerostar did okay until Swole ripped it apart. So
Gonna
let's go
get-
ahead and do a replay right now.
Yep. You can see the exact moment where they had that first big hit there that kind of changed how this would look for them.
Yeah, and the bracket that holds the weapon in place, the black like
Yes.
metal member there that you mentioned, that is like
Yep.
a
there it
crucial
goes.
piece from keeping the weapon from dragging onto the floor
Right.
and operating well. So that kind of gave the match to Swole.
I love to
that.
see these cages open and close. By the way, I find this wildly interesting. The process that goes into this.
Oh yeah, the big mechanical just wheel turn that you have to do to get them in and out. All right, so we're gonna go to a clips package right now. Let's check this out.
Sir Clips is a fully CNC bodied 150 gram robot. These are laser cut AR500 arms. This is a fully annealed spring steel arm, so I've had to heat this up and form it. All of the wheels are custom made and custom forged. The inside, I've got 3 earpod batteries, about 100 milliamp hours each. So she's running on 12 volts, which means I'm overvolting all of my motors to get even more power than you could possibly imagine you could get into 150 grams. Bring your weirdness and do your funky stuff and build 150s.
And that is Craig Danby being as extra as humanly possible with a 150 gram robot, Sir Clips. Craig Danby is one of my favorite competitors. He always puts so much just attention to detail into his bots, and he put so much attention to detail into such a tiny little package with that
Such a tiny little package, and those are the ones that really get you. Like, the smaller they are, it doesn't mean that they're less powerful or less scary by any means. You can see with his enthusiasm in that video that he comes with intention.
And there's an aspect of like Swiss watchvolting that kind of goes into those smaller bots. They have to fit so many components into that tiny little frame. It's amazing work.
Absolutely.
And he's overvolting all of those motors, which means that it's just made to send it. It is made to burn itself out every single fight and be replaced and repaired constantly. I love Craig Danby. He's one of my favorite people.
I like him too. I liked his shirt. I feel like he had high energy all around the board.
He is. He's Slam-O Man. That's what he does.
Slam-O Man.
He's very high energy. He's a lot of fun. I think he really knows how to put on a show at these events as well. You know.
By the way, speaking of, last time we worked together, you had some outfit changes.
I did.
You had different T-shirts.
I did, yes.
They were like button-ups.
For today. Yes.
Are you planning on doing the same thing?
Yeah. I usually try to do.
Did I ruin it by sharing it with the class?
No, it's fine.
Oh,
Everybody knows I try to change the outfits up. Sometimes I put on panda-themed, like...
That's what it was. It was like you had different themes going on.
Yeah, totally.
I loved it.
Huh. All right, so we're going to check in with our friend Lindsay up in the pits. Lindsay, how's it going?
Hey, girlfriend.
Hi, it's so good to see you.
Hello.
I can't actually see you, but I'm sure you're there.
We look perfect.
Lindsay, what happened to your little enclave? You're not enclaving it anymore.
No, they've moved me from the dungeons of the building, and now I'm amongst the people.
Yes.
Yes.
I
what we
finally
like to see.
earned it. I earned a little, sunshine, fresh air, and it's great. I want to point out, do you see this? Can you see this?
Yeah.
Okay, so artist Eel Monkey Art made little plushies for every house bot that we have and brought them in, and I am obsessed with them.
So cute.
Wow.
There's even the off button.
Yes.
And I am not letting anyone take this from me.
Is there only one?
Cute.
No, there's one for every house bot. So we have Bert, Flo, Fluffy. Yeah.
Brett. Oh my gosh, that's amazing. I love it.
It's funny. We have a very empty desk down here.
It does,
maybe we can hook you up, but just not Brett, because Brett's mine.
I love it.
Yeah.
Lindsay, what is the atmosphere like in the pits? How does it feel up there at this point in the morning?
I have never seen so many people here before. It is absolutely just like the best controlled chaos. Everyone, they have what they're supposed to do. They're on top of it, but there's just so many of them. I mean, as you can see.
Yeah, it's 1 o'clock in the afternoon. It is still stacked with people.
Packed house up there. A lot of people don't really get to see the energy that goes on behind the scenes when everyone's making their bot. They're testing it out. They're going through that sort of waiting period. What's something that you would like to share with the people who can't necessarily be in there one-on-one with the people in the pit?
Okay, so if you're watching at home, which most of us are, that's okay. We can't all be in the pits. It's just the pure energy and how excited everybody is just to be here, especially on what is, I think, a pretty historic event. This is the most bots that we've ever had, and I think people are really energized by that. And it's kind of cool being up here because people will come over and chat with me and just kind of share that excitement. So if you're a builder, keep it coming. Because I love chatting with all of you, and I can't see myself on screen, so if anyone is even behind me, there might be bunny ears at some point. I don't know, a photo bomb here or there.
Oh, would that be great?
I'm kind of hoping for it. Is that is that silly?
I think that's brilliant. I too am hoping for it, Lindsay. I love this. You know us. The sillier, the better.
Absolutely.
Hashtag keep NHRL silly, right?
Yeah. Yes. Let's get that hashtag going. I'm writing it down.
I love it. Lindsay, thank you so much for being with us up in the pits today. You're going to be bringing us the stories from the pits. You're going to hopefully have some people joining you and being silly up there. We appreciate you so much.
Keep it silly.
Keep it silly. Thank you, friend. We'll talk to you soon.
Oh, man. I love the changes that we're having around here right now. Like, just moving Lindsay up there changes the whole energy. We've had just so many people today that have shown up in their audience. We've got
huge turnout, a huge crowd. A couple of people in the stands here. Hello, guys. Hello, friends and family. You guys had a lot of energy earlier in the day. Look alive.
They are.
There we go. We got the waves going.
We're between matches right now. They're just waiting. They're just chilling. So people are gone away to grab some snacks.
The taco booth. We're in the VIP section.
They might be getting a craft NHRL beer. You know, there's all kinds of places they can be off to right now.
I think I would be where the tacos are.
There are like 5 food trucks out there right now, so we have options. We have several options for you to get. Hey guys!
You guys are right in front of us. Come on.
So many kids here today.
So many children.
This is a great family-friendly event to bring. Everybody here is going to have something that they can enjoy. You can get your picture taken with bot builders, robots. You can see amazing fights
and
all
even
day.
if it's a little bit too jarring or too loud in some parts, there's always going to be other parts of the events that are accessible and are easy and delightful for everyone. Even if it's just looking at some of the bots that are in action. Looking at some of the bots that have been in action in past seasons, and who are featured on our little Hall of Fame here.
Yeah, the museum is such a cool experience this year. We actually just added the actual season 7 version of Valkyrie, which looks beautiful. The LED lights are all lit up on it.
Wow.
It's absolutely gorgeous. It's in pristine
condition. Hey.
All right, so we are gonna go ahead and look at some cool highlights of what's already happened this morning. We had so many fights happen before this stream started on the Brett Zone, so let's check that out now.
Oh my goodness!
That was disemboweling.
Oh, you could see the pain in that one. Love to see a dynamic duo. Oh my gosh, all of the action.
And the knockout is happening. Boom, all done. Wow.
Oh, this one was insane.
Yeah, this is a 45-pound STF bot. It is a unconventional locomotion, so it gets a big weight bonus. Look at that wide, long boy there.
I could hear that from upstairs. I was like, what is going on? Oh, this is one of my favorites. Oh, this was the fire.
Oh, so much flame flying out of that bot. That's the guy.
I love that
he
energy,
has so much energy.
Yes.
I know, it was great.
And how could you not after watching something being completely engulfed in flames?
Look at that sumo there. Good flip.
This was the excitement here after that win.
I know, these two boys were so excited.
Oh my gosh, I could watch those highlights all day, especially the fire. Like, am I 12? I just think it's so much fun to watch, and it goes to show what these cages can hold, what they can protect. We talked a lot about this, but how they're built and how they're sort of tested. You could survive anything in there.
Pretty close to it, yeah, pretty close to it. We try to make our boxes capable of containing all of the fun that we have here.
Yeah.
Including fire, including Estes rockets, really high kinetic energy weapons. It's a tough challenge, and it's an engineering challenge. We actually had to build 2 brand new boxes for this event just to be able to actually manage the amount of bots that we have coming in the 3-pound weight class. During the day, the first part of the day, we actually had the Brett Zone, is what we called it. It was a website where we were actually streaming all of the cages at once, showing multiple fights happening at the same time. It was amazing. You could just zoom in, check out what was happening in Cage 4, see how that was going. That's how we kind of got through our first qualifying matches throughout the day. And as the day goes on, we'll actually be showing the finals tournament from the 3-pound division. We're going to see a lot more of the 12 and 30-pound action in these 2 larger cages here.
To see all of them in action at once, too, in the Brett Zone is such a fun experience.
Yeah.
Such a sight to be able to really get everything all at once.
Just be able to pick and choose kind of what you're doing. But the nice part is we're going to have nice, clean footage of all of these fights to recut and to use in highlights packages and content after the fact, which we're all really excited about. I mean, that's part of the joys of this event is getting all those cool, destructive packages that we get to see after the fact.
Absolutely. I'm definitely looking forward to seeing some familiar faces from our new robotics event that went down in January. I'd like to see some of those, some of our friends there return. Is there anyone from the new robotics happenings that you are still thinking about, still wondering what they're up to, what they're coming back with?
Oh man, so many. My favorite had to be Tom Farkas's Pawsitively Hysterical.
Oh, yes, with the
stamper.
Yes.
The little paw stamper.
Yeah, I
mean,
think Lindsay liked that one as well.
well, she was driving the mini-bot. Yeah,
Yes.
she better. So it's here today. It's been rebuilt. It's made out of TPU and better materials.
Okay.
It's doing well.
And it's the same happy-go-lucky bot?
It moves the same way. It's
Wow.
got the same love and the same happiness and the same joy. Tom's driving that one as well as his main bot, which is First Drink of the Day.
Yeah.
Just love seeing Tom Farkas here. He's got great
Yep.
energy. Look at these fans back here with the signs.
Oh, the signs.
Hey guys, how's it going?
What do some of these signs say? I think it says, go Hannah and Kyle. I think it says Hannah and Kyle are doing great. You guys, thank you for making us a sign.
We appreciate it. We appreciate it. All right, so we have some 30-pound matches coming up next, but I just wanted to point out something. So the format has changed a little bit for this event. So we have essentially different divisions during these preliminary matches that we got to look at. So we've basically ranked the bots into challengers, rivals, and bosses. The bosses are the bots that were high enough ranked. They actually got a bye in the first round. They have to fight other bosses in order to kind of continue on. The challengers are the second-ranked bots. They are basically going to face off with each other in the first round, and now they're facing off with both rivals as well as bosses in the second and third rounds going into the second round going into these qualifiers. All of this is to lead to where they get seeded in the actual tournament, right? So the bosses are going to get seeded highly in the tournament.
Yep.
The rivals are going to get seeded somewhere in the middle in the tournament. They're fighting to see how high up in that middle ranking they're going to get seeded in the tournament.
Right.
And then the challengers, and then the rivals are actually fighting to get into the tournament period at the end.
Yes.
And then have a relatively high seeding on that lower side of the bracket. So it's a new way of just kind of qualifying these bots and getting them moved through the system. It gives the newer bots more opportunities to try and to practice and to test their wares up against these competitors.
Yes. Yeah, it's nice that we're always trying something new here, right? A new way to do this. And I feel like I agree with you. It's a good way to kind of change the competition a little bit, change the way that they can expect a win to go.
Yeah.
You know, there's a couple options here, which is nice.
And it's balancing several things. You want to see if you can give these new bots a chance, give them a chance to test their wares, but you also want to give those bots that have established records a little bit of an advantage just because they've done so much hard work throughout this entire tournament.
We're going to go ahead and go to Cage 4. We've got Phenomenon versus Floor Letter Word.
I am so excited about this match. Floor Letter Word used to be known as Litterbox, and it recently got sold.
That's not
and
a
the
four-letter
name
word.
changed. No, definitely not. But this is the same powerful horizontal spinner that we all know and love, and it is going to do some massive damage in this. Phenomenon is Brandon Bennett Young's, I guess, premier 30-pound bot. This is a hard hitter. He is here to win, and he told me that his whole goal for the day is to fight Jamison Go.
Oh.
And MegatRON and actually beat him. But before he gets there, he's got to go through this Floor Letter Word.
Floor Letter Word is with Alex Curtis.
That's right.
Who is from New Jersey. He works as an inventory manager, and a fun fact, he can unicycle better than most people can walk.
You know, you can kind of tell that when watching him kind of glide around the pits. He was like a social butterfly this morning when I saw him. He was talking to everybody. He was chilling out. He was having a nice time. You can tell he's relaxed. He's ready to go. He's feeling very prepared today.
I feel like that's actually a really good fun fact. You know, a lot of times when someone's like, what's your fun fact? It's like, I like cereal. Like the fact that you could unicycle better than most people can walk is wild.
I love it. Yeah. I mean, one thing that I will say that I've noticed, you know, I've been interviewing bot builders and talking to people within this community for a long time. Mm-hmm. These are people that really care about their lives. Their hobbies and their interests outside of combat robotics are always just so interesting and unique and cool.
8, 7.
Here we go.
6, 5.
Have you ever unicycled?
4.
Have I ever
3,
unicycled? Have you met
2,
me? I can't even walk.
1.
Fight, robots, fight.
So there we see Litterbox getting up to speed. Nice hit there. Wow.
Oh my goodness.
No.
Oh, stuck on the side there. Both of them seem to be...
Yeah, they are not in a great place. So there you see the mini bot for Floor Letter Word is a wedge bot being driven by Nate Franklin. Nate Franklin, well known in this community as an excellent wedge driver.
Oh, there's definitely a ton of power there.
Yeah, with that little wedge, exactly.
And I feel like with one hit, oh my gosh, oh no.
So there goes the mini-bot.
Wow, I actually haven't seen that happen in a long time, the mini-bot to get stuck in a crossfire, essentially.
Well, it was really trying to get a pin underneath it, but now it looks like Phenomenon is not working at all.
Oh, you can hear that power.
Yeah, the weapon's spinning up, but there's no movement coming from them at all. Now, the Minibot does compete in the 3-pound weight classes outside of NHRL. It doesn't have an active weapon, so he's not able to compete at this tournament.
Yes.
So it's fun when he can get into these larger matches, but right now he just got hit by a big weapon.
Oh, no.
And now he's in several pieces.
Oh, and now you can see the Minibot, what's left of it.
Yeah,
That's sad.
That's not great. So it does look like the left side drivetrain on Phenomenon is down, and floor letter Word is still driving, and the weapon's still functioning.
Oh!
No!
Oh my goodness.
So I'm not sure exactly what happened there. It looked like the weapon on floor letter Word just hit the weapon on Phenomenon just the wrong way.
4, 3, 2, 1.
What is the part that's hanging out of the side there? Do you see it in the back?
It could be a belt or something.
Yes, the belt.
Phenomenon was not able to move at the end there, so the winner of that match is floor letter Word by knockout.
Yeah, you're right. It looked like a piece of the belt was just hanging off there to the side, but the way that it almost was like going up against itself. We get a little replay action here. You can kind of see these big moments. That was that first hit that knocked them both sideways.
This match was decided in many ways by that Minibot.
You're right. This is when we say bye, Minibot.
And bye-bye, Minibot. See you later.
Oh,
Pieces just thrown everywhere. And there we go. Nice hit there. And then this is the hit that makes no sense.
It's so confusing to me. Here we go. Right there.
What happened?
It was almost like the angle.
Oh, that's a piece of the tire, actually. That just
was
came
it?
off. Yeah. Just ripped it to shreds. That was amazing. Phenomenon is a hard hitter, but at the end of that match, they were not moving. So that is a knockout for floor letter Word.
This might be a ridiculous question, but I feel like when something affects your tire, is that, to me, it seems like it's a little bit better than it affecting any other part of your bot, right? Is it more, it's just one part that could be fixed and replaced, right?
Yeah, but you got to imagine, like, that kinetic energy is transferring through the entire system. So let's say it's a gear-driven system. Those gears might be completely sheared because of that impact. Let's say it's a belt-driven system. Perhaps the cams that actually hold those belts on are completely knocked out of alignment. The tires are just the first point of impact that could cause all kinds of internal damage.
So even if it looks like it's just a tire, there's
just a tire ripped off might be actual damage to the drive weapon, or the drive system, the entire motor system, the entire assembly. It all depends on how you've shock mounted everything, how you've actually designed it from the beginning. So it could be, oh yeah, we just ripped the tire off, but it also could be, oh man, I have to replace the whole motor, gearbox, everything.
Right.
But all you saw was that tire come off. It's just the rest of that shock wave of energy went through the rest of the system.
A bit of a ripple effect there.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That's what this whole thing is about. You know, you see the outside of the bot, but what you don't see is that internal damage, the crunching and crushing of all those pieces.
We got some fun in the pit. Wow. Is that your bot, Kyle? That you just told me about?
My unicorn bot. I have no idea what that is.
Can you imagine that going up against literally anything? Like anything. Even
why
that
is
Minibot.
That here? I don't understand why that's here.
I think that you brought it and you're not telling me something.
Maybe I'll have to get up from the desk and go drive it later. But yeah, that has to be an entanglement problem right there. You know, any spinner weapon's going to suck that whole thing into it. It's not going to work out well for them.
I don't know. There a lot of our teams know how to have fun and know how to bring in some interesting pieces to the pits, right? So maybe that's just to bring some life, some energy.
Inflatables aren't unheard of here. We've had them before.
Yeah.
Sometimes we filled them with flammable gas.
Yeah.
It's happened.
Because why wouldn't you do that?
Yeah,
what else are you going to do with, I mean, literally anything. If flammable gas is an option, signed, sealed, delivered.
We did have one, I believe it was an inflatable penguin filled with flammable gas at one point. And there's a nice shot of our pits. Look at how full it is up there. Like, just buzzing with activity. So many people. And we've had to expand it. So the parts of this room before were actually used for safety testing. Parts of it were used for a big lounge. We had to rearrange everything just to make room for the amount of competitors we have today.
Well, look at them playing some cards. All right, we're going to cage 1 now. We got Kabui.
Kabui Tango and MegatRON. This is Lucy Dew and Jamison Go, 2 former team members. They both used to be on Team Sawblaze.
This is a big one.
So there you see MegatRON in the corner, Kabui Tango in the blue corner. Kabui Tango is the undercutter with the orange orange design. Alex from Team Valkyrie designed Kabui Tango, but Lucy Dew is driving it today.
8.
And there's
7,
Jamison Go.
6. 5.
Standing
4,
by with MegatRON.
3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
MegatRON, former champion in the 30-pound division. Overhead attack bot. Nice work there. Kabui Tango, relatively new design.
I love these heavier bots because if you're in person watching this, it's automatically more thrilling because it's just louder, it's bigger, it's heavier.
You can feel the impacts kind of in your chest.
Yes, yes.
Like your whole rib cage rattles when you see some of these bigger hits. Kabui Tango, I spoke with Lucy earlier today. She said that the drive system on it is working 1,000,000 times better than it was at the New Bots event. But the weapon is still having some trouble getting up to speed. Well, she's getting some great hits out of it right now.
This reminds me of like Batman versus Robin with the way that they look.
Oh, with the color palettes? Yeah,
yes.
I love that. That's so
and
funny.
They look so intimidating.
Alex Kreese from Team Valkyrie, just a phenomenal designer. You can see some of the really beautiful artwork on top of Kabui Tango there.
Yeah.
That's all Alex. I mean, Alex just has such a cool flair to his design work. His engineering is impeccable, but he always makes his spots look beautiful too.
Oh my gosh.
And then MegatRON doing what MegatRON does. That wedge takes all the hits. The weapon is going to land when it needs to. He waits for the opportunity to get the perfect hit in.
Yeah.
He's not afraid to throw it into weapons. He's not afraid to throw it into moving components. Wow, I don't see a lot of movement coming out of Kabui Tango now. They seem to be a little bit stuck up in the corner.
I think MegatRON is one of the more intimidating bots I've seen today.
Absolutely.
Like to have that weapon on the backside is so scary looking because it's sort of like how he's not even using it right now, but
no,
he's still so far into this competition.
Until he's ready to full send it into the top of the bot.
It's very interesting to have the weapon on the backside.
So that's like an articulating arm. So that is actually going to like come down on top of Kabui Tango when he has a good hit.
Oh, you're right. We just haven't seen that happen yet.
No. Well, right now the weapon on Kabui Tango is facing upward. So I don't think he wants to launch the blade into that weapon yet. Right now, I think he's just getting control points, slamming them into the wall.
We've seen a lot of this sort of corner, being stuck in the corner today.
Overhead attack style bots are great because you can do really cool kinetic energy damage with them, but if you want to just use it as a control bot, as Jamison is showing, it's totally capable of doing that.
Yes.
Kabui Tango not getting out of the corner, so the drivetrain was apparently working better this morning, but it is not working at all right now.
MegatRON doing the celebratory spins, the little dances, the hey look mom, we made it.
MegatRON getting second place in the 30-pound division all last season.
Wow, so he's always been...
He's always in the top.
He's always in the top, but he's always someone who's interesting to watch, right?
Oh yeah, phenomenal. I mean, Jamison Go is, in many people's eyes, the GOAT of this sport.
Yeah, he's widely considered one of the best builders.
One of the best builders, one of the best drivers. You
can see it.
Any competition he's in, he's heavily favored to win. In the poll that we had before this event, he was favored to win. You can expect him to be the champion in almost every chance. 35% of all people voting at this competition say MegatRON's going to be the winner in the 30-pound division. I mean, that's... Yeah.
Yeah, that says enough.
That says enough.
That says enough.
It's pretty clear.
How common is it to have someone who's a top-tier builder, but someone who's also a top-tier driver?
It is pretty common now. It didn't used to be. It used to be kind of the drivers were one thing, the builders were another thing.
Yeah.
That's not so much the case anymore. Jamison Go's a phenomenally talented engineer, but his driving prowess and his strategy when he gets out there is just impeccable.
Because it's such a different skill set, and to be able to be in the top 5 of both is, I mean, that's a huge feat, because it really is like, it's 2 different entities entirely.
Different parts of your brain doing that work.
Exactly,
Yeah, you're making those split-second decisions as a driver. You're really trying to be strategic on the fly. Engineering is all about plan. All about plan and execution and being very... Oh, look at that hit. Nice over-the-top hit there. That's the only over-the-top hit Jamison had in that fight.
Which is insane. Just goes to show that he didn't necessarily need it.
He didn't need to make those hits.
And now he can save the strength of his bot. This is when we kind of got stuck upside down here. You're right, though. The painting, the design element.
I know. Alex's bots always look just gorgeous.
It's like delightful. It's wonderful to see.
Yeah, I love Alex Crease. He wasn't able to be at this competition, so his teammates are operating his bot for this one, but it's so pretty. And it seems like they've got it driving really well. Got to get that weapon spinning up a little bit faster, but they'll get there probably today.
Yes.
They're not very far off from that thing working beautifully. I don't know where they're at engineering-wise on it or testing-wise on it, but they'll probably get it up to speed today. That team's running a lot of bots, and all of them are like 4-wheel drive undercutter spinners.
Are all of them that pretty?
No, that's the prettiest one.
Okay.
By far. All right, so here's a nice shot of them cleaning up the big 12-pound box. There's our audience. Hey, audience, how are you guys doing? Look at this. We got to bring the kiddos out. Look at this little guy. All right, so here's a nice shot of the pits. Oh, we got some folks waving in the pits. Hi, everybody. How's it going over there? What a crazy amount of activity going on in the pits right now. And this is our VIP area. Sponsored by ASML. You can come, you can be box side, have some snacks, check out the fights. Look at them. They're what, like 6 feet from the side of the big box there? Literally close enough to be scared out of their pants with one of those big hits. Love it. Hello, audience. Are you guys having fun? Yeah. Go bots. I like that sign. It's just generally supportive. Nice. That kid just realized he's on TV. Hey, how's it going? See everybody. All right, so joining me now at the desk, Ricky Willems.
Hello. Speaking of on TV.
Yeah, right. Ricky Willems on TV. Ricky, you just got here from Vegas, is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
So just a little bit of a like story time. What has your last 48 hours of life been like?
It's all travel. It's all robot, robot to
travel.
robot. Yeah, robot oriented, combat robot oriented. Travel. We'll talk about it a little bit. Right now, though, we're going to get to Gnol and full court, I believe is the other?
Yes, full court.
All right.
Full court from Coleman Christie on the Mad Catter team. They're a mechanical engineering student at CSU, Long Beach. It's a long boy.
Yeah, it's of the Smee lineage, as you might say. Oh, look at that chair.
Look at that tiny chair.
It's coming off the top rope.
I love it. Mm-hmm. Gnol is the long boy himself. They are one of the best competitors in this weight class. I mean, everybody's afraid to go up against them when they have to. Super hard-hitting bot.
One of those robots that we've seen just constant and incremental improvement from iteration after iteration.
Yeah, Chris Rummel, just a phenomenal engineer and driver. Brought this bot to championship matches over and over again, and yeah, it just gets better every single time. Plus, his t-shirt game has really improved at this particular event. Check that out.
I can't quite make that out, Kyle. I'm gonna have to look more closely.
He's got the full-on Gnol t-shirt. I love that that shade of green on it.
Yeah, it's, well, St. Patrick's Day vibe as well.
Yeah, absolutely. He's supporting the holiday. He's supporting his bot. So this is the case of one really powerful vertical weapon going up against a chair? A tiny chair?
A tiny, tiny chair. A leprechaun-sized chair, perhaps.
Oh, yes. All right, we're about to get this going. Chris getting into fighting stance.
And there we go. You know, Kyle, I think I saw the weapon on Yabnol spin up in reverse.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, it's an interesting strategy. I'm really curious to see why they did that. Oh, interesting, Kyle. By hitting on the back, it doesn't pop its opponent up into the air. It kind of hammers down a little bit. Of course, now they're entangled.
Yes, they are. They are stuck.
Looks like our long friend here was able to free its competitor. Its competition, I should say.
Wow, those forks on full court really getting jammed up into the plywood.
Yeah, and this is early in the competition. The plywood is not in that sorry of a shape.
No, I mean, the seams are not perfect, right? There is a little bit of variation between those different sheets of plywood out there, but you shouldn't be scraping and hitting them that hard at this point.
You say that, but those wedgelets have been incredibly effective already in this fight. Look, to take Yabnol and put it on its back and push it around like that is no easy feat.
You're absolutely right. They have definitely gotten all the control points, and that chair has been flailing almost the entire time.
Right.
We do have an active weapon rule here at NHRL, the National Havoc Robot League. That means that you have to have a weapon that is a separate motor and system, or a separate control system, as in like with the multi-grain spinners. And that means you get sometimes wedgie bots like this with a wino on it, a weapon in name only. And that chair is not really going to do a lot of damage, but you could potentially get some aggression points with it by smacking people with it.
And the glory when you hit someone with a tiny chair over and over again cannot be understated.
Absolutely, yes.
Kyle, did Yabnol always have googly eyes and I just somehow missed it, or is this a recent acquisition?
That's new. I think that's just because they hang out over in the same side of the pits as the like VakaTank, MilkTank folks. They just got googly eyes today, and it is what it is.
It's the infectious disease of the
googly eye disease.
The robot world.
You know what's coming next is glitter on the weapon.
Oh dear. All right, we have another pin here. As always, there is a limited amount of time that you can pin your opponent before you must attempt to free them, or attempt to release them, I should say. Full court just doing an amazing job controlling the pace and placement of its opponent. Yabnol has absolutely no chance to spin up its weapon in these exchanges.
I don't even know if its weapon's still spinning or if he's just keeping it down because it's upside down.
It's hard to say. I think we would see it spinning at this point if it was possible to spin it.
I gotta say, I mean, Yabnol heavily favored to win this match, actually favored to win, I believe, this entire event.
Yeah, Yabnol is always a serious competitor, but they've done so well in recent memory that it was hard to see them having an upset this early in the event. We may have seen one just now, though. That was a really impressive job by Full Court.
It really was. It really was. I don't think Chris was pleased with that performance at all. Yeah, 25% of respondents on our poll saying that Yabnol is going to be winning this entire event.
There's a very high level of confidence here.
It's a high level of confidence.
We're going to go back here, and you can just see those incredibly low-to-the-ground wedgelets on the front of Full Court doing a wonderful job. The couple of times Yabnol is able to get around to the back of the robot, they are able to push Full Court around, but whenever Full Court is able to keep its front towards the enemy, it's a bad day for Yabnol.
Yeah, I lost count of how many pins they got in that match. I mean, that was a really impressive
It was a half dozen.
Easily.
Not to mention the amount of control that they were able to exhibit, pushing their opponent around the arena.
Yabnol maybe got one good hit in the entire fight, and then that weapon just wasn't operating the rest of the time. I'm not sure if it was down or if he just didn't run it, but it was not working.
I think at this point, of course, the judges have the option to check in here and see if they want to spin that weapon up, but with absence of some evidence, I would assume that weapon is down.
Yeah, he would have spun it if he could.
Right.
Wow, we have so many kids in the audience today. It's just a full house here.
Yeah, I've been amazed today. We have a huge swath of people that come of all ages, grandparents down to grandbabies. But today it has been so many, like I'd say, 8 to 12-year-old kids who are just thrilled to be here.
Absolutely, yes. Future engineers, if you will, just here checking this out. You just see the Bot Museum at the front entrance is swarmed with people checking out all of the amazing things we have on display there. I'll bet our food trucks are doing exceptionally well at this point right now, too.
The NHRL parking lot is a good place to be if you're hawking shawarma or something. It's just, what a crowd.
I love it. I love it. We get more and more people coming to this event every single time. Just really enthusiastic audience members. Hey, are you guys having fun out there? Yeah.
Kyle,
it's not a bad way to spend your day.
No, it's not. I've had more high fives today from little kids. Normally, especially, I wear the mask around the venue when I'm not on camera, and not everyone recognizes me immediately. But these little kids come up and be like, "I know you. You? I know you."
See, and you are wearing the jacket today. The jacket, I think, kind of adds to the recognizability.
Maybe. I'll be honest with you. This jacket hasn't been on screen. I have about 12 brown leather jackets of various styles.
Really?
I'm not joking.
Wow.
So
this is just the look. This is how you roll into colder weather.
What I try to do is just have the fuzzy interior if I'm going mammoth.
Got it.
The extra fur line.
Right. You want it to look like you killed something and then put it on its.
Like I've got a pelt.
Yeah. Makes sense.
Right.
Makes sense.
And in a pinch, I can trade it, for goods and provisions. But
love that.
It felt like, it goes with the woolly theme of a mammoth.
Makes sense. Makes perfect sense. Speaking of mammoths, you just drove a whole gang of them across the country, from what I understand.
Yeah. Pretty soon here, if you want to see mammoth in person and you don't have the ability to go out during a filming of the TV show, you're going to be able to see it just on a I think it's quad weekly basis.
Wow.
4 or 5 shows a week out in Vegas at Caesar's Palace Backlot.
So does it feel like you've accomplished something now that you're part of a Vegas show?
It does. It's an interesting feeling of freedom now that robot can live on.
Right.
I don't have to babysit it anymore. It's like I've set it free to.
Yeah,
it's adolescence now.
Taking it on, it's doing what it does with it.
Mm-hmm.
How much are these how much do the show mammoths weigh?
So the show mammoths are chonky boys, as we've been saying, in the shop. They're built to be tougher. They're built to be durable. Compared to the normal 250 pounds, the last time we put it on the scale was 327 pounds.
Wow, that's a lot of mammoth.
So it's a super heavyweight mammoth.
Yeah.
And all of that is going to go into durability and just being able to chuck opponents, hopefully across the arena. And keep in mind, the other competitors are also mostly heavier than you're used to. Right,
because this is about repeatability. You want to be able to have these things last for a while.
And of course, these are all real fights.
Yeah.
But you don't want to have to completely rebuild your robot after every fight.
Makes sense. Speaking of which, looks like we've got a little bit of a test going on in here. It's not often you get to test your robot in the big arena by yourself.
No, but with the new layout of the pits and how busy we have been with so many competitors, it's an option that we are giving to competitors when it makes sense.
I got it. Yeah, I mean, the floor's already messed up. You're not going to worry about that too much. So you may as well get it out there to test it.
We also like to have, and granted, we have test boxes that are safe for all sizes.
Yes.
But sometimes you want to be able to move your robot around, and it just isn't feasible in a small test box when you are trying to test a robot that's on the larger side.
Yeah, I believe that was a relatively obscure robot.
Oh, okay. I'm not familiar with that. So I guess it's true to its name.
It is, yes. That's from ASML Combat Robotics. ASML is, of course, the sponsor of our VIP area for this event.
Very exciting.
We like them a lot, and so that's Jake Eklund's robot. It's really cool. Overhead spinner bot. It had a rough go in its first match today, but we'll see how it does. It seems to be working well in testing.
Well, I'm eager to see it. I did not catch that fight earlier. I really do want to see it in the arena. I have heard murmurings.
Yeah.
It has a nasty, nasty spinner on it.
It
so
is gross.
I
love
think,
it.
yeah, gross in the most lovely way. And I'm really hoping to see it just either bounce across the arena, bounce its opponent across the arena, or blow to smithereens.
We are going to go over to cage 6 here, where we have Crash Fest with Robert Run going up against Kitsume.
Crash Fest looking a little extra
Beef?
spry today.
Yeah, Crash Fest, Robert's been doing a lot of work on Crash Fest. It's a beefy boy. It's got a lot of armor on it. He said that he's redesigned the shovel. I'm very excited to see it. Kitsune's from Mark Hansberg. I believe his son drives this one. So Kitsune is I guess you could say Thagomizer style robot. It's got that wedge in the front, that long body, and that spinner in the back.
Mm-hmm.
Kitsune is a mythical fox. And the blade is actually a fox blade, I believe, if that's what he's running on this one, which is cool. It's in the shape of a 9-tailed fox. There you see Robert Rund, driver of Crash Fest. Robert Rund has the distinct honor of being the only Beetleweight competitor at an NHRL that has won a competition, gone home with the golden dumpster without a kinetic energy weapon with Crash Fest.
Very impressive.
Crash Fest is just pure durability. Those giant forks on the end and that lifter can take so many hits, and I believe they're going to have to in this particular match. Now with a Thagomizer style robot.
7.
There we go.
6,
Nice hit there right off the
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Your strategy
Fight,
is to kind of
robots,
use that
fight.
wedge to get under your opponent and then spin to the side to rip off a wheel.
Yeah, it's all about driving skill and timing with that particular type of robot. Now, that said, Kasume has a relatively small spinner considering the type of robot that it is.
Yeah.
You usually see these kind of robots with a very big bar that can really deliver a lot of kinetic energy in that one moment where it whips around. I'm interested to see what the strategy difference is when you have a smaller spinner like that.
Nice pin from Robert Run and Crash Fest up into the corner here. And you can see the blade from Kitsune ripping into that side rail of the box.
Yeah, that's the kind of thing that gets yourself stuck very quickly.
Robert told me today that he's going to be very careful around the edges of the box because his forks have a habit of getting stuck underneath those side rails.
We have seen it several times, both in the side rails and in the center of the arena. It is a dodgy situation sometimes.
So he is currently working to make sure he can control Kitsune, but also keep them pinned up against the walls and not get stuck under the side rails. Nice work there from Kitsune, trying to be a flail bot and a spinner bot at the same time, but Robert Run's forks able to take the hits.
Yeah, they are incredibly durable. You don't see a lot of AR 500 steel on robots in that size, but he puts it to the best use possible.
Nice pin once again from Robert Rund and Crash Fest. Does look like there might be some drive issues on the left side of Crash Fest.
Yeah, Crash Fest has a habit of losing a drive side, but still being able to shuffle incredibly well. We are not seeing that right now.
No, that's like the side that wants to move is pinned up against the wall. Not sure if he's going to be able to get out. A little bit of help from Brett the Brick here.
The attempt will be made, but I don't think it's going to work out when you get that sort of pin in.
No, there we go.
Too soon. Now, Robert, incredibly good at crab walking. I mean, some robots and some drivers can flounder a little bit, and it's really not controlled movement. But you can see here, Crash Fest able to prod and poke its opponent.
And it looks like we're not seeing any movement at all from Kitsune right now.
Yeah, this is not a good look for the poor fox.
They're just done. A little bit of an unstick attempt.
That match runs out. We're going to run over to cage 1. We've got Richard fighting Killajool.
Killajool looks like it's starting upside down. I'm not sure if that's intentional or if he's going to be flipping it. But
I was going to say, I'm not sure yet. That robot has not yet been turned on, so that's probably...
I see.
I actually...
All right, so just a quick announcement. Crashfest won that last fight by knockout. We did see the beginning of that count out as we switched over to this screen. So Robert Rund is your winner. Getting knockouts with a control bot.
Yeah, I seem to remember a statistic where they had an incredible number of wins, not by knockout. I mean, most of the robots here that have long winning streaks are doing so by knockout, at least primarily.
Yeah, Robert says you need 9 points to win. My goal is to get those 9 points. That's literally his philosophy of the game when he plays here.
You don't need 10.
You don't need 10. You need 9 points. That's all you need. And that's what he's out there to get. In that particular case, he got all the points.
Yeah.
Impressive work from Robert Rund. All right, so this is a nice overhead shot of cage 4.
The festive green disappears just in time.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
And away we go.
So I believe that is Swole.
Having some drive issues here.
Yeah, Casey is not happy. You can see he's very frustrated. Something on the bot is not working.
I think we are going to have a tap out. Interesting that the match has not stopped. No one has tapped, but the two competitors do seem to have an understanding that that no exchange will occur at this particular moment. You can see just the tiniest of twitches.
All right, so DG is your winner for that match. It looks like we have a tap out from Swole.
Unfortunate for Swole. You can see the builders there, just absolute look of frustration on their face. It's hard to tell what happened there when you have a failure that quick. It's got to be something electronics related. It's the whole system was down. It was not a single wheel or a single weapon.
Yeah, and Casey seemed to know, like, right off the bat that nothing was working. I have no idea what could have caused it, but he drove to the middle, and it looked like the weapon spun up, and then everything just stopped.
Faulty battery, faulty switch, something in line with the main power that supplies that robot with its ability to move is off. And we don't know what. Hopefully they're able to figure it out and still have some good matches.
We saw a dominant performance earlier from them today up against Aerostar.
Yes, I heard about this match.
So we'll see them, I'm sure, back later on again today, but that was a rough match all the way around for them. You can't win them all, but it's always unfortunate when you can't actually fight.
Well, Kyle, we can look on the bright side here a little bit. Not a lot of repairs to do.
Guess you're right.
Yeah, they're going to go upstairs. They're going to figure out what the heck was wrong. Hopefully they can tweak that easily enough and they can throw the robot back in the arena for some other fun match.
All right, so meanwhile, we're going to head over to cage 1.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
And away we go. What a size disparity. And of course, this is not the way this size disparity is supposed to work. We have effectively... Goodness gracious. You have effectively a mini-bot here going up against its full-size brethren. But you love to see little David do what he can against Goliath. You hate to see him shoot apart like that. Goodness.
Whoa. That's a belt hanging out there. The wheels are somewhere. I don't know where.
No one does, Kyle. Those wheels are but a legend. A myth passed down generation to generation. Children will tell their children, who will tell their children that those wheels once existed.
Very pleased with this performance. of utter destruction of his own bot. Man, I love that jacket too.
Oh, thank you, Kyle.
I meant the
No,
really interesting tie-dye.
It is absolutely pretty. Just gorgeous color pattern.
All right, so now we are heading over into cage 3. That is SSP. They're going up against Blackbird. Tony D'Ambrosio with Blackbird over there in the pink corner.
A perennial entrant.
Highly favored in that 3-pound weight class, and SSP, of course, being driven by
7,
Seth Schaefer,
6,
YouTube
5,
star,
4, 3,
Combat Robotics
2,
store owner,
1.
Seth
Fight,
Schaefer.
robots, fight.
Educational content extraordinaire. Blackbird is really coming in with an aggressive sounding weapon.
So SSP is a kit bot that you can actually purchase now.
Yes, Seth has been doing an incredible amount of work to make SSP something that is not just a viable competitor, but something that can be produced and understood well by beginners in the sport. If you wanted to get involved, I don't know if they're available right this moment. They tend to sell out quickly, but they are a kit that can be bought, generally speaking.
He said that he's trying to fit a niche where you can have an active weapon on a bot, but have it be safe for new competitors to buy and practice with and use.
It is one fewer hurdle to have. If you can practice with your robot at home without having to have an arena, it makes it much easier to get into the sport and much easier to get a lot of practice before you show up to an event, which is
absolutely. And it still has a powerful drivetrain on it. It still has a power lifter on it. You need to be, use all the safety precautions you can with this thing when you're operating it, but it doesn't have something that can rip your hand off on it. And that's really nice.
You could get tetanus and you could get stabbed if not used properly, but with the proper adult supervision, even a young kid would be totally fine to operate this.
Always use adult supervision when operating a combat robot. Wow, Blackbird putting in a lot of work.
Yeah, the trouble here, Kyle, is that those wedges on the front of SSP are essentially the kryptonite to Blackbird's beater bar weapon.
Absolutely.
You can see right here, those wedges are able to get under the weapon and completely negate its effects. The weapon is kind of skipping harmlessly on top of those wedgelets. Blackbird doing its best to escape, to be able to hit any other part of that robot, and really having no luck.
There you see Angel Vidal driving the mini-bot. These mini-bots, you see a lot of the Team Shreddit guys using these kind of like angular arrow-shaped mini-bots. Extremely effective at getting underneath the opponent, and they can take a lot of damage.
It is amazing how strong something so small can be made. There's an interesting bit of physics. When you're smaller, you tend to just get thrown out of the way instead of obliterated. If you're built right. If you're built well, I should say.
That's a beautiful pin. Another pin there by SSP and Seth Schaefer. And there's another pin by SSP and Seth Schaefer.
You can see the control and the grip on SSP. It was completely immune to that mini-bot pushing.
Yeah, the mini-bot was able to get underneath the backside of it once or twice in that match, but that was really all the work they were able to put in. You could see Tony D'Ambrosio not happy with that performance.
No, there was that did not go the way he wanted it to go. And it's tough because there are ways to exploit a situation like that and to win with this style matchup. He just wasn't able to capitalize on it.
Seth just did a phenomenal job controlling his bot. Seth, normally at these competitions, he's driving Division. Division is a very difficult bot to control. In some ways, I feel like Seth is on easy mode with this four-wheel drive control bot. He's so used to driving something that's just impossible. now he's got something that he can really just be finite and detail-oriented with.
Yeah, I think it's a lot like watching a NASCAR driver show up at the local go-kart track.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And it's not a one-to-one comparison. I mean, a really good go-karter could probably take out Dale Earnhardt, but generally speaking, they're going to have an easier time, a little more relaxing day than they would out on the big oval.
Tony D'Ambrosio said that he kind of realized last week he should probably get out Blackbird and start working on it.
Oh,
boy. So we have a crowd favorite here. So
things about to get lit.
Things are about to get lit. So Austin McCord, he's the event runner here. He's the brains behind this whole operation. He's just a mad scientist of a man. He's developed this bot called Hot Shot. There you see Ryan Saslow. It looks like he's going to be operating it. And Hot Shot's weapon is a jet?
Yeah, it is a jet engine. It is an extremely hot, extremely powerful jet engine. And this is able to not just put a lot of heat and energy into opponents, it's able to blow opponents around the arena.
I'm excited.
You can see there's been some modifications and some improvements made to Hot Shot since the last event. Really eager to see how they work out in this fight.
Hot Shot is a bot that can really only be used at NHRL.
Yes, we have put some time and effort into figuring out how best to contain a robot like this. And one of the things that really helps is we've got these double pane arenas. You know, two layers of polycarbonate that are separated. Even if the inner one starts to melt, you know, that'll be a hassle. We'll have to replace it. But you still have an extra layer of shielding, protecting the arena, protecting the entrance, the drivers, etc.
And there you see Austin.
5, 4.
Oh, wow,
3,
that's a lot of smoke.
2,
yeah, that, I don't know if that's intentional or not.
But generally speaking, you don't want to see the smoke coming out of a robot, especially before the fight even starts. It's usually not a great sign, but with a jet robot, maybe it's a good sign. I'm really not sure.
I mean, the goal here is you got to get that fuel shim just right. If you put too much fuel in, it just kind of smokes and does nasty things.
Yeah, you got to have that air to fuel ratio.
Now, of course, we don't know if that's exactly what he's struggling with, but I wouldn't be surprised. Oh, I hear it.
Wow. Oh, that's a lot of noise.
Oh, it gets a lot more, Kyle. Now, generally speaking, a robot with an internal combustion engine like Hot Shot is allowed to get its engines into an idle, we will call it. They should not be going full blast, but you don't have to spin it up from 0 at the beginning of the match.
Interesting.
We do that because for gas engines and for you know, traditional auto cycle engines, it's just not feasible for that engine to start up as soon as the light turns green.
There we go. Weapons to speed, turbines to full.
8, 7, 6, 5.
We're idle,
4,
as you said.
3, 2, 1.
Fight. Robots fight.
Away we go. Oh, there you can hear it spinning up even faster now. That camera immediately destroyed by the heat.
Yeah, they are pinned into the corner now, and I'm not sure if they're able to drive out.
No, I don't think so.
Pinned by the just wind. Warlock's not moving at all. They're just stuck.
No, you can see even Hot Shot blew itself backwards with that amount of power coming out of that jet.
So it does look like Warlock is not operational. I don't see the wheels going. I don't see the weapon going.
No, the weapon only spun up for but a moment there.
Oh, wow. We just heard from control. If Austin wins this will be Hot Shot's first ever NHRL win.
That is such an intense amount of energy going into that robot. It is beginning to smoke as you would expect when you're that close to a jet engine. Kyle, I think we've just witnessed the first known win by a 30-pound jet-powered combat robot.
The smell in this room right now is indescribable. It's just burning air. It smells like burnt air. All right, so we do have Wenson Lu's tap out. He's with UMD with the Leatherbacks. He has just had a loss against the jet engine. Look at
There's a lot of amusement in the crowd there.
In the crowd, yeah.
It's like a seasoning on your French fries if you happen to stop by
by the food truck.
By the food truck.
Yeah, it's so weird. It's just burnt rubber and air. It's gross.
It is, yeah, it's strange because it's not the normal electronics or motor or battery
smells. Yeah, it's something completely different at this event. Look at the design of this bot is so, it looks like something Batman would drive.
Yeah, or something Batman would throw as a weapon.
Deploy.
You know, like it just lands in front of an enemy and then he goes, what is this? And then a jet engine turns on and does something silly.
Yeah, if you tried to bring this bot to another event, the event organizer would look at you
and they would say no.
And they would say, why? Why did you even put that in your car?
They would say no, and may God have mercy on your soul.
What on earth was you thinking?
You know, we raised a good point here. I've never seen Austin and Batman in the same room at the same time.
You know, that's a valid point. And if you look at 50 Day Street, it is just this giant black building in the middle
It's a bit of a cave.
Yeah, it is.
In the bottom level.
It is a bit of a cave on the bottom level, yes. It's all concrete.
And we're wafting now.
In the beautiful smells of jet engine.
Yeah, now keep in mind, folks, we have an incredible air evacuation system here.
That's right.
To make sure that people aren't inhaling dangerous amounts of fumes. The fact that you have any smell come out of the arena is incredibly something. It's incredibly
Zaslow
something.
told me, so the cages themselves cycle air every 35 seconds.
Right, which is
extremely fast.
Extremely fast.
The building itself cycles air every 5 minutes.
Right, which is also incredible.
Extremely fast, which is very important when you're dealing with noxious chemicals, fumes, batteries, all of the things.
And big crowds in general. It's
absolutely. Especially, in the times of where we're at right now, it's great to have a place where the air cycle is very high.
Right. You want that. But again, just to underline the fact that I can smell jet fuel over here, and we are, 40 feet from the door?
Yeah, 40 feet from the door, and it's still, like, this entire space is filled with jet fuel.
Yes, and not only jet fuel, but with the doors closed, we smell, as you call it, burnt air.
Yeah.
And I want to underline, what bread is to toast, that is air to burnt air.
Yes.
There's no good way to describe it. You'll probably just have to build a jet engine robot of your own and try it out.
All right, it looks like we're loaded into cage 3 here.
Look at that color palette.
I know,
very
it's
patriotic.
It is, it's very patriotic. There you see William Marchese.
Interesting. I think that may be TPU armor on the top of the robot in the teal square.
8, 7.
We say red and blue square, but it's really
5,
a teal.
4, 3, 2, 1.
All right, so we've got Jack Move versus Sea Dragon's Roar. Sea Dragon's Roar there in the blue. Jack Move is the tinier robot in white with the mini-bot being driven by Alex Pezza. Drew Davis and Alex Pezza have been working together as a team for a little bit now, and Alex does a phenomenal job as his mini-bot driver. But there's a nice little pin in the corner. William Marchese is doing a phenomenal job controlling the speed and pace of this match.
Yeah, and wow, that was quite a hit on the mini-bot.
Just dominant performance so far from William Marchese and Sea Dragon's Roar.
Sea Dragon's Roar is a robot that is going to thrive and thrive and thrive until it doesn't. And as long as it can kind of stay on top, it can probably dominate the entire match. So far, they're doing exactly that. I think they may be playing it a little safe, Kyle. You notice there aren't a lot of very fast moves. That weapon is certainly spinning and doing damage, but it's spun a little slower to give them a little extra control. Of course, it is stopped up now as it is pinned against its opponent.
And you can see Sea Dragon's Roar has that hinged weapon.
Yeah, very Monsoon-esque.
So if it's upside down, if it's right side up, the weapon is still in a place where it can spin and operate.
A truly invertible robot. Whereas we already saw Jack move in this fight become inverted and have a real hard time delivering any blows of substance.
It does look like the ground game is starting to go more in Jack Move's favor at this point in the fight.
Yeah, Sea Dragon's Roar, those two wedgelets are very loosey-goosey. Just a little bit of damage and they stop being effective.
That's why it's so important to never give up in these matches. You never know what physically is going to change on your opponent. Sometimes it's something as simple as just getting caught on a loose belt that will change the entire just fortune of that match. Nice pin here from Sea Dragon's Roar.
That pin is free. Oh, and yeah, there is a stick here on the wall. That front wedgelet on the front of Jack Move has stuck itself up under the robot onto the wood floor.
It's like bound up now. Look at that. Yeah, see, those wedgelets are supposed to be flat on the floor.
A nice Brett cam here.
Brett doing really gentle work to get Jack Move off the wall. Well, that's Bert.
I was going to say, excuse me.
Sorry, Bert. We did not mean to use your brother's name. Nice pin once again from Sea Dragon's Roar. Sea Dragon's Roar showing both aggression and control throughout this entire match. And the same thing has happened. Those wedgelets are pinned down into the plywood.
And as they have used, oh, they are free. I did not expect that, Kyle.
All right, so this one goes to the judges. Really impressive work from Sea Dragon's Roar. Jack Move struggling with control in a lot of that match. We're gonna have to see what the judges have to say, but that was a really good showing from William Marchese and Sea Dragon's Roar as far as I can see.
Yeah, you can see that wider aspect ratio from Sea Dragon's Roar can really help in a fight like this when you try and control the pacing of your opponent's movement. We'll go to a replay here. Sea Dragon's Roar just pushing its opponent across the arena fairly effortlessly.
Taking the time to go after the mini-bot there.
Well, it's right there. Who wouldn't? It's like a cherry tomato ready to be plucked off the vine.
Jack Move pinned up against the wall. You saw Jack Move pinned several times in that match.
Yeah, there was a lot of control on display.
William Marchese did a lot of upgrades, I know, to Sea Dragon's Roar for this particular competition. Seems like they're working out.
Yeah, I think that the improvements that they've made are just enough where it's a general improvement period without a lot of adjustment. Sometimes you make a big change to your robot. In between, it takes a couple of fights to get up to speed. Unsurprisingly, we had a win just announced, right, Kyle?
Yeah, from Jetlag. Lars is one of the up-and-coming competitors here. We've seen just amazing work from him in so many competitions. He won Motorama this year. So it's just, you know, not surprising to hear that he's winning here today. And we should probably be seeing him in the finals, I'd imagine, later on.
Yeah, if not the finals, then certainly on the approach.
Fight, robots, fight.
Away we go here in Cage 1. Promheta and Hooligan duking it out. Huge hit by Promheta there.
At the competition.
Promheta, one of those robots that can just do hit after hit after hit and stay balanced all the while.
So you can see Hooligan here in the yellow. They have a Chonkiii welded together drum spinner, egg beater drum spinner. They said that they were very inspired by the Brazilian style of drive, very tandem drive system, very tight and compact robot with the drum. But Promheta, no stranger to that style and size of robot, and just doing a phenomenal job here today.
Taking advantage of every opening given to it. And you can see in the weapon-to-weapon exchanges, Promheta is coming out on top. This is going to be all about whether or not Hooligan can get around to the side of Promheta. Because when they go face-to-face, it was not going to work out for them.
I was speaking to Zach earlier today. He told me that this is the first time he's cut a new weapon for Prom Heta in years. As you can see, it's not the normal pink weapons that they run. This is a different profile, different shape, different material.
Certainly working out. This is delivering just incredible damage in the kind of rapid succession of hits that we've come to expect from Prom Heta.
Yeah, Zach's just such a fantastic driver.
The amount of restraint that it takes to deliver a hit that's just hard enough that you can deliver another hit immediately afterwards. It's a different type of skill than you sometimes see in these fights.
Just saw a great fist bump between the two competitors, Jack Zapotnik with Hooligan. Both really pleased with that performance. Look at that hit from Prom Heta, just launching them across the arena. Oh, pieces flying off. Wow. Just a super impressive performance from Zach Knight and Prom Heta.
Those are the kind of 12-pound fights I really like to see. Sparks flying, robots flying, damage, but they keep going until it's not fun anymore.
I think that the 12-pound division, like from the time that we really introduced it here to where it's at now, is definitely the most improved. Like,
yes.
We started out with bots that were, they were interesting, they were experimental, there was some cool stuff going on. Then people got real serious. You had bots like Hot Leaf Juice showing up, Prom Heta showing up. All right, so we are going to be going to Cage 3 next. It looks like we're going to have the very controversial Newbert.
Why so controversial?
They're not.
I know.
And then Caldera with Glenn Boxall.
Here we go. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1,
And away we go. Wow, huge first exchange.
Glenn Boxall is driving the horizontal spinner Caldera. Caldera is extremely hard-hitting robot.
Caldera also a robot that has, you have a tap out right there.
Yeah, that's a tap out.
That's what Caldera wants. Well, obviously that's what Caldera wants, but more so with its particular design. If the weapon on Caldera stops, they are really a punching bag.
Yeah.
Whereas with a lot of these robots, you know, if your weapon goes down, you can still dominate a match. Caldera is not one of those robots. They have min-maxed very intentionally to be a robot that will dish out big hits or it's going to lose.
Yeah, you're going to have repairs after a Caldera fight, no matter what.
Right. That's the only question. So what do we have here?
I have one last cupcake, and one of you guys can have it.
Wow, Cole, thank you so much.
And guys, I was just tapping out quickly, just seeing my robot. I would have gotten completely torn to shreds otherwise.
Understood. Yes, going up against Caldera will happen. Well, thank you, Cole. We really appreciate this cupcake here. I'm going to take this out so we can show everybody.
It is adorable inside.
So happy birthday, Cole. Thank you for spending it here with us today. And good luck for the rest of your matches today with Newbert.
I think we have a good shot. We have a confirmed spot in the brackets. We won our first fight.
Good.
Well, congratulations.
Let's go, Newbert.
Let's go, Newbert. All right. Thank you so much, Cole, and happy birthday. Wow.
Happy birthday. Round of applause?
Yeah, round of applause for Cole Wilson and Newbert. Cole's great. I love that he's spending his birthday here with us today.
Yeah, I mean, what better way to do it?
I love that for his birthday, we get a cupcake.
Yeah, I always kind of loved that fact. You know, you invite a bunch of kids over to your house when you're young, and it's like, let me feed you pizza and you cake and games. We're gonna keep the celebration going here in Cage 4. Interesting. What competitors do we have in here?
Avalanche and Psycho.
These are some compact robots.
So Avalanche comes from Micah Ferris with Team Max Power. He's a high school student. He likes rocketry and electric longboarding.
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
Electric longboarding was not even a thing when I was in high school, much as I tried to make it one.
4.
This is the new and improved Psycho from Jamison Go. Psycho has a new weapon profile that he thinks is going to get him a lot more engagement. It's a thinner robot weapon, or thinner weapon profile.
I can see right now that weapon profile is scary, Kyle. I think that looks machined and hardened, or
he said the heat treating on it is brand new. He just got that done yesterday, and it's a thinner profile with a longer edge, so it's an offset weapon.
8,
so he
7,
noticed with the first version
6,
of Psycho,
5,
a lot of the hits were actually
4,
happening really
3,
close to the bracket for the
2,
weapon. He wants that energy to be a little bit further out on the weapon profile, so he's redesigned it with that in mind.
That will probably work out very well for him.
This could be a 3-pound match with the size of these bots. They're both just so small, so compact.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest, Kyle, I don't understand. These robots are so tiny.
But this is, in fact, a 12-pound fight. Jamison's trying to win 12s. That's the whole goal. Like, he's won a 30-pound championship. He's won a 3-pound championship. The last thing on his docket here at NHRL to go home with a full championship on is the 12-pound division. So
he wants to punch that ticket for sure.
Wow, nice hit there. Psycho just getting phenomenal action right off the bat.
Very quick robot, very glidey robot. This is, I have to imagine a robot that someone who isn't Jamison Go would have a very hard time driving.
Right.
And you have a tap out.
Jamison Go, that rare combination of phenomenal engineer, phenomenal driver, total package at these competitions, heavily favored to win.
Yeah, it's clearly a force to be reckoned with.
31% of entrants into our polls say Psycho is going to win the entirety of the 12-pound division today.
Wow. And they ain't just whistling Dixie. Look at some of these hits and tell me that you can't see this robot going far. But I say that just as his Psycho takes the hit rather than
launched back, yeah.
Dukes one out. But look at this. That, how many flips was that?
That was at least 5. Look at that, launched all the way across the arena there. And that classic just bobbling, right? Knocks them into the air and then doesn't stop hitting them while they're still flying through the air. I love it.
All right, well, we're going to keep it up. Now we're going to do actual beetle weights. Back in cage toes.
Similar sized robots, just weigh a little bit less.
Robots that look like beetle weights.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots fight.
And there we see former champion Shredded Bro, driven by Evan Arias. Shredded Bro has been a force to be reckoned with at this event. In recent competitions has really struggled to keep up with the other top tier bots.
Oh my goodness, look at that. You have some kind of misbalance or some kind of missing part. The egg beater on scrambled is just dragging on the ground. It's no longer able to spin right now because each time it tries to spin, it just smacks into the plywood floor. The drive also seems to be down. Sometimes when you lose those little footies sometimes, Kyle, that are mounted under there to give you clearance on your weapon. But this looks to be more serious than just losing your little footies.
Yeah, it looks like it's lost everything. I mean, the drive's not working, the weapon's not working. That's a full-on, classic Shredded Bro style knockout.
If you don't have your footies, what do you have?
You have a brick that's in the shape of a robot.
Mm-hmm.
And you can see the smiles on Evan Arias. That was just classic Shredded Bro, just vicious driving, aggressive driving, quick knockouts, and Evan walking away with smiles. This is vintage Shredded Bro.
Evan is such an interesting person because you've never seen someone more willing to smile in the face of someone that he just destroyed, and you walk away having lost to Evan, wanting to thank him for the experience.
It's true, yes. He's just such a kind-hearted guy that it is a thank you after he completely destroys your robot.
Mm-hmm.
Evan is the team captain of the team Shredded. You'll see a lot of competitors from that team here today. All have a kind of a similar design ethic.
Yeah, I at this point I'm warning just the audience members. If you aren't careful, you'll get pulled into Team Shredded.
At this point, yeah.
They assimilate at a staggering rate.
If you show up at this competition and do good work, they very well may just pull you onto the team. That's definitely what happened with Alex Pezza. He showed up with Yes Chef once. Literally the end of that day, he was on Team Shredded.
Yeah, I think what I was told, he just woke up the next morning and he was wearing a leather jacket.
Yep.
And had no idea what happened, but he was holding Shredded Bros in his hands.
It was very confusing. And all of a sudden, he was double belting all of his weapons. It just happened immediately. It's a weird situation. But no, Evan's a phenomenal competitor here. He's extremely important to this community, does really great charity work, and just is genuinely a sweetheart of a guy. I want to see them start dominating these competitions like they were 2 years ago. They have a little bit of work to get there. The competition has gotten so much stiffer since then.
It has. And the thing, too, is that the Shredded Bro folks are here. And because they're bringing in new people all the time, because they're doing things new, because they want everyone to have the ability to get in there and have a good fight, you know, some things are more important to winning to certain teams. And
yeah.
Clearly, they like to win. They win more than enough as far as all their competitors are concerned. But there's other things, too. They're here being good to each other, doing what you can, having a good time, and growing the sport.
I think you're right. Evan said when he first got here he wanted to be known as the most aggressive driver in combat robotics. I got to wonder if that goal has changed. He's kind of a senior statesman now. He's really helping a lot of folks come up and a teacher. And you know, he's a Professor Evan Arias at this point in a lot
practically
of ways.
speaking, yes. Yeah. And, you know, I kind of expect him with... I don't know. I don't want to say cap and gown, but I like your elder statesman approach. You know, does he get the fake wig, the powdered wig?
He could. When I saw him at Motorama this year, he was walking around with his little glasses, his little like Ben Franklin glasses, and you know, he was.
The man's destined for a monocle, is what I'm hearing.
I love that.
That's Evan. Try it out.
We would love to see it, quite frankly. I'd also love to see you completely dominate a fight and then you know, adjust your monocle afterwards towards the camera. That would be a good look for you.
Yeah, I think so.
All right, so we've had a ton of ridiculous fights throughout the day today. A lot of them were on the Brett zone earlier this morning, our qualifying matches, but now we are seeing pretty much everything here. And this is Cage 4, and that looks like foamy bots, which means this is probably Tsunami. So it's VakaTank and Tsunami. VakaTank is from the Team MilkTank folks. And Tsunami has been doing pretty good work today. The weapon on it is scary powerful. A little bit of issues with drivetrain in their first fight this morning.
You know, one little factoid I wish we had that was able to flash up the individual weights, you know, of each mini bot or cluster bot or whatever you want to say. Something that may not sink in at home is those are big pieces of foam, right? They look comparable to some of the robots we've seen in the arena. They probably weigh next to nothing.
Yeah.
They can take a lot of beating because they weigh so little and because foam is so durable in certain ways. But they're probably less than a pound each, wouldn't you imagine?
I would imagine they'd be about a pound each, yeah. And one of the cool parts about it is weapons will like cut into that foam, but then it can't go any further because the actual body of the bot will stop on that foamy mass. It will never actually get to the drive of the bot, the actual meat of the bot.
3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Away we roll. We have no weapon action yet on our one friend and very slow weapon action on the other.
So we do have some rumbling weapon happening on VakaTank, but there's not a lot of drive going on, and Tsunami's driving, but that death hum that we were hearing in its first two fights is not happening now.
VakaTank trying its best, but something is rubbing there as well.
Yeah, VakaTank really struggling with drive all day.
VakaTank has, you know, in some ways an old school approach. There's a lot of parts in there that you don't see in as many robots anymore, and it gets a little loosey-goosey, shall we say. Some things can become a little looser and become a little wonkier. And
we do have weapon spin up now on Tsunami.
Oh,
it's taking a while, but it's getting up to speed, and Okay, that was a hit.
It was a hit. I don't see any movement. Oh, there it is, a twitch.
A little twitch, a little twitch.
Still, that is maybe 10%.
Yeah, very
power.
anemic. It's a big struggle right now. Just not a lot going on with Tsunami.
No, I can hear those motors trying to spin up.
Is that what that squeal is?
That is what that squeal is, Kyle.
All right, so it does look like your winner is Tsunami by knockout.
A boy named Tsunami.
The MilkTank folks really struggling today.
Still wiggling.
Yeah, annoying that they were able to get a little movement back after the knockout happened. But they are still going to need some help from Flo to get over to the door.
Yeah, even if they were able to revive that level of movement earlier, I don't think it would have made the match for them, Kyle.
No, even if that had gone to the judges, that would not have went well. All right, so we're going to check in with our friend Lindsay up in the pits. Lindsay, how are you doing up there?
Hi, Kyle. Hi, Ricky. How are you?
Good to see you. Lindsay,
nice tire.
Nice tire. Yeah, what are you doing there?
Well, we have a bunch of super chats that I would love to share with you all. And one of them is talking about the birthday that a very special Cole from Newport had. So I want to make sure that we read that. But so happy birthday to Cole Wilson, driver of Newport X. And that is from, I think, his mom, Lori Wilson. So very, very cute.
Very cute.
To share that. Okay, so we have another one here.
Okay, all right.
All right, so let's get ready. This is from Curtis Honeycutt.
Oh, hi, Curtis.
I've never seen a Norwalk, nor have I seen a Nor March. Best of luck to Team Bloodsport members Seth, Brian, and Ian today. Bring the havoc.
Bringing it. Awesome. Thank you so much. You gotta love him. He's just such a great guy. Curtis Honeycutt, all the way around combat robotic supporter and genuinely good human being.
Yeah.
The excitement that he just exudes for everything to do with the sport is it's the kind of uplifting stuff that you want in like on a Wednesday at like 4:28.
All right, we have two more here to share with you. This one is from Laser314, and it's very appreciated. He simply says, caffeine supply fund. And I know on behalf of all the builders here today, caffeine is very appreciated.
Do you think you might pronounce it laser pie?
Oh.
Yeah, I think you're right.
I don't know, but I want to believe.
Yeah,
I'm going to believe.
Okay.
I'm going to believe. All right, and then we have one last one. This one I'm a little embarrassed to read. It's about me. It's from Eel Monkey Art, the maker of this fuzzy Brett. And they say, Lindsay rocks. Thank you at NHRL. Best day ever. I know that they're both here today for the first time after watching online, and I can just see in their eyes how excited they are to be here. So just a little plug. You know, if you're watching at home, come here because it's so much cooler in person.
That's the progression, right? So first you watch online, then you come here in person, then you build a bot, then next thing you know, you
have a problem.
Yeah,
no.
Exactly. All right, so it looks like we're heading over into Cage 2 next.
Oh, one of my favorite competitors, Flip and Cut, has been loaded into the arena. We're going to listen here for the voice of God in a moment. Oh, just one more time. Lindsay rocks.
Thank you, Eel Monkey Art. Man, I got to get one of those plushies. So we got Knee Biter over here in the corner, and we've got Flip and Cut over there in the pink corner. Flip and Cut is a Melty Brain style spinner with a really cool weapon profile.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight,
yeah,
robots,
one of the most impressive robots here, I think. Flip and Cut is a Melty Brain that instead of having intense impacts due to damage, has sloped, I don't know what you want to call them, sloped protrusions that are able to get under his opponent and pop it up into the air just like that. It really allows for some neat dynamics, some impressive control. and a little bit less hockey puck ping-ponging around the arena. You can see that mini-bot doing its best to hang up its competitor while Flip and Cut comes in for the kill. Oh, interesting self right there. Oh, we have some drive side issues on that robot. Flip and Cut taking full advantage of that fact. Flip and Cut is taking out chunks of the arena. Kneebiter just trying to get out of that corner, not having a lot of luck. Flip and Cut has decided that it hates 2x4s and that the arena would be better without them. Some horrible, horrible belt squealing coming off of Kneebiter. Kneebiter's weapon still spinning incredibly fast, just the rest of the robot isn't able to deliver it into its opponent. Now this is the kind of crab walking that can really make a difference. It's kind of like hop backward crab walking. But it takes a tremendous amount of practice, and we're not seeing that from the driver of Kneebiter right now. Flip and Cut not going in for many aggressive hits. I wonder if it's starting to suffer some damage from these hits as well. It bounced off those arena walls a lot. Even just the mini bot on Flip and Cut is able to dominate and control this match against Kneebiter. This is not the look that Kneebiter's captain, Dave Hurt, wants to leave the judges with as we come down on the last couple of seconds of this match. We are going to go to the judges. I don't think there's a lot of mystery here on how this match is going to end up. You can hear Kneebiter and Flip and Cut spinning down back to sane RPM levels.
Wow, that one was absolutely thrilling to watch, by the way. So loud just from right here. You could see everyone kind of circling around and watching that one close up.
There are some fights when I'm really glad we've got these nice earmuff headphones on. Otherwise, I'd go home with ringing ears, I'm sure. Just for everyone in the stands, if you're feeling that way, we do have complimentary ear protection available. Look to your left, look to your right.
Looking at cage one now, we've got Side Apple and
8,
Doomedba.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
All right, away we go. That little Roomba, not flavored, Roomba-themed robot limping its way along. Side Apple really kind of, if you gave the, how do we want to say this, Hannah?
What an interesting weapon there. Actually, both of these have quite interesting techniques to them, how this weapon plans on attacking. And I feel like he almost needs to turn himself around there. He's kind of stuck in the corner and aiming it the wrong direction.
The Side Apple, I like to think, if you took, you know, a Jamison Go hammer saw robot and you fed it the Dr. Jackal, Mr. Hyde formula, you'd end up with this. It's got such an oversized arm, and it's got such a hammer blow to it. It almost has, well, it does have a hard time controlling itself.
We've seen a lot of this today is these guys kind of getting stuck in the corner, like almost shoved in there. And that's one aspect of this I always forget about is really it's like this element of control when it comes to where you're going to go with your bot.
Yeah, there's a lot of planning. That's why we talk about control so much. You know, my grandpa used to say when he was teaching me to play billiards, it's all about the lay that you leave your opponent. You know, where you give your opponent the places to go next.
Right.
And sometimes that means cornering someone on a wall. Sometimes that means that you can beat a really scary robot with a Roomba.
Yes, and sometimes it means waiting for Fluffy to bail you out.
Yeah, that's a good point too.
A really scary Roomba.
I mean, realistically speaking, to some extent, the arena is the most powerful weapon in each match.
Yeah.
Whether that means being pushed up against a wall, getting hung up on the floor, smacking your weapon into the glass and doing damage to yourself. All of these are big things that you have to keep in mind. You have to be able to strategize around.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct. And you have a big playing field there, and you have to play it smart. You have to move the right way. You have to be able to trust in yourself and have confidence in yourself as a driver to know when and how to move at the right time. It's really tricky. It's something, I mean, I have no experience driving a bot. I would be interested to see how poorly I did at my first stab at it, because it's one of those things where they make it look so easy, but you know it's not.
Well, it's interesting you say that too, Hannah, because different robots, that matters to different extents. There's some robots you throw in the arena, and it doesn't matter how you drive it, practically speaking. I mean, it matters a little bit, but...
Right.
And then there's other ones where if you're not the world's best driver, the fact that the robot is amazing is not going to...
7.
Ooh, we're looking at cage 3. We got Shifty.
4, 3, 2,
and Deep Melt.
1.
Fight. Robots fight.
Shifty and Deep Melt here.
Another team liftoff robot. Very similar to Flippin' Cup that we just saw, just with a different approach to doing damage. It has sharp spikes on the end outside of that spinning disc. Shifty, of course, is a Aaron Hill creation. You can see Aaron in his tantrum shirt and his 2 blip debts. I'm not sure how we want to describe them. 2 blip teammates.
These bots are kind of fun to look at together. They look like a couple of toys. Whoa, wow.
Yeah, I would love to stroll into like a KB Toys in 1994 and pick up a pair of these things.
It does. It looks like... It just looks like both of these look like really fun toys.
I mean, they are.
They are. You're right. They are. That's exactly what they are. I'm obsessed with this bot here. The way it's moving.
Yeah, Shifty
It reminds me of a Tango.
Shifty is one of the few robots you have in a 3-pound weight class that has what we call swerve drive. Its wheels, or its wheel-like movements, it actually has little shuffle pods. But it can move left to right, forward, backward, diagonally. It's the Wonka Vader of robots.
Yes.
And also, because it's not using traditional wheels, and instead is using these little shuffle pods, it's able to get weight bonus.
Oh, right.
So it's larger than normal. It's moving in ways you don't expect. It's a very unpredictable robot to have to go against.
I love the crowd that circled around this cage to watch the action. Oh, look at this angle. We can get right here on the ground with them. Now we're eagle eye. I mean, the way it's moving around the floor, it looks like it lacks a little bit of control.
Well, it also has taken some damage here, Hannah, but that is a good point. It looks like the right drive side is struggling. Hannah, what do you make of these noises?
These noises are very interesting. I'll be honest, I'm having a hard time hearing you.
It is loud here. It is loud.
It is. The noises... You're right. It's a consistent sound. It almost has a beat to it.
Yeah, it's like a interesting Euro pop dance funk beat that's being dropped here at Norwalk Havoc.
A little uptown funk.
Yeah. No, I think this when you get lost in disused nuclear reactor site in Russia.
That one definitely got some air.
Yeah, Shifty really coming to his own here, despite some drive issues. We're going to come up at the end of this match. It will be going to the judges.
That is the end of that one. I don't know. Who's your pick there?
It's tough. I think Shifty really started to pull ahead towards the end, but the first half of that fight was all about deep melt. So
yeah.
Personally, I think it all, I don't say it all hinges on it, but I tend to weight the second half of a fight a little heavier.
Right. Taking a look at this replay here, you can see how fast-moving this matchup was.
Yeah, there were a lot of very brief but very intense exchanges.
Yes. That's a good way to say it. I mean, the spinning effect on this one, it moved so fast. So when it gets hit at really any angle, it can't help but react that way with the liftoff and to get some air off the ground.
Well, you gotta remember too here. This is Deep Melt. This is a robot by Jim Kazmer, and this is a culmination of several Melty Brain type robots, and it is not entirely human driven.
Yeah.
Right. This has a level of autonomy to it, which means that sometimes it makes very quick decisions. Sometimes it will react in ways that. Would surprise you because it's not what a person might have picked to do in that particular moment, and it makes for some really, really interesting fights.
We're taking a look at the pits here. You can see everyone kind of getting things in order, getting their bots in gear. And you know who else is up in the pits, just covering everything? Our very own Lindsay. Hey, girl, hey.
Hey, girl. Good to see you back. Guess what? We got more super chats. They just keep coming.
But of course.
Oh, there we go. What do we got?
All right, so we got the first one here is from the Outside of the Box podcast. So great YouTube podcast. Christine interviews people from all over combat robotics, tons of NHRL builders. So check that out. Christine says, every Norwalk event is like a reunion where I get to see all of my robot friends do cool things. Rooting for too many to name. See you all in May. Yeah, you gotta root for everyone, right? How do you pick?
It's definitely tricky to pick. I don't think I can do that. It's like picking a favorite child, or a favorite sibling. You're not supposed to.
Everyone does, but they just don't admit it. I don't know. I'm an only child. What do I know? All right, so the next one here is from Razor259. The more I watch NHRL, the more determined I am to finishing my own Beetle. Razor, get on it. We want to see here.
Yes. Get in the action, Razor259. We'd love to have you here. Finish whatever it is you want to get started.
The time is now.
Yes.
All right, we have another one here from Cutlass206. Now, I don't know, this might be an inside joke of some kind. When do we get to see Reese Ewerts and his 7 cats? Reese hasn't competed here as far as I know, so it might be a while, but I don't know if he could bring his 7 cats anyway.
Yeah, we welcome service animals, but I don't know about 7.
Is that in the fine print?
Yeah.
7 cats. Would you have 7 anything? I don't have 7 anything.
Combat robots.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but no,
I don't have 7 pets.
No,
Is that common? Do you guys have a lot of pets in the audience?
I mean, maybe
anyone?
Fish.
They're shaking their heads no at me.
No.
Thank you. I'm not alone.
An ant farm.
An ant farm. You could have 7 ants.
Yeah,
that
that's
seems
actually
strategic.
kind of a sad ant farm, I think.
It is a sad ant farm.
I think you might need more than 7, yeah. All right, we have one more super chat here, and it is again from Eel Monkey Art, the creator of this lovely Brett and all the other house bots. So their message, plush house bots will be available in the NHRL gift shop soon. Come to Norwalk in May to get them. We'll try to make some available on our website, which I'm going to plug, eelmonkeyart.com.
There we go.
If you can't make it to CT, proceeds benefit NHRL. So it's the cutest thing.
Lindsay, I got to know, how plush are we talking?
Okay. Ricky, I got to tell you that this is maybe one of the softest things that I've ever felt. I feel like a little bit like a QVC, host right now, but let me explain this to you, okay?
Yeah, give us the details.
So we have the teal side, we have the hot pink side, both very soft, and then right here, you can see the name.
No, my goodness, back up a moment. back up a moment, Lindsay.
Yeah?
Is that an on-off switch I see?
Ricky.
A true-to-life,
Ricky.
100% authentic, imported from Sweden on-off switch?
If you turn this off, Eel Monkey Art will give you $1,000.
Oh.
I
Wow, you bet your bottom dollar we'll figure out how to do that, right?
And all that for the low, low price of, what are we asking for these things? We're practically giving them away.
Practically giving them away. Price TBD.
Okay.
I would say it's worth at least several $1,000s, but I think that they would charge a little bit less than
shekels.
that.
There we go. Lindsay, it's so fun that you are able to kind of chat with the community and see what's going on. Do you notice any certain themes throughout the day here? Anything that really everyone continues to talk about?
A lot of people are coming up just to kind of chit chat, which I always appreciate it. But I do see a lot of running around because, there's still quite a bit of stress going on. People trying to make sure that they're ready to fight on time,
yes.
That they're going to make it down into the box. I mean, you can see normally, by this time, maybe the pits are starting to clear out a little bit, but they're still jam-packed. I mean, there are so many people.
They really are. It really is still so full. I love the focus. One of my favorite things about going up to the pits is being able to see the type of home everyone creates for themselves. Like these teams sort of gather and they know that they're locked and loaded in that spot for the whole day. And their goal is to be there for as long as possible, right? So they got the snacks, they've got the drinks, they've got, just like the whatever it is that they need in order to make the best robot. Plus they have all of the backup gear.
Yes.
Which is so interesting.
Well, if you want to get really interesting, go up to a team. Pick any team that's been, it has to be a team that's been coming here for a while.
Yeah.
A veteran team. And ask them, what weird thing do you bring to each event? What's this item that you didn't bring that one time and you will never not bring it again? And every team, it's so strange because it's not the same item. It's not even the same ballpark of item.
Do you have any examples from when you've seen that in the past?
I had a special Allen key wrench that got melted at one point in a I don't want to say a tragic accident, but
something that we don't need to talk about.
And I almost threw it away.
Okay.
And I realized that it had gotten bent and deformed in just the right way that I could get it around a certain corner. And I use those bolts for everything.
Right.
And I will never leave that at home.
Oh, that is so interesting.
It's not like. And I'd done this before. I desperately once chopped another one in half to make it fit and stuff. And then you lose them a little. But now I've got this weird melted abomination.
Yes.
And it's literally red, so it sticks out like a sore thumb.
Right.
And you're like, that's the one I need. We lovingly call it Mr. Toasty.
Okay, Mr. Toasty.
The whole team loves it. And we're like, okay, that's the one we need right this moment. And everybody's got a different one. And
everyone's got a different one. And it's interesting. It almost reminds me of that sort of good luck charm or that thing that you do because you're paranoid that if you do something differently, it'll go another way, right?
Some people won't leave home without, the hair tie or something. Actually, we showed up to BattleBots with a whole rainbow of hair ties because we realized we kept using them for silly things.
Right.
And it's weird, just what you have on hand becomes what you do, and those habits become trends, and they enable you to do things that you wouldn't expect. And somehow, eventually, a melted piece of garbage or a special hair tie becomes the thing that allowed you to win a fight, and you'll never leave home without it.
Yes, I feel like athletes everywhere have the same sort of MO, right?
Mm-hmm.
Anyone who competes in anything has that tick, that thing that they do before they enter their matchup, right? A lot of the times it's discussed in a way that it maybe is exaggerated, like Aaron Rodgers going on a 10-day darkness retreat. Necessarily, does that really do anything? But that's the thing that he does before season. So I feel like a lot of competitors have that mental thing that they need to do before they get ready to go. And that's the type of stuff you're seeing in the pits, right? You're seeing these people have those moments to themselves, but also have those moments with their team. And they got to get a little creative, but they still have to stick to their guns and stick to what they know.
Yeah, it's... everyone builds their own habits, and it's part of the magic of seeing them compete here at Norwalk. Speaking of magic, here at Norwalk, we've had a pretty magical day so far. Let's go into a little bit of a review, see what's happened, see where we're going next.
Oh, this was a fun one to watch here.
Yeah, that robot absolutely disassembled. You love the camaraderie, the destruction. They're such strange bedfellows, but at the same time, it's what makes the sport so magical. Something getting disemboweled that you spent.
Oh my gosh, that one was massive and so fun to watch. Talk about loud. Oh, and this is an all-time favorite of mine. I love that design. I feel like you can have so much fun with that, and it's very rare. Oh, okay, and then this, you know, we forgot when we got...
Straight from full court to just, you know, fire everything.
Yes.
I think it's Dutch Oven was the flame robot, is that right?
Yes.
It's hard to tell when there's so much flame on screen at any given
You're
time.
like, what was that again?
An incredible suplex there. Look at the faces of victory.
They were really fun to watch when they won that one. Oh, and this was just something gone awfully wrong. We got our happy fans in the stands. A lot of victories, a lot of work to do in the pits. We've really seen it all.
And speaking of the pits, we are back. You can see there's some battery swapping going on. I can't quite tell what robot that is, but could be any of them. It's a very, well, after every fight, pretty much, you're going to go in and make sure that your electronics are fully charged and ready to go. That is a crowded, that is a crowded pit.
Yeah, it is. I love watching everyone kind of do their own thing and get into the groove. And then, you know what's cool too is you're up there with your opponents. You're up there with the people that you're going up against. And you only ever see positivity, camaraderie. There's not a ton of direct competition when it comes to everyone working on their bots. Like the focus is clear.
And, and there's almost never any indirect competition either.
Yeah.
You know, the opposite just simply doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Where you're, you know, I don't know, grinding sparks into the electronics of your opponent because they're next to you or something.
Right. You could see that. You could, but you just don't here, which is...
Every competitor up there wants to see the best out of every robot here.
Yep.
And wants just to have the best fights possible.
Yep. Absolutely.
Incredible considering what's on the line here.
Yes.
I mean, these are large cash prizes and chances to go on to fight in championships that can change lives. Absolutely.
Is there anyone today that you are hoping to see walk away with a win?
A win or the win?
The win. I'll rephrase. Good. Thank you for checking me on that.
Well, you know, I wasn't thinking this earlier, but seeing that win out of our own Jet robot, it would be incredible to see a Jet robot really make a run at a final.
It would be incredible. We're looking at Cage 6 here. We've got Red Hot versus Java Jolt. Red Hawk versus Java Jolt.
And looks like the face of Magneto or a superhero, supervillain on the front of that robot.
It's a really cool looking bot there. I like the level difference between these two. The height difference is definitely stark.
Yeah, well, you see robots like that sometimes with those steep sides to them. When you go up against a horizontal spinner, it can force your opponent's blade to move up into the air and destabilize, you would say.
This seems like a little bit of a dance here, a happy dance.
Yeah, I don't think either robot here is really having a lot of luck in making good connections with their opponent.
They got some time. Maybe they're getting warmed up here.
Oh, you can see that.
Oh, there we go.
That mask has split in half.
Wow.
Half of it is missing. I don't believe that mask is required to be there.
I don't think so either.
Although I will admit, Hannah, that is a robot that this is the first time I've seen it. I have not gotten a chance to peek under the hood.
I do see that some pieces, the red pieces at the front there are kind of flying off.
Yes, well, it does appear that the red pieces of the support for that vertical spinner.
Is that all over the place?
Yes.
Is that what that is?
Yeah, no, that is plastic. You can see the entire top has been separated from the entire bottom.
It looks like a crayon gone bad. Oh, wow, this bot has totally separated now from a part of it. Well, it used to be a part of it.
The front has fallen off, as they say on the internet.
Yes,
it
the
is
front has fallen off.
It is not supposed to do that.
There's actually quite a few parts that have now just disconnected completely.
It's worth pointing out that that is a strategy that people go into an event with when they do the design. They say, I want this part to blow off, or I want that part to blow off, and it'll save the rest of my robot. And you notice it's working so far. The robot that did all of the disassembly has stopped, and the robot that has been completely disassembled is still puttering around the arena.
Yeah, that's a good point. The puttering, though, is key, because I don't believe it's supposed to be moving that way.
No, there is some bobble and wobble to its hobble. And that...
There we go. That was a nice little rhyme.
Thank you.
All right, they seem to both stop here.
Yeah, that is the end of that match. I don't think there is any... Well, I was a little surprised actually to see it go that way, but I'm not at all surprised to see that match.
I so badly want him to grab the other remaining parts of his robot that are just...
They will be retrieved via broom.
Up there building, we got... This is one of my favorite bots so far of the day, this cheeseburger bot. It definitely makes you hungry. The hat game has improved. There was a burger underneath that hat, under that bucket hat. It's now a bucket burger hat.
Now that robot,
he's elevated.
I believe, is Aerostar, which is a scaled up version of a D2 kit, basically. It's what would happen if you made a, I believe it's 12-pound version of a popular 3-pound robot.
Yes.
There are 2 of those robots running around. There's a chance that we could see each of them fight each other later in the event. Now, speaking of burgers, BugsBee, of course, being that burger, we are going to tell you a little more about it.
I didn't really think it was going to look like a burger when I originally designed it, but when I said it, that was encouraged online. It became a joke, and it was amazing. BugsBee goes off the concept of I'm a very bad driver, and I accept that. One thing I learned with BusyBee is that I have to aim my weapon, and if I don't have to aim my weapon, then I can do a lot better. BugsBee is a shell spinner. The weapon is the entire body of the robot, and it means I don't have to aim. I can just get close to my opponent, and something will hit something, and it will be fun.
Oh, here's part of our crew here. It's good to see them behind the scenes, ready to roll.
A lot of positivity, a lot of excitement, and who wouldn't be excited seeing this event in person?
Yeah, I always find it cool. Oh, here's our control room. Guys, don't look too stressed out.
You can see that's the patented
Look
Michael
at them all
look.
smiling.
That little bit of a yes. Every time.
By the way, can I talk a little bit about BugsBee again? Because I'm so impressed with that bot. That bot, you just mentioned it before with the last matchup that we saw, was a piece of the bot that fell off, and it was essentially designed to do so, to help protect the main functions of the bot. BugsBee is designed the same way. We saw earlier today the sesame seed top, that's what I'm going to call it because that's what it looks like to me, flew off, and thus protecting the rest of the bot. And I feel like she did a really good job of making sure that happened in a way where it was seamless. It looked seamless, and it protected the rest of the bot.
No, it's a very intentional strategy at times. You know, herpetologists in the crowd might think of it as a lizard, like losing its tail to distract a predator kind of thing. It can be really effective. And Zoe, of course, no slouch either. She downplays her driving skill, but great designer, great team leader. You got to remember, even if, she's downplaying it, but even if she wasn't a good driver, it's hard to be great compared to the amount of talent that we have in this building.
Completely. I agree with you. Her downplaying her driving ability, saying, I'm going to come up with a bot that's kind of spins completely, and so there's no directional need. I get that. I think that's a smart idea, but I also do think she would be excellent in another role with another shapely bot that doesn't necessarily rely on hitting from all angles.
Right. Now you can see this...
The burger in full force.
Burger in full force. No, when we started... Ooh,
we're looking at cage 2 here.
Now that's ER Stingray going up against Square Up Beta. Square Up Beta, really interesting design. Not a lot of beetles that use that sort of laser cut steel to that extent. You can see all the pocketing, all the
8,
lightweighting.
7, 6,
allows it to use really
5,
strong, durable
4,
material,
3,
but also have lots
2,
of holes in the armor.
1.
So
Fight,
you can see some fun
robots,
entanglement.
fight.
Woo.
Wow.
ER Stingray taking a chunk out of the arena.
I like this mini bot.
Yeah, it's a consummate wedge.
It reminds me a little bit of a pizza cutter.
ER Stingray is another veteran competitor. They have been in many a fight. Of course, this is ER Stingray 2. I'm not sure when they made the evolutionary jump, so to speak. But they can dole out some really massive hits.
The size difference, I think, is interesting here. One of them seems significantly more powerful in size, but I don't think it's changing. I don't think it's changing the actual power of their drive at all.
No, you have to remember, generally speaking, these robots are the same weight.
Right.
And you are limited by the amount of friction you have on the floor of the arena, which means that as long as you weigh the same as your opponent and you did a good job designing your robot, a larger robot's going to push no better than a small robot. Assuming your geometry's right and all, you know, a litany of other caveats, but generally speaking, size is not what determines who pushes better.
There's a lot of focus in this one right now. I feel like this is a bit of a tap dance between these two. No massive direct hits so far. Oh, maybe I spoke too soon.
This is one of those fights where I think you could have very serious...
We've lost a wheel.
You know, cinematic music or heavy metal music.
Oh, yes.
Or you could have, like, clown music playing in the background.
Oh, you're right. A little symphony. Oh, no.
Oh, we have
now these pieces are flying. A couple wheels are out of there.
Now, that wheel loss on either diagonal is that, oh no, it's down to just one.
Oh my gosh.
I was about to say, having diagonal wheel loss is almost ideal if you had to pick two wheels to have gone.
That's a great point. If you could strategically lose just one of each on each side, diagonally, that could work in your favor, at least for a little bit. Oh, it's looking a little bleak here for him.
Yeah, that robot is still able to move enough to avoid a tap out. Oh, look, the aggressive tapping. Oh, that wheel is gone. It is a one-wheel wonder, folks.
I'm impressed with their ability to kind of stay in this right now, though.
Now, there's a lot of anger behind that tapping, and sometimes rage just fuels you through.
Oh, the countdown.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that is the end of the fight. If I'm not mistaken, that is going to a judge's decision. I didn't quite catch it.
Look at our lovely crowd on this Saturday afternoon. Everyone in the background. Oh, I love a sign. What does it say? Oh, fight robots, fight. I never heard that before. Where'd you get that? I'm kidding. I love it. It's my favorite phrase. Hello, everyone. We're getting a little replay action here.
You can see one wheel down.
Yeah, really, when those wheels go down, it's so hard to know what's gonna come next. Gosh, what is that feeling like when you really see your bot go through major tests in a matchup and to know that you have to go back upstairs and fix it as fast as possible? Like, what does that feel like?
I mean, generally speaking, you're not going to be thinking about what you're going to have to do next. You are just waiting for the end of that count out, the end of that 3 minutes, whatever it is that gets you there. And it makes it even worse because the match ends and then you have this sinking feeling of like, this is what I just did. And I kind of firmly believe that's one of the reasons that some builders are so able to just full send, throw their robot in for destruction, because that kind of judgment just gets turned off for a little while you're fighting. We're gonna hop over now to cage 6.
Ooh.
One of the most entertainingly, musically named robots in today's event. We have the Flying Purple People Eater going up against who now?
I want to make sure I get this right.
Eight, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3.
I can't quite make out who the second opponents are.
Fight.
The Flying Purple People
Robots
Eater, always fun to
fight.
see. Sure looks strange to me. There we go. We have multi-bot action going here.
Flying Purple People Eater is a wildly fascinating name. He's a high school freshman, by the way, Mitchell Sullivan.
I like to think that Mitchell must have some good influences in his life if he's quoting like 1960s pop bubblegum songs.
Is that what that is?
Oh, yeah.
What is the song?
The one-eyed, one-horned Flying Purple People Eater?
I don't know it.
How?
I'm so sorry. You look so upset with me. Ooh.
I think I'm upset for you. Someone robbed you of this experience as a child.
Flying Purple.
You don't have to worry. You know, they only eat flying purple people.
Yeah, I'm so sorry.
I'm stunned.
It's not ringing a bell.
I was gonna say maybe, you know, if you're younger, if you're still a high schooler, maybe you wouldn't, maybe times have changed, you wouldn't have heard this, but.
Well, it's funny you say that. I am a high schooler. No, I'm kidding. I wish.
You're not a day over middle school. It's preposterous.
Mitchell Sullivan, by the way, he's a Boy Scout working on making Eagle Scout.
Oh, congratulations.
He does sound engineering for his school's cable club. And he's doing a pretty good job here holding it down.
Absolutely. Yeah, Flying Purple People Eater being down one wheel, still able to hit two opponents.
He hasn't totally lost control despite the wheel disadvantage.
No, there is a mild pin going here. That will not be allowed to stand very long. Oh, that drive system may be down on Flying Purple People Eater.
You're right. You know it's not good when Brett comes and does a little pushing game.
That is the end of the match.
We'll see how this one plays out with the judges. Got some UConn fans in the house. Love to see this.
UConn Huskies, is that right?
Yes.
I like it.
I take it you don't make a bracket?
Oh, no, I'm sorry, I do not.
Let's take a look at what's going on in cage 4. We've got Florence going up against R.O.B.
Eight, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight. Robots fight.
And away we go.
Ooh.
A little bit of flicker in the arena. That's okay.
It's on it was a strobe machine, actually.
Oh, I see. Well, I like that we're getting deeper and deeper into this.
Oh, I forgot how much I enjoy this with this bot. Oh, wow. This is just the driver deciding to go completely for the kill here. And
yeah, there's a lot of flailing,
those
a lot
arms.
of flipping. Oh, look at it go.
I feel like we haven't been able to see this bot thrive in a way where these arms benefit them.
I mean, they're benefiting me right now. They're bringing me great joy to see it doing whatever you want to call that.
Flailing, I think.
Flailing, yeah.
Flailing in style.
As a builder of a robot that sometimes flails in style, I can appreciate this on a deep level.
Look at how pretty it is, too. I think it's a cute bot.
It is. I can see that being
We're
like
getting some Florence chants from the crowd.
An artsy pizza box. Perhaps.
Artsy pizza box. They seem to be a little stuck here on the side. Flo coming in, giving him a little nudge. Oh, see, I feel like it's so tricky with that bot because of how thin that material is that's sticking out on the sides.
Yeah, those are.
Oh, it prevails. Still in the game. Come on, you got it in you. Look at this. It reminds me of a fish out of water.
Yeah, it's flapping.
You know when
with the
you
best
think the
of them.
fish is done and the fish is not done?
You know, that might be what we call a little flipper.
That's what it's reminding me of. Oh, the excitement. I love this crew. You know what? They have so much fun with this. Every single time, consistently. Wow. They got a whole crew here cheering them on, too. Yeah, keep it up, guys. I love that hype.
Hatsune Florence. Huh. Well.
That's a good sign.
Wow, that blew my eardrums out with the cheering there.
A little replay action here from the top moments from that matchup. Oh yeah, we're looking at one of these first hits that kind of stumped
Florence a little bit. Yeah, it was not a control match from then on in.
It didn't stump them, that's for sure.
And
oh, we're back in the pit.
Well, we're back to that incredible shirt. Look at that.
You're right, that is an incredible shirt. It's a collared shirt, too. That's actually impressive.
Brought some loud clothing to this event in the past, Hannah, but I feel a little intimidated.
You guys do wear clothing that is like, it has character value to it. I should learn some things.
Don't learn from us, Hannah.
I don't know.
8.
I'd like to buy that shirt.
You're gonna end up in a cow onesie. I'll tell you right now. That's.
Oh, I would love to be in a cow onesie.
You say that, but that's the end game of the behind the bots.
4, 3, 2.
We're on cage 5 now. Kill it with fire.
Robots fight.
Kill it with fire with Pitch Hiker going at it right now.
Fire, there you
Oh,
are.
kill it with fire means it well. Wow, this is interesting. I almost need a closer look at what is going on here. We got the eagle eye perspective from the top of the cage. You can see that fire perfectly from this angle. I like how it almost looks like he just lit it up and did a happy dance. This one reminds me of Wally.
Tap out.
Yeah, I guess it's a little forklifty.
A little Wally-like. I like your signs, guys. Hello. I'm waving at the crowd. That
they are so happy
these
to be
fun
out there.
fans directly in my point of view. Good job with the signs.
I got to say, sometimes I'm sure as you're here more often, you're gonna get gifted signs.
Oh, gifted signs.
Yeah, there's gonna be points when people are gonna come up to you and they're gonna say, "This is for you."
Oh.
Usually, it's the tiniest, cutest of the children that come up to you and gift you these things.
I can't wait. Hello, cute children. Speaking of, everyone in the crowd having a good Saturday here in Norwalk.
Beautiful Norwalk.
You guys, I feel like, oh, look at that excitement. I love it. Wow, I love the girls coming out for the bots. You guys are so excited in the front. Hi, friends.
It has
you guys
been
are having the best time.
so wonderful to see the age range of interest just
absolutely
keeps broadening. And it's always neat to see like the one kid or the one grandpa, but the fact that it's almost an even split, I guess, across age ranges.
Absolutely. I think this is an event for the whole family. I've said that for so long. I really believe it. I feel like this is a really good way to get people together to just kind of watch something fun that every single person can have an opinion about and get into, get excited about. And you see it not only with the fans, but with the competitors, with the builders, with the drivers. The same range.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, this is interesting, trying to put this one back together. This was a heavy guy.
Yeah.
45 pounds.
Yes, it uses the full non-wheeled robot bonus that we allow to 30-pound robots. That gets them an extra 50% weight that they can put into their robot. competitors are usually going to use that to the best of their advantage, which means those non-wheeled 30-pound robots
here it is in action
have immense weapons on them. Look at the size of this blade. And I'll tell you right now, there is an immense motor that can power that blade when it wants to.
I feel like these little bots next to it, I mean, almost in the way here.
Well, you know, it's interesting with these little bots. They were very effective at not being tall enough to get hit very often.
Oh, this one stuck on its own poison.
Any moment, and there it is, the kill shot.
Yikes.
Absolutely obliterated. You can see the little red nubbins on the top that are sticking up out of the robot. Those are the little walker pods. Those shuffle the robot around.
Okay.
And that shuffling action, because it's not wheeled, gets them that weight bonus that lets them have a bigger, tougher, scarier robot.
45 pounds, though. I mean, that is almost too big to carry onto a plane.
Right. You...
too heavy, I mean.
Yeah, well, yes. Fun fact, there is no limit on the weight that you can have on a carry-on bag.
Like on an airplane?
On a carry-on bag, yeah. If you put it in the above... Now, don't...
But you have to be able to lift it.
You have to be able to lift it. So, I mean...
You gotta be lifting weights at the gym. If you want to lift up... Those moments are so awkward when you're just like trying to get your bag up there and there's too much stuff around.
Yeah, and the poor... there's some like, you know... 4'3" grandma, and you're putting like a 300-pound bag inches from her head. It's just very.
Yes.
It makes you just white knuckle it just for a moment as it gets up there.
I'm happy you told me about that fun fact. I was not aware.
Depends on the airline.
Okay.
Actually, but
do you pack more than 50 pounds?
I oftentimes for robot events. You know, I load up with steel and batteries and who knows what else. And
that's actually really tricky because I feel like everything, when it comes to the supplies and the tools you need to make sure everything's locked and loaded, I mean, it's going to be heavy. It's going to be heavy, and you got to learn how to make it compact. Right. Because, I mean, it's getting better every day. There are more events popping up all over the country. Mm-hmm. But realistically speaking, there's only one Norwalk. There's only one Motorama. There's only one BattleBots for now. Yes. And as you travel across the country to get these places, you need to think these things through. So. Wow. Whoa, look over Cage here. 6 here. We got MilkTank versus Steel Slinger. MilkTank spewing a tremendous amount of fire. That fire miraculously not exploding their... is that the udders? Is it a balloon? It's a balloon full of glitter. Oh my gosh. And now it's an arena full of glitter. What is with me in glitter? I love it. I love that effect. I feel like it's so fun. Here's the thing about adding glitter to your bod. It doesn't do anything. Well, so it can. The thing with glitter is that it can wreak havoc on the inside of a robot. Oh, you're right, because it's stuck everywhere. It gets stuck everywhere, and it never comes in. It gets sucked into gears, it gets sucked into motors. A lot of glitter is conductive, which means if it lands on a circuit board, it can short it right out. Okay, thank you for correcting me on that. You're absolutely right. Glitter can be horrifying. But it's pretty. It is very pretty. Pretty but horrifying. It's pretty horrifying. It's horrifyingly pretty, but it is pretty horrifying. Oh no, this is horrifying now. Oh no. I feel like we're looking at, this is another zombie. Yeah, someone is taking that cow to the tanners. Yes. Oh no. Oh my gosh. Oh my, Hannah, look, that... Happy dance. That robot has sucked some wiring into its horizontal spinner, and it is jammed up now. Wow, this is very interesting how this kind of unfolded. Almost no pieces left, but still... Oh, we got the countdown going on. I love when they just spin the happy dance. Yes, we have reached the end. Oh my gosh, just seeing the bits and pieces splatter throughout. Let's get a replay of some of these bigger moments. First, that fire, unstoppable there. Seemed like they were on top in the beginning with just a hot trick, you know? Yeah, it's impressive that fire is so intense that it obscures where the other robot is. I almost feel like the fire is what messed them up to begin with.
8, 7.
Now,
Cage 2.
One of my favorite robots,
4,
Positively
3,
Hysterical.
2,
Hysterical,
1.
I should say.
Fight.
Going up against
Robots
Jenny.
fight.
You know,
Going
Jenny
up
was a
against
friend of mine.
Jennifer here. This is a fascinating bot. I love the mouse. I love everything about this bot.
You know, earlier I was talking to Positively Hysterical, and I wanted to know if there was a message
Look at how
they had
slow it's moving.
for their opponent. And all they said is, you know, Jenny, I've got your number. Oh, look at those hammers go.
Jennifer kind of stuck here in the corner. Jennifer, the name of the bot, by the way. I like this little mouse. What is happening on the other side of this?
Hannah, do you notice that that is a PS2 mouse? That is a mouse with a plug for a computer from the year 2000.
I love it. It reminds me of my childhood. This entire bot is very 90s to me. It screams like 90s toy.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I hope that I'm not close enough.
Oh, here we
to
go.
hear
I
right
needed
now.
this close-up shot to see what was kind of going on here. You can see the impact affecting Positively Hysterical.
Oh, yeah.
A little
There's
bit, but not that much.
big gouges. I think.
What is this weapon?
So these weapons are hammers, obviously, of the deadliest sort. Every time they go in for a kill shot, they deliver a massive insult to their opponent by squeaking adorably.
Oh, they just squeak.
Yeah,
Those
every time they
hammers.
hit, there's a little.
So Positively Hysterical, what is their goal?
Their goal is to do exactly what they just did. Bully. So this is another walker robot. They have a weight bonus themselves. They are heavier than their opponent. They can bully the opponent into a corner, take a lot of damage because they put some of that weight into armor.
Yeah.
And just kind of control the match and hope that the opponent breaks itself or gets stuck or what have you.
Yeah.
And lo and behold, that's exactly what they did.
And we saw a familiar face over there. Lindsay making it happen at Positively Hysterical. That was fun to see. We're going over to Cage 5 now. Iron Eater versus FRC Who in action. We seem to have one in absolutely no control here. We'll see if they can kind of spring into action with the help of one of our trusty guys here, giving them a little helpful push, seeing if that can do anything. Meanwhile, the other one's happy dancing away. One of my favorite things to see. I think this one is gone quiet. Kyle joins me now. Hello, friend.
Good to see ya. How's it been up here?
Oh, you know, just nothing. No, I'm kidding.
Nothing happening?
A lot's been happening. A lot of fire, a lot of fun, a lot of Positively Hysterical moments.
Wow, Cage 5 looks like a mess. Look at that floor. It's just
It
all
is.
tore up.
It is a mess. And it looks like there's like burn marks throughout. Oh, people working in the pits here. Wow, this is wildly interesting to me.
So this is what we would call a kit mash, right? So that is a D2 kit that he has put essentially like a 1 pound robot weapon into.
Okay.
Like a weapon for a 1 pound robot, I should say.
Right.
And that's like his kind of modus operandi. He's a relatively new competitor. Last year is when he first started. And so this is how he's kind of gotten into the sport, right? He's a delivery driver, as I recall. So it's not like he's a massive like engineering background or anything like that. So he's learning by taking these existing kits, which you can buy online, and you can modify them and change them. And he has made this bot so effective over the course of the past year. It's absolutely phenomenal. I got a chance to drive it 2 competitions ago. This bot is so much fun to drive.
Wow.
Yeah.
How many bots have you
driven? Just 2 at these competitions.
Okay.
One of them was...
Do you think you're good?
No. I did win both my fights, but I'm not
you
good.
did?
Yes, but I'm not good. I'm not good. No.
Do you think I would be a better driver or builder?
You would probably be a good driver. I could see you being a really good driver.
By the
like
way,
aggressive, you know?
I've never heard the sentence, I think you'd be a good driver from anyone in my life. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you so
You're welcome. I think you could be aggressive, like destructive. You could be really good at that, for sure.
I am an excellent driver, guys.
I believe it. I believe it. Although you are from
I'm not.
Florida, so...
You know, do people follow rules in Florida? I don't know. There's always someone in the news doing something ridiculous and they're from Florida, and I'm like, oh God, I swear I don't know them. Please don't associate me.
Having grown up in Clearwater myself, I know the feeling.
Right?
The pain it does. You hear about Florida man, and I am a Florida
Yes.
man. Essentially, it's not a great association
Right.
all the time.
And then I moved to New York, and they gave me the term Floridiot.
Oh,
instead of Floridian.
that's good.
Were you
I
ever
like
given that one?
No, but I like that.
I like how you said that's good.
I
don't think it's good for
funny.
us.
It's
Kyle,
not
I don't
good
think
for
it's
us.
good for-
No, but it is funny. It's legitimately funny.
It is. It is.
I like that. Okay.
Our driving skills are maybe not up to par with the rest of the country, but you know what? Nobody's counting.
I'm just going to go ahead and say like 30% of the people in Florida are retired New Yorkers, though. So
That
that's
is true.
kind of on them.
That is true.
So we've had some ridiculously good fights. I watched a couple of them while I was on my dinner break. There's like some big destruction happening. I missed some stuff.
Oh, you missed some stuff. I was like, wait, what do you mean? What is going on? I thought you meant elsewhere. I
No,
was like,
I mean
give
here.
Me the tea.
No, yeah, I'm here. There was just some big destruction. I caught the Positively Hysterical fight that we just saw.
Positively Hysterical.
Those little hammers. Oh
Yes.
my gosh. It's so good. Oh.
We're looking at Too Hot to Bot versus Frustration, by the way. We're going to go see what they're doing in Cage 3. But by the way, about Positively Hysterical, you were excited for them.
Oh, yeah. Tom Farkas is one of my favorite builders
Yeah.
here. He's such a cool guy.
And we get to see Lindsay in action, which is always fun.
She's such a great mini-bot driver. So we're going to go over here. We're going to see Alicia Garnache. She's driving Frustration. Frustration is a kit bot. Her brother, Peter, actually designed it. And
Oh,
several
how very
people.
cool.
Yeah, it's very cool.
I like her driver tool.
Yeah. She is relatively new to the sport. Working with the guys from Team Shreddit. We were joking when I was on my dinner break that if you're in this sport for more than 5 minutes, you might accidentally get put on Team Shreddit. Which is true, I think. But yeah, so she's driving this bot. She's going to be
6, 5, 4,
showing kind of the skills and capabilities of it. Eventually, this is going to be available for purchase.
Robots fight.
I like this whole crew here, honestly.
Whoa.
Wow.
That's
already.
a battery. That's a battery, I believe, hanging out the back.
Well, still moving and shaking a little bit here.
Yeah, the battery's still connected. It's just not inside the robot anymore. Normally, people tap out when their batteries are hanging out the back of this robot. Not them. Not them, no.
Why do you feel like they should tap out?
Because generally, if batteries get nicked or cut, the insides of them get exposed to air, then fires happen.
Oh.
Lots of fires.
This one is fully embracing the battery. It's ready for takeoff here. Uh-oh. Close contact there. That's like a slow and painful direct hit. Meanwhile, it's just nothing else they can do.
Nope, and the lifter is caught in the up position. They're not really able to do anything with it. I like the shape of that lifter, by the way. It's kind of a shovel.
Oh, you're right. Like a spatula shovel.
Yeah, like one of those army shovels, you know? So let's see. Looks like they're going to get a little bit of help from Bert.
Come on, Bert.
Bert says, can you move?
Shake him loose, Bert. I think Bert has done his...
Yeah, they get one unstick, and I believe that was it. And the count out is happening now.
Begins. Happy dance time.
Yep, Alicia's doing the dance. She's showing that her bot is fully functional. No frustration for frustration in this match.
That was good.
Really cool design on that bot. Absolutely love it.
It is a
Nice
cool
job,
design.
Alicia.
Good
Getting
job.
wins in. Doing great. Gotta love it. All right, so...
I love it when, you know, if things don't necessarily go your way in the cage, it doesn't mean anything good or bad for you and your time and your experience. It's like
no, everybody's having a good
everybody's
time.
having a good time.
Yeah.
It's so fun.
The
it's
guy's
so fun
literally
to
wearing
watch.
a tuxedo T-shirt
Yes.
and laughing with his friends and
Right.
like having the best time ever. Like, come on, it's a wonderful way to spend
And
your Saturday.
it's really cool to see you put all this work into this bot and you see how it really competes in the time that matters. And if you're in there, you've already crossed a major milestone.
Yes.
So it's already a win.
And especially in the beetleweight weight class, like there's so many just top tier, world class competitive robots.
Yeah.
That if you can just hang, if you can just show up, you're winning. All right, so this is Wolfbite versus Ankylosaur.
In cage 5 here.
Ankylosaur is
Wow, this is
a dinosaur, not the robot, but the actual, you know, the word is a type of dinosaur.
Wow.
Things I know because I have a 6-year-old and an 8-year-old. They
okay.
love their dinosaurs.
I am fascinated by the mobility on this bot.
Yeah, it's
It reminds me of like an art piece.
It does, yes.
Like a 1980s deco.
Yeah, totally.
Right?
Absolutely. Like a kinetic art piece.
what
Like
am
you
I
would
looking
hang
at?
this in a gallery and watch it
Yes.
just kind of float around the room.
Or, oh my gosh, yes. Like a chandelier from the 1980s. Maybe 2 record players and something else. I don't know. I can't quite figure it out. But I'm into it. I'm into
The wheels, I mean, they don't look like they should be able to support the weight of the bot.
Well, they're so bendable.
Clearly.
And when you first look at it, it's almost alarming. You're like, oh my gosh, something's not right. But then you realize it's supposed to be that way.
What is the weapon? That's my question.
Oh, there's some celebrating going on. Wow, that bot is wildly interesting. Why do you think you would choose like bendable materials over?
Sure, that's a great question. So bendable materials are relatively new in the combat robotic space, probably the last 3-4 years.
Okay.
The idea is if you build something rigid, when you hit it, it breaks, it shatters, it snaps. If you have something bendable and you hit it, it just absorbs that impact, it bounces away from the impact and it takes it. Ricky, actually, his bot Mammoth, he had a really rigid weapon with it first, and he would use it to flip other bots and throw them around.
Right.
Well, he built one kind of just as a joke with a flexible material.
Okay.
And he ended up beating a top-tier BattleBots competitor with an extremely powerful destructive weapon with it. And it was like, oh, bending weapons is meta. Like, that actually makes sense, you know?
But wouldn't you think that because your materials are a little bit more bendable, that they would be a little bit more breakable too?
No, the bend allows them to not break, right?
Yeah.
If it's rigid, like it's like, think about it this way. It's like a piece of glass versus a piece of like plexiglass or a piece of like packaging material that you would use to like take your food home in.
Right.
You can take that packaging material that you brought your salad home in and you can just crush it all up.
Yep.
But then you can just bring it right back to shape.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, if that same thing was made out of glass, glass is harder.
Yep.
But if you crush it, it's broken. It's never coming back together. It's never going back to its shape.
Yeah, you're right. Oh, we're looking at cage 2 here. Let's see what's going on. Oh.
Oh, okay. So we just got breaking news afoot. Just forfeited. So, what is it? Lady
of Fury.
Lady of Fury is now won that match, and we'll move on. Forfeits happen for a lot of reasons. Sometimes it's because you got all the way to the cage and couldn't do anything.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, do you feel like there's an extra benefit in just forfeiting instead of getting into action and sort of risking it?
Depends on where you're at in the competition, right? Perhaps they already qualified, and it's a good idea to do that just because then they don't get to damage their bot before the actual tournament starts, but that's hard to say. Wow, what an interesting design that we're seeing here. So this is Half-Life versus Nemesis.
Looking at cage 6 here.
The wedge design on this egg beater spinner is just so far out in front, and it's allowed these kind of lifting forks to get caught in it. So these robots are very entangled right now. So here we go. So the safeties are getting attached so they can lift the robots off.
Half-Life is created by Matthew Lantry from Hillsdale, New Jersey. He is a civil engineer.
Yeah, Matt Lantry's competed here on several occasions. This is, what an interesting design.
It is a very interesting design. Oh, here we go. We're up and running. Oh,
ooh, nice.
Wow, he's really able to put him, sort of piggyback him in there, almost like a headlock.
Yeah, that wedge
I don't
really
know
does,
who it's benefiting now.
control points wise, it would have to go to the control bot. I mean, I guess because they are getting the grapple control. But if they're not able to kind of get out once they're in there,
this really is a headlock on wheels.
It is, yeah. I'm not sure what the judge would say about that. The weapon is not spinning up at all.
I feel like it's completely in control of its opponent.
But I don't know if that's the case if it can't get out. You know what I mean? Like, if it's just stuck, it's just stuck. Yeah, there we go.
Okay. They're trying it out here.
Another unsticking. I'm not sure if that would be the end. That's quite a lot of unsticking. It's just kind of unfortunate about the geometry of these two robots. They're not able to do the things.
Do the things.
They're not. One gets just caught in the other no matter what. If it lifts its arms up at all, it's going to get caught inside that weird wedge shape.
All right, they're counting down again. Let's see if we can try something new besides that headlock. Yeah, they almost look like they're made to be tangled together with these two designs.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate.
They don't necessarily complement each other or make it easy.
Look how high set that weapon is. Like, it's just, you really would have to launch a bot up there to even get to it. But now it's not even functioning. There we go. That's one way to do it. That's showing control to the judges.
Wow.
Using it as a grappler bot.
Look at how quickly it's moving once it finally gains control. It's tough, though, because you don't want to use that arm and lock it in when you're facing the weapon. The way they had it originally from the side is more ideal. Just looking at the wheel.
Yeah, head on is not the best way for these bots to engage. It's definitely trying to attack the sides. But man, so this is...
like right there, even trying to use
those little forks, yeah.
They're almost in like a strength match.
Another great pin. Weapon has not been up to speed so far since we've been able to see the match. Look at the damage to this floor throughout the day today.
The side panels, the wood.
It's just
chunk
all
after
ripped
chunk
apart.
missing.
We've had to have so many 3-pound fights so far today. We're not even done with the 3-pound bracket or into the like final 16 or final 32 of that 3-pound bracket yet.
Yeah.
We're still in the qualifying rounds, and it's just so much damage to these arenas. All right, so we're going to bounce over to Cage 2.
Cage 2 is Black Havoc versus Timber.
Two of our younger competitors here today. Timber is Lydia Weiss. She was a part of the Trouble Cadets team at the last event. She's from Burnt Hill, New York. Very cool.
Oh, I love that.
She designed Timber herself. Her dad helped her build it. They're a great team.
Just waiting for them to get going here.
And I love a bot with a theme. I also love that she's straight up like, you know what my costume is today, guys? I'm wearing a crown.
Wearing a crown. King and queen for the day.
Love it.
I do too. I think that's one of my favorite things that happens here at Norwalk is the dedication to the theme, to the craft in general. And sometimes it's not even an overall theme. It's just a reason to get fun and creative.
Absolutely.
I want to see people having fun and enjoying life and dressing however they want.
They're
celebration.
You're here to put on a show. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Like, you're here to perform, put on a show, and obviously show your engineering and driving prowess. So Black Havoc is being operated by Andrew Welsh. Wow, yeah, Twitch test on that weapon looks good. That is a powerful weapon that Andrew's got going on. Look at the bend he's got in that bar. He's been using that bar today.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
Wow, all right, Timber getting up to speed. Black Havoc getting up to speed. I don't understand how Lydia can tell where the front of her bot is. I don't see any indicators on it at all. She must know her bot very well. Whoa! That's glitter and armor getting thrown everywhere.
Wow.
And now stuck up in the corner, Black Havoc put them up there, and that was a tap out. Lydia taps out after all the glitter leaves her bots.
That's what we were waiting for.
That's
that
what
moment.
she was waiting for as well. She was so excited about the possibility of somebody knocking that armor panel off and finding her secret stash of glitter. I love it. Everybody's got different goals. We were talking about that earlier. Today, Lydia's goal was getting that armor panel knocked off and spreading glitter all over this box. I love it.
What a fantastic goal, too. Ricky reminded me how detrimental glitter can really be.
Oh, yeah. It's horrible
it's something
inside of your robot.
forgot about. I forget. You know, I don't have kids. I forget.
You don't want glitter in your house. Now imagine it inside of your bot where you have ESCs and motors and things spinning. You don't want glitter in there.
Do you guys see that sparkle?
Just boom. Oh, beautiful. And it's everywhere.
Look at that. Oh my gosh, I don't know why I see glitter and I want to sing Taylor Swift.
And puts her up in the corner. High five to Dad.
That was great.
And jumping up and down with joy.
Oh, it was so cute.
She didn't win the match, but I think she's winning at life right now.
She
Absolutely.
Is. And no, you're right. When you put glitter in your opponent's engine, in their battery and everything.
The control boards, the battery, you don't want glitter in any part of your bot. So these bots that use glitter, it's like, that's actually offensive. That is an offensive weapon.
You're right.
That's
a really tough weapon, too. It's bold.
Yeah,
it's bold.
Is. It's bold and it's fun. Like, if your bot dies because it's full of glitter, that's really funny.
Do you ever, in any situation in life, like, somehow have glitter in your car?
I have to tell you, I have a 6-year-old, right? Evelyn, she's wonderful. I love her to death. I got into my car the other day, and I look back into my backseat. I'm driving her to school, and she has a full container, like what you would buy from the craft store, of pink glitter just in her lap. And I'm like, where did you get that?
Right.
Where did that come from? I did not give that to you this morning. How did you have that? She's like, oh, I put it in the car last week. It's just been here. I was like, what are you doing? That's been here for a week? You just had a container of pink glitter in my car? And she's like, yeah,
I do feel like that, like a container of glitter in a vehicle is deadly, truly. It'll be in every nook and cranny until the car is no longer yours.
I felt like it was like she was holding it like it was like holding me hostage. She's like, I have this. What are you going to do, Dad? What are you going to do?
I want my Happy Meal now, Dad.
Exactly. You take me to that McDonald's right now, and I want the toy. You better get it for me. I was blown away. I was like, where did this even come from? She's like, I put it here last week.
That is so funny.
What are you doing?
I know at first I was like, glitter can't do anything to an opponent. And then Ricky reminded me, he was like, Hannah, think about getting glitter stuck anywhere. And I'm like, oh my gosh, Eureka, you're right.
Yeah.
It's a nightmare. It's a total nightmare. So bravo to her for making it happen and having that sort of explosion. Even if she took the L, it like doesn't matter because she got the justice, the satisfaction that she wanted from that matchup.
She's been looking forward to that hit all day, and she got it, and she was jumping for joy at the end of the match.
We were looking forward to it all day.
Absolutely. Yeah, cool
I'll
bot.
be singing Taylor Swift in my head.
Cool design. She's the best. Lydia,
she is the best.
Come back anytime.
Please do.
Obviously,
Please do.
Like, come back anytime.
We're looking at Cage 3 here, Archangel versus Fubar.
Archangel built by Angel Vidal. He's one of the lead designers for Team Shredded. It is a beautiful robot. Just gorgeous design, really pretty artwork on it, really pretty detailing.
Fight, robots, fight.
Struggling to get the bot to drive upside down today, so part of its goal in this match is to just not get upside down.
Oh, yeah. Archangel from Team Shredded.
Yep, Angel Vidal, Team Shredded. Oh, wow. Fubar losing armor package, and it looks like part of its drivetrain on the left-hand side. Oh, that entire side armor piece is gone now off Fubar. Is Fubar even moving after that hit?
Not good.
Vicious, vicious attack from Angel Vidal.
Oh, no.
Tap out.
Yeah, there he goes. Fubar is done. Wow, Angel super pleased with that performance.
Just giggling through it all. That was a giggly matchup for sure. Oh, hello. Hey, hey, hey. You're on camera.
Fubar is from Logan Forcier from Maximum Chaos. It's a cool design, but the durability leaves a little to be desired, I think. Audience loves the carnage. Hey guys, welcome to the show.
It's hard to locate those cameras.
Really is. Yes, there you see Fubar and what's left of its drivetrain. It's missing some big pieces there. So the weapon's turned off. Whole bot's power system turned off. They're able to safely remove it.
We're looking at the nice, pretty floor of Cage 3.
Yeah, barely used today, Cage 3. So I love Angel's design philosophy. He's really into the art of it now. I feel like he worked really hard on the practicality for a while, but now it is all about the artistic execution, making a bot that looks gorgeous and can dish out those big hits.
Yeah.
He's still learning though, because like, the not being able to drive well upside down thing, that's a pretty big design issue.
Absolutely. I quickly want to go to a little bit of a time lapse of what we've seen go down from our pit area. Let's take a look.
So this is obviously before the competition started, putting all the tables out, putting everything out, getting everything going.
Yes, look at all of the commotion. We're also going to come out here and talk to Lindsay, get a little update on the super chat. Oh my gosh, but look at this crowd. Oh, you can see peak hours, very obvious there.
So this is like filling up. You can see all these tables just getting stacked full of bots and tools and whatnot. One thing I could say, because I was telling you before your first event here, come to the pits early in the morning, come to the pits the night before, see how everybody looks. The tables that look organized, that look well put together, those are the people that aren't stressing out. The tables that are just full of tools and parts, those are the folks having an interesting day trying to figure out their lives.
Oh my gosh, absolutely. Yeah, and who else is up in the pits? None other than our girl, Lindsay. Lindsay's got the super chat going. Lindsay, what's going on?
How are things up there?
Hello. Yes, I'm still in the pits. Here I am. I'm glad I'm facing away from it because honestly, if I was facing that way, it'd be a little overwhelming.
Stressful.
That time lapse was really cool though. Man, but we do have a super chat that I would love to share with you.
Please do.
Yeah, and it's from someone, Kyle, that you may know. Steve, the American Killjoy from the RoboCast podcast.
Hey, Steve.
Another great YouTube podcast has a message. Hey, y'all, loving the fights as always. Got to make a trip up one of these days. Let's say June.
Ooh, yes. Steve is also a Florida guy, so it would be really cool for him to come up and hang out with us.
He should have jumped on my flight this morning.
Yeah, you've had a long day, Hannah.
Happy to be here. I wouldn't miss it. I wouldn't miss it, that's for sure. And he shouldn't miss it in June.
I hear there's maybe also a British contingency coming in June.
Yeah, quite a few Brits coming in June. Very excited about that concept. We love it when folks come here from all over the world, and when the Brits come, they do tend to come in like a big pack, which is cool.
Yeah, when are the Brazilians going to come? I don't think we've seen any this year.
Not yet, but
I remember you telling me about that.
The Brazilian team is they tend to come. There's 2 Brazilian teams that tend to come, and when they do, they are vicious. It is so much fun to watch their fights.
It's just like highly competitive.
Highly competitive.
Wow.
Really well designed bots. They're all tight little compact death machines. It's amazing. I absolutely love to work with those guys.
That's very cool. Yeah, we got to get as international as possible here. I know that Norwalk is definitely famous for that in some capacity.
Absolutely. So, Lindsay, how do you like it up there in the pits? Do you like your new little house up there, your new little perch?
I have to say, I feel more social than ever.
Right. You were in your enclave forever.
Oh, yes.
And your enclave was actually this very, like, isolated little spot in the building. Now, but enclave is such a great name, so I guess we really tried to decorate it up for you by giving it such a nice name. Now you're literally in the pits
Yeah,
But
I'm
you're
in
having a great time.
The thick of it all. Yeah, I feel like I've chatted a lot today, which sometimes I feel like I'm neglecting the online chat a little bit, but whatever, it's kind of fun.
You're in the heart of the action. Should we ask the people online what song you'd like to sing today?
Hannah! I thought we were friends. Wow.
I don't know if anyone remembers, but in January, I think there was one person who requested a song.
Yes.
And I took it and ran with it, and I made sure that Lindsay sang it.
You peer pressured Lindsay into singing it, is what you did.
And she delivered beautifully.
She did. She did a beautiful
She delivered
job.
beautifully.
It's true. It's
so
true.
if anyone's interested, I think Lindsay, she said that she's talked a lot, so maybe she wants to sing instead.
I thought we were friends. That's all I'm going to say. You flew in from Florida today.
I deserved that.
Just for this.
Yes.
To get me to sing.
For the angelic, sweet vocals of Lindsay.
Yes, that's what I'm known for, is this angelic, sweet singing voice that I have. It landed me a lot of parts in theater in high school. I'll tell you that. No. No, I was a villager a few times.
Okay.
Yeah. In the chorus.
You do the little 1-2 step in the chorus. Trust me, I've been
dance
there too.
either.
I'm like, I guess I'll just stand back here and clap, because that's what I got to do. I'm in the background. I get that. I lived my whole life doing the 1-2 step in the background.
Yep. Kickball change.
Yeah.
Never mastered that.
All right, Lindsay, thank you so much. We're going to go over to
Lindsay.
cage 4. This is going to be Herbie. Herbie 3, versus DeeVee.
Herbie 3. Not to be confused with the fully loaded one. This is a mechanical engineering capstone project.
7.
Oh, nice.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight.
All right.
Robots fight.
They're ready to roll. Oh.
Wow, nice hit there.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, that's a big piece that just flew off.
They are flying.
Not good. So they are able to drive, but I think that was the weapon that just came off.
That's tough. I like it when they happen right next to us.
It is better. It's better to see what's going on. Yeah, there's no more weapon system at all on that blue. I believe that's Herbie.
You could tell it was a little bit louder when they first got going there.
Yeah, now there's only one weapon spinning. That's nasty. Nice little pin in the corner from the mini-bot. Nice work.
The mini-bots always deliver more than you think they can.
DeeVee is by Connor Matthews and from South Dakota State University Robotics Club. It's cool design. Doing great work here today. Both the bots still fully functional. Well, mobile, I should say, not necessarily functioning on their weapons.
Right, mobile is I think the correct term here.
I don't hear any weapons spinning up in the box now. Not sure if that's just because they wanted to save it.
Yeah. Yeah, right, it might be until they can trigger them in the perfect spot. Oh, maybe a little bit there.
A little bit of weapon spin up there, yep.
Nothing too damaging. Locking them in the corner is definitely a plan of... This weapon lacking a little bit of control here, just kind of, oh, and we lost, looks like a little bumper we lost.
Yeah, part of the wall gone now. Herbie 3 is by Andrew Piccini from SUNY Poly Hexpros Robotics. They're in Utica, New York. Glad to see some competitors from the SUNY system coming out here.
Can I say something outrageous?
Sure.
This seems to be a soothing sounds of this one.
Yeah, I
right?
agree.
It's like
Not
a
so
consistently.
abrasive.
Yes.
Yeah, I agree.
There's
It's
like a
nice
consistency in the sound, which is rare. It's rare here.
little Combat Robotics ASMR action going.
Yes. A little ASMR.
Wow, that mini-bot is in
Oh, that mini-bot has
shape.
seen better days. Oh my gosh, it reminds me of like, I don't know. I immediately think of zombies again.
It still made it all the way back to the door, though.
You're
To its
right.
credit, well done, well done. No assistance needed.
You're right. That is a win in itself.
So this one will go to the judges. Both bots had rough patches and really high highlights in that match. A little college team action. You gotta love that.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at a replay here. See some of the top moments from that match. We'll get it going. Smooth sailing.
Bam, look at that. Just huge chunk flies off the side there. That ain't
And then they
fun.
really
So that was
lose
a wheel
both
guard
sides
that
of
came
that.
off, yeah.
Yeah, they lose both sides of this wheel guard. Let's take a look at cage 3 now. We're looking at Nuktuk versus
Nuktuk.
Nuktuk. I knew I said it wrong. There you go. I got you.
Nuktuk was a show on FX, I think. Like, what was it, 10 years ago?
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
All right, so Nuktuk is this, wow.
Wow, these are heavy hits here.
Yeah, that's vicious. Nuktuk is this four-wheel drive undercutter that's just getting launched. Square up Alphos from Aiden Powers.
Oh no. You could hear that frustration. You got it. That's tough when you hear the sound go completely out in your bot and you know that something major went down.
It's not what you want to hear. It's not what you want to hear. You gotta love the tie-dye action.
I know, it's still happy to be
on
here.
Aiden. Yeah,
Still in a
he's
good
having the best
mood.
time.
Yeah, that as soon as you hear that sound, we have these consistent hits here that were pretty heavy.
Ooh, nice hit from Nuktuk.
And then suddenly it was just complete game over there.
Wow, that was vicious.
It was.
So that was the Ribot team with Nuktuk, just took them completely apart. I believe the team name for Nuktuk is actually Cabbage Core.
There we go.
Love that. Great name.
I do like that name.
That's a lot of fun.
Have you ever thought about what your name would be? What
For
your-
like my team on
Yeah.
Combat Robotics? Yes. My son actually wanted to name the team Team Craft Minds because he likes
Oh.
Minecraft, but he didn't want to copy it exactly.
I love that. A little copy editing action.
yeah,
Let me
he
just
doesn't want to copy it
switch the words.
exactly.
Right.
So I thought it was
Craft
fun.
minds.
Yeah,
I
craft
like
minds.
the pun there. You have to have a crafty mind
You gotta
to
have a
do
crafty
it.
mind to do it. Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
That's a
thought
good one.
It's a good one. It's a good one.
I don't know if I've ever given it much thought.
For your team name, if you were to have a robot team name?
Maybe something about bananas.
You know, bananas are a big meme in the combat robotics community because people will post a picture of their bot online.
Right.
And people will be like, how big is that bot? Post a banana for scale. So you
Right,
have to
makes
show
sense.
a picture of the banana next to your robot.
Wow.
So yeah, that would actually be totally appropriate within this community to have a banana
Yeah.
robot. or a
Banana's
banana
been a
team.
consistent nickname of mine.
Really?
Yes, Hannah Banana.
Oh, that
Hannah
makes
Banana.
sense. Yeah, I dig it. I dig it.
Therefore, anything I create should have, I don't know, the fruit in it. I don't know why I went that direction, but it was either that or Taylor Swift in my mind right now, so. It went in the bananagram direction. I love looking at the cleanup here. I didn't actually look. I didn't catch the cleanup from the glitter, but I know it was tedious.
Yes, it's always they have to do a little wet mop action to actually get all that glitter out of there. It's not good.
Cage 3 isn't as rough and rowdy as we've seen it in the past.
Yeah.
It's done a good job of sort of staying
relatively unscathed.
Yes, as you just look like really quickly, if you look around, if you're here in person, you can see some of these other cages have so much more damage to them.
Yeah.
And we're still in early stages of the evening.
Relatively, yeah. It's not even 4 o'clock yet.
It's not even 4 o'clock yet. Yeah, you were talking about dinner break. I was like, wow, you ate dinner early.
I kind of ate dinner early. I didn't really have lunch late either. I had lunch at like 10:30.
It was your dinner.
Yeah, I'm on like toddler schedule right now.
What is the combination of? There's like brunch is so common, but there's no combination of dinner and lunch.
Yeah, it's either dunch or linner. That's like the only way to say it.
I don't like either of those words.
Neither of them are good. That's why it's not popular. Lupper. Lupper for lunch and supper. Lupper.
Yes,
I still don't like it. I still don't like it.
When's the last time anyone used the word supper for their meal? Everyone from Kansas says the control room. Everyone from Kansas says supper. I haven't heard the word supper since I skipped my porridge.
I think my grandmother
when I was looking for the perfect
my grandmother used supper very often. Come down for supper. Oh, that's interesting. So I just heard that dinner is something that's only had on Sunday afternoons.
Wow. I want to go to this life. Where's this, Kansas?
It's like this is Kansas, yeah.
Wow, I could do that. I could live in Kansas.
I don't know if you want to live in Kansas.
Very flat?
It's very flat.
Have you been to Florida?
Yes.
Well,
but
so
it's flat with beaches and palm trees and alligators and things that can kill you. Kansas is just flat with farmland.
I think I could live in farmland.
All right, so we're going into Cage 4. We've got Relatively Obscure Bot, a.k.a. R.O.B. They're going up against Maximizer.
They're getting ready to go here.
8, 7, 6.
Relatively
5,
Obscure Bot comes
4,
from ASML
3,
Combat Robotics.
2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Jake Idlekind, he is an electrical production engineer for ASML. They are actually the title sponsors today for our VIP area.
Oh yeah.
And right now they are they're driving, kind of. It looks like they're getting a little bit of help from the mini-bot.
And there is a combat robotics club at ASML. Definitely getting some excitement from right outside the cage here. Those looking on. Cheering them on.
They are upside down right now, though. That's not a good place to be. So Flo is going to do their best to gently get them flipped back over.
Flo doing the Lord's work here.
It's tall order for Flo. Flo has no arms, no lifters, no flippers. It's just a big box of AR steel and...
I think Flo would be a really good Halloween costume.
Oh,
wow.
There we go, Flo. That was beautifully done.
I had to applaud that one. That was fun.
Yeah, very skilled driving of Flo. Nice job, whoever that was.
I love this design of this bot, how long it is. It reminds me of, like, I don't even know how to explain it, but the way it's able to turn and move around because of its length.
It reminds me of a shark.
Yes. I was going to say, I don't know why, I was thinking of a dachshund.
Ooh, I like that. So the idea of that style of robot, so there's a kind of a robot design called Thagomizer,
okay,
where this was originated. So this long body, and the front is usually a wedge or a fork configuration, and then the back is that spinner. So the strategy is you attack first with that wedge, maybe you lift your opponent up, maybe you pop them into the air, and then you do a quick torque, a quick pivot, and you knock that weapon into their side plates, their wheels, all of the really sensitive parts that don't have a lot of armor.
Yep.
And that is like kind of the built-in strategy of these robots. We've seen several effective ones going today. I think Maximizer is probably the most effective one that we've seen today.
Well, I feel like it's able to move so quickly at that shape. Even if it's not actually moving quicker, it looks like it is.
Luke was telling me earlier that there is a canter to their wheels that kind of gives them a little bit more torque that allows them to do that pivot really quickly into the sides of the bot. They've dominated this fight so far, and it does look like...
It does. They totally have dominated. I agree.
Relatively obscure bot is stuck up in the corner. The doors are open. I do believe that this fight is over.
Yeah, whenever those doors open, I get a little music in my ears.
All right, so here's a nice quick shot of the pits. Looks like we're trying to repair a mini bot here.
We're looking at cage 1 here. We got SCHTROVN Storm versus Anxieti. I love Anxieti. Go signs, go. We got fans running with their signs to the cage to get there in time. It's SCHTROVN and Anxieti ready to go in cage 1.
8, 7, 6,
SCHTROVN
5,
from Luke
4,
Moreno.
3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Anxieti from Lucas McCarty. Anxieti is this kind of doorstop shaped bot with the outer titanium armor. SCHTROVN is this, for lack of a better term, bulldozer shaped robot with the plow out in front.
Oh yeah, you're right. It is a bulldozer. See, I don't know why I get nervous with the thin materials that's hooking onto anything.
Good reason to be, especially with a horizontal spinner like you have on Anxieti here. I mean, it can rip that off very quickly. It doesn't look like there might be some mobility issues here with SCHTROVN.
I actually think Anxieti is such a perfect name for this bot in particular because it's so like tightly packed.
It feels uptight. Is that what you mean?
Yes. But it's like sleek and beautiful, and it's like twisted way. I love it. It reminds me of the Anxieti I had just a day ago.
When you realized you had to like travel the same day of this event?
I think it's like whatever that is. It's sleep anxiety. Anyone else have that? You can't fall asleep, and you know you got to be up early.
Oh, that's the
Looks
worst.
like they have fallen asleep here on this one. Anxieti doing a little happy dance. I feel like the happy dance is to ensure the fact that everything is still moving and shaking the way that they want it to.
Well, also to show the judges that you're still moving and shaking the way.
Still at full control, still over here, living life, having a good time.
Yeah, if you're counting them out, you ain't counting me out.
Right, right.
So SCHTROVN is not moving at all, had a really rough match. Also, I'm going to go ahead and say it. Listen, if you name your bot something like SCHTROVN, that might be very clever and very fun, but we're not going to say it properly. We're going to mess it up.
Speak for yourself. I said it perfectly. I'm kidding. I don't know if I did. I risked it.
We're guessing.
Yeah, we're looking at the replay here. SCHTROVN.
SCHTROVN. Sounds very Eastern European. We don't know if it is.
I am Ukrainian, so I feel like I said it right.
You probably did. You got a better chance than me, that's for sure.
I don't know what I'm talking about. Oh, wow, complete focus here.
So we're doing a little drill press action back here in the pits.
I like that it's an empty ice cream container. That is not lost on me. Do you see it?
I do. Hey, all right.
Well, they need someone up there. Go fix it. I'm kidding.
Yeah, it is what it is. The pits are abuzz still throughout the day today. We're seeing like so much action up there because there are so many bots here. So many of them still in the game. So many of them still functioning. It's a stressful day for a lot of these builders.
And to know you have to do it in a certain amount of time.
Yeah, 20 minutes minimum is the amount of time that you have. Sometimes that means you have 20 minutes maximum.
Yep.
And towards the end of the day, that does become the maximum. Now, you have a little bit more if you have a bigger robot, but most of the robots here are 3 pounds. So they only have that 20-minute minimum that they have, that they can do. It's going to be rough.
I don't even think I could fix, like, my remote control to my television in 20 minutes.
Change out the batteries and get it all back. Yeah.
Like, do you know what I mean? Some of the stuff that people do here in the pits, I find so wildly impressive because, I mean, honestly, it could be a game show of like, can Hannah do this? The answer is always going to be no.
Some of the drama is like, can they get just the top of their robot screwed back on before the fight?
And you need those crucial elements fixed. Like sometimes you have to say yes to this and no to that.
Right.
And you get that crucial time where you don't have an option. You just kind of got to wing it, and you only know you have time to only work on certain parts, so you almost like risk it for the biscuit in a way.
In so many ways. Sometimes you have to say, well, I know that my horizontal configuration's ready to go. I'm facing a vertical. That's all I can do. There's no options here. We just run it. Send it, as they say. Like, it's all you have the option to do.
And sometimes it works.
Very rarely.
Sometimes
it works.
Yeah.
Sometimes it works.
Optimism. Optimism is key. We're looking at cage 4 here. Swole versus
Blue Cheese.
Blue Cheese.
Everyone's favorite hot
ranch.
wings dip.
Blue Cheese. Everyone's favorite what?
Hot wings dip.
8.
You gotta dip it into the blue cheese dip.
6.
For your hot
5. 4. 3.
You mean like buffalo wings?
1.
Yeah.
Fight,
Buffalo
robots,
wings, hot wings.
fight.
Blue Cheese doing that box rush all the way across, but Swole says, no thank you, sir.
Oh my goodness.
Wow, massive hit from Swole there. Swole's just hypermobile, extremely active in this box. Nice hit there from Swole. Oh, but the weapon might be down on Swole now, and it looks like their left side of their drive isn't very happy either. Yeah, there's something crunching in that box.
There is.
We have seen Blue Cheese completely separate on impacts like that in the past. They have obviously put a lot of work into the durability of this bot for this competition. It's looking great. But the weapons are all down, and there's just a grinding sound coming from one of these bots that is sickening. So we are down to a very frantic pushing match between two 12-pounders that move how you would expect a 3-pounder to move. Blue Cheese, oh, it looked like they were stopped for a second, but they do still have some mobility. It could be just intermittent, though. Nice pin here. Swole wearing Blue Cheese as a hat. And there you see Casey and Casey Jamison operating Swole. Swole might look similar to some of the bots you see in the 3-pound division. That is by design. That gold beater bar is something that we call a fingertech bar in that 3-pound weight class. They also use them in 1-pound weight classes. Casey and their friend Zoe decided to try to make a large-scale version of it to work in the 12-pound. They came up with this idea 2 Thursdays ago. They ordered all the parts, they got them manufactured, they got them in, and they got the bots built just in time for this competition. It's a great idea. And right now, they've just got to prove that they've got a little bit more control and a little bit more aggression than Blue Cheese. Because all of these bots are lacking in weapon power right now. Looks like we are getting a little bit of weapon speed out of Swole, but not enough to actually call it a spin up. Just kind of a twitch into some momentum, it looks like. And the sound coming out of Blue Cheese moving around this box is just grinding sickness. All right, that's the end of this match. This one will go to the judges. Everybody looks pleased with their performance. So here's this box rush at the beginning from Blue Cheese, smashing directly into the wall. Nice hit there. All right, so we'll have to see what the judges have to say about that match. It turned into a bit of a pushing match towards the end there. Hello, audience. How are you guys doing today? Very nice. All right, so now we're in Cage 1. We'll be seeing MilkTank go up against VOODOO.
MilkTank and VOODOO, you say?
8.
Well, hey, Ricky.
7.
Hey there,
6,
Kyle.
Good to
5,
see ya.
4,
Well, you can't
3,
see me.
It's true.
I am nothing but a
1.
voiceover.
Fight, robots,
I might not be here at all, Kyle.
That's, you're here in spirit. MilkTank is the bot that looks like a cow.
Yep.
An Irish cow.
Irish cow.
Yeah, those are green spots today for in honor of St. Patty's Day. And then VOODOO's from Tate Mitchell, University of Cincinnati engineering student. This is his senior capstone project. He drove 13 hours to compete here today. This is his first combat robotics competition ever. And the bot is inspired by his favorite heavyweight witch doctor.
Oh, all right. I think Witch Doctor is one of those robots that just inspires so many young builders. And, well, probably older builders, too. Young, old, whatever gets you going. But it's such a charismatic robot and such a dominant force that I can see why.
Andrea and Mike, just two really cool people that captain that team, too.
And you never know when they're going to show up. They've got this retrofitted ambulance now that they cruise around the country in.
Yeah, that's so cool. They're living the van life in an ambulance. You got to love it.
Yeah.
And it's a project that they keep taking apart and putting back together, which I also think is fun.
I think it's one of those things where I'm just always nervous that they're going to be at my front door, though. Not that I don't want them as house guests, just all of a sudden they show up, you haven't decorated, where are my throw pillows? Oh, that's not speaking of throw pillows at all. Look at these Doomedba folks.
These are folks from the University of Cincinnati looking really stressed about their robot.
That is not a happy face. Well, okay, all right.
There we go. There we go.
You'll get through it. You'll get through it. It'll be okay.
They seemed very unhappy about what was going on.
I didn't want to do the announcer effect of how about a smile. I hope they do get whatever they're working on sorted.
Yeah.
They're hardworking folks.
That camera did just pop on them when they were having a clearly very stressful moment.
Yeah, and let me tell you, that's an experience.
When you're looking at your bot and you're like, wow, I don't know if I have anything I need to fix this. And I have a fight in 15 minutes. That kind of look.
You only need 4 Bulgarian hen's teeth to fix it. Why haven't you done this, Kyle?
And it's a Saturday, and you're in Norwalk, Connecticut, and you're not sure where to get the part from.
No, and since it's a puritanical town, they don't sell Bulgarian hen's teeth on Saturdays.
On Saturdays, yeah,
right,
obviously.
Heathenly.
You might have to replace it with like Ukrainian chicken's feet. Who knows?
Yeah.
And it's not going to work as well, and you're going to be stressed out.
You're going to have to use twice as many.
Yes, clearly that's going to be a bigger expense.
Right.
They're having a rough time.
Well, we send our best luck to them. Let's hope they're in a great upcoming fight. Good luck with the hen's teeth.
How was your dinner break?
Delicious.
Yeah?
Yeah. Big Greek salad, some pizza, a bunch of some sort of grilled chicken thing.
Nice.
Yeah, some pita, some hummus, some tzatziki, some sort of shaved meat product that I'm not really sure.
Yep.
Falafel.
Very
banana.
Mediterranean-influenced mealtime.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Sounds nice.
That was nice. It was good.
Is that why you're out here talking about weird hen's teeth?
I have never. You're familiar with this phrase, right? This isn't new to you.
It is, actually. I've never heard about a Bulgarian hen's tooth.
Well, the Bulgarian is added for flavor.
Got it.
That's my personal spin on it. But I used this phrase the other day talking about, well, this is rare as hen's teeth. And
because hens don't have teeth.
Hens don't have teeth.
Right.
Yes, that's a a country saying that is very common, and if someone wrote it down as like a thing that we needed, I was like, no, we don't actually need real hen's teeth.
Did you hear about that research project where they accidentally made a chicken look like a dinosaur?
They did nothing, right?
No, they did. They actually were like trying to find the gene that creates beak growth. Versus teeth growth.
Oh, that's
And when
horrifying.
they turned that gene off, the resulting product just looked like a chicken-sized dinosaur.
Well, folks, If you're thinking about things to build for the next event, feel free to bring a dinosaur robot with teeth that is based on a chicken. And sometimes your opponent will just get, intimidated out of the room.
Chickens are terrifying.
We're gonna head over to Cage 4. We've got Rosie. And who do we have against Rosie?
8, 7.
Don't know.
6.
I think it's Doomedba.
4, 3.
Which is another Doomba-based robot.
Fight.
I'm
Robots
correct. Yes,
fight.
I just couldn't quite see over
go.
my shoulder. Doomba, surprise winner of this last fight it had, and doing well again. That is some really durable Home Depot aluminum or steel sheet metal product that is strapped on the front of that house cleaning robot. Surprisingly effective wedge.
Lots of evil drum sounds coming from that, or evil hum sounds coming out
yeah.
of there.
That is an undercutter spinner on Rosie, but it's going up against a big wedge, and that is not a happy day for any undercutter.
No, but they just got to the back side of that wedge. Now that wedge is a little bit loosey-goosey, not exactly where it wants to be.
The hammer aspect of that wedge has also been removed, so it is purely a wedge-esque item.
Yeah, it doesn't even look wedgy anymore. Now it's just kind of a floppy scrap.
It's a face hat. Still, this Doomba surprisingly hanging in there.
Yeah, doing okay. You got to give it to the iRobot people. Doombas are relatively durable.
They're sturdy items.
And there we go. We got a tap out.
Sometimes you got to tap out when you want that Doomba to live on to sweep another day.
Yeah, he's got to clean his house later. He can't let that thing die.
Kyle, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't usually say this, but I think that robot might suck.
Yeah, that's accurate. I bet it does. I bet it does suck just a little bit. Ooh, yeah, there's some pieces up above that are not supposed to be up above that, it looks like. And that's the hammer that became...
That was a brush with fate there.
Yeah, it really was.
I was expecting Rosie to have a much cleaner time with that. Here we are back in the pits. I gotta say, that is one of the most visually appealing color schemes that we have.
It really
at this
is.
event, I think.
It really is.
Oh, I see they've switched their weapon blade, or if I'm not mistaken.
Yep, it's a little bit smaller, a little bit more compact. Still that really cool shuffle drive system, giving them that 45 pounds of pure robot carnage.
And I want to point out to folks, a lot of times the top and bottom of a horizontal spinner like this is made of relatively thin metal. Look at the beef, the chunk of the thickness of the top and bottom plate there. That looks like half-inch
really
steel or half-inch aluminum. Either way, it's not, 16 gauge. It's not paper thin. That can take a couple of hits, and it's gusseted too. You can see these structural reinforcements running down the length of it that make it taller on the inside. That's going to make that very hard to deform. So it's going to be able to take a couple of hits when robots try and get in there.
Hey, there's some of our audience right there. How's it going, guys?
Very excited, very excited. Mammoth shirts.
Fans.
Oh, I'm so flattered.
They love the Mammoth. Hi. There's so many kids here today. I love it.
It's all one big birthday party. Can you imagine coming here as a 10-year-old kid for a birthday party? That would have been just forget Chuck E. Cheese's or Discovery Zone or I don't know what else they had, but that just would have been a life-changing experience.
I don't know how old Mr. Wilson is, the driver of Newbert, but he's having his birthday.
That's what I heard, yeah. Obsidian and Steel Mountain in cage number 3. This is another Beetleweight matchup. Steel Mountain is another...
8, 7,
oh, wait a minute.
6,
no, Obsidian
5, 4,
appears to be a
3, 2,
horizontal spinner.
1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Sorry, we had an image mix-up on our end.
Yeah.
Obsidian just kind of spinning in place right now. Boy, that is a beautifully machined robot that has just lost a belt. Obsidian is another one of these shuffle robots, so it has a weight bonus. It has a substantial weight bonus. Unfortunately, it has very limited ability to control its movement. So it's kind of drifting about there. It's getting closer and closer to the wall. It's riding on those little grill brushes. Those are little wire brushes on the top and bottom. Oh, it's wiggling its little butt at you, Kyle. It's saying hello.
It's the friction of that weapon spinning that will actually cause those brushes to locate, like, locomote back and forth and actually move the bot forward and left and right.
It's the inertia of what it is. So you suddenly want to move your robot a little more, spin up the weapon a little more, and the whole robot wants to twist in one direction. If you want to slow it down, the whole robot wants to twist in the other direction.
Ah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
And if you don't want to twist at all, if you just keep going the same speed, the whole robot just kind of vibrates. And as it vibrates along, it moves forward. It's a really clever way to do it, but it really takes a lot of fine-tuning if you want to have any substantial amount of control.
Right. But it does allow you to put a little bit more weight into that weapon system.
Yeah, I think, obviously we didn't see that match go the way Obsidian wanted it to go, but I think that robot could really hit hard. Really, really hit hard. That said, we are going to go to Cage 1. We've got Fracas.
Oh, yeah.
Fracas. Who's the Fracas builder, Kyle?
Brandon Bennett Young has built
8,
Fracas.
I
7,
thought
you might know him.
6,
I know.
5,
the name seems
4,
familiar.
You might be familiar with Brandon Bennett Young. Fracas is a suplex bot. It's a grappler bot.
Brandon Bennett Young, of course, a member of Team Mammoth, very valued member, incredible repository of bot knowledge.
And he's coming in for a nice pin there.
Oh, that is what that robot is designed to do.
And the lift and the slam and a huge pop from the crowd.
Fracas essentially doing exactly what it's designed to do there.
Brandon said he's put a lot of work into this robot over the past couple of weeks. And it is showing right here. Beautiful lift, beautiful grab.
Now, this is actually a hard spot for a lifter like Fracas, assuming that he doesn't just want to, back off and let the unstick happen. When the robot's up against a wall like that, it's hard to get enough of your robot under so that you've got the right leverage to do your suplex.
Mike said it makes sense because he did just get a grab and a lift there, but the center of mass on that the opponent was too far ahead, so he fell forward.
Exactly. This becomes a physics problem.
And like, there he's trying to lift. There it is.
And you can see the wall is what got in the way.
Yeah. So he had to kind of back up a little bit before he could get another slam. This is slam number 3 now. And another grab onto the weapon, and he slammed him over from the weapon. That's slam number 4. I mean, this is a phenomenal showing from Brandon Bennett Young and Fracas.
Absolutely. This is exactly what that robot wants to do.
This looks like a practice match almost. Like, he's just getting the lifts, he's getting the flips in. That's number 5 if you're keeping count.
Someone said, hey, you want a little suplex practice? And Brandon said, well, if you want to tempt me, I might partake. I could indulge, I suppose. And indulge he does. Oh, there's a little bit of turnabout there.
I'm really impressed with the speed with which the lifter grappler works on Fracas. It's able to kind of reset itself so quickly, get back into a position where it can grab and lift and flip.
Yeah, it's a really careful balance when you design something like that. It speaks to Brandon's ability as a designer. Because if you shoot for too fast, it's not going to be able to make the lift. If you shoot for too slow, it'll lift all day, but you'll just never get the timing right.
Nice, another big suplex. I believe that's number 6 from Brandon Bennett Young.
6 going on 60 here, Kyle.
It's just so impressive how he's able to get this much control in this match. It helps that his opponent's weapon has not been working.
It does, but at the same time, his robot is designed in such a way that a vertical spinner, drum, or egg beater, I can't quite tell if that's an egg beater mounted to the, I think it can run both. Egg beater, yeah.
Look at this big lift and slam.
But suffice to say, an egg beater is the right weapon for Fracas to go and try and grab safely. Those forks give it an incredible ability to get under his opponent. Here's another one of those great suplexes.
Just excellent driving display from Brandon in this match. The bot did exactly what it was designed to do. I don't think he can complain about any aspect of his performance.
No, and better yet, he's going to head back to the pits, recharge his batteries, maybe buff out the paint, and be good to go.
Yeah, that's all he's got to do. In the meantime, we're going to go to Cage 4. We're going to see BugsBee take on Flashbang, 2 bots that have been doing phenomenally well today. First of all, we're going to get a quick look in the pits.
Oh, that is a lot of cooks in the kitchen there.
Yeah, this is the bot with the weird arms. So BugsBee, we can see over there in the blue corner with the burger-shaped armor package.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Oh, that's not good. Something's going weird with BugsBee's spin-up. The burger's off.
The burger is off, yeah. There are sesame seeds all over the arena right now, Kyle.
They need to get rid of that ASAP so they can go gluten-free for the rest of this match. There it goes. Okay, thank goodness.
I like to think there's a little hat rack on the other side of the arena. It landed perfectly on.
Flashbang is the new offering from Kent State University. This replaces Big-ish.
Oh, I see. All right.
In their lineup of robots. So this is their 12-pound offering. Big-ish won last year, and then they retired it. And now they've brought this. It is a welded drum. So those are individual cut plates that they then welded together and smoothed down to make this drum shape out of. Very tight, very compact, I guess very Minotaur-esque drum spinner, but now it is not driving very well.
No, but it is, however, moving in a more controlled manner than BugsBee is at the moment.
Yeah, BugsBee's not really driving anywhere. It's just kind of shifting back and forth in one spot.
Yeah, that weapon system seems to be going full bore, but the drive is just not there.
The flag stick on top of BugsBee kind of shows where the internals of the bot are pointed.
Yes, the idea there is that indicates which side of is the front, so to speak, of the robot. Different robots do this in different ways, but it also serves as a self-rider. So if this robot were to get flipped upside down, that red stick is going to start spinning around as well and eventually, hopefully, flip the robot back to its right side.
Right,
if not, it's going to go all over the arena, just careen about. And either one works, right? As long as you're moving, you've got a chance to get back in the game and you're not going to get counted out.
Here we see Zoe Lambert.
Zoe looks a little bit...
she looks concerned, actually.
She does. Something went wrong there. I mean, there's something to be concerned about. That said, I don't think she took a lot of physical, hard damage either. Well,
no, but I think she's looking and saying that she's got some work to do. Something wasn't working with the bot. She didn't catch it before it went into the arena. She's got some work to do to figure out what that was. Got to line up the safety mechanism with BugsBee.
Yep, get that weapon lock in place. And then turn the robot off and back to the pits.
Figure out what the heck happened in that match.
Yeah, and of course, install a new sesame seed bun.
Yeah, that's the big thing. That's probably what messed the whole thing up. Once the sesame seed bun went, everything went downhill.
Well, you lose a couple of seeds, and the balance is all wrong.
Right, and the seeds really do balance the full shape of the robot, and you have to know exactly what that's going to be.
It completes the flavor.
Oh, right, yeah. I guess
You'll
that does
notice
make sense.
the competitor did not engage, didn't take a whole lot of bites.
After the sesame seed bun was off.
The balance was just all wrong.
That makes sense.
So.
You got to have the right kind of, no bread and butter pickles.
No.
Got to be classic dill.
That, if that floats your boat, yeah, absolutely.
What kind of pickles do you eat on your burger?
I'm going to be honest with you, Kyle. I was chased around as a child by pickles.
So you don't.
So I do not partake in the pickle.
I did not know that.
That's not.
Somebody chased you with a pickle, or the pickles chased you?
We'll loop back to that later. Right now, we're going to look at Tsunami and Phenomenon duking it out.
Speaking of Brandon Bennett Young.
Yeah, he's an unstoppable force.
Just showing up in multiple weight classes today, hanging out.
Yeah, he has his way of showing up in one place and then, you know, seemingly across the world, he shows up again, each time with a new robot. Phenomenon, a very intimidating robot. It's one of the robots in the 30-pound weight class that I sit back and say, you know, I wouldn't want that to show up in my kitchen angry as I'm trying to make my scrambled eggs.
Is this like part of the reason you don't build a bot for these events? Because you see stuff like Phenomenon showing up in the 30-pound weight class and you're like, no, thank you.
Yeah, I
don't want to.
Once upon a time, I would show up with 30-pound robots that were built of garbage.
Right.
And they would always do surprisingly well because I could figure out, well, this has a weakness and that has a weakness.
6,
Those don't exist anymore.
Yeah.
You have to be a real competitor
2,
to keep up here.
1.
Fight, robots, fight.
And away we go. Wow.
Ooh, nice hit there from Tsunami. Tsunami's got the big wide drum on the front of it, egg beater style. We've been seeing Tsunami get progressively better throughout the day. Its first match, it had some mobility issues, but now it is fully mobile and the weapon is up to speed. Vicious machine.
Boing.
Wow, sent Phenomenon careening back into the glass on that one. Nice work.
That is the point of those white hoops, though. It was able to recover quickly and get back on the offensive. What a hit!
That's
shredded
a lot of
foam everywhere. Those mini bots are no more. Phenomenon, go in for the next hit. You need it.
And this is where you really see the experience of Brandon Bennett Young. He got one little pop up on Tsunami and took full advantage of that, coming in shortly thereafter.
Hit after
another
hit. Is that drive down, Kyle?
Yeah, no, this is beautiful.
This is
work.
bad for Tsunami.
This is Brandon Bennett Young at his most aggressive. Tsunami in big trouble over there, not moving after those volley of hits. The weapon's still going, but the bot barely driving.
Brandon, practically a surgeon here, going in at exactly the right angle to cause maximum carnage. You got a tiny wheel rolling about the arena.
Coming around for another angle. There's all that foam in the way. Chooses not to go through all that. Waits for Flow to get in and move the bot around.
Robot is limping on just the thinnest of hairs. Walking that razor's edge between knockout and continuing the fight. Another big hit. I can tell Phenomenon is stepping back and they're saying, what do I need to be careful not to hit so as to improve my opponent? You know, what parts are jammed up that I don't want to free up by causing more damage? Where do I want to precisely aim? Oh, that might be it, Kyle. Oh,
yeah. Oh,
wow, what a turnaround. Phenomenon is going to be able to free itself. It is missing a fork.
It looks like one of those top turn plates is bent, out of shape.
Yes, the drive is suffering on that side.
Yeah, both these spots just limping along into this last minute of this fight. looks like they're in a similar spot. Struggle drive on one side and weapons still fully functional. But we do hear weapons spinning down. That might signal the end of this match. Everybody driving towards the door. So this one, it looks like, will go to the judges. We'll have to see what they have to say about that.
Go to the instant replay here, see some of these impressive hits. This isn't a fight where robots went flying as much as we sometimes see, but there's still just so much energy in those impacts. These were deep, you know, shake your robot to the bones level hits.
Yeah, you could see like pieces of the frame, pieces of the outer armor just deforming.
Anything that was once a square is no longer a square. Anything that was once a triangle is no longer a triangle. We're gonna catch back up with that last fight in a moment, but for now we're going to Cage 4 with Chonkiii and
5, 4,
MegatRON.
3, 2,
absolutely.
1.
Fight, robots, fight.
So Chonkiii is this shell spinner that we see here. It's doing that thing where the inside of the robot is spinning and the outside is not. Ooh, nice overhead attack from MegatRON there. The horizontal style spinner, exactly the type of thing MegatRON's designed to defend against.
Yeah, MegatRON is going to be a strong foil to that design, really no matter how good the driving is. Speaking of driving, we're not seeing much movement at all.
No. Wow, beautiful hit there from MegatRON. Right down into the chassis. Another shot there to the shell. Jamison Go heavily favored to win the 30-pound division. 35% of all entrants voting for Jamison Go and MegatRON to win this division. Nice hit there.
You'll notice, though, Kyle, those hits, as impressive as they are, oh, we have movement again. Not much, but definitely existent.
Wow, another big shot from MegatRON onto the top of the shell. And then another one.
Kyle, the strength of the, oh, this is the juicy underbelly that MegatRON would just love to chew up. If there's any sign of life in that robot, I don't think Jamison is gonna forego hitting it.
Yeah, the shell, which is also the weapon on Chonkiii, is like thick steel material.
Yeah, it is incredibly dense. And one of the things that you can notice is that despite all those big hits from MegatRON, there's hardly a dent in the steel when it's hit.
Jamison Go obviously pretty pleased with that performance.
All right, here we go again. You see Jamison was able to get under its opponent very quickly. These great, well-timed, measured attacks while still being able to use the front plow on MegatRON to kind of effortlessly deflect any blows that were going to harm.
Jamison Go's like new version of MegatRON is just so effective. Those hits are massive.
Incredibly well-tuned machine.
Incredibly well-tuned machine, really well-timed on those hits. Even though he wasn't doing massive damage to the shell itself, that doesn't mean there wasn't concussive damage on the inside of the bot. A lot of forces getting transferred there, and a lot of damage possibly happening to those internal elements, which is why that guy stopped spinning.
Yeah, it's a very good point, especially with newer builders. when you build something that is that rigid, has that much strength in its shell, what can happen is that you've built it too rigid, and the electronics especially can just shake themselves apart on each one of those big bits.
Right. It's like crumple points on a car. If there's not a crumple point, all of that impact goes into the drivers, into the internals of the car.
Right.
If you have those crumple points, if you have that flexibility, then the impact is going to stay away from those internal parts that are a lot of the necessary function for the bot.
Yeah.
All right, so we're going to go check in on our friend Lindsay. I heard she might have some more super chats for us. Lindsay, how you doing up there?
I have some super chats. I regret to inform you.
Oh, no.
3 of them are songs. So I see everyone who's submitting the songs, and I'm keeping a track record in my mind.
I am so sorry Hannah did that to you. I don't know what to say. I tried to stop her.
I know, it's just like her favorite part, and whatever, I can't blame her. But I have 3 songs. I'm really hoping I can get some assistance because I actually have a very terrible voice.
Oh, no.
And I don't want to subject people to that. So, I don't know. When we get them on the screen, the first super chat is from our friend Ian, and he suggested for the whole announce team to sing Boom 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 by Venga Boys.
Ah, interesting suggestion, Ian.
Yeah.
My answer is no.
All I can think of is a Disney Channel original movie.
Are we allowed to say no? Is that an option?
Maybe? I don't know. I'm going to try it. I have no interest in singing Boom 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 by the Venga Boys. There was a Disney Channel original movie called Boom Boom Boom?
No. But there was Xenon Girl of the 21st Century.
Oh,
and there was a Boom Boom song.
That's right. Yes.
In which her heart was told to go zoom, zoom, zoom.
Boom, boom, boom. My heart goes zoom, zoom, zoom. That's right.
Yeah.
I like that one better. And I feel like you just sang it, so that counts.
Yeah, I think that probably does count. You're right.
Okay. Good suggestion, Ian.
Thank you, Ian, but no. I mean, yes, but no.
All right, production is telling me to do it, so we're going to go with the other one. Boom. Oh, wait, shoot, how does it go? Boom, 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 boom.
Make your heart go zoom,
I'm going to hear you say,
zoom,
way-o,
zoom.
way-o. Thank you, Brad. Okay, the second one here, I actually don't know, so I don't know if one of you do. But this is from Okami Fan, FKA, formerly known as CHD Returns. Sing Android Love or the Mouser song. So I don't know. Do you know these?
Oh, the mouse, like Mecha Mouse or Cat Bot?
That's what I was thinking, is the Mecha Mouse or Cat Bot song.
I think of Bunny with this one, and I know that she knows it, but...
Oh, Bunny knows that song, like all the lyrics front to back, but I don't think I know that song. I like my old school combat robotics, but I'm not that deep into it to where I know the full lyrics to that song.
I'm going to wager that that's a song we could get the rights to.
Oh, you know what? You're probably right about that.
That's a song, almost certainly, if you call up Bunny, who's the current owner of that, and say, listen, can you get us in touch with the writer of that song? I have to think they would be thrilled for us to play it on here.
That would be pretty cool.
Let's give it a shot.
That would be pretty cool.
The third song we all know, we all love. If my dad is watching, he has rickrolled me so many times I can't count, and I'm about to rickroll all of you because never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down, never gonna run around and hurt you. All right,
Yay! Thank you, Lindsay. That was awesome.
Beautiful.
You've all been rickrolled.
Well, it's not like
I can't mic drop, but
it's not like it hasn't happened before. We ain't no strangers to love.
Okay, so we have 2 more non-song super chats. Which,
okay.
Thank
Let me
you.
put on
I
my serious
appreciate.
face here.
This is from Bailey Thurby, who says, anxiety. We like, okay. That was after the anxiety fight.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Anxiety did a phenomenal job. I really like that bot. I think it's a cool design. So thank you, Mr. Thurby. Appreciate it.
And the last one that we have here is from someone we know by now who is in the chat on YouTube every single event. You've seen his artwork all over the place. Glenn K. Ammo, my favorite kind of Saturday. Much love to all my friends in the Fighty Bot community. Much love
thanks,
right
Glenn.
back.
Appreciate
So wholesome.
you. Yeah, so wholesome.
I can only do half a heart, but pretend like it's a whole heart.
Yeah. Ricky, I have a question. If you were a singer, would you be like a Vegas-style crooner? Like, would you be a part of the Rat Pack, like the Frank Sinatra guys? That's kind of where I thought you would like, fit in.
So I don't know if I am a singer.
Oh, you are a singer?
Yeah. No, I've been in several bands and such. I do enjoy doing some, Sinatra type, just
some light crooning.
Some light crooning. I dabble in some light crooning, Kyle. I am absolutely not going to pass that up.
I love that. That's so good.
I don't know if that's my forte, but it certainly has a special point, special place in my heart.
I want to be surprised that you've been in several bands and actually are a singer, but given that I find out something new about your background literally every time we sit down next to each other at this desk, I'm not actually surprised.
Okay, well, now you know.
All right, so we are now going into cage 4. That is a very long boy with a chair.
Oh. Well, interestingly, Florence has decided to forfeit. Maybe not decided, but they have, in fact, forfeited.
Okay. So there you go.
Very quick fight.
So we will not be seeing them in this match.
I wonder what went wrong.
I have no idea. I have absolutely no idea. But they've had a really good showing today.
Yeah, I mean, they ran out of time, I suppose.
That's very interesting. So Boxo will be your winner for that match.
It's unfortunate, but it's the way it goes. I mean, they knew the rules, and so do I.
So Florence brought to us by Marcus Esposito. He's with Combat Robotics at Cornell, and they're just not playing. They don't want to play anymore.
Oh, you think it's...
I don't know.
We'll find out. We might.
All right, so here we go into cage 4. That is the long boy with the chair, full court. They'll be facing off against Herbie 3, not to be mistaken for Herbie 1 or 2.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
We've seen some really impressive work from full court so far today. Really ground-scraping low bot.
Really off to a tentative start, though.
Well, at this point, this floor is not an even surface anymore.
Absolutely not. This is a little bit of a nightmare for something as much inclined to ground scrape as full court.
Oh, now they're upside down. I think that might be the first time we've seen full court get flipped all the way over today. Not an ideal position for them at all.
No, that is interesting that their opponent isn't taking more advantage of the fact that it's hung up on the mini-bot. Full court is prime pickings just a moment ago, and we had no engagement. Now that's a good pin here. We'll see if they hold the pin or if they try and do damage to these forklets, these wedgelets as we call them. Herbie 3 doing their best, but spins the weapon down. A good pin there. I think that's voluntary.
So there we go, full court, got the pin, was able to release them, now pinning them again.
Yeah, it's a really good back and forth here, which I didn't expect. I thought this was going to be a situation where one robot was really dominant, either a dominant pushing match or just a lot of destruction. And it's I don't know, it's kept me guessing. Now, of course, we have an interesting high center here. Is that, yes, the mini bot is just doing a wonderful job raising one side. Oh, listen to that. It's like machine gun fire on a tiny scale. Court really able to glide around the arena seemingly effortlessly, but you never know when he's going to get caught up on the floor.
Yeah, it seems like it's just anytime they go across the seam, it's a dangerous situation for them. They really have to be mindful of their angles when they go across those seams. Not to go straight at them, for sure. So that's the end. We do have a everybody able to safely drive to the door after the fact. Looks like this is a nice little replay.
See some of the bigger hits here.
It's a real testament to that weapon on Herbie 3 that they're able to just get that entire long mass flipped over with a couple of hits with that spinner.
Mm-hmm. And it's funny, when you get something that large, set that wide, it can be hard to get a good decisive flip, but they pulled it off. So we are going over here to cage 1. We've got Rosie and we've got Hedgehog in just a few moments.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Bum-ba-dum-ba-dum-dum. Intense hit.
So Rosie is the two-wheel drive undercutter spinner.
Correct, yes, although it is currently inverted, I believe.
It is, yeah, that's definitely the bottom at the top. And then Hedgehog is this very tight and compact disc spinner. Looks like both bots having a hard time getting around each other right now, and it doesn't look like the weapon is working on Rosie.
This is an interesting matchup of geometry here. Rosie, not really a great shape for Hedgehog to be able to go in and hit hard and get a lot of bite with that weapon.
Right, Hedgehog wants to be able to get some bite and some throw with that weapon, but it's really just kind of glancing off that top plate.
Yeah, it seems to me that Hedgehog may have decided not to run with the usual fork setup that it seems to be, excuse me, Wedgehog. Wedgehog may have decided not to run without its usual wedgelets, without its usual wedge setup. And that's a smart move if you're going up against an undercutter like Rosie. The trouble is your weapon is going to be really hard to use in a way that delivers big hits now. So it's a defensive move. It's a defensive move that has apparently succeeded in preventing a tremendous amount of damage, but it means this fight may well go to the judges.
Would not be surprised at this point.
Now, that said, Wedgehog doing a fair job of controlling the match. As long as they're able to stay in control and keep their opponent looking skittish, they should be able to have a pretty decisive win, I would think, especially when the weapon is down on Rosie.
Rosie trying to get some pushing in there, having a really hard time with it. But to their credit, they are still attempting to be aggressive, still attempting to gain control of this match.
Mm-hmm.
Nice hit there from the Wedgehog.
And Wedgehog immediately stops.
Well, yeah, I think some of that energy transferred the wrong way after that hit.
That is dead in the water, Kyle. Zero movement.
Yeah, all the way donezo. Oh, wait, whoa, we spoke too soon. There is a little bit of movement coming out of the Wedgehog. We got a countdown happening. I believe that might be the end of the match.
There you are. Well, it was not a knockout, but that is not a good note to leave the judges on as you go to a decision.
James Courtenay from the Combat Robotics at Cornell team. Super pleased with this performance with Rosie. Really enthusiastic group from Cornell.
Gonna head back up to the pits here, check in, see who's working on what. It is still a very busy place up there.
Yeah, lots going on, lots of repairs. Plenty of day left to be had for most of these competitions.
And I remember the days when I built robots that were small enough to make good use of plastic bags, just regular old Ziploc bags. Wow,
Not the
what
case
a view.
anymore.
No, you know, rarely. It's all plastic bins and tubs and garages and warehouses. We've, for those folks at home that may have noticed, we've extended our pits back farther. Oh, look at this. It's a wonderful production, folks, deciding how to best make Kyle and I look beautiful on television.
That really is their primary job.
Yeah, it's a tall order.
They have to work hard. I was gonna say they have to work harder on that than anything else. That and ordering pizza for everybody. That's really their other big job.
You know, every time there's someone who complains about pineapple and there's someone who complains about.
There's a lot of needs to be balanced there.
You know, I once had a blue cheese, broccoli, and an octopus pizza.
That sounds delicious.
It was horrible. Let me tell you, it was the worst thing that I have ever been in the same room with.
Wow.
And the thing that really set it off was apparently someone thought it would be a good idea to put buffalo dressing on top.
Why would you do that? There's so many other unique and interesting flavors there. You don't
know. It was weird, rubbery buffalo sauce. So
they overcooked the octopus.
Yeah, and they overcooked the buffalo sauce.
Yeah, that's not good.
No, it was.
An attempt was made and failed, apparently.
Yeah.
You know,
it was a horrifying. I'm still scarred.
Yeah, not all pizza is good pizza, despite what they say.
No.
Well, we've been having a really good day today. Pretty much all the fights today have been good fights.
Yeah.
We are looking at, I don't know, what do you think? Could we take a wager? How many more hours of combat robotics do you think we have left?
Let's see. It's going on 5 o'clock. We are almost there.
Yep.
I'm going to say an optimistic ending time for tonight is 10:14.
That's good. I like that.
We're going to go to cage 4.
So we've got Avalanche taking on Hooligan. Hooligan premiered at the New Bots event in January. It is a Florida Gator Robotics bot. They said they were heavily inspired by the Brazilian teams with a tandem drive.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3,
and a Chonkiii egg beater drum spinner.
Fight, robots, fight.
Wow.
You can see Hooligan really doing quite the gyro walk, one wheel wonder kind of segue move, whatever you want to call it. That is, wow! So that was an impressive hit, but it dislodged the weapon belt on Hooligan's opponent. Of course, Hooligan's weapon is down now as well, and smoke is emanating from the robot. Hard to tell which robot that smoke was coming from based on the angle that we had. I hear some motors in there just screaming for their life, struggling to spin. This may be an unstick, folks. Yes, it is. Hooligan now suffering drive issues on its right-hand side. Oh, that's a happy camper. That is the end of the match. Those are some happy competitors. Smiles all around. Well.
Howdy.
Glad you're here with me, Sam.
It's so nice to be back up at the desk.
Yeah, it's
full crowd. It's awesome.
You know, let's welcome you to the desk with this wonderful replay. Take a look at this perfect tee up and then incredible hit.
That gyro tee up.
Yeah, it's dangerous because you don't want to just drop out of that and let your weapon spin down and fall to the ground and be prime pickings for your opponent. At the same time, the longer you stay up like that, the more you're tempting fate with a big hit that's just going to send you flying.
Now, it seems like some folks are really getting good at controlling their gyro and like can use it to self-right or get out of awkward positions.
Yep, it's true. But the trouble is that there's some robots that are just better at that than others design-wise.
Mm-hmm.
So and I don't know, it's hard to tell until you've driven it. Generally speaking, the ones with the big exposed wheels are going to be the ones that do best. I've blanked on the name now, but the robot we just saw has not exposed wheels. So it can only gyro so much until it
catches a little bit on that edge, right?
And so it takes a lot more practice. It takes a lot more finesse to be able to pull it off. And even then, you're never going to be as good as the person whose design is just, almost, it could be purpose-built that way. It could be an accident, but the person who, for whatever reason, lucked out and brought that exposed wheel robot to the arena.
Yeah. Designed for that.
Mm-hmm. Yes. We're headed over to cage one now. We've got Gnol and Maximizer in for a wonderful fight.
Eight, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Away you go. Maximizer coming out of the pink square there, the red square. The multi-bot.
The long bot is Maximizer?
I believe so. Oh, I see smoke already. Something important has been hit.
Tap out.
Those are some very, very happy competitors.
It does feel good to win.
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
We just split Gnol's weapon. Oh my god.
That's what I thought. Yes. That is the unmistakable Yob. The unmistakable Gnol. Wow, split in half is what I'm hearing across the arena. Gnol's weapon split down the middle. That is a really impressive feat. I don't remember that happening here before, Sam.
Ricky, what would cause a weapon to split down the middle like that?
I mean, that's, first and foremost, it's just a lot of energy. It could be something where there was already a crack there that made it weak. But generally speaking, it's just going to be a question of, can you put enough energy into something that's hardened? And if it's hardened like that, eventually it's going to break. We can go for the replay here and maybe, oh, there it was. There's a big hit to the side. Looks like it pushed a frame rail into a battery. That's, there's no coming back from that. Back up to the pits, we have our incredible 45-pound shuffle bot horizontal spinner experience coming down with a wonderful little undercutter hat on.
Does their hat have a hat as well?
Oh, their hat does have a hat, Sam. In fact, I think their hat has two hats. There's a little green hat and a little orange hat. And then I'm not really sure what's on top of that. A little smiley face frog thing? Yes, I'm receiving word, Sam, that is a smiley face frog thing.
Oh, good. Now, they're waiting for the elevator up there, so it should only be about 30 minutes or so before they're down.
Sure, yeah, it's winched by gnomes.
Yeah, not state of the art.
No, it's. I think that was built pre-Norwalk. The building was constructed around the ancient ruins of a janky elevator. But we'll see it one day, and I'm excited for when we do. It's one of the bigger hitting robots, and I love to see the 45-pound, non-wheeled robots. In this case, like a shuffle walker robot. The mechanisms are so cool. The sound they make is so cool, and having an extra 15 pounds of oomph behind your hits is always nice.
And it's big. It's just massive. It's impressive in the box.
It's one of those robots that starts to feel like a heavyweight. It starts to feel like a piece of industrial equipment. It's a very different feel from the 3s to the 12s, and then the 12s to the 30s. And there's something right about that, 25-pound mark, where the hits start to hit you in the gut.
Yeah, you can feel them. Yeah.
And it's one of the reasons why I do tell people, eventually, do what you can to get to an event and feel what it feels like to be next to a cage when a 30-pounder hits. If you've ever been to a rock concert and stood in front of the speakers, it's that kind of feeling. Only instead of having 120 beats per minute to get used to it and expect that bass hit, it's out of nowhere.
Coming to an event also allows you to experience the other sensory elements of a fighting robot tournament. All sorts of unique and interesting smells, and I guess that's the extent of it. You're not really tasting much, although we have
wonderful food trucks. Not only do we have wonderful food trucks, for those of age, we have a beer specifically brewed for Norwalk.
Nice.
It's quite good.
You've had it?
I have. It's delicious. There's other non-alcoholic things as well that the food trucks have put together that have been robot themed. It's been really nice. So yeah, you've got taste, you've got smell, you've got I guess touch. The feeling it in your chest. You've got, of course, the auditory. I can't tell you folks at home the experience of having the jet turbine going. It's kind of otherworldly.
Definitely.
Are we?
What other senses? Oh, there's a lot of different senses besides the main
I have to warn you. You do entirely lose one sense, which is your sense of time. The event is, unless you're behind the desk, in which case.
Then time flies by.
Yes, right. Yes. But no, it does fly by. And it's something, either as a competitor or as an audience member, you're watching, it's excitement, and you're like, ooh, wait, when can I watch another fight? It's 2 o'clock in the morning. So what have you been henchmaning today, Jim? Excuse me. What have you been henchmaning today, Sam?
So today, it's been pretty diverse. There's been some gathering parts for competitors to use. There's been some judging going down. A little bit of cage maintenance. After the jet robot fight, I got to dig into the jet and get nice and diesely as a tournament tradition.
Exciting. Well, I'll tell you what, it's gone, all that work has not gone to waste. It's made for an incredible day. We're going to do a little bit of a recap, see what's brought us here, and talk over some of the cooler highlights.
That sounds good.
Of the day. So let's go. All right, here we go.
Some big hits for the Beatles.
I've seen such camaraderie today, even more so than usual. The excitement of competitors when they get their own robot destroyed, when they destroy their friend's robot. It's really been lovely to see the excitement here today. I don't know what it is, but we've drawn such a crowd, and that has made for such. I don't know. Maybe the excitement is what brought them. Maybe the crowd is what builds the excitement. Whatever the case,
synergy. They build off each other.
Yeah, this is an up-and-coming company. I think synergy is one of those words that is important to stress at all times.
I've really enjoyed seeing the teams today. The full school teams, the mixed group of folks just coming together and getting so excited for their robots, for their friends' robots.
Well, look here. I mean, you have people cheering in the stands with signs, and we talk about those as being fans sometimes, but sometimes those are team members.
Yeah, or family.
Talk about Evan Arias getting little pointy kissy hand things. You got crowns.
Some suplexes. Whew. big messes in the boxes.
That is quite a day we've seen. We're in cage 4 now. We've got STF going up
8,
against
7,
Kablooey Tango.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight.
Away
Robots
we go. Now,
fight.
Kablooey Tango. Wow, that is quite a hit by STF. And then Kablooey Tango just throwing it right back at him. Oh, I think that weapon may be down now on STF. Kablooey Tango is built like a tank. And it's built at the exact height and in the exact design that really throws a robot like STF off its game.
Yeah, it looks like it can tank the hits from STF, no problem. I wonder if their undercutter can reach the shuffling mechanism on STF, though.
I think the undercutter may be down at this point. We may have a pushing match on our hands.
Is that a mini bot pin going on?
I think it was a combo pin.
Okay.
You know, both robots working together best they can. Now, Kablooey Tango is back with a spinning weapon. I want to see if Kablooey Tango can take out those lovely little walker pods.
I do as well. I doubt the STF team would like to see that, though.
No, I think that's probably an unpopular opinion on the STF team right now. Now, you're going to notice Kablooey Tango is not a robot that is built to push to begin with, right? Doubly not built to push something that weighs 50% more than it does. STF, again, because it is using non-wheeled locomotion, it is able to get that weight bonus for an extra 50% of its weight. Kablooey Tango using very plebeian wheels by comparison. Yeah, you can see here that without a weapon on STF, that pushing is really all it's got left to do, and STF is also not a robot that is designed to push. So you've got this interesting kind of nuzzling factor, except that one of those robots that's doing the nuzzling happens to also be spinning at 200 miles an hour.
A bit sharper of a nose. Locking horns again.
We can't really tell at the moment if Kablooey's weapon is down or if it's just an awkward position. Either one is quite possible at this moment. We're going to have to wait for them to unlock horns and give Kablooey Tango a moment to spin up freely if we really want to know the condition of the weapon. We may not get that chance, though. We only have 13 seconds. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to go to a judge's decision. If I was a judge, I would really want to know if that weapon could spin up after this fight is over.
Maybe we'll find out.
My guess is no. I think if I was Kablooey Tango, every tiny moment I had to spin up, I would be using
you definitely want to
point.
prove to the judges you have that functionality.
Yeah, and I think I saw a twitch there, and that was about it. So I'm going to go ahead and assume that Kablooey Tango is weaponless as well as STF.
Ricky, do you know which team had the mini-bots in that one?
I thought that Kablooey Tango had one and that STF had the other. Could be wrong, though.
Maybe the orange one was Kablooey?
Oh, no, it looks that they are both STF.
Okay, that makes sense.
I knew the green was STF. The question was the orange. Granted, a lot of these teams, friends, share design, especially on mini-bots. It's not something where you can necessarily say, oh, I know that person made it, so it must be their robot.
Right. They've downloaded them off of Tinkercad or something?
Yeah.
GrabCAD, is it?
Yeah, I don't know if GrabCAD is still going as strong as it once was, but I'm sure you can find a robot or two out there.
All right.
So,
you heard it here first, folks. You can download robots from GrabCAD.
You wouldn't download a robot. All right, well, let's see. What else do we have going on today? I see we've got action brewing in cage number 1. We've got a cleanup, of course, in cage number 4. I'm really eager to see, is that a Brandon Bennett Young robot in cage number 1?
I don't believe so, but there is a JMO robot in cage 1.
I mean, I can see JMO stancing from here.
He's ready.
VOODOO and Psycho. Oh, all right. Yeah, I can see from here, Jamison has about 12 degrees of negative camber on his stance right now.
So this is a 12-pound match.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
And away we go.
Forks on that mini.
So something really interesting about Psycho that you don't see a lot in robots this size. It has an extremely fast spinning weapon. It can deal a lot of damage despite not weighing a lot. There's a lovely property of physics where if you spin something twice as fast, it's twice as important as making it twice as heavy. So put simply, you'd rather have a 2-pound thing spinning at 100 miles an hour than a 4-pound thing spinning at 50. And they're using that to great effect here. As long as they can connect with those hits, which because the drive is so good, they often can, they can really do a lot of damage quickly.
So the force is just the mass times the acceleration, right?
So the energy is what you're talking about here.
Okay.
So the force per moment, sure. But what you're really talking about is joules or kilojoules of energy. And in that case, it's going to be mass multiplied by the square of the velocity. And for folks at home, so you take the speed and you multiply it by the speed. So the speed is twice as important as anything else in the equation.
Now, is it possible to spin too fast?
It is. There are downsides to spinning too fast. When you have a robot that spins too fast, you're probably not going to get enough time in between each revolution to get a good bite on your opponent. All right, I am curious because we've got 15,000 RPM apparently on Psycho's weapon.
Okay.
You've got about a 3-inch diameter weapon.
Ricky's doing some math over here.
Yes. You've got pi in there. You've got.
Thank goodness, I was hungry.
Sam, we just brought you here. I don't want to have to kick you off the stream for pie jokes, but I will. I won't.
Besides, that day is over. What is that? Like 4 days ago?
4 days. Yep. Well, you can see Psycho is just able to line up those hits one after another after another. Wonderful shot of one of our cages here. Empty, but of course not for long.
2 new cages this go round.
Yeah, really impressive turnaround. I gotta give some congratulations to everyone who was here.
A Herculean effort.
I can only imagine.
Beautiful looking cages on the steel stream. And so, Ricky.
Yes.
You were talking about the drinks that are Norwalk Havoc themed.
Yeah. There's been a few over the years. There's at least a couple of adult beverages, but I think there were some lemonades and things earlier in the year as well. I think it's a little cold for them right now, but I would imagine come springtime, we're going to have a return of, the agua frescas and the similar ilk, the lemonades and whatnot.
If you were to make a mocktail.
Oh, interesting.
And it was robot themed?
Yeah, that's a good question. There's a really wonderful service, I'll call it, that's put out by the Woolley brothers who run Double Jeopardy on BattleBots, where every competitor there gets a cocktail. And I would love to hear some, at-home mixologist sit down, figure out what screams Psycho to you. What comes out?
Something stirred fast.
Yeah, real fast. You just put it in the blender for 4 days. Do we have a MilkTank like milk punch? And I think you can make milk punch without alcohol.
Yeah, it's just warm milk, right?
It could be if you want it to be. At the very least, we could make a delightful like green hot chocolate. Because didn't we have a green MilkTank earlier today for St. Patrick's Day? Yeah,
that makes sense.
I put some Lucky Charms in there. Wait, there's what do they call it? Cereal milk. You can buy cereal milk.
Okay.
I think that's going to be
edible glitter too.
The vodka. Yeah, the little gold leaf glitter. Sprinkle that over the top. Get yourself some milk. Put in just the green Lucky Charms. Mix it around. Add some gold leaf and chug it down. And there's your first lazy mocktail.
It's delicious. Can't wait till spring.
I think I'll be able to wait somehow. All right, we are cage side now at cage 4. Prom Hedda is going up against someone. Oh, I see. Blue Cheese is in the ring. That there being Prom Hedda, of course. Really saw some impressive hits from Prom Hedda earlier today. Their ability to chain hits one after another.
3,
folks at home, this video feed is incorrect. We are not starting to fight in the arena with a person. There we are. We're back.
Woo. Almost a roof shot there.
Wow! Absolutely incredible hit from Prom Hedda. Took what appears to be the entire. Yes, that is the entire weapon system.
Zach is excited.
That robot is not a combat robot anymore, Sam. My goodness, what a hit. That is really, really impressive.
That first shot, did it hit the ceiling?
No, but I don't believe it did, but we're going to find out here in just a minute with a almost instant replay. You can see just squaring each other up and it came very close. And then that's the giant hit, just completely pulled. There's the tap out, completely pulled that weapon out. Prom Hedda, I didn't know Prom Hedda had that much force behind that weapon.
I guess they do.
I guess they do too. Wow. That is going to be a long repair day. I mean, it looked as though it just sheared bolts, but you could see in a few of those moments that the shaft that holds that weapon in is just gone. And when I say gone, I mean it's there. It's just not a shaft anymore.
Right.
It's a noodle kind of deal.
So in that engagement, you think Prom Hedda was spinning faster than Blue Cheese?
Almost certainly. I mean, generally speaking, the weapon that is spinning faster is going to be the one that wins out in a weapon-to-weapon engagement. We're back up here to STF doing its absolute best to get back together for the next fight.
Probably addressing that spinning bar and why it was not spinning in their fight.
At least not spinning for long.
I like the Chonkiii 3D prints on STF. It's cool to see 3D printing in a 30 pounder.
Now we're going to go and see a little of what STF has done today. They had some really intense wall hits, really putting our arena to the test. You can see that amazing drive system going.
The mini-bots doing their swarm thing.
Yeah.
Seemed almost effective.
It really was. I mean, Kablooey Tango, especially once its weapon went down, that made the difference between control and lack of control.
But they did not come away unscathed. It looks like digging into the mini-bots, trying to figure out why one side of the drive was down or something like that.
I have a personal philosophy, Sam, that if your mini-bot came out of a fight unscathed, you didn't use your mini-bot hard enough.
That makes sense.
So.
You ever run a robot with a mini-bot?
I have. Not a heavyweight robot, but some smaller robots when I have a little weight left over. I tend to be right on the bleeding edge of a weight limit, though.
Now here, though, you can be past the bleeding edge of the weight limit
if you include the wedding. Yeah, that's if you include the mini-bot itself. It's an option. I have a lot of fun behind the desk. And I'm going to be honest, I can't sit behind a cage with you, Sam. I mean, I guess I could sit behind a cage with you, but I probably couldn't fight effectively if I was sitting behind the cage with you. So, you know, there's a balance. There's a balance here. I do wonder if there's a good, you know, I wonder what the crowd would like to see as far as robots that you or I or obviously definitely not Chris shows up with Darkseid sometimes. But, you know, what kind of robot would they like to see? I would love to come back with another rotary lifter robot, but maybe there's something else people have in mind.
Yeah, there's not a lot of flippers in the larger weight classes here.
There aren't. I mean, we've had a few that come and go, especially when we would run a more sportsman event. You know, they're a thing, but they're not popular by any means.
It would be amazing to see a powerful pneumatic flipper.
I mean, I'm going to be honest with you. The thing I really want to do is flip Fluffy and Flo.
Good luck. They're heavy.
Yeah, well. All right, you can see Lucy Dew here is giving a rundown of what happened in that fight earlier with Kablooey Tango. Something to do with that wedgelet has gone wrong.
Chains on the outside.
Chains on the outside is a move. Probably the way that robot is designed is two of those robots, or two of those wheels rather, are powered directly, and the other two are powered only by that chain. And then if those two, you know, secondarily powered wheels were to get damaged, the chain is going to get damaged first, and they will be freed up so that the wheels can still operate independently. It's a process of failure analysis that you do, and you figure out if I'm going to lose a wheel, how do I lose a wheel in a way that doesn't disable the rest of my robot? And that's a way they have decided to do that.
So the alternative for doing four-wheel drive would just be 4 motors and
that's another way to do it. You can have 4 motors. You can have belts that connect, you know, a single motor on each side to, you know, each wheel on each side, and the belts are able to slip a little bit. There's lots of options, things you can pull off, but having them linked together on the outside is something we do see sometimes. So I'm interested to know what's going on here. I see a very big pair of pliers. Something is getting excavated.
It's like a 3-pounder weapon assembly.
And look at the attention to detail here, Sam. The forks are painted black on the sides and then red on all the other surfaces. Really gives a nice look. That's a
2-step process, too.
Well, and it's a 2-step process. This goes to talk about how far we've come as a sport in recent years. The amount of robots that we had even, you know, even in 2019. No, let's go back 1 year. Let's just say last year. The number of robots that would show up that had never been driven before, had never been put together before. And they would get together the night before or in the hotel or the morning of, was still fairly high. It was a not insubstantial number of robots. Now those robots, those same team members, those same team leaders are sitting down, and not only is their robot fully tested and running and put in arena and put through its paces, but they had time to take it all apart, paint it probably by hand, put masking tape on things to have intricate designs, and then put it back together and then retest it, because of course they did, because who knows what that paint is going to do.
Yeah.
The dedication, the professionalism, this has so quickly gone from a casual hobby to an intense hobby to a real sport to something truly competitive.
And I think it's the frequency of events we have here that really can allow that to happen. Say you've only painted one side of your fork and the other side isn't painted yet. You can just come 2 months down the line to the next competition. You're not done for the whole year if you're putting all your eggs into the one competition a year basket.
Right, and that's one of the wonderful things about having the consistency here at Norwalk. And also, you know, we've inspired a lot of people. Heck, we've given a lot of money now in terms of prizes to people that have gone out and started competitions around the country. And those competitions are even more chances for these robots to get dialed in, for people to get that practice, for people to be able to show up with their best for Norwalk.
It's amazing. I love the growth.
Yeah, it's stunning. I never thought we would see such quick growth in this sport. I knew it was going to keep growing, but it's like someone threw gasoline on the fire. And anyone that knows me knows I like throwing gasoline on fires.
Hello, hello. We are joined by some very special guests in this moment. We have with us Aiden and Eamon. You want to pass me that microphone?
Yeah,
we're going to do a little, we're breaking the fourth wall here. Sorry about this. You guys want to do a little introduction? Say hello.
Hi, what's going on?
You're like, don't make me do this.
This is Aiden,
you know what?
by the way, now.
Yes. Go ahead. Say hello.
And Eamon.
Eamon. Am I torturing you guys with this? You guys, they're so comfortable with attention, okay? But we want to give them attention because they actually have helped us install 2 new cages here at NHRL. So cages 7 and 8 were built by them. These guys stayed up until like 5 a.m. building these cages. So everybody give them a round of applause. You guys have seen what has gone down in cages 7 and 8, and we really could not do this without you guys. So we wanted to give you guys some gifts.
Yeah.
So Sam has the first one. Sam, this one is for Aiden.
This one's for Aiden.
This is a fish tank. It's a fish tank gift. It's obviously in the shape of one of the cages. It also includes a $250 gift card. But we know that you are a fish tank connoisseur, so this one's for you. And then for Eamon, we actually have cage number 9, which we are honoring. We're retiring cage number 9 in your honor. So the next cage will be cage 10. Wow. And we also have some luxury pillows for you, so you can finally get some sleep, you know? You don't have to hold this microphone anymore. I know you want me dead because of it. So, but you have to awkwardly hold all the gifts I'm giving you. So go ahead. Chug-a-lug. Oh my gosh, I'm kidding. I'm not gonna make you do this. He's like,
he doesn't mind. He holds stuff all the time.
Okay, good. Right. But yeah, what was this process like of you guys building these cages? I'm kidding. Take this from him. Oh my gosh. Don't drop the gift.
I don't know what to say. We made it happen, I guess.
Wow, a man of many words. A man of many words. What about you? Do you have anything you'd like to say about all of the work you put into the cages we've seen?
I mean, kind of the same thing. We made it happen. It was definitely really tiring, but it's worth it in the end. It's pretty cool, you know?
Absolutely. Well, we are so grateful for you guys. Thank you. I won't torture you any longer. Thank you guys so much for your work, for real.
Great job.
Oh, I'll hand you these things elsewhere. I feel bad. Wow, guys, we did it. Let's go ahead and go to cage 6. We've got R.O.B versus Steel Slinger. Wow, guys. It's always fun to be around people who don't like to be on television.
7,
What's that
6,
like, you know?
5,
I have no idea.
4,
I have no idea.
3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Here we go. We are off to the races. Actually.
Yeah, so it looks like R.B, I believe, is the vert spinner. And you can see the cage repairs already on the floor in cage 6. A lot of weapon-on-weapon engagements. Usually favoring the vertical spinner, I believe, in a weapon-on-weapon engagement between a vert and a horizontal. But definitely drive belt on R.O.B has come off.
Wow, a lot happening here.
That whole frame side.
I said this before, but I love the shape of a weapon or of a bot like that in this like triangular shape because I feel like it moves so much quicker. Even though it probably doesn't, it just looks quicker.
You know?
And it really comes in full force here. Oh, that was a good hit. Oh, now I feel sad. Oh, it's tangled.
Caught right up in that urethane belt.
Help us out, Brett.
Brett coming in hard for the...
Wow, Brett was actually is coming in hard. Oh, he's still a little stuck. Oh, there we go. We're out. We're out.
Great job, Brett.
Great job, Brett.
But it looks like the second belt on the
You know what's
other
funny
side
is like
dropped.
that wasn't even intentional of getting stuck in something like that. Like that's actually just
It happens.
what we're seeing from the pieces being loosey-goosey. And now we're seeing the loosey-goosey bot celebrating in the corner over there.
Beautiful victory dance.
A little victory
the
dance
debris
on
from
the
your
night.
opponents
Yeah.
can play a huge factor in a fight.
I like seeing the full stands over there. A lot of happy fans celebrating that win. Wow, that was really fun giving that award. If you guys haven't had a chance to check out cages 7 and 8, those are brand new ones built by our lovely friends, Aiden and Eamon, and we are so, so thankful for them. That was really cool. Can you imagine staying up till 5 a.m. building a cage?
Yes, I can imagine it.
You can?
Yes.
Are these things, is this something that you do as well?
I try not to, and honestly, Eamon really took on the brunt of the task, and his work ethic is incredible for how young he is. He just goes so hard and nonstop and at a pace that you would not believe.
Wow, that's really great.
And there they are.
Here's cages 7 and 8 too. If you guys didn't get a chance to see them here in person, here's what they look like on the screen. Brand new cages, like we were just talking about. Aiden and Eamon got to work. Stayed until the wee hours to make sure it was done in time for today. So what a win. What a win all around the board. A celebratory day here. And to have the work ethic like that at a young age, it's a little rare. It's a little rare.
It is.
And to stay up that late and to put in the hard labor, actual physical labor. Like it's not like you're staying up to finish a homework assignment. You're actually like, you know, hands
lifting
and feet
huge
type
panels of
work.
plastic, welding steel. And it's not just the plastic and steel that goes into the cages. There's the full electronic system, the lighting, the cameras, the audio, the screens. There's so much that goes into these cages. The ventilation systems.
Right.
And Eamon just...
By the way, I don't know, like the first step of it, it always confuses me. When it comes to things being lit on fire, I'm like, how is that working? But they make it look very easy, and I'm so grateful for their services and just their ability to really commit. And they know that it was worth it in the end. They got it done just in time, and we're definitely grateful for them for doing that. Oh, man, I certainly did not help build any cages. Oh, but we have a lot of builders in the building. Upstairs, working in the pits. A bit of a time crunch here. You can see that people work with definitely some sort of, you know, they know that they have time.
Yeah, so they have that guaranteed minimum of 20 minutes. And for the bigger bots, it goes a little higher than that. But it's still not a lot of time when you got to take the top off, unplug the batteries. And the more resilient your bot is to damage, the harder it is to take apart to service.
And sometimes you don't even know exactly what it is that went wrong or what you're missing yet. So it's like it takes a while to figure it out and to kind of play around with different parts. You have to be so organized up there. You have your whole stations with all of your tools and everything you need.
All your drinks. You can
All
see
your
a Red
drinks,
Bull
all
up
your
there,
snacks.
some lemonade.
Yeah, you definitely need a little energy drink, something like that. Some coffee.
Oh, but they've labeled their boxes. You can see that one says miscellaneous. So
Where do you see that? Oh my gosh, you're
bottom
right.
right.
Oh, you're right. It says weapon something. Wow.
Yeah, so-
organization. It's like organized chaos.
exactly. Teams will bring multiples of every bolt they use on their robots, so they have to organize that.
Yeah.
You've got to bring a lot of spares because, as we see, stuff breaks in the box.
Yep. Yeah, is this stuff that TSA likes to see? What is the process like of traveling with these items in tow?
I'm pretty sure, I don't know. I've never flown with a bot before, but you definitely have to do something with the batteries. Either it's on your carry-on or you check it, but it's definitely one and not the other.
Right, I feel like you have to check it. I feel like that's I don't know. I mean, I'm not a professional at nearly anything, but I do feel like when it comes to flying with these items, it might get a little bit tricky and definitely a little bit heavy, right?
Yeah, for the bigger bots especially. We allow folks to ship their robots to the event prior to flying out, and so the week leading up, we get all sorts
Which
of
might be
fun
way
packages
easier.
in. Yeah, definitely.
Well, yeah, that's a fun job to open up all the packages here.
Yeah. And there's many. There are so many packages to open.
What do you think are some of your favorite things that go on behind the scenes here at Norwalk before these big events? You know, before everyone gets here on a Saturday and there's a line out the door. We know that people are building cages until the wee hours of the night, but what other things really go down here?
That I can talk about? Let's see.
Yes, Sam. Things you can talk about. I'm kidding.
We do all sorts of like robot adjacent stuff.
Okay.
Sometimes we are just building robots, but other times we're working on power chairs or putting jet engines on other things besides robots. And
just for fun, you know. Who doesn't want to put a jet engine on something? What do you think is the greatest thing you could put a jet engine on? Oh, here we go. These people are definitely worker bees.
This is the grinding zone. A robot's the best thing to put a jet engine on by far, by the way.
Yeah, that was a good answer. I don't know where I was going with that. I was getting creative with that one.
So, yep, this is the grinding area in the pits, surrounded by that welding plastic.
And these, I mean, he really knows what he's doing here.
Oh, I know what he's doing too. It looks like he's sharpening his forks.
Oh, you gotta do it. He's ready to roll.
Now, I think as the tournament progresses, having a sharp fork can almost become a disadvantage with how torn up the floors are. So you don't want your forks digging into into the chips and stuff in the wood.
No, that's a really good point. I do feel like oftentimes further into the events, further into the evening, you have to take into consideration how torn apart these floors are. If you look around and look at some of the cages, I mean, cage 3 looks pretty clean compared to the one directly to the right of it. So it's always, you just have to see where you're going to be at, you know, and what that's going to look like, and factor that into exactly how you're shaping your robot to be ready for the next one.
The cages also accumulate a fair amount of glitter as the tournament progresses, so you have to factor that in as well.
I love this conversation continued around glitter, because I forgot at first that it was actually a bad thing. We're gonna take a little tour here of the facility, starting with our favorite element. All the good people of the world sitting down here, tuning in on a Saturday afternoon. So this is everyone sitting and looking directly at some of the cages here. They're sitting on our bleachers, on our seats. We've had a packed house all throughout the day here, really.
It's been great.
It's been great. And then we have outside, we've got some food trucks.
Our patio
Look at
area
these people
looking
just
great.
in sweatshirts. Bold people. Lots of different options there for the food trucks.
Some excited
It's actually
kids.
a great time to sit outside.
Yeah, it's almost spring. Just a couple more days now.
You know, as soon as daylight savings hits, that's when it's like good news with great joy. We
Yeah.
have almost made it, you guys. Oh, hello, waving back to you. Yeah, so outside you can join any of these lovely people and get some food, and then you can head on over to the Bot Museum. Now, this area is actually really cool. If you enter if you enter the building, this is one of the first things you see. And it's a bit overwhelming, right? You see all of these bots that have these incredible stories. They've had these huge achievements, and you know, there's details around all of them. You can look and touch, and whatever you need to do, there's video footage that shows where they succeeded, where they failed, and it's really a great storytelling experience right when you walk in here.
And at tournaments, it's pretty cool. Some of these bots' owners are there with the robots right now. So you could just go into the museum and talk to the builders of these robots.
Yes.
So.
Oh, we got Space Cat Brewery here. Love them. Represent. You got to go get a little brewskis.
They're just down the street from us here.
Yes.
Pretty convenient.
Pretty convenient. We love to support anyone
fans.
local here in Norwalk. And hey, they shouldn't be near the beer. Just kidding. They're there to play the game. They're there getting some swag.
This is the most well-stocked free claw machine that I've ever seen.
Oh, it's a free claw machine.
It's free.
Wait, I didn't know this. Why aren't we in line? What are we doing over here?
I don't know, but I see people getting up now, probably going to go play the free claw machine.
Wow, we should take a stab at this, I feel.
I've won once.
Oh, you've won once?
Yeah.
I don't know if that's braggable.
It's hard.
Oh, really? Do you think that people have won multiple times?
Probably no one's ever won more than me.
Oh, wow. Oh my gosh, I'm learning so many new things. I'm definitely gonna take a stab at it now, by the way. All right, now taking a look at the VIP lounge. So we've got some more bleachers here. We've got a ton of happy fans. Hello, fans. Love the enthusiasm. So yeah, they're sitting, living the best life that they can in VIP. You've got a great view. You've got a little bit more comfortable seating around the corner there. And you get some food, some drinks.
Pretty sweet deal.
Yeah, some service, you know, little refrigerators, a little snacks, a little happy energy over there in VIP. I feel like this, oh, and now we've got the merch area.
Our store has really grown.
The store has grown, I agree.
And
someone was running.
We've got the softest shirts. Those NHRL shirts are so soft.
They are. You know, I saw a lot of people wearing them this morning. I got to get one. I have not. I don't know why I don't have one yet. I should be wearing that now, shouldn't I? We should be. Both of us should be. We've got our water bottles. Okay, we're getting ready to go to cage 1 here. We've got Anxiety and Floor Letter Word.
All right, it looks like Floor Letter Word is the bar spinner
8
in the pink square.
7 6 5 4 3 2 1
Fight, robots, fight.
And I think Anxiety is the mid cutter, horizontal spinner.
Anxiety, I've really seen in every match, like, not get that beat up.
Both weapons off to a rough start. Can't really see any spin on Anxiety.
You're right. Oh my God. I feel like I spoke too soon.
I think this is the one that was getting fixed in the pits.
Yeah. Wow, that's an interesting mini bot. Do you hear that, like, horsepower behind this?
Looks like Anxiety's up to speed now.
Oh, Anxiety.
And Four-letter word is not.
Anxiety's got some serious spin moves. Four-letter word still staying in this, even though the weapon isn't really functioning as fast as it was before. The mini bot seems like it's
a non-factor.
Right?
I think they had big plans of it exploding.
That would have been fun. We love an explosion. When push comes to shove. Wow.
You gotta do what you gotta do.
Oh my gosh. Sometimes I really feel like they're in a tango dance.
Kablooey Tango, that's a different robot.
Yeah, you're right. Both of the weapons here really not functioning the way they should be.
And when you take some of your weight and put it into a weapon, you generally have a weaker drive. So the pushing matches from 2 broken weapon bots
leads us down a different path.
Yeah, it's more of a dance.
It is. It's more of a dance. The spinning. The
Yeah.
spinning tactic.
Yeah, if your weapon can't spin, at least spin
Then
your
you
bot.
can.
You become the weapon.
That's not a terrible tactic. Only really missing one piece there, but having a weapon that's not really functioning properly is definitely an issue for both of these. I'm interested to see what this mini bot has in store.
Now, judging matches like this can be kind of tough. Who's the aggressor? Who's in control? Luckily for our judges, there was a touch of damage.
If you were to if you were a judge right now, who would you give it to?
It's tough, but floor letter word did some noticeable damage. Even if it seems cosmetic as the fight progresses, it was something. And it's hard to tell who's more aggressive, and it's hard to tell who's actually in control.
I actually feel like Anxieti has been a little bit more in control here throughout this one.
A touch of spin at the end, too, for the Anxiety's weapon. Fighters will often do that to show the judges that their weapon wasn't completely disabled.
Right. Floor letter word, we really only saw go up to full potential, full speed for just a couple seconds. And then it seemed to really die down there and start that pushing game. Well, we will see what the judges have to say about that one.
Tough one.
I know, I don't know why. I felt like I was leaning more towards Anxiety there, but it was interesting to see that you were leaning the opposite direction because one of us has to be right?
To be fair, though, at the end, Anxiety showing that weapon could spin, can shift the balance in the damage category.
Right.
So you've convinced me.
There we go. And you've convinced me to build a cage till 5 a.m. Just kidding.
Oh, the secret? You build the cage trophy. It's so much easier than the actual cage.
Staying up till 5 a.m. to build just the trophy, not the actual cage, just the small look-alike, the Sims version.
Retrieving the torn-off armor panel. So I believe they said Anxiety took it. Checking out the cage 4 now. Flashbang and Blackjack.
Love these names. Blackjack by Drew Davis from New York. His team name is What's Up, Danger?
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Oh, wow.
Blackjack hitting its own mini-bot.
That could definitely happen if your driving isn't nearly perfect sometimes, you're just reacting too quickly to something else.
Looks like he's attempting to self-right against the kick plate.
You almost need some assistance there.
Yeah, maybe attempt that self-right on the opponent.
There you go. It's like he heard you. Come on.
Blackjack's mini-bot holding it down. Looks like maybe is pinning.
Oh, almost. Oh, Lord. Someone blow some wind or something.
Robot as a hat.
There we go. Flo's helping him out here.
Thanks, Flo.
Drew Davis, the creator of Blackjack, is an English teacher at a high school in New York. He loves watching and playing sports with his boys. He also said that he loves Marvel and DC.
I believe it. I saw his car loaded with stickers.
Oh, is it?
And I think he's doing something with combat robotics at his school as well. I know we shipped him a test cage recently.
I thought that Marvel and DC were more competitive against each other.
Yeah, but you can still be a fan of both.
That's true. That's true.
That way everyone wins for the fans.
You're right. Wow, this is a tough one to watch. It's just like, just quite stuck.
Yeah, Flo and Fluffy, the big house bots, are not as nimble as Brett and Bart and the like. And so when bots are stuck in the corner like that, it can be difficult to do a successful unstick.
Right, because really your only option is to like just push it with a ton of force, try to push it up against something.
I like it when Fluffy, Flo, Bert, Bart, Brett, they get a real good running start to do the unstick.
Oh, were we able to unstick it? No, not quite.
Almost.
Oh my gosh. Come on! We're down to the wire here. Less than 20 seconds left in this one.
Flo.
Desperately trying to get back on track. The mini bots are battling it out. Mini bots for the win here. It's all or nothing. It's like, excuse me, Flo, please get out of the way. Mini bots. I'm kidding. Happy dances over here from the mini bots. Oh my gosh, that's so funny. End of time there. That was tough to watch. It's such a shame. You couldn't get really off to the races there. Just a matter of being stuck right in the beginning.
Another tough one to judge.
Yes, an extremely tough one to judge. It's like, how do you turn back? When you have a bot that's just completely upside down the whole time, is it even your fault?
It depends. It can be, for sure.
Right. That's tough though, because part of me just feels like it's just circumstantial. Like it just is. Obviously it's hit in the right angle, you know, and it gets stuck there. But when something gets stuck, period, it feels a little bit like there's an unfairness quality. Like it's like, no, I didn't get to fully compete. You know.
That's true. But
I know, there's a but.
You know your robot's going to go into a fight.
Yeah.
And you know it's probably going to get knocked around. So you kind of want to design it in a way where it can get out of an awkward situation or work upside down or have some way to get back on its feet.
Yeah.
But here you can rely on Brett, Fluffy, Flo on our house bots.
That's true.
But they're not perfect as well, so.
Thank goodness for our house bots. At least they try.
Yeah, and they're sweet. They're sweet.
They're sweet. They're very nice bots. Yeah, interesting that he loves DC and Marvel. If you were to choose your favorite DC and Marvel movie,
oh my goodness.
Do you have one?
I guess. No, I don't.
No, you don't have one?
Ant-Man's pretty cool. The first Iron Man is like a movie. I don't know.
It's like a movie.
Do you?
Do we have any Marvel fans in the house? Any Marvel fans?
No.
Wow, no.
This guy, one guy.
One guy. A couple
DC
people.
Only needs two.
A couple people. DC fans?
Oh, Marvel
Definitely
wins
not
by
DC
one.
fans. Marvel wins. I actually am not familiar with their work.
And either?
A lot of their work.
Okay.
No, but you know what? I do love Captain America.
Okay.
Because that I know. Oh, and Captain Marvel. Captain Marvel.
Yeah.
Yes.
I liked Peacemaker for the DC fans out there.
Okay, there we go. I'm not entirely sure who that is.
What's
their
John
superpower?
Cena, I think.
Oh, it's John Cena.
Yeah.
Okay, we love John Cena.
Not being seen, I guess.
Oh,
or I don't know.
got it.
He has an eagle. That's his superpower. Eagly.
Wow. Okay. Oh my goodness. I think. Yeah. I have to go back and do like my homework when it comes to Marvel. I would actually like to watch it all from the very beginning, and I think it starts with the first Iron Man, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
Or maybe it's the first Captain America.
Something like that.
I don't know.
But
guys,
if you
I'm
have
so
like
sorry.
a month, a month block. So.
I need a full month, by the way. It's like hours and hours and hours of superheroes fighting good versus evil. I think I can do it.
Yeah, definitely.
And I'll come back. I'll tell you my favorite pick by then.
Maybe you'll have a superpower at that point.
Yes, I will have a superpower.
Yeah.
Yeah, I will. It'll be the fastest movie watcher in history. That'll be my superpower. We got some fans in the house showing signs on the night. What's up, everyone? How's everyone feeling?
Looks like a Spartan fan out there.
I'm saying night. It's almost 6 p.m. Does that count as night? Evening. Whatever. We got another sign. What does that say? It's robot fighting time.
It definitely
is. It is.
6 o'clock evening, night, doesn't matter. It's robot fighting time.
It's true. No better time than now. Hello, hello. These are the people sitting front and center here looking at all of the cages. You guys can wave. Don't be shy.
There
The camera loves you. Oh, and here we got, I think this is our VIP section.
Yeah, definitely.
VIP section. Ayo.
Right by cage
Don't be
1
afraid
over
to
there.
wave. I wish I was one of those people that was too afraid to wave on camera.
Yeah?
I mean, I feel like my life went into a different path, you know?
Where you have to wave on camera.
Right, where I probably went too hard in the paint when it came to waving on camera.
Oh,
Yeah.
and now here you are.
Now look at me. Oh, we're getting ready to go here. I'm actually excited about some of the ones we have coming up next.
Yeah, cage 2.
Look at cage 2 here. Setting up shop. You can see, if you look at the bottom right-hand corner of the screen, oh, now it's actually front and center. We got a mask.
We certainly do.
We got a mask. And
I recognize the mask, but I don't remember which bot it was associated with.
I know it's tough because it changes. Just going through all of the typical protocol that we have to do. Thankful that the crew is always on top of everything here.
We do have a great crew.
Such a good crew and such a good camera crew too. Like these cameras that everyone's carrying around and showing every angle of these fights, they're not necessarily light objects. Everyone here is really just
all right.
Everyone here is just operating this heavy machinery all the time.
Orcus and Harold in the box, is that what it is?
We're almost ready here. I like the little eagle eye perspective too on the cameras here. It's always fun when we can see from above. You don't miss anything at this angle.
You can really tell which house bot is which from this angle.
That is true.
Some people are good at reading the mouths and knowing which one
I know.
it is.
I'm not at all. I need to see the top angle to be like, oh wait, that's Brett. Getting ready to go. Wow, isn't that a sight? Oh my gosh. What a duo. Look alive.
Yes.
Oh my gosh. My dad used to put on masks like that and just stand in the hallway when I was a kid and like not tell me when I'd come home from school. And that's how I ended up normal. I'm kidding.
Right. Something led to waving to cameras.
Yeah. The intimidation in full force with that mask, I will be honest.
Ooh,
that is a beautiful
cool.
bot.
Some flails on that one, it looks like.
I'm always intrigued by the circular shapes because I feel like it just changes.
It makes it harder to build.
Oh yeah, that's probably so true. I didn't even think about that, but it changes the way that the driver really stays in control of it. They don't have to. They don't have to be in major control of it as much as they were if it were, you know, there's like a sharp point on one side, a lift on the other side. At that point, they can kind of hit it from any angle, right?
Yeah, and it can bounce off the walls maybe a little better, or not get stuck under corners. Yeah.
Yes, not get stuck under corners. I don't know though. Knock on wood. You never know. Wow.
We might be shifting arenas here for this fight.
So do you have any other bots you're really looking forward to seeing today go down? Or any that you're secretly rooting for?
Well, yeah, there's a 12-pounder that looks like a big 3-pounder. That for whatever reason, that made me happy.
Oh, yeah.
It just looked like it was directly scaled up.
Okay.
From a really stereotypical 3-pound
Yeah,
that you
I
see.
remember seeing that earlier for sure. That's such an interesting concept to take something that was once one size and really just like not changing it that much, but just it's almost, it reminds me of something you do on a camera, right? You just like make it bigger. Like
pinch and
something
zoom.
you do digitally really well, but to do physically, it's really difficult.
Especially because like the beater bar that the 3-pounders use that he mimicked, he machined, you can't just buy that for the 12-pounders. You got to machine it, and he machined it to look like the 3-pound version. It's
top notch.
Yeah.
Wow,
primo.
that's really cool. Is there a certain type of weapon that you're typically most impressed by?
Oh, the spinners are the most impressive.
Yeah.
Because they do actual damage and win fights. But I like hammers, and if someone can pull off a good hammer, they're near and dear to my heart.
Oh wow. Okay. So do you like the Pawsitively Hysterical? Because I think it's a squeaky hammer.
Yeah,
do you guys know what I'm
that's
talking
on
about?
the hammer spectrum.
Does that count?
Yeah, we'll count it. We'll count it. Yeah, he's part of the group.
I don't know if you guys saw the Pawsitively Hysterical.
Yeah, you
yes.
got it.
The Pawsitively Hysterical bot has these 2 paws that look like hammers, but they're actually just like a squeaky toy rubber hammer. So they don't really do any damage. It doesn't have the same effect.
No, just like any other hammer bot for the most part. Just kidding. Some do damage for real. Knockoff White here is a damaging hammer, and then there's probably 1 or maybe 2 others. Maybe.
We're almost ready to go over here in cage 2. Orcus Herald. Oh my goodness. The suspense here.
Okay, so I think that means Herald is the
8,
the
7,
wedge with the beater bar
6,
up top.
5, 4, 3,
elevated
2,
beater bar.
1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Oh wow, oh no. This is actually a tough matchup because of the shape.
Yeah, the fact that
it can kind of sit up.
Herald can get Orcus up its wedge. That's impressive.
It's almost like it's perfect opponent in a way. It totally changes it.
Flail is not quite going on Orcus.
Yeah, the things that are supposed to be spinning, I don't even know what to call them. There they go. I need to see them in action. I don't know if they'll really shape up.
Uh-oh. A little unbalanced there.
Oh no. Oh my gosh. Wow. What an interesting position to lock it into.
That's a way round bots can get hung up.
It almost like it shoved it right into Brett, and then Brett just dipped.
That's the third option when you flip a coin.
Yeah, that is the third option when you flip a coin. Yeah, this is pretty unfortunate for this circular bot here. It really has...
So it's definitely out of balance.
Yeah.
It looks like 2 of the 3 flails have come off, and maybe some of the lead weights on one.
But even if it were to really push all of its energy into its opponent, it's just going to slide right up it. It's not even going to directly hit it.
The wedge, it's the most basic weapon for a fighting robot, but it's so effective.
It's so genius. Whenever I see a wedge, I feel like every time it over-delivers. And it's such a simple concept, but you forget the power that it has. It just being what it is.
It's actually too powerful for Norwalk. That's why we require robots to have an active weapon.
Right. It's an interesting spinning weapon there. A couple of the pieces have fallen off. But like, are they sharp even?
No,
they don't look like.
So it's a flail, which is something you don't really see that much anymore. It's kind of an old school design.
Okay.
Something more across the pond.
Oh, okay.
But it doesn't deliver all the energy that it stores because it'll just flex.
Oh, right. And that, I mean, that's really difficult to face off against anything that's sharper. Wow.
Yeah, they tend to glance off the flails.
showing total dominance here by just continuing to push it and lock it into place. We're down to our final countdown. Oh, still giving it everything it's got. Wow.
All right. That was a fun one.
That was a fun one. Great job, guys. Good sportsmanship right there. Celebrating the entire match, win or lose. Always love to see that.
So that one's going to go to the judges.
Yes. It's interesting to see the style of driver. Do you have a preference?
I like Jamison Go's stance a lot, like a video game fighting character.
Oh my gosh, that's funny.
But it's also fun to see the little kids that have to sit on stools to see the arena.
To see through.
It's just great seeing kids.
But in terms of the actual control.
Oh, like the controller?
Yes.
Oh.
They're shaped so differently.
Oh, I'm not a fan of the video game style. I don't really care for the pistol grip style. I just like the most basic one you see a lot of folks having.
I don't know though. I grew up playing N64.
Okay, so the
Nintendo 64.
And
yeah, the 3-pronged controller with like a joystick. So I feel as though anything with a joystick I'd be able to do.
Okay, yeah,
well.
There's a controller for you then.
You remember like the days where you would play Mario Kart with an actual wheel?
Mm-hmm.
And it was horrendous because you only played it one way before that?
Right.
Yes. I feel like that would be my experience of driving with anything
recently.
else.
So robots used to, and some still do, use tank drive. So they use one stick for the left and one stick for the right side.
Oh, that's interesting.
And so to go forward, you go both sticks up. But now a lot of times folks will mix their signals so they can do it all in one stick.
Oh.
But if you go back to the tank style from the one stick, it's so confusing.
Yes, it's almost like you played one way your whole life, you've done it one way, you almost have to stick to that. Like, is it common for drivers to change their controller per bot? Or do they really stick to the same sort of method?
Maybe like you have one bot that's really fast and doesn't necessarily have like an intricate weapon system or anything like that. You would do the pistol style to, because you can steer and aim and slam better. If your robot has a lot of different features that require control via remote, you probably want more knobs and switches and stuff.
Yeah, I feel like you can really experiment when it comes to the mini bots, right?
Oh,
like
definitely.
that way you can just try whatever type of controller you want and hope for the best.
Yeah, I was judging a fight earlier and someone absolutely made their own controller.
Oh.
It had like an Arduino on it and knobs and cardboard was involved and a lot of tape and it functioned. It worked.
Just put it on my tab of another thing I could not build at 5 a.m. is a controller.
But maybe a small trophy version of a controller.
That I can do. That I can do. A small version of anything that we have going on over here.
So do you have aspirations to build a fighting robot?
Do I have aspirations to build a fighting robot? Yes, I do. Of course I do. I would love to build not only a fighting robot, but a winning robot.
Oh, a winning robot. That changes things.
Ooh, over in cage 1, we got Boxel versus Kilojoule.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
I can smell the smoke. Oh, that's what I'm smelling.
Okay, so Voxel is the drum robot here. Kilojoule is the horizontal undercutter, it looks like. Kilojoule flipped and stuck on the wall. Needs either a hit from Voxel or some fluffy love.
Some fluffy love. Come on, Fluffy.
Fluffy trying her best.
Kilojoule is with David Dreyer from Willoughby, Ohio, and KSU Combat Robotics. He's actually studying aerospace engineering at Penn State.
Cool.
Oi!
From Ohio on a KSU team and studying at Penn State. All over the place.
Kent State. Kent State. I was like, wait a minute. From Ohio, KSU.
Oh, shedding some bearings.
Wow. You can actually smell the smoke from all the sparks in the building right now. Here we go, it's dancing time.
Yeah, some drive issues on Voxel.
Just a little under
It's
a minute
still
30
spinning,
here.
so maybe it's high centered.
I feel like the spinning is just
There's
the driver
fluffy.
making sure it's still functioning in ways it wishes it could.
All right, it got its one free unstick attempt.
Yeah, I think that the weapon there is definitely...
And that one's going to cost it 50 cents.
The extra push.
Looks like this is kilojoules. Counting them out.
Oh. Oh, it tried. It tried.
The slow
That's okay.
victory dance. 1 kilojoule.
Oh, it's tough when that happens early on, but it's okay. That's when it's tricky. It's like you don't know exactly how your bot's going to be hit or affected when you're up in the pit working on it, and it's kind of like a risk on how you choose to utilize that time.
Yeah, absolutely. Like some things are definitely a priority. You gotta swap the battery. You gotta fix your drivetrain so that you can move in the arena. But after that, it's
It's all up to
triage.
Yep. It's you're all just hoping that whatever you chose to do sticks in pretty good shape. You know?
And oftentimes you're rushing so much that your fixes just aren't enough, or you just can't finish everything, and you got to get into the box. And that happens. But when you win after something like that, ooh, it's so much sweeter.
Oh my gosh, I'm sure. That's why I would like to build a robot that could win.
Yeah, that's smart. Winning feels good. So I get that.
Is that terrible? Is that bad? No, I've actually haven't put any thought into what my robot would look like.
Well, being here is a great start. You're taking it in, seeing all the different designs. You like the round ones. You like the triangle ones. Maybe a round triangle.
I think I like the food-related.
Okay, a food-related round triangle sounds like ice cream cone to me.
Ice cream cone. I could do an ice cream cone. Ooh, I could do an ice cream cone.
Now, if you go to our website, NHRL.io, you'll see our Getting Started in Fighting Robots section, so you can see how to join the Discord and join our community of builders who would be happy to assist you with your first robot. And we've got all sorts of other resources there as well.
It's so great to be able to just start a new hobby, like to be able to say, hey, I think I want to build a bot. Like, you are totally welcome here. Like, there are people who will help you. You will be able to jump into this process and feel guided and feel like you're just in to have fun. I joke around about wanting to win. I mean, like, obviously it's fun to win like a little something, but you don't have to in order to feel like a winner here, because you really are. Everyone is competing for the fun of it. You want to see, a lot of times you want to see your bot get destroyed, and that in itself could be a win. Let's go ahead and take a look over at cage 4. We've got Psycho versus Avalanche.
8, 7.
There's that stance.
6.
Oh, you're right. That was what you were talking about.
So powerful. 3,
wait, you're right. He looks like he's
2,
in battle.
1.
I mean, he is.
Fight, robots, fight.
Off to the races.
Some great hum going on.
Oh my gosh, a massive hit there. Wow.
Oh, the harmony of these two spinners.
You're right. Oh my goodness. I think that was in the air longer than it was on the ground.
Yeah, Psycho getting the better of those engagements for sure.
Now completely stuck on the side. This is...
Flo, hail.
I know. Hail.
Oh,
hail.
great unstick by Flo.
That was a smooth unstick. Oh wow, it didn't hesitate. Psycho did not hesitate
No,
there.
right after an unstick, your opponent is vulnerable. It's a great time to go in for a hit. And Jamison Go is a pro.
Jamison notes that this bot is pronounced like Psycho, even though you can see the spelling is a little bit different. And he made a note that he wants you to say it with enthusiasm. So everybody say, Psycho.
Psycho. Avalanche tucked into the corner here.
In Japanese, Psycho means awesome or supreme.
Woo. Getting tumbled about. Uh-oh.
Oy.
That's a wiggle. That
Not
definitely a
much movement
drivetrain
there.
issue there. Desperately trying to get any movement.
Wow.
KO to Psycho. Excuse me, Psycho.
There you go. You gotta say it with enthusiasm. Psycho. Jamison is incredibly fun to watch. Talking to him earlier today, he's just so calm and collected about it all. Like, here to have fun, but knows his strengths so well, and really make sure he utilizes them with the time that he's given.
He's been at it for a while.
Yeah, he's really fun to watch. Let's get a little replay here. We can catch some of the hottest moments from that match. That was one of the first hits.
Yeah, like Ricky was saying earlier,
there it is.
The
That was the big
fast
one.
speed on Psycho Spinner really helps it win those weapon-on-weapon engagements.
And the 1-2-3 was like one small hit. The second hit was a little bit bigger. The third hit was massive, you know? And I feel like that, the way that those two, I don't even know what to call them. Those
Like
two
a combo.
tools. Yes.
Like you juggle your opponent and link
Right.
your combos like a fighting game almost.
Absolutely, like a
Jamison
fighting
Go
game.
is the fighting game
Well, he had the fighting
competitor.
stance.
Yeah, exactly. And he can combo his
Reminds me when
opponents.
someone says like, choose your opponent, or choose your, what is it called?
Choose your fighter.
Choose your fighter. And you do that motion. You guys know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, definitely. Just like
I
Jamison.
watch too much TikTok. I know. It's fine. It's totally fine. I'd have to learn how to do the fighting stance as well. I'll put that on my tab for all the other things I'd have to learn. Include.
Yeah, I don't think we have a section of our website for helping people figure out their fighting stances. Yeah, not yet at least.
Or their fighting outfits. There's a lot. There's a lot.
But eventually. Oh, true, the outfit part.
The outfit part.
We don't really get into that either. But
I love the themes. The themes here at Norwalk are definitely a consistent hot topic. And I mean, I love the, like I said, I love the food theme. That's one of my favorites. I love the cow theme. We see a lot of that as well. There's a lot of teams that really embrace that. They make one bot and they decide to kind of work their whole team around it, or vice versa.
So do you feel like every robot or every competitor here needs some sort of gimmick?
No.
No.
No, I don't think everyone needs a gimmick.
And gimmick isn't necessarily a bad thing.
Right.
It's just like something that makes them unique.
Totally, but I love a gimmick. I feel like it's so fun to watch. Sometimes it's even, the gimmick could be just the family aspect, or the part that it's like a father and son doing this together, or it's a mother and daughter trying this out together. I feel like any opportunity that you have to bring in something that's relatable to others makes it fun to watch. You know?
I think so. I think that helps folks connect with the sport.
Because that's why we love certain, at the new robots one, I think they actually had, was the flower pot?
Yeah, that was from the MilkTank team.
Yes, the MilkTank team.
Cowbella,
yes.
maybe?
Yep, yeah, Cowbella. And they had all the things you would see in your garden. So it was, like a flower pot, it was a rake, it was, I think there was a part of a wheelbarrow. Like there was all these things that you're like, oh wait, I've seen all those pieces before. Same with, I'm forgetting all the names.
Spare parts?
Spare parts, thank you. Same with spare parts. We saw a microwave. We saw all these things, a drill, things that you normally see in your own household. So immediately you see it and you're like, oh, that's relatable. That's a good thing to have.
And spare parts is now featured in our bot museum over there. So you can see it with its, I can't believe it's not butter spray and all.
I actually have to go look at that. I haven't seen that exact one yet.
Yeah, it's one of the many amazing robots we have in our bot museum.
Absolutely. We've had a good turnout here on a Saturday evening. I guess we're getting into the evening portion of the night. It's almost 6:30 here. Definitely a huge turnout. Still a lot of people here in the stands having fun. And I can't think of a better place to be. Bring your family, bring your friends. We're going to Cage 2 now. We've got Crash Fest and Nightlight on deck, ready to roll.
Crash Fest in the yellow and red.
Nightlight on the pink corner.
Does Nightlight have studded leather armor?
From this angle, it looks like it.
This is a glasses moment.
I love the bedazzles. I actually love the colors. It looks like a toy. I love when a robot has bright colors.
Yeah, and yellow and red, you know.
It makes it fun.
That robot near you, you're eating faster.
Look at the details on those tires.
4,
oh, that's so cute. The little flower
is cute.
print.
1.
That's their
Fight, robots, fight.
I like the details. Oh no.
Quick out the gate with Crash Fest.
Didn't waste a second there. Wow, really pushing it in there. No chance to get out. There we go.
Crash Fest is good at pins.
Oh, wow.
So he's really just wants to stay as close as he can to the Nightlight. The less time that weapon is spinning, the better it is for Crash Fest.
Oh, it's turned upside down now?
It's upside down and quiet.
And quiet, exceptionally quiet. The ability for it to just get completely underneath and kind of flip it around is like not helping.
No, it's...
Oh, there we go, come on. You got it, girl.
So now Crash Fest probably just gonna flop the opponent around.
Crash Fest with this ability to kind of go upside down and have it not change its form or shape.
Yeah.
It's like still very much in control, right side up.
It's a sturdy bot too. It can take a hit well.
Yeah. And Nightlight looks like it can take a hit well. It just can't even get in on the action without being flipped around. There we go.
It's very hard to fight a control robot like Crash Fest when your weapon is not functioning.
Right.
And it's pretty hard to fight a control bot like Crash Fest when your weapon is functioning. So it's a tough position to be in.
Uh-oh, here's the tango. That one piece, the spatula element of Crash Fest is interesting. It really works to its favor. It kind of lifts it up onto those wedges on those two arms and then takes control of it in an interesting way.
Yeah, that's classic lifter stuff, you know, just getting under your opponent and putting them into weird positions.
Oh no. That is so tough. I wish you could like tap on the glass or something.
Waving goodbye.
Wow. What a finish.
KO. I don't know if you can build a robot that could never be stuck in an awkward position like that.
Yeah, that's a good point. I feel
when
like
your weapon isn't working, it's even harder to get out.
I feel like Crash Fest really stayed quick and stayed on top of it. Like never missed an opportunity to sort of take Nightlight and flip it upside down, catch it off guard. It didn't even really take a minute to let it settle throughout that entire match. Just was always a little bit faster, a little bit quicker.
See some of the highlights from when Nightlight was spinning.
Yeah, you know, when you talk about the landscape of your cage, it really has a lot to do with it. You have to make sure you're not getting stuck, you're not getting caught, that you're utilizing the space that you have.
Yeah, the cage especially can be tough for Crash Fest and robots like that have those sharp forks.
Yes.
It is possible to get stuck in a seam or in some damage.
And that was her reaction when we saw it it got completely stuck on the side there. Tough ending there, but definitely still a very good matchup. Let's take a look at cage 3. Ooh, we got Here Comes the Boom and Flaming Farts. I can't believe I just said that.
All right. So Flaming Fart was at our new bot event.
I remember.
And it looks like it has a new addition. Before it was just the Estes rockets.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4,
now I see a butane
3,
tank.
2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Oh my, Lana. We're not even wasting a second here.
My goodness.
Oh my goodness.
That is a very exposed tank of butane or propane or something. I'm pretty sure it's butane, but...
How is this so close to us and we can't smell it? You guys, this is absolutely insane. Oh my gosh. He's knocked off his rocker. He's missing a wheel. And he's still blowing fire at nothing. What did Brett do to deserve this? Is that Brett?
Yeah, I think so. Good. You can tell by the words on top, but...
Wow.
Back on its feet.
Oh. Oh.
Looks like
out of smoke.
Some sort of disconnection from the flamethrower.
Here Comes the Boom. Really stayed true to its name. And so is Flaming Fart.
Yeah, there was potential for a really big boom and seriously flaming farts from that one, but looks like that gas tank is gonna stay intact. Still have yet to see the rockets go off.
Oh yeah, you're right. There's another element here.
And it looks like the flamethrower element is jammed up in Here Comes the Boom.
In Here Comes the Boom, right. So it's part of the flaming is stuck in Here Comes the Boom. Minibot trying to do something. Oh!
They got it. All right. So now...
Wow, it's a foggy sight. She's completely toasted.
Shooting off the rockets while upside down, still manages to self-right afterwards.
That reminds me of like the WWE when they show the signs afterwards and they do well. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's what that looked like. It was like a celebratory finish.
The fight is
look at the mark.
Still going on.
I don't smell any of it.
Yeah.
Do you?
No, not at all.
And most of the time when it's smoking, I can smell a little bit of it. I don't.
The negative pressure system is doing its job. It looks like the rocket side of Flaming Fart is still moving.
Which Minibot was that, before I get confused?
So, Flaming Fart has the rockets and the flamethrower.
Yes, okay. So Flaming Fart is just flaming everything.
And Here Comes the Boom. I don't hear the weapon going.
Yeah. Flaming Fart's having one functional wheel. The other one, you can see it on the left side of the frame there, almost right out of the frame. It did not stay intact. This is actually a really tough one.
Yeah, it's
like, how do you gauge? We're out of time here, but how do you gauge who wins?
Damage for that one.
Damage, that's true. Damage control.
If you think about multi-bots, like bots that are comprised of multiple robots.
Oh, I love to see that. By the way, what a thrilling matchup. Definitely collected quite the crowd here. Everyone circled up trying to see the details of this matchup. We got to...
Right. That Here Comes the Boom team is awesome.
Right off the bat, just all of the flames spoke true to the name. Over-delivered, still, stuck kind of lopsided here and still letting the flames take the lead.
In January, I would say Flaming Fart was a little more fart than flame. And
I actually agree with you. It was less flame.
This time, they're really living up to their namesake.
They over-delivered. That was thrilling. I did not see that coming at all.
But that one's going to go to the judges. Good luck, judges.
Oh, the instant reaction of what that looked like.
Here comes the boom team. Did not expect that.
It's so fun to watch. I love seeing everyone's reaction. And like, we all love fire. Isn't it funny? Like if something blows up, if something catches fire, if there's sparks, if there's spinning sparks, it's like I can't get enough of it. It's so funny.
It's the caveman in all of us.
Yes, it's true. A little bit of that, a little bit of like your childhood in you, you know? Just this ability to kind of make something and watch it blow up. It's so fun. It's so fun. It's so silly and it's so simple, but it's so fun.
I was
Never
a child
fails.
once, believe it or not,
Yes.
and had access
so interesting.
to some rockets like the one featured on Flaming Fart.
Oh, yeah.
I managed to assemble the rocket myself.
Okay.
And discovered that you could press the button on the launch system and it would make a noise but not do anything until you pressed and held it for too long. And the rocket shoots off in your living room.
Stop.
Sticks into the ceiling. And then the parachute charge goes off.
Oh my gosh.
All the smoke detectors go off in your house and the dog is barking. And you're home alone and your parents are coming home in like a
You're
half
home alone?
hour. Yeah.
How old were you?
I was probably just into the double digits, 10 or 11.
Oh my gosh, what did your parents do when they arrived?
Mom was mad. Dad laughed.
Stop. That's actually so funny. Was there any sort of like timeout?
Oh, no.
Punishment?
There was a lot of yelling and some laughing mixed in with the yelling.
Wow, that is a great story. I love that. That is so funny. I love to hear those stories on just trying things out. And look at you now. Have they been?
They have not made it up yet to a tournament, but...
If you showed them what we just saw, I bet they would say, you know what, Sam, you have a lot of talent.
Yeah.
You should do this. You should try this.
I will show them that.
You should. You
I was
started
ahead of
it.
my time, Mom.
You were way
Come
ahead
on.
of your time. Absolutely. Wow, I don't think I ever had any experience of blowing anything up in my... Yeah, no, I don't think I did.
Well, they say the best time to blow something up is 20 years ago.
That's true.
And the next best time is right now.
Right now, yep. I think now is my time. No, I'm kidding. Wouldn't that be great if I could just like...
I mean, this is the place to do it.
That's absolutely true. Although I'd have to consult with the crew and all of the crew members who are in charge of these cages, who are, I can't stop watching them when it comes to the protocol of what they do when things get fiery, when things get hot, when things blow up.
The masks come on, the extinguishers come out.
But they're all trained so well, and now look, they're doing a little cleaning process here.
Oh yeah, some smoke residue on the cage walls. That's our polycarbonate wall in there.
It's such an interesting process.
I don't know if that burn mark's gonna sweep up, Matt. But trying. And it
my camera.
Looks like Lindsay's
Oh,
up
hey,
there.
Lindsay.
Hello, Lindsay.
Hi, friend. What's going on? How's the super chat going?
Believe it or not, we have quite a few.
Oh, here we go. I believe it.
And thankfully, none of them are songs. Not to bring that back up.
Oh.
But, all right, let's take a look at the first one. And Sam, I know that you build, so maybe you understand this a little better than I do. Anyone know any good Hungarian hen's teeth suppliers? Need them for a build.
I'm stumped. I'm definitely stumped.
I too am stumped.
I don't know.
I thought you would know what that meant.
Chicken teeth? What?
I don't know.
I mean, is it like code for something?
It is, but I just am supposed to say I'm stumped.
Oh. Wait, really?
No, not at all.
Oh.
I don't know what that is.
I was like,
Sam, you had me
tell us.
going.
I know, I'm
Same.
sorry. I'm so
I was
sorry.
like, you gotta tell us. We're out here in the cold. Okay, well, you guys use your imagination. If you know what that means, maybe tell us
Yeah,
or
it's
keep it to
probably
yourself.
not naughty.
Oh, okay. That's
Oh
good.
boy. Okay, let's go to the next one. Why don't we? All right, so this one is from Javelin Ravolini, giving money for a shop vacuum fund. Shout outs to the arena sweepers, the hardest working people in showbiz.
Oh yes, that is so true.
Putting in work right now.
They are.
Now I remember in the old days, the arena sweeper was just Ed, the one who works out in the shop. Ed with knee pads, and he'd get into the box and just sweep it. And thankfully, I think he's graduated beyond that, and now gets to order people around to do that.
Yeah, I think that we brought in too many brooms, and the sweeping technique was too much for Ed at that point. One too many brooms.
One too many brooms. All right.
I think
let's
they're
look at
happy
the
with
next
it.
one.
All right.
This is from Ill Monkey Art, their third super chat of the day. We have found the beer and we parked the car at the hotel. We're officially ready for the weird time of the night. I mean, we've made it. Let the dad jokes fly, Ricky. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I love this. Yeah, this is the weird. We've officially entered the weird time of the night. I'm happy that I'm not the one saying that, because I do believe it to be true. I'm ready.
It can
I'm ready.
get pretty weird.
Pretty weird. No, I love to see it all. And the dad jokes are always the best jokes anyway, so.
All right, the next one here is from Bailey Thurby. So, let's all take a moment and ponder this one. Announcers, what's your favorite bot? I think that for me, I have to say Darkside. I'm contractually obligated to say Darkside. But, Pawsitively Hysterical, that's a close number 2. What about you?
I knew you were going to say Positively Hysterical. Mine is definitely, and I'm forgetting, is it BugsBee?
BugsBee.
BugsBee.
Yeah.
BugsBee, the
Circle shape.
cheeseburger in paradise to my soul. I love that bot. Really fun to watch. I feel like the way that they created the bot with the intention for the top of it to kind of fall off in protection of the rest of the bot, I think is genius. I love the fact that she created it without the intention of it being a food item, and then when people started talking about it, she was like, you know what, that's a good idea. Let's do exactly that. So that's the one that I'm most fond of.
Good choice.
Yeah.
What about you, Sam?
I'm a hotshot guy. What can I say?
All right, the last one we have here is from Ian. Do not let flaming fart go near the taco truck. Sage advice, Ian. Thank you.
Wow, Ian, thank you for that. That is a great note. We will definitely make sure that doesn't happen. Save the tacos.
Yeah.
We'll do anything.
The farts were flaming enough, I'd say.
Yeah. Well, I don't think we need any more of those. All right, let's go ahead and see what's going on at Cage 2 now.
All right, so we got Deep Melt, the round blue bot there. And be careful what you wish for.
Yes.
That they said they made in 5 hours. So we're just waiting on the driver here for Deep Melt. Does Deep Melt even have a driver, though? I'm pretty sure it's autonomous.
Oh.
How did it even get into the box? Did it just hover into there?
Deep Melt is with Jim Kazmer and Team Liftoff.
Yep, their main melty, I would say, is Project Liftoff. Also featured in the Bot Museum.
Oh, yes. Yes, yes, yes. We're just getting things set up over here, making sure we're good to go. The cage is still open.
Deep Melt is a melty brain spinner, which means it uses wheels that contact the floor to power the weapon. So the whole robot spins around super fast. The drive motors pulse in some way to allow it to translate throughout the box. And while it's fighting, it should have lights on the top that show its heading. So you can see which way it's aiming by the light on top.
Oh, right.
I'm not sure if that's the case for this version because it's autonomous. I don't know if it needs someone watching the heading.
Okay.
But we'll see.
I think we're about to find out. funny to see them go through this process of setting it all up. It must be tricky because you want to get it right.
Yeah, definitely. Some robots are easier to turn on than others.
Right.
And then after a fight, some robots can be very hard to turn off. You can take damage to your frame or your weapon switch or something.
Yes. Yeah, that's something I completely forgot to even think about, is that process of turning on and off, especially after it's seen the damage inside the cage.
Sometimes the damage will make it so you cannot turn it off. Something gets fused in some way.
Wow, that's fun. I think we're down to the last minute or so here before this gets going. I love how all eyes are on this too. In this room right here, everyone's locked in. To quote unquote, the weird part of the night.
All right. Looks like we're unloaded and back up into the pits.
Oh, that was a forfeit there.
A forfeit, I think, from the... Nope, not a forfeit.
Not
Take
a
that back.
forfeit.
Let's just check out. They're going to keep.
We're still working on getting it started here. Want to make sure we're staying on top of this one.
All right. Looks like the competitors are having some discussion about the best way to turn on the robot, maybe? Or whether the robot can be turned on. They said this one was built in 5 hours. You'll notice there's a correlation between time spent working on a robot and how functional it can be.
Oh, what is that correlation?
If you spend less than,
I could
let's
use
say
my
6
context
hours,
clues, but I would like you to explain
it can be hard to turn on.
Yeah.
All right. Kazmer's pulling out Deep Melt. Back up to the pits.
Making sure we got all of the necessary pieces. Let's see what's going on upstairs, up in the pit.
That is Maximizer, I believe.
Oh, yeah.
So like a horizontal spinning thwack bot.
And a few different pieces there. It's funny to pick apart.
Yep. Sounds good. Tap test. Yep, drilling the tires on the wheels. Everything seems to be in order.
Oh, stop. This is hilarious.
Everything smells good up there.
You can actually see it starting to empty out a little bit up there. Compared to what it looked like in the background earlier, there was a huge crowd around every single table. You could see it just looks a little bit lighter. But obviously that has everything to do with where we are on the evening.
Further into the tournament we get, the lighter the pits become.
Yes. But the work does not stop. You can see they're upstairs hammering away, making sure everything is good to go for their time.
I would say it gets harder as the event progresses.
Well, totally.
Accumulative damage.
And then you get more tiresome as like you having to fix different things.
Of thinking. You're thinking constantly, like in the match you're reacting.
Oh, wow. That is a massive spark.
Up in the grind zone.
Look at thank God he's got those glasses on.
Yeah, safety glasses and a safety squint, it looked like, and the angle grinder.
And safety gloves. Lots of safety items.
Is the angle grinder dead? What's going on?
I don't think I've ever used one of those things.
They're gnarly.
I don't think I want to. I'd like to look at it. That's it.
Yep. So what does he have up there that he was angle grinding?
I don't know. It's tough to see. He's about to pull it out here so we can get a better look.
It's probably hot.
Oh, right.
From the grind process. And then, are we still working? Come on.
He's got it. Let's see the other spark. Right at the right angle. Wow.
Nice. You can aim your sparks with an angle grinder depending on which side of the grinding wheel you use.
Who needs fireworks when you can watch this all day? And he's off.
That should be sufficient.
Yeah, you're right. It's got to be hot, too. Uh-oh. Turn around for more. No, he's done.
Yep, so now that his fork is nice and sharp, he'll definitely get under his opponents throughout the entirety of the match.
Yeah, I feel like that's a part of the process you don't typically see, right? It's like, that goes to show how many details go into what they're doing upstairs in the pit. They're really making sure every aspect of it, and it's like, you have the time. If you have the time, you have to sharpen everything. You have to make sure your weapons are ready to roll. And then other times, you don't even have availability to do that, you know? It's not in the cards for you.
And
so you got to do it while you can.
Like how much just a small sliver of metal can have an effect on your robot. Like if that gets into the wrong place, your repairs are going to be difficult.
Yeah.
If it gets into your electronics, it could short something out. If it gets into a gearbox, you could lose teeth on your gears, and then your systems are not functioning properly.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it seemed like the upcoming match took a little bit of a break. I think they went back to the drawing board there to make sure everyone was still ready to roll. Taking another look back upstairs to see if everyone is also ready to roll here. I love looking at the details of what everyone's working on.
Yeah, I like the sneaky background stuff too.
The sneaky background stuff, it's true. Yeah, what's that food?
Just charging his phone over there and...
A nice little shopping bag. I like seeing the snacks people bring too.
Oh, I see one of our NHRL hoodies that are just so soft. So soft.
So soft and so available in our shop. What do you think would be your go-to building snack? If you're here for hours and you're working on a bot.
It's got to be something with protein, so some cashews maybe, or...
Oh my gosh, that's such a good, healthy answer.
Peanut butter-filled pretzels.
Oh, those are so good. They're so good, but then they start to like make your mouth dry. I eat too many of them.
Yeah, that would be my ideal building snack. In reality, it's Red Bull and cheese.
Yes. Anything in front of you. All right, looking at cage 4. They're loading Maximizer.
And Promheta up there in cage 4.
They're just staging here, so this will be a little bit.
So we've got Promheta in the pink square and Maximizer in the blue square.
Maximizer with Jake Hoffman from Louisville, Kentucky. He's a graduate mechanical engineering student at the University of Cincinnati. He actually says that this bot is heavily inspired by Sean Becker's bot called Minimizer.
Oh, well, that makes sense. I see some Thagamizer in there as well.
Some similarities for sure. Still making sure everything is good to go over here in cage 4. Drivers are almost ready. The fans are ready.
You think they drove or flew from Kentucky?
I don't know. If you gotta carry the bots with you, then
8.
driving
7,
must be easier.
6.
And in theory, you
5,
could work on the robot in the
4,
car.
Yeah.
3.
That's a good
2,
point.
1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Two bots that oh, that was nasty. Wow. So that is a Promhita win with a tap out for Maximizer. Lots of damage to that bot. I mean, they've been doing such a phenomenal job all day today, but I know this team was really stressing before this fight. Zach Knight doing phenomenal work today with Promhita as per usual.
Yeah, they have had a really impressive day so far. Almost every fight they've been in, they've had an intentional hit that has just, you know, shook the walls of the arena.
Absolutely. They're testing out a new weapon at this event. So they got a new weapon profile, new weapon steel that literally just got cut hot off the presses and heat treated, and it's working beautifully for them.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of which, there's a couple of hits from that new weapon.
Vicious.
The sparks that fly. It's an interesting little gyro dance there before the robot bounces.
Look at that, just viciously ripping them apart. And there's belts flying off, all kinds of things that you need to make your bot function. That was a well-deserved tap out.
All right, this is going to be an exciting adventure in robot combat. STF versus MegatRON. MegatRON, of course, a very, very well-respected and feared robot here at NHRL.
8,
STF,
6,
also
5,
feared, but
4,
really just
3, 2,
doesn't have the history yet.
Fight.
What it does have is an extra 15 pounds of attack potential.
15 pounds is a heck of a lot when you're talking about the 30-pound weight class for combat robotics. STF has unconventional locomotion, walking kind of on these little shuffler feet.
Kyle, I'm impressed with STF's ability to keep going here.
Also, I gotta say, I love that color scheme. I know it's completely unrelated to their ability to win fights, but it looks so cool. So this is a semi-final match.
Wow, look at that hit.
Whoever wins this will end up in the final. Now, STF, 10% of our recipients voted for them to win this entire tournament.
Oh, STF has lost a weapon belt, Kyle.
That's not good. 35% of the competition believes. Yeah, that's the second match in a row that their weapon has gone down. And 37% of or 35% of the people who participated in our poll believe that MegatRON is going to pull out the entire 30-pound division tournament.
I would not be surprised, Kyle. You can see that top plate on STF has started to buckle in. Those are the precision hits that you get from MegatRON. STF is designed so that you never get close enough to make hits in that area.
Yeah, it's not armor. That's just structure holding the bot together. Beautiful pin for MegatRON there, and another attack over top.
Look at
Beautiful.
that dent, Kyle. That is no longer a flat piece of aluminum. That is a wavy tube man of a plate.
I was wondering where you were going to go with
I
that.
wasn't sure where I was going, but that's where the path led me, Kyle.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it. This is a rare strategy that you see from MegatRON, where the attack from behind as well as the pin and then attack from over top.
Yeah, MegatRON has a lot of options. It just bounces off the mini-bot as it comes from behind. MegatRON has
took him out again. Why not? Why not take the mini-bots out?
Here, and I think Jamison is going to have fun. It will be borderline impossible for him to disable STF's drive system entirely in the remaining 30 seconds. So he may as well practice a bit with the weapon, take out some mini-bots, really cement that win with the judges.
Absolutely.
Wow, that is turning into a taco.
The winner of this match will go on to face the winner of Anxiety and Phenomenon. Now, I will tell you, Brandon Bennett Young told me this morning that the one thing he wants to accomplish today with Phenomenon is to defeat Jamison Go and MegatRON.
From what I understand, that's the one thing Brandon Bennett Young wants to do any day of any year. Wakes up and says, I'm going to go defeat Jamison Go today.
Yeah, that's a tall order for any human being to go out there and defeat Jamison Go. All right, so we're going to stay here until we get the decision on this one, but I think it's pretty clear to me who won that one.
Yeah, I don't think there's a lot of mystery here, Kyle. When you have a weapon go down like that, and you take so much bending impact damage.
STF is an absolutely gorgeous bot, or at least it was before this fight started. Now it's a lot worse for the wear.
It was not my imagination, right? This robot is carrot themed, right?
What?
No?
What do you think the STF stands for?
I got nothing.
Yeah, me neither.
I want to say something to do with, carrots, but really
Save
nothing.
the frogs.
Oh, Save the Frogs does make sense. I believe.
Considering it's the Ribot team that it's behind the bot.
Well, not just that. Save the Frogs is their sponsor.
And their charity,
And
yeah.
their charity.
Yep.
They've got this weird.
The charity
mutual-
sponsors the bot. They raise money for the charity. It's the synchronistic, whole thing that they have going on. It's kind of nice.
Synergistic, yeah.
Or synergistic, thank you. Yeah, the Save the Frogs is a great charity, by the way. They do work to save amphibious species all over the world. We love all kinds of STEM charities here, including conservation STEM charities.
I was kind of waiting for you to go, we love all kinds of STEM charities, except Save the Frogs. Literally every other STEM charity.
Who likes frogs anyway? They keep you up all night.
Yeah. No, that's...
Jamison pretty happy about that one.
What a fight. I did like... That's a high level of destruction.
Yeah.
At the same time, it's a fight that goes on and on. We got to see some mini-bots being punted around. We got to see Jamison have a little fun.
Yeah. I mean, at that point, he's got no risk to his bot. You may as well have a good time. Fellas behind the Ribot team picking up the pieces. All right, unanimous judges' decision has just come back. MegatRON is your winner. They will be moving on to the 30-pound final. Pretty excited about that. They got second place overall in the competition last year. They won the competition the year before that. MegatRON, is this their year to win it again? Are they going home?
I think we're going to have a really surprising year, Kyle. I think we are going to see so many new robots and so many leaps and bounds improvements between now and the end of the season.
Yep.
I don't want to put my money on anybody just yet.
That's probably accurate. That is probably accurate. Jamison Go, obviously one of the better competitors that we've ever seen at this competition. Widely considered a phenomenal driver, phenomenal builder. I think MegatRON's definitely at least getting into the finals. We'll see about that. They're qualified now, already qualified for the November finals. So we'll see them.
I mean, my question is, are we going to see any experimental Trons?
Like Omegatron?
Perhaps.
I'm into it. All right, so we're jumping into Cage 6 with a fight already in progress. Oh, nice sparks.
Yeah. We've got Half-Life and Not Dead Yet duking it out right now. Neither robot... Oh, there's a nice hit. Some sparks flying. One of these robots might have a little titanium hiding in it. I think that's a titanium front wedge. Yes, it is. It's a lifter wedge made of titanium. It's a very telltale white sparks that you get when a steel weapon hits a titanium, well, titanium anything. Though.
Yeah, armor, other weapon.
Accoutrement. That's a fun fact you might not know, Kyle. Mammoth has what we call titanium tootsies on its extremities. Just to make sparks.
That's it? They're just there for the funsies?
Yeah, they could be steel, but...
But you wanted to go tie because you get the better sparks.
Yeah.
Like that. Beautiful.
Like that. Gorgeous.
That lifter is not happy.
No, that lifter...
About half of it is off of those lifting arms now, the front plow.
Yes, I see what you mean. The mounting is just gone.
Yeah.
It does amaze me sometimes how small the features and bolts and structural members can be on a robot in this weight class. Coming from the bigger weight classes and working my way down instead of the other way, a quarter-inch square rod of UHMW has meaning and purpose.
Yeah, absolutely. It is interesting. The plow is such a sturdy piece, but connected to these two dainty little arms, quarter-inch arms.
Well, that's probably an intentional thing.
Yeah.
There's you want that compliance in there. You want a robot that can have that arm. Well, you want it to be able to rip off potentially, rather than destroy the inside of your robot.
Right. All the electronics and servos and things that make it actually move.
I am guessing that is going to be a not dead yet win.
I'm thinking you might be right there.
Hard to say for sure, but that damage at the end. Plus, it didn't seem like there was a whole lot of control or aggression that we could really attribute.
Not in that latter half of the fight that we were able to witness.
No. Of course, the refs will have seen the entire fight, and they can make a much more educated decision than, humble hosts.
Humble host who caught half a fight. That's a lot of H's in one sentence. Sorry about that. But yeah, so that was that's interesting. I like Not Yet Dead's design. Not Dead Yet's design. It's a pretty bot.
Yeah, it's aesthetic. It has an aesthetic.
So we are currently working our way through the final rounds of the 30-pound and 12-pound divisions. The 3 pounds, we still got a little ways to go.
We will get there. How many competitors do we have today, Kyle? It was a stunning number.
It was a massive amount of robots at this event. I think like 216 total.
Yeah, it was the largest that we have had thus far.
Ever. All right, so we are going to go to an instant classic. We're going to check out Tsunami versus Phenomenon from earlier. I think you guys are going to like it. Let's check it out now.
Right now, we're going to look at Tsunami and Phenomenon duking it out.
Speaking of Brandon Bennett Young.
Yeah, he's an unstoppable force.
Just showing up in multiple weight classes today, hanging out.
Yeah, he has his way of showing up in one place and then, seemingly across the world, he shows up again, each time with a new robot. Phenomenon, a very intimidating robot. It's one of the robots in the 30-pound weight class that I sit back and say, I wouldn't want that to show up in my kitchen angry as I'm trying to make my scrambled eggs.
Is this like part of the reason you don't build a bot for these events? Because you see stuff like Phenomenon showing up in the 30-pound weight class and you're like, no, thank you.
Yeah,
I don't want to.
Once upon a time, I would show up with 30-pound robots that were built of garbage.
Right.
And they would always do surprisingly well because I could figure out, this has a weakness and that has a weakness. Those don't exist anymore.
Yeah.
You have to be a real competitor to keep up here.
Fight, robots, fight.
Away we go. Wow.
Ooh, nice hit there from Tsunami. Tsunami's got the big wide drum on the front of it, Espeeder style. We've been seeing Tsunami get progressively better throughout the day. Its first match it had some mobility issues, but now it is fully mobile and the weapon is up to speed. Vicious machine.
Boing.
Wow, sent Phenomenon careening back into the glass on that one. Nice work.
That is the point of those white hoops, though. It was able to recover quickly and get back on the offensive. What a hit!
That's
shredded foam everywhere. Those mini bots are no more. Phenomenon, go in for the next hit. You need it.
And this is where you really see the experience of Brandon Bennett Young. He got one little pop up on Tsunami and took full advantage of that, coming in shortly thereafter.
Hit after hit. Is that drive down, Kyle?
Yeah, no, this is beautiful.
This is bad for Tsunami.
This is Brandon Bennett Young at his most aggressive. Tsunami in big trouble over there, not moving after those volley of hits. The weapon's still going, but the bot barely driving.
Brandon, practically a surgeon here, going in at exactly the right angle to cause maximum carnage. You got a tiny wheel rolling about the arena.
Coming around for another angle. There's all that foam in the way. Chooses not to go through all that. Waits for Flow to get in and move the bot around.
Robot is limping on just the thinnest of hairs. Walking that razor's edge between knockout and continuing the fight. Another big hit. I can tell Phenomenon is stepping back and they're saying, what do I need to be careful not to hit so as to improve my opponent. You know, what parts are jammed up that I don't want to free up by causing more damage? Where do I want to precisely aim? Oh, that might be it, Kyle. No.
Yeah. Oh,
wow, what a turnaround. Phenomenon is going to be able to free itself. It is missing a fork.
It looks like one of those top turn plates is bent, out of shape.
Yes, the drive is suffering on that side.
Yeah, both these spots just limping along into this last minute of this fight. Looks like they're in a similar spot. Struggle drive on one side and weapons still fully functional. But we do hear weapons spinning down. That might signal the end of this match. Everybody driving towards the door. All right, so we are now in cage 2, where we're gonna see Miho versus Hot Wings. Hot Wings, one of my favorite designs, totally unique idea. It hugs you with 2 heat extruders from a 3D printer.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots,
Away
fight.
we go, Kyle.
Slow start for Hot Wings, just slowly creeping after Miho. I talked to Alex Pezza about Miho. He said Miho is a combination of just a bunch of bots, pieces and parts from Yes Chef,
Miho,
Wake
of
and
course.
Bake.
a much more traditional and heavy-hitting machine. But that doesn't necessarily mean success.
So now they have to back off. You can see that mini bot is actually made from a sizzle plate from Alex's work.
I was wondering about that.
Alex works as a cook. And so he likes to incorporate a lot of his career into his bots. He'll use cutting boards as part of the armor. And now the mini bot he's got is a sizzle plate, which has held up very well today.
There was a point in time when a surprising, we'll say, number of components in combat robots were sourced from restaurant supply stores.
Fascinating. So Hot Wings trying to get out, but kind of pinned behind the mini-bot there. It looks like Hot Wings is really having some drive issues.
Yeah, that left-hand side on Hot Wings is essentially non-functional at this point.
Nice aggressive hug from Hot Wings there.
The extruders are extruding love.
Oh, yeah, hugging both bots at once there. And that right side of Hot Wings caught up on the mini-bot.
That left side completely non-functional. Earlier, we at least saw some twitches.
Hugging everybody. Hot Wings is a completely unique weapon design. We haven't seen anything like it here before. Eli Davis was telling me that he has considered creating custom heating elements for the wings, but he likes the fact that these are cheap and easily replaceable. It's like a $3 part. He can just toss as many of them in there as he needs.
Oh, that is pretty excellent. I'd encourage him to replace each one with a blowtorch. I had a lovely crab, well, I should say I had a friend of mine built for a tournament that I hosted a crab robot with 2 pinchers that had flamethrowers in them, little high-end butane torches, high-temperature butane torches. I think that would be absolutely lovely here.
So this will go to the judges. Yeah, there would be a little bit more flash. Oh, he got counted out. Which means that your winner would be Hot Wings.
Ah.
Alex not very happy about that result.
Yeah, there is clearly some frustration there.
Understandably so. Nobody likes to lose because you got stuck. Got yourself stuck.
Yep, and especially when you, I believe he still had it on stick if he wanted to call one in.
Yeah, yeah, just not enough time left for one really at that point.
Right.
Oh, that's rough. But on a happier note, those vests that the Team Shredded guys are wearing look phenomenal.
Yeah, I think any gentleman's motorcycle club would be proud to have such vests.
Yeah, really high quality work. They look great.
Think they're, vegan friendly?
No, I don't think they are. Are they?
I don't know.
Highly doubtful.
It's funny because you have this uncanny valley in between vegan friendly and real like high quality leather where you don't want to be. And all I know is that they're not terrible. All right, let's see. We're going to jump over and take a look. Well, first look at this wonderful pits. And now, the 30-pound qualifiers for November. So far, MegatRON, STF, Anxieti, and Phenomenon have all earned their wonderful little spots here on the 30-pound qualifier list. We still have a question of which one is going to win the event today.
Absolutely, yes. We're still going to see that fight between Anxieti and Phenomenon.
Now you can see we are starting to further thin out upstairs. It is still a relatively full house.
Yeah, I mean, there's still a lot of 3-pound bots fighting today.
Yes.
A lot going on.
We have a lot to get through, for sure. But it's not the madhouse it once was.
No, not even close. This morning was absolutely chaotic in there. I got here a little before 7, tried to walk around and talk to people. It was hard to have a conversation. There was just so much going on and buzzing in the room at 7 a.m. in this building. But one thing I can say about the pits is they've had the lovely presence of Lindsay there all day, who we're going to go up and check on with her right now. Lindsay.
Hi.
How you doing?
Good.
Your desk keeps getting more crowded.
Yeah, so I have some parts here from Floor Letter Word.
Yeah.
This, I believe, he was telling me was self-inflicted damage from one of the hits. Completely tacoed their bar, and this was the self-inflicted damage from the bar hitting their plate there. So pretty
Yikes.
cool. And then a little less sharp, a little less dangerous. Here we have one of the wheels from Spare Parts.
Nice.
Prized possession. However, I'm more than just some parts here. I have super chats.
Tell me about your super chats, Lindsay. What do our lovely audience have to say?
So, okay, we have one from Ian. Now, I don't know if you know this, I am an NSYNC girl through and through, so I refuse to sing this Backstreet Boys song. Tell me why ain't nothing but a heartache. There we go. And the second one that we have queued up is from Copperhead teammate Chad New, who wants to know, where are Chris and Luke? The hype men are missed. I know Chris and Luke were both, walking the pits all day today, filming some content for This Is Havoc. So, they'll pop up there.
They will pop up here. Luke was on the desk with me earlier today when we were still in the Brett zone. It was really nice. But yeah, they're here. They're going to be filming a lot of This Is Havoc stuff and trying to get all the stories of the pits. It's pretty busy up there right now, so they have a lot to do.
Yeah.
I do miss those guys, though.
Me too.
Me too.
Is that it?
That's it.
Yeah, that's it.
Thanks, Lindsay. Appreciate you.
Send in more super chats if you want to see me again.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Yeah, now I have Backstreet Boys in my head. Thanks.
Yeah, it's not going away.
No, never going away. Never going. It was in our heads for the entire 2000s. So.
Well, I mean, they never really left.
No, they're still touring.
I suppose you could say that Backstreet's back.
Again.
You're supposed to say all right.
Nobody wants that.
No, well, I mean, I did. I thought
I did. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. No, I'm also an NSYNC fan. What can I say? So I'm not going to support such behavior.
I see.
So yes, we are looking at close to the end of our 30-pound bracket. In the 12-pound bracket, we still have Killajoule and Full Court. We're going to have Blackjack and Richard. We have Prom Heater and Maximizer. 4 of those bots are going to qualify.
Yeah, I mean, every one of those robots is a qualifying tier of robot.
For sure.
I don't think there's anyone on that list where I'd say I'd be surprised to see them in the qualifier.
The biggest surprise for me today is full court. What a cool design. What a cool bot.
I mean, he has taken a SME-like approach.
Yep.
And we haven't seen a lot of execution on the SME concept since Joe kind of toned back his involvement in that archetype.
Right.
And I don't know, I'm excited to see what more can be done with it, because this is that's the first time that robot's been here this year, right? It wasn't here in the new robot session.
No, it wasn't at the new robot event. It's cool. I love the chair. I think that would make Joe proud, that the weapon on it is actually a tiny little metal chair.
What I want, Kyle, is a whole just cornucopia of chair options. I want
so you want like an ottoman, or do you want to just like have a recliner?
I want a lazy boy. I want an ottoman. I want like a cot. I want one of those little like 3-posted stool things that you take camping.
Yep, camping chairs. Yeah, totally. I'm into it. I think this is a great idea. Some like lawn chairs.
Oh, who's the Chinese man of legend who strapped a whole bunch of fireworks to a throne and lit them off trying to get to space?
Oh yeah, trying to get to space. I don't remember the name of that guy, but I know exactly who you're talking about. That would be an awesome chair option. He could put an Estes rocket right on it, and just launch it into the opponent.
We're on to something.
I'm into this. I want to see more of this bot. I think that they're phenomenal. 12-pound bracket, really competitive today.
Wanhu.
All right, so let's check in with Jamison Go. He's got like a whole group crowded around as he's doing the repairs, I guess? There wasn't a whole lot of damage that he took at that last fight. Surprisingly, I mean, facing STF.
Yeah, STF is a tough matchup for any robot, but if you're going to go up against a robot like STF, having a nice, big, well-designed plow on the front of your hammer saw robot is practically the optimum strategy to go against it.
Makes perfect sense, and Jamison does drive that thing like a control bot.
Yes, it is truly a control bot. I mean, it can do some serious damage as well. There's no doubt about that. But I think on a good day, Jamison sits back and says, I'm not going to do any damage until I've already won.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right about that. I love that he's got an audience. He's like, hey, you know what? Guys, check out how I fixed my bot. Why not? I love how leisurely he is. You know, you see some of these teams up here and they're just frantic. Jamison's hanging out.
Yeah, I mean, I can tell from here there has been a good amount of thought put into that robot in terms of this is going to be made to be easy to fix.
Yeah, serviceability top of mind.
And as we get further and further into the evolution of NHRL and combat robotics as a sport, you are going to see more and more moments where eventually we're going to loop back to fights are won in the pits. But right now, fights are won in CAD.
Yeah.
You know, fights are won before you start turning even one wrench. It doesn't have, and again, it doesn't have to be a computer CAD. It could be the old school cardboard-aided design.
Right.
But when you're laying it out and you put your thought into it ahead of time, that's where you make the decisions that are going to tell you, am I going to frantically take this apart and screw it back together and hope I did it right for 20 minutes, or am I going to take 15 minutes, do everything I need to do, and have a cup of tea?
Yeah. Yeah. And this is a relatively redesigned bot for MegatRON. It was on its last legs at the end of last season, and this is all new components, all new parts, all new pieces. Seems to be working pretty well for him so far.
Mm-hmm.
Heavily favored to win the tournament. What, 37% was it? 35% of total votes for the poll said that Jamison Go and MegatRON were going to be the winner of the 30-pound bracket. We'll see how that goes. All right, I love both of these bots. This is Drumblebee versus Stag Beetlebot. So let's go.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
And away we go. That is a quick robot there. Steel Mountain right off the bat.
Stag Beetlebot is a bit of a kit mashup. It is a D2 kit base, and it has a FingerTech horizontal for a 1 pound as its weapon. Michael Cross is a food delivery driver for local restaurants, and he's really improved upon this concept over the past year that he's been competing here. One of those great NHRL stories where he started out as a fan and then just felt like he had to get involved in the competition, and he's been doing phenomenally.
Yeah, sometimes when that bug bites you, it really can really make things happen fast. Stag Beetlebot really trying to line up hits. It's a very fast robot, very speedy, but it needs to have the right aim and execute it on it. And when you have a robot, you have a competitor like Drumblebee that can tweak out of the way and just suddenly give you a face full of beater bar. It's easier said than done.
Yeah. Yeah, and going weapon to weapon, not ideal for Stag Beetlebot in this matchup.
No, especially with how recessed the weapon is on Stag Beetlebot.
The real, I guess you could say the real advantage of a D2 kit, though, is that drive system. I mean, they really are able to get a lot of speed, a lot of traction out of it.
Yeah, the the D2 kits, their tires are such a good combination of grip, durability, and inexpensiveness. Plus, they're shock absorbing. I mean, you see some of the hits these things take, and they land after careening across the arena on one of these foam wheels. And despite it all, they still seem to survive. The wheel might fall off at worst, but otherwise, all's well.
He is finding some difficulty with the seams in the floor at this point in the tournament. The floor scraping game with the forks is very difficult.
Yeah, this particular arena not in as horrible a shape as you might imagine, but still not a smooth surface.
Oof, nice hit there. I love the scorch marks that you're now seeing. Like anytime flaming fart has been in an arena, you know exactly where they fought.
Mm-hmm. Their mark has been left.
So this one will go to the judges. Ricky, if you had to be a judge for that fight, and you've had to do that a little bit today from what I understand, who do you think would have pulled that one out? It's a hard one.
Yeah, my opinion would have been to give it to Stag Beetlebot. I think it's a little bit tough because I do think that, and again, I might want a closer inspection. I didn't take as close a look here as I would love to ringside. I don't think there was a lot of actual damage caused by their opponent. And short of that, I think the control and the aggression, while not always perfectly executed, were still dominant on the side of Stag Beetlebot.
I agree.
That said, I do think that visually speaking, Stag Beetlebot was not the robot that had the most impressive hits. You know, it's, if you want to talk about which robot was put in the air for longer.
It was definitely Stag Beetlebot, yeah, for sure.
But some robots are okay with that. A good design, good durable design.
And those shock absorbing wheels, as you pointed out earlier.
Yeah, it's, some robots really don't shy away from that. And generally speaking, D2 robots are one of those things. You're going to ram yourself as fast as you can into the opponent, regardless of where you end up afterwards.
We are seeing some really fun things loading in over here in the cage next to us, including our dear friend Tom Farkas and Pawsitively Hissterical.
Aww.
I love the redesign on this robot. He's added an extra weapon. Before we saw aggressive stamping, now clown hammering.
Right, right.
All right, so we are going to go to Sam with some important information up in the pits. Sam, what's going on up there? Hi, Sam.
Hey, we're here with Lucas from Team Robo Jackets out of Atlanta. And Lucas, you just forfeited with Anxiety. Why was that?
So it's a little bit of a long story. We had multiple ESC problems where ESCs were burning out. Actually, just a couple of minutes ago, we had a little bit of a fire. Situation's under control. Everything's fine. Actually, we're trying to get the bot back online for a grudge match, but in the end, we weren't really sure if that was going to be feasible, and we basically decided it would probably be better to stop basically stalling the match and just forfeit. We ran out of options, but luckily we'll be back in the fall, hopefully.
And what sort of ESCs were you running?
Vest 2.0s. I'm not sure what manufacturer or what.
So you think you'll have it done and ready to go for grudges?
Maybe. I'd say a 50% chance. We have our electronic guys working on it right now, so.
All right. Well, good luck for the rest of the tournament and the grudge matches.
Thank you.
Wow. All right, so Lucas McCarty has forfeited, which means we will get Phenomenon versus MegatRON for our 30-pound final later on. I'm excited to see that, and I know that's what Brandon has been working for all day.
All month, all year.
He got defeated by MegatRON last season. He felt unduly defeated by MegatRON last season, so he has been redesigning the bot in such that he can actually get underneath the plow on MegatRON, hopefully. We'll see how that works out. It's a tall order beating Jamison Go any day of the week, so we'll see.
I'm really curious to see what Jamison pulls out for this fight, because people don't talk about this aspect since there are so many other things to talk about with Jamison, but he is a coy and clever competitor sometimes. Yeah. He could very well show up with something that there's no way Brandon could have anticipated.
Absolutely, yes. He likes to surprise folks. He used to carry his 3-pound bot around in a box so you never exactly knew what components he was coming out with for the fight, which I always thought was really funny about it. But now, you know, it's lowercase modular components with this bot.
Right.
You're doing different kinds of plows, different kinds of forks. It's not like you're changing out the entire weapon like you would have on Silent Spring, where it was like, oh, it could be a vert, it could be a horizontal. You never know. Interesting. So yeah, we'll be looking forward to that later. We'll be coming to the end of that tournament for the 30-pound bracket.
In the meantime, we're going to go to cage 2, which two of our favorite robots here. Pawsitively Hissterical.
So cute.
And Jennifer, I think, is the competitor, right?
8.
No, SSP.
7, 6, 5, 4,
I know.
3, 2.
I did. Did you see the Jennifer fight earlier?
I did.
It was wonderful.
So yes, SSP is a kit bot Seth Schaefer has designed and is now for sale on his website, Just Cuz Robotics. And currently taking the Pawsitively Hissterical for a little ride. Just a little ride around the box. Pawsitively Hissterical attacking with 2 very vicious clown hammers.
Yeah, children might want to avert their eyes. Elderly of a certain temperament.
Hits. Vicious. The fact that SSP is still functioning after that.
After that brutal mauling.
But it does look like the lifter and drive are still working on SSP after that assault.
Somehow.
I've got to wonder, is the turntable not functioning on Pawsitively Hissterical anymore? It doesn't seem like they're able to do the pivots that we saw them doing before.
Yes, but they do have this wonderful ability to kind of back up at a diagonal and use that to change direction.
To change their direction, yeah. It's interesting. I love the idea of the turntable on a robot. I hope that that concept gets adopted by more folks. I think it's really innovative and clever. Whoa, nice lift by SSP there. Narrowly avoiding the clown hammer assault. Oh no, SSP shoved the Minibot right into the clown hammer assault, and now they're underneath them. Nice flip there. Nice lift and flip by SSP. Well done. Can Pawsitively Hysterical self-right?
I don't think so, Kyle. They may well be able to shuffle a bit. Or, of course...
Oh, wow. So now they're kind of walking again, but they're not all the way on their feet.
Frankly, I think they might be more mobile now.
A little bit, but their hammers are not in an optimal place to win fights. Oh no, now they've landed on top of their clown hammer. It looks like it might even be detached from the robot.
No, I think it's just caught up in their walking mechanism, Kyle.
Oh, you're right. They're bent all the way over to the sides, but they are still attached.
Hoisted by their own petard.
Oh no, there it is! The clown hammer is off!
Oh, I see a battery dangling about now.
Oh, and there is no turntable on the bottom of Pawsitively Hysterical in this fight.
I wonder if that was due to robotic injury or a planned strategic difference of some sort. Oh, look, there in the corner, the turntable.
Ah, yes, it was attached at the beginning of the fight. It's just no longer attached. And there's smiles all the way around between Seth and Tom, two incredible competitors. Batteries are missing, turntables are missing. This is the most destruction you will see from two non-kinetic energy bots.
And here we go again. SSP really doing some effective lifting here.
Yeah, I love that.
And you got to think Seth must have sat back and thought, well, there's a pretty good chance I'm going to be fighting some robots that are more than 3 pounds. Let's design this kit in a way that puts people in a good chance. What is Lindsay doing there?
Oh, she was driving the little mini mouse bot.
Oh, that makes perfect sense.
She's Tom's teammate now. She drives the mini mouse bot every one of his fights. And the mouse is getting less animal-like and more 90s ball-bearing mouse-like every single fight, it feels like.
Yeah.
I love it. Pawsitively Hysterical. They should be at every tournament.
I want like a ColecoVision little rotary knob joystick as the next mouse.
Okay, I'm into that plan. I think that's going to be good. Yeah. I like that you pulled out the ColecoVision.
Yeah, well.
We're going for really obscure.
Yeah.
All right, fair enough. You know, you could have said Atari. You could have gone there.
No, I didn't even go for a Commodore 64. No, we went
straight to ColecoVision.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Listen, we're showing our age just a little bit on stage. That's fine. It's okay. Tom Farkas, Pawsitively Hysterical, did not win that match, but they did win our hearts. And we do appreciate that. The SSP's a cool little bot.
Yeah, I think this kit is really off to a good start. There's a lot of logic behind it in terms of why it makes a good place for a beginner to start. More importantly, it just seems like it's effective. I mean, he's coming through here, and it's not effortless by any means, but these are solid wins he's racking up.
Yeah, solid wins he's racking up. And one of the things that he said is that he wanted a kit that was safe for kids to start learning the sport with, and you could practice with that at your house.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, so we're going to go into cage 1, where we're going to see Blackjack face off against Richard. That's 12-pound fighting action for you.
Mm-hmm.
Eight, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
And away we go. Oh, those robots are spinning up fast. Neither robot wants to be out RPM'd by the other. Big hit.
Wow, that was nice.
And then a combo mini bot, main bot hit.
So Richard's a little bit stuck on their weapon. Looks like Fluffy coming in to do a little unstick action. Everybody gets one unstick from the house bot per match. But even Fluffy really struggling to get them knocked over here.
I believe in Fluffy, but I don't think it's going to be effortless by any means.
No, Fluffy's a blunt instrument, and this is a precision move, especially considering the way the bot is tipped. Fluffy can only kind of knock it against the weapon mount.
I think it's a lot like removing that, you know, Q-tip you got stuck in your ear with a dinner ladle.
Blackjack tried to help, but instead knocked Richard right up against the glass over the support beam there. And can Richard get down?
It is wiggling just a hair. I think one good fast slam into the wall from Fluffy would do it, but it's not going to happen. We already had an attempted unstick.
A little over halfway through this match, and already Drew Davis is walking away.
No, that match is over. That is a tap out, forfeit, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, even off the rail, that bot is not moving. They're going to need a little bit of help.
Rosie smells.
Okay. Thank you, Richard, for telling us that Rosie smells. That's a bit juvenile, but, you know.
Girls are yicky, and I'm picturing Richard as like an 8-year-old, you know, what is that, third grader, I guess.
I could see it. I could see it. Richard, of course, driven by Isaac Newton. He's from the Combat Robotics team at Cornell. They have 2 Richards on their team. They wanted to confuse everyone by naming their bot Richard. So if you're talking about Richard on the team, you could be talking about 2 members of the team or the robot. Eventually, they want to automate that robot.
That would be cool. I do think that's a good robot for the task.
Yeah.
I think that you could end up with, how do I put this? I think some of what could make that robot really good is very, very quick reaction times.
Yeah, absolutely.
And if executed properly, autonomous robots or semi-autonomous robots are going to be able to react quicker than people can. That's just, you know, the unfortunate physics of it. We are limited by our biology.
Yep.
Plus, I think we're right on the cusp. We're right on the edge of having a lot of robots in the NHRL world that could benefit from, you know, some level of advanced electronics. Under the hood, a lot of these robots are relatively simple. You know, they are not, they're not using tech from the last 5 years in terms of general technology. You know, they might have the best MOSFETs or the best capacitors, but they're not using some new architecture that no one's heard of. Another year or two, that's just not going to cut it.
Yeah. So do you think that there is going to be a ChatGPT run robot at one point here?
In effect. I mean,
Could you say, ChatGPT, you're now a combat robot, you're going to be operating this body?
You know, that would be a fun experiment to do. If you have the training data, you can teach almost anything to do almost anything.
I would love to see that, actually. That would be a lot of fun.
What I want to see is ChatGPT. You know, actually, we should have one of the folks at home take a moment and ask ChatGPT to narrate a combat robot fight.
Ooh, I like that idea. That could be fun.
And it would be really interesting. You know, let's pull someone from the audience, you know, once we hop off, just have them sit here and read that and see if it passes a sniff test.
I think that sounds like a lot of fun, actually.
Yeah.
I'm into this plan.
The only trick, we need some really good fake combat robot names.
Yes, absolutely. All right, so it does look like we're loading in for another 12-pound match. That there is Killajoule.
Killajool, very Valkyrie inspired. I shouldn't say that. Very Valkyrie-esque.
Valkyrie-esque.
I don't know the exact provenance of the design concept.
And this, of course, is full court. I'd say the biggest surprise in the 12-pound division today.
I think the biggest surprise in the 12-pound division today is that full court does not have a tiny chair right now.
Yeah, they're using a different weapon. Look how long that boy is. It's got to be, what, 4 feet? Close to it?
Close to it. Somewhere between 3 and 4, for sure. No, I can see that the weapon is now a sign, but I don't know what that sign is supposed to be.
I'm excited to see what it is.
Maybe they don't want us to know. Maybe this is a secret, some sort of national treasure-esque conspiracy.
I want it to be just a general protest sign. Down with this sort of thing.
You know, General Protest would be a great name for a robot.
Ooh, I do like that name for a robot.
You could come dressed as an army guy. you know?
Yes.
Covered in stars.
March around like you're...
Yeah.
Yeah, I like it. I like it. Yeah, very militaristic. But in a silly way.
To everything.
I love it. I love it. Yes, let's do it.
You know, I'm against protesting.
You protest protesting?
I have no idea how to show it.
Yeah. How would you?
Yeah.
You just keep going to work, I guess.
Yeah, just smile and nod, wave. No. Get out there, rabble raise, protest the injustices in the world.
Absolutely, and protest the killer robots of the world.
No, celebrate the well, I mean, I guess.
Depends on the killer robot.
Yeah, there are definitely some killer robots out there we probably ought to think about protesting. But generally speaking, we try to celebrate them here, as long as the killing part is other combat robots.
Yeah, as long as it's inter-robot combat.
Right.
I think that's perfectly acceptable. In this particular matchup, you have a long boy with forks, and you have Killajool with that really powerful undercutter spinner. Who do you think would have the advantage in the kind of rock, paper, scissors in this matchup?
You know, I'm looking here. Realistically speaking, I would have given it to Killajool. The trouble is I can tell from here, I can't quite see what's going on, but I can tell that Full Court has added some sort of device to take on.
All right. So it looks like we have to make a last-minute change here. There's a little bit of a delay in the big box, so we're going to go to cage 3 with fully defined and a dozen bolts.
I'm eager to see.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
And away we go. Fully defined, winning the control, at least the early control exchanges. Wow, big intense hit there. Oh, the sidebar on a dozen bolts already falling apart. The other sidebar falling apart. Armor about to be torn off the rear of the robot. Sparks flying. I will say fully defined needs to be careful here. If that metal gets caught up in their spinner, they could very well be down a spinner for the rest of the match.
Yeah, beautiful work from them. This kind of dustpan concept, so smart. Whoa!
A little bit more armor coming off a dozen bolts. And there we are, the two robots have freed themselves.
13% of our participants think fully defined could win the entire 3-pound division today.
How many?
13%.
Oh, okay. I thought you said 30%, and I was a little more stunned, but even 13 is a solid amount of confidence.
Absolutely.
Especially with some of the other big names that we have in the tournament today.
And there's like 160 3-pound bots, I believe.
Yeah, it's large enough numbers, it keeps me up at night.
Yes.
The robot uprising is nigh. There you can see those wheels just spinning helplessly. Those actually look very much like wheels that I used to use in my 6-pound robot once upon a time. That white cast, harder inner plastic, and then the blue cast outer rubber, a little more, squish than the center.
A dozen bolts comes from Logan Adams with Dragon Robotics of Drexel University, another college team that we have here. Drexel University just outside of Philadelphia. We are really expanding the cast of college teams here every event. This is their first event here at NHRL.
It's absolutely catching. I think you, at each and every event, for one, we've got lots of people here. They're talking to their friends. They're talking to other places around the country. That's a given.
Yep.
You also have well-meaning teachers and parents and that sort of thing who are sitting back and saying, I saw this. It's getting movement. There's money behind it. There's excitement. There's fame. There's all sorts of things if you really take it to the right place. And they're being encouraged for good reason.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely true. The Dragon Robotics team, when I spoke to them this morning, was saying that their eventual goal is to build heavyweights, 250-pound robots.
Sounds hard.
It does. It sounds very hard. You should build 327-pound robots instead.
Much easier.
much easier.
Yeah, unless you have to lift them.
Yes, that sounds much more challenging, or drive them cross country. But they, wanted to start with something a little bit more manageable, a little bit more reasonable. They found out about NHRL, so they started building for the National Havoc Robot League, and they're learning today that those smaller robots are not all that easy themselves.
They are absolutely no joke. There's a reason that I tend to work best in like the 12 and 30-pound range. It's because at a certain point, your detail skills start mattering more than anything else.
Yeah.
And the smaller you go, the more detailed it gets.
And the harder serviceability, no matter what you do. If there's less space in the bot, there's less space for your fingers, there's less place for tools, it's harder to work in there.
There are times when I see, a 10-year-old working on their robot and it's like, my goodness, what I would give to be able to get like my fingers into that little corner of the robot to get that wire that you can't quite reach and have to use one of those little prongy dudes that, grabs something and fishes it out.
Yeah.
It makes perfect sense.
Yeah, it does make perfect sense. The 10-year-olds do have a slight advantage when it comes to serviceability on their robots here.
Plus, they can use the joysticks, like this, instead of with their thumbs, which always seem like fun to me.
I love it. I love it. All right, so it looks like we are trying again in Cage 4. So this will be Kilojoule versus Full Court.
Kilojoule, it looks like now, is using a solid piece of steel, or perhaps a reinforced piece of steel as their wedge, and then they've got two big, buggy bumpers on the front of their robot to absorb a lot of that energy from their opponent. Kilojoule struggling to start up in that first moment. Now able to do so in the corner, but just barely. Oh, there it goes. An incredible jet engine sort of noise coming out of Kilojoule right now.
What does that sign say?
Oh, Kyle, do you know what their weapon is? It's a basketball hoop.
Ah, that makes sense.
Yeah, full court.
Full court. I get it.
Listen, that seems like a lot to me. At best, I can do a pint.
Yes.
It's funny, too, because documented proof of more than a pint on this particular program.
Nice pin here from Full Court.
Yeah, Full Court so far has been able to do exactly what they want to do. You'll notice if there's another exchange, the weapon on Kilojoule just goes right under that wedge bar, or whatever you want to call it. Yeah, there it goes. You see the orange popping out from the other side. Once you go under the robot, you go under your opponent, and your wedge is just, or rather, their wedge is just pushing up against the front of yours. Your weapon is never going to be able to do any damage.
Killajool doing a great job keeping their weapon going for this fight. Not always an easy task for that robot.
I think we're seeing a little bit of a drive issue on the left-hand side of full court. They are still fairly able to whack their opponent. Big, strong impacts. There you are again. The backboard gone from the basketball hoop, but that stick is still looking mightily waggly.
Waggling all over the place.
Yeah, there you go. Whap, 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 whap. Couple of missed, couple of hits.
Waggle stick, of course, another name for a wino. Weapon in name only. It fulfills the obligation of a weapon.
I mean, it's definitely a stick, and on a good day it waggles.
Yes, yes. You can be aggressive with it. You can aggressively waggle. Damage, maybe not.
We have seen the waggle stick on a few robots be able to do some damage. Mr. Business Cat is...
That is a extremely functional waggle stick on Ramplan.
Ramplan.
Yeah. Business Cat, of course, is Brendan Steele, who operates it.
Yes. Really an impressive... Like, so it can be done where it is ever so slightly more than a weapon in name only. That said, I don't know that this particular implementation counts. We're going to hop to the judges now and figure out exactly what the results are on this fight.
It's going to be a fun one to call. Really impressive work from both teams. Weapon was still spinning the entire time of this match for Killajool. But the long boy that is full court did a great job. Lots of really effective pins.
Mm-hmm. It kind of looks like he's holding a pair of weed eaters.
Yes.
Or like a soul caliber weapon.
Oh, great reference there. I like that.
Maybe like not the one that you work your way up to at the end of the game, but the like second one you get.
Yeah, not Soul Edge, right? That's what that Soul Edge or Soul Caliber.
But yeah, either one is I think an option that you could go with towards the end of the game.
I haven't played those games in years.
They're still making them.
I know. They're still making them all the time.
They're up to like 47.
That's too many.
It's too many. Make some new IP, gamer people.
Yeah, you can't get new IP in movies anymore. You can't get new IP in games. And now they're just pulling IP from games into movies constantly. I mean, the new Mario movie coming out, I'm very excited about it.
I enjoyed the trailer. That's all I can say so far.
Yeah, we don't know anything else about it, but I'm excited about it. Yeah. You know, I don't know about the choice of the voice actor for Mario. We'll have to see.
Yeah, but correct me if I'm wrong. It is Bowser Jack Black.
Yes.
That might be the best
casting decision ever.
Yeah, period. Yeah, I can't really picture a better option. It's not no one that I ever would have expected.
No, but when they mention it, it's like, okay, that's too perfect.
Yeah. This is unfair. Take my money.
I'm into it. All right, so we are getting to the dirty end. It feels like of the 30-pound brackets.
We can bring the Roomba back.
Yeah, I'm into it. So we're gonna have MegatRON taking on Phenomenon. And in the 12-pound bracket, we now know who qualifies, which is exciting. Mm-hmm. And we should be getting close to our finals in that. So, yeah, that's
definitely exciting.
Going to be a good time. But right now, I believe we are going to have more 3-pound action coming your way. Looks like that's what we have loading in. And then we'll have more 3-pound action for like ever.
Yeah, I think
we're going to be here for a minute on that.
That is our lives.
Yeah, absolutely. We do actually have a 3-pound bracket posted now. It's officially chosen and set, which is good. That means we're moving into the bracketed part of the 3-pound experience. But yeah, it's going to be a while.
How many are we down to?
In the bracket, I haven't opened it yet. The Wi-Fi is not working great.
Well, no, it's just that large, Kyle. It's going to take 47 years to download the
just
CSV
to
file.
actually look at it. Yeah, it's going to take a minute. But in 3 pounds, I believe we had like 162 was the total.
Right.
Which is like starting the day. Obviously, that they all did not qualify for the bracket.
No, unfortunately.
But we are going to have a relatively large bracket that we have to get through, so that's going to be a lot of fun. The way that works for this particular event is you do have your kind of like 3 classifications of robots, right? You have your bosses that actually had a bye in the first round.
Right.
You have your challengers, and then you have your rivals.
Right.
The challengers did not get a bye, but they would fight other challengers in their first round, and then if they lose, they would have to go face a rival, or if they win, they could then go on to face a boss. And then the challengers, they would fight other challengers, and if they win, they might get a chance to go up against, or the rivals, if they win, they would have another chance to go up against one of the challengers.
Right.
And this all of these fights determine where you're seated on the bracket, so took a minute to like figure out where everybody fits.
Yeah, it's a really interesting process.
In the meantime, we are going to go to Cage 3 and check out R.O.B versus Eruption. Wow, look at that scorch mark.
8.
Yeah, that is.
7.
There's a lot of
6,
heat that came out there.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Oof. There you see Brian Boxall on the left-hand side of your screen driving Eruption. Eruption is a, oof. Yeah, they're calling it. That's a tap out right there.
Tap out.
Understandable tap out happening there. That was vicious assault from Eruption. Brian Boxall, he basically has not done anything to this robot since December.
Wow.
That was vicious. Absolutely
Decisive
vicious.
is a huge understatement.
Yeah.
Look at that hit. And I mean, that is perfectly placed.
Wow, and the drum completely off of its mounting rail there.
And I believe that drum is another one of these encapsulated motor configurations, if I'm not mistaken.
That is correct, yes.
You know, they keep the entire motor, the entire system that drives that drum is inside of the drum, which means more compact design. It means more weight behind each hit. It also makes for some really interesting failures when the whole thing explodes. So, I'm all for it.
I believe that drum does have a little bit of travel, too. It's like a puncher-esque design.
Oh, I missed that.
Yeah, so it has about 3/4 of an inch worth of stroke on it, so it can get a little bit of a forward punch on it. I mean, this is coming from the Tantrum team.
Yes.
So it makes sense that they would incorporate that into the design. But in that particular case, it came completely off the rails. So
yeah, it's a little too much of a punch.
A little too much of a punch, yeah. You know, you add complexity to a design and you can get some really interesting outcomes, and you can also get a lot more failure points.
Yeah, and the more ideas you want to incorporate, like exponentially the amount of time you have to put into figuring out how they won't backfire on you, basically.
Oh, wow. So, all right, we see Jet Lag and Torps facing off here in Cage 6. Jet Lag, your current Motorama champion, just won that championship last month.
Woo! Big spark.
Nice hit.
And again. Wow, that robot really flies, Kyle. And the driving, very precise.
Twerps is an all titanium billet, I believe.
It's like watching a falcon chase a sparrow.
It kind of is, yes. So I was speaking with Aaron Hill earlier, and he said that he did get 2 pieces of billet titanium after the last NHRL that he attended, and he decided to turn them into 2 little bots called Twerps. They're so cute.
They are. They're adorable. I'm sitting here just, you know, feeling terrible for whoever had to machine that though. Titanium is not fun.
No, it's not fun at all. But Aaron said it was given to him for free because somebody said, had this billet titanium and said, well, Aaron, you're going to do more interesting things with this than I will, so take it. They do have soft underbellies. It's just carbon fiber underbellies.
Okay, all right.
But you get these glorious white sparks out of all of these hits. I kind of love it.
Yeah, there's really few things better than a big impact on a titanium surface.
And Lars is just such a phenomenal driver, getting better all the time. You can see he's just dominating this fight between these 2 bots, basically using this as a target practice for himself right now.
You know, I'll use another bird metaphor, or simile, rather. Just in a very different direction. It's a lot like Duck Hunt.
Oh, yeah.
You know, there's 2 little things just kind of dancing around. If you don't do well, your dog laughs at you.
You never can shoot the dog.
No.
So that would be, your winner would be Lars and Jet Lag.
Yes, I believe so.
By Tap Out.
You can see there those immense hits. Twerp going flying. I almost said Scrubs going flying.
Look at these hits. Jet Lag is a hub motor design. All right, so we are jumping into another already in progress 3-pound fight. This is Buzzer Cat versus Intolerance. What kind of intolerance? Lactose intolerance, perhaps?
Perhaps.
Titanium intolerance? It's hard to tell. Wow, nice hits back and forth here.
Yeah, I can see this drum appears to be spinning more slowly, but only when the disc is fully up to speed. So if the drum robot here can chain these hits, it's going to be its path to, I don't want to say dominance, but being able to control the match.
It does look like they are struggling a little bit with drive on one side, which would make it a little bit more difficult to plan that stuff out. Yeah, left side looks a little either sluggish or just not working at all.
Yeah, I think they have unfortunately been pinched by their own wheel guards, Kyle.
But I thought wheel guards were the smartest thing you could ever do in a bot design ever. There's no downside to wheel guards ever, as I understand it.
You know, I had a really nice email from someone who enjoyed Mammoth the other day, and they wrote a long discourse on perhaps you could try wheel guards.
Really?
And then they responded with another long discourse on, but I understand if wheel guards would make Mammoth smaller, and nobody wants a smaller Mammoth.
You know, that's very valid, and I'm glad that they pointed that out.
Yeah.
One thing's for sure is Tombstone would have won at least 3 more giant nuts if they had had wheel guards.
Right. At least. Wow, look at the reflection going on there. What a cool cyberpunk kind of feel for these robots to be duking it out in.
Wow, that is a grind that weapon is making. It sounds like on the plywood floor. Something is not happy.
No, but it is trying its best.
We can hear the count out happening now. This match is nearly done. Looks like that one will go to the judges.
I don't think there's a lot of mystery there, Kyle.
No, definitely not. A lot of new bots in the 3-pound division today. A lot of new faces.
I mean, I have this theory, Kyle, that after every new bot event, you actually end up with more new bots spurred by the new bot event than attend the new bot event.
That actually makes a lot of sense. Because like maybe they were building their bot for the new bot event, didn't get it done on time.
Definitely happens. Maybe they saw a bunch of other people fight their brand new bot and said, wow, you know,
that seems accessible. I can do that.
Accessible, or I can do better than that, maybe.
For sure.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of components to it, but generally speaking, we get just a flood of people new to the sport and with a level of excitement we don't otherwise see after those new bot events. So.
And it's so fun for them to come here and realize that the 3-pound division at NHRL is probably the most competitive division in combat robotics, period, the end, in the whole world.
Yeah.
Oh,
we're looking at 7 here, or we're looking at the ring here. We've got Flip and Cut.
And Epsilon. Flip and Cut doesn't seem to be moving. Epsilon doesn't seem to be moving. What's going on in here?
They're sleepy, Kyle.
Oh, okay. It's just nap time.
Right.
It's not robot fighting time. It's nap time.
It's robot napping time.
Flip and Cut, one of the melty brain spinners from the Kazmers, but with a different weapon style on it. Different kind of cutting profile on those blades.
Yeah, a flipping profile.
Flipping, a little bit of cutting. What I like about it is it evens out the floor a little bit every single time it fights.
Aha. That robot is exiting the arena again. Did we miss the fight?
I think we missed the fight.
Just problems?
Yeah, I think we missed that fight. We'll see who won that. It's not up yet, but we'll see who won that. There's a lot to go. There are 64 total fights in this round that we're going through right now. That's a lot.
It is. Hot dang.
It's a few. It's a few.
My goodness gracious.
65. So sorry. So yeah, and then by the end of the day, we're looking at 130 total fights.
Yeah, generally you just double that number.
Yeah.
That's what you get. So.
Yeah, that's going to be fun. That's going to be a fun time had by all. Oh, actually 131, because we still have to have the bronze medalist fight.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay, we can handle it.
Yeah.
It's what, 8 o'clock.
I'm going to go out on a limb here, Kyle, and say that my 214, or 214, if I had guessed 214, I may well have been right. But guess that my 1014 estimate might be a little off.
Might be a little bit off, yes, absolutely. However, if we get Eamon to build like 3 more boxes.
Right now,
we might be able to catch up.
You know, we've got 1, 2, and then 4 over there now?
Yeah, 4 over there now. Yeah.
So, total of 6 matches.
At any given moment.
At any given moment, it's possible.
Possible, but man, that's a lot of resources to run 6 fights at once.
It truly is. It truly is. And on that note, the folks in the control room today have been going through a lot. This is the busiest event we've been having.
Absolutely.
They're still managing to cut this together. Look at there's the folks in the control room.
Hi, guys.
Thank you, guys. This is a monumental task trying to get this into something that makes any sense for anyone to watch. So, good going. Poke those buttons. You know, they used to have me poke those buttons. They put me in a small room in the back handling what would become the titanium stream.
I remember that.
Eventually.
Yep.
And they give me a control panel with, you know, like 4 cameras to run and a title card to turn on and off. And it was very much like monkey poke button. I know, granted, I was doing 7 other things too, but I'm always amazed that they can pull it off. My goodness, look at that crew, that absolute flock of waterfowl. That is one
Mother Ducker did write a little description of their bot.
Mother Ducker.
They are a flock of ducks. Their job is to get caught up within the other bot and overwhelm them with a swarm of duckiness.
Does that one duck have a little sword on top?
I think it does, yes. You know, ducks fly together.
Quack, 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 quack.
We did not see the V that I was hoping for, but what I do want to know is, what is Boombox playing right now? That's always the question when Boombox is in there. And how do they choose the songs that they're going to play? Boombox is a pretty typical vertical spinner, but also with a Bluetooth speaker component.
I hear beeping, but I think it may well just be turn-on codes for ESCs.
So one by one, I guess the way that he would get a knockout is by knocking out the majority?
Right, right. You want to knock out at least 51% of the weight of the robots.
That's a lot of ducks. How many are there out here? He's already got one down. Why are there so many of these? Also, how many drivers do they have?
It's all outsourced. Wow!
Yes, absolutely. They brought half the pits up to drive this bot.
Yeah, I think I lost the tire.
Yeah, I lost one. I think the ball lost the wheel at least. I'll try spinning. That's a good trick. Yeah.
There we
I
go.
enjoy that commentary in the background.
Hey, I was expecting music. Come on, man.
Yeah, it is surprisingly quiet with Boombox in the arena.
Yeah, you'd think they'd be playing, you know, at least something from the Mighty Duck soundtrack. We Will Rock You, all kinds of things.
What I really want to hear is the DuckTales theme song.
Ooh, yeah, that's a great idea.
Come on, somebody knock me off the wall. Okay.
This is fun driving practice for Boombox. I believe this is a knockout. I mean, look at most of these ducks are dead.
You know, it does become an interesting question of how do you count out so many robots?
That's very true. Oh, we do have movement from one duck. Boombox sees it. He's coming in for it, and bye-bye. Okay. Yep, bobbling ducks. Yep. Yep, I believe we got a knockout or a count-out happening right now.
We are in process.
Duck hunting season is in effect. I love it. I love this concept for a bot. So your winner, Boombox.
Whew. Jump away to avoid that feedback, and we have Sea Dragon's Roar and Synthesis lining up in the box. Sea Dragon's Roar is in the red square,
5,
Synthesis in the blue.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots,
Away
fight.
we go.
Big old vertical weapon of doom on Synthesis.
Yeah, that is no joke. That can do a lot of damage very quickly. And those forks are going to do a great job making sure the opponent gets in a space where that weapon can connect. Oh, that does not look good, unfortunately, for Sea Dragon's Roar.
Yeah, are they immobile already?
I believe they
stuck,
are.
Or are they damaged? They're not moving either way.
They're not damaged, Kyle.
Yeah, you're right. They got a big hit. They got a big fork underneath their bot. Does look like we have Brett trying to get them off the wall. Less than a minute into this fight. Oh, William saying, hit me, so I can keep going. Ah, that hit didn't do anything. They are still stuck. William tried. He's shaking his head in frustration. Sea Dragon's Roar knocked out by Synthesis.
I always respect that level of, please hit me again, give me the chance to bite your kneecaps off once I'm completely dismembered and dismantled. But would love to see it work.
Sea Dragon's Roar will be going home after that matchup. Synthesis will go on to face either Kitsune or Pumbaa.
Oh, Pumbaa. I haven't seen Pumbaa yet.
I have not seen Pumbaa yet. You've seen Kitsune a couple of times. Another Thagomizer-style robot. It's a popular design for this event.
I really think the Thagomizer archetype is going to be something that takes off both here at Norwalk and in many events across the country.
I think you're absolutely right.
It's something that's been toyed with over the years, but I think it's gained so much just from the small tweaks we've seen here in the last 6 months.
Yeah, and a lot of that just comes to the canter of the wheels, how much torque you can actually get out of it to get that spin effect. These little teeny tiny things that just make it better and better and better. I mean, it's the same thing with Melty Brains. We've had Melty Brains for years.
Right.
They've only really become super duper scary effective over the past 2 years here at NHRL, where we've been iterating them over and over and over again and watching them get better and better. You know, the Brits might disagree with me on that a little bit, but in general, I would say they're translating a lot better now. They're working a lot better now.
We have injected the forced evolutionary virus directly into the veins of these robots.
I think you're absolutely right.
And the growth is on tear. I cannot wait to see what happens next. And I mean, you think about it, what happens when the Thagomizers get good? What does that spur? What happens when the Melty Brains get good? What does that spur?
Yep.
None of these are isolated developments. They're just stepping stones for the next something.
Yeah, you're totally right. You're totally right. Melty Brains have already won one of the entire tournaments here and won a golden dumpster. And that was before they've even gotten as good as they are now.
Right.
Now they're completely translational and deadly. I cannot wait to see. And especially we have automated versions of them now.
Yeah.
Listen.
Once those get going, certainly they won't be unstoppable, but they will be a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah.
I mean, even one is a force to be reckoned with now, and it's in its infancy. So.
And what you were talking about before, where automation is going to surpass human reaction time, very important for a bot that's so hard to control, like a Melty Brain Spinner, where you can just push that stick a little bit too far and you're all of a sudden careening out of control around the box. You can fix that problem with an automated system that will allow you to just pre-program movements, pre-program hooks and jabs and whatever you need to do. I love that concept. I know that's something the Kazmers are working very hard on. The Kazmers are such an interesting group of folks. Like, the way that they think about this bot and the community of Melty Brain Spinner builders is really interesting. I like that they consider it an open source thing, but only amongst themselves. Like, if you're brave enough or foolish enough to build a Melty Brain, they'll share all their information with you.
Right. Yeah, we're still at that point. You know, and there's going to be points where competition starts to get tighter. And those trade secrets start to evolve, and different teams have different dynasties of lineages and who knows what, and that's all going to be very exciting. But right now, it's very community, share alike, and I think that spirit's going to live on either way.
Absolutely.
So, speaking of ascended spirits, Lindsay, still upstairs? Oh, look, she's on screen right there.
Speaking of ascending spirits, I love it. I feel like I've ascended because I have now today driven 2 of Tony.
Photo bomber.
Don't you have a fight to get to? I have driven 2 of my favorite robots, mini bots, Pawsitively Hysterical with Mouse and First Drink of the Day with Chaser. Oh, geez, we got some replays here.
Wow.
So I do want to mention that the speed on Mouse that's just how it is. So, you know, very controlled, very deliberate.
I think of it as an unyielding freight train.
Yes.
You can't stop it. It's just going to keep coming, but, you know, the speed is debatable.
Aggressive, not speedy, but aggressive.
Yeah. You know, Seth with SSP clearly trying to run away from me, but keep pursuing.
Yeah, taking on the bot it can actually handle in Pawsitively Hysterical, not wanting to mess with your bot. I can understand that.
I have to say, I love Pawsitively Hysterical so much, and this event has only cemented that love with not one but 2 hammers. And you know, if you lean in really close, you can hear that these are squeaky hammers, so it kind of sounds like a clown. It's incredible. I miss the stamper, but you know what? Squeaky hammers, they have their charm too.
Yeah, it gives him twice the hitting power too. You know, you gotta love that. The aggressive stamp was great. He literally stamped his opponents at the last event. But now he's squeaking everybody, and that's nice.
So, all right, last event was a stamper. This event was a squeaker. What do you think Tom can do for May's event?
I mean, next time I'd like to see him punch his own ticket.
I like it.
I like it. I like it.
So
But,
you got to drive Chaser as well today.
Yeah, Chaser is really cool. You know, it has a very expressive face that I appreciate. But also the same speed as Mouse Mouse. So, you know, I'm capping in at like 0.25 miles an hour.
Nice.
Not exactly blazing trails, but still, a lot of fun.
I like it. I love it. Yeah, I'm forever in debt to Tom for inviting me to join his team and fight those mini bots, because it was the best experience ever.
I love it.
Speaking of best experiences ever, thank you, Lindsay, but we are going to go right back into a fight.
Great.
Cage 3 action. So we've got Nitro Hornet there in the blue corner and Dumb Drum over there in the pink corner.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
All right, away we go.
Dylan McCarthy from Milford, Connecticut with Nitro Hornet. He's been gone for a while. Came back to this event with a completely redesigned bot. Been doing pretty well today, all things considered. And dominating this part of the fight. Wow.
Oh, there's some good volley, return to volleys. Ah, there we are. Yeah, Nitro Hornet was completely dominant for the first few exchanges, has started to slow down. The weapon is now not spinning. This could be an uphill battle, very different from the first few moments of the match. Now, of course, we hear both of these weapons, if not entirely off, are incredibly slow.
Dumb Drum is captained by Dylan Davino. Dylan's 11. Apparently, he's just getting started in combat robotics. His first event was the January 2023 New Bots event.
Really?
And now he's hooked. We're going to see him at every event now, he says.
Yep, that's the end.
He's got the brain virus. It's never going away. Nice pin, by the way. I'd say 11's a good age to start fighting robots.
As long as you're fighting other robots.
Right,
Don't
yeah.
pick a fight with a robot.
You don't think he should go after like an Atlas or a Spot?
No.
Especially not the Spot with like the head arm thing that they have. That's so creepy.
It's kind of horrifying.
Yeah, it's a little weird.
It's an excuse for people to be mean to robots, which is just going to be, you know, ammo one day when the robots take over. I don't want to end up with no mouth and a need for screaming just because of some past sin against our robot overlords. And that is the end.
Wow, ending the match, pinning Nitro Hornet up against the wall. Not a bad way to be, Dylan. Well done.
Yeah, that was a well-driven match, doubly so, of course, given the fact he's such a young driver.
Dylan's dad is all smiles, super proud of his son after that match. Nice work.
Here we can go into the replay. You can see Nitro Hornet really wins over and over again in terms of the exchanges. Takes chunks out. It looked like it was going to be all Nitro Hornet, but the young driver wore Nitro Hornet down. I mean, this got to the point where it was completely one-sided in the other direction, and then the weapon went down on Nitro Hornet and became a pushing match. This is not an easy judge's decision.
No, it's definitely not going to be an easy judge's decision. If you were looking at half of the fight, it would be an easy judge's decision.
Yeah, either half.
Yeah, half it's easy for Nitro Hornet. Other half, it's definitely a lot easier for Dylan's bot. But well, I guess they're both Dylan's bot. Dylan McCarthy drives Nitro Hornet.
Sure.
But yeah, it's spelled differently. There are different spellings of the Dylan. There's D-I and D-Y, whole thing. But yeah, the Nitro Hornet, when they were early on in the NHRL tournaments, they were one of the dominant bots.
I remember.
Now they've been gone for a while. They're coming back and they're seeing what the pack looks like. It's a completely different field of robots.
Yeah, and even the small tweaks that might be needed to make it truly high-end competitive, it takes some time, it takes some experience. You got to know who you're going up against, and that's not going to happen overnight.
Definitely not. A good thing that he qualified at this event. We'll see how this judge's decision shakes out. It could go either way at this point. But we might be seeing them move on in the competition. Very well might not. We shall see. We shall see. Either way, losing to an 11-year-old with the same name. It's not a bad day. It's kind of a fun way to end your day.
It feels like a component of a Terminator movie or something. John Connor showed up today and fought robots, along with a younger version of John Connor, fighting with another robot.
All right, so we do have the 30-pound third-place fight going on now. Which means that Anxieti figured out how to get their bot working again. Nice job, guys. They're going up against STF, Save the Frogs from the Ribot team. Anxieti was not in a great place when they had to forfeit to get into the finals. So I'm glad they were able to recover from their ESC fire and get back in for this fight. STF has lost weapon on its last 2 fights.
Yeah, due to loss of belt. I don't think I see a belt issue happening in this fight. It's not the right matchup.
5,
but
4,
I do potentially see STF on flying.
Fight. Robots fight.
STF looks like they're having some drive issues right off the bat.
Oh, look at that height, Kyle. It is almost perfect for taking chunks off of the little exposed bits of the wheel. Whoa! Oh, what is that all over the ground, Kyle? It's battery packaging.
That is exactly what that is, and that's the entire insides of Anxieti exposed for the whole world to see.
My goodness,
that
cover
bot
up.
is indecent. There you can see.
I don't want to judge, but that seems like it's a family show. Seems like a lot.
STF is 45 pounds of fighting robot, and it is just completely dismantled Anxieti. Your third place winner, pretty clearly STF. Nice job from the boys from Ribot. Oh, that's a top plate right there.
And look at that, Kyle. You can see bolts have just been sheared off entirely, ripped clean out of the aluminum.
Wow, if you ever wanted to see how Anxieti was built, this is a really great deconstructed view.
I think I can see a lot of how it was unbuilt. My goodness.
Wow, that is just graphic. I'm glad they were able to get their bot up and working again. Do you think they'll be able to get it together for another Rumble after this?
It's possible. It's not going to be the bot it once was, unless they brought a lot of spares. But they might be able to get it to move about a bit.
That's vicious. All right. Look at this replay here. Beautiful titanium white sparks.
That robot is doing its absolute best to get under STF, but Anxieti just doesn't have the reach. It has almost no reach to start with. And then to go up against something like STF that has a truly enormous reach. That is something, Kyle.
Yeah,
that is...
Wow. Okay, so Anxieti's in several pieces now. And your third place winner for the 30-pound bracket is going to be STF. Love it.
Congratulations, STF.
And their weapon worked that entire fight. Granted, it didn't go a full 3 minutes.
No.
But it worked the entire fight.
Kyle, I got to tell you, if that robot is working the way it's supposed to, they don't want the fight to go the full 3 minutes.
I think you're totally right.
You know, it's not what their optimum plan would be, shall we say.
So Lucas McCarty from Robo Jackets, the Georgia team, all done for the day?
Yeah, they've got a lot of thinking to do. I don't think Anxieti, I think with the right matchup, Anxieti could have continued.
Yeah.
That was not quite a rock, paper, scissors, but it was just something about the geometry of those two robots. Not in their favor.
If the weapon had perhaps died on STF, it would have been a different story, but they were able to get it working and functioning very well. And here we go into Cage 4. This is the 30-pound final.
You can hear the crowd cheer.
Brandon has been looking forward to this all day. This has been his goal since he got here. He wants to take out MegatRON
8
with
7
Phenomenon.
6
his goal since
5 4
childhood.
3 2 1.
Jamison Go getting in the final stance. Jamison's been in this position many times before. We're in a 30-pound final. The golden dumpster is up for grabs, and MegatRON stands there with a vertical spinner on the other side of the box.
Kyle, I can see already this is going to be very much a driving match.
Yeah, fork for fork, trying to see who can get the low ground.
Fork for fork, Brandon is not going to come out ahead.
Ooh, nice hit there from MegatRON.
MegatRON has beat Phenomenon twice in the past. He's hoping for a turkey.
Brandon's been working on Phenomenon with only one goal in mind. That is finally getting that W over Jamison Go and MegatRON. It is a tall order for any bot to get a win over MegatRON.
Oh, that is not the spot that Brandon wants that robot to be in. With a spun down weapon and a MegatRON plomping down on top. Still, both robots seem entirely functional as we close in on the halfway point of this match. MegatRON still able to dominate the pacing and the control.
Nice,
going
right
weapon
into
to
the
weapon.
Beautiful hit.
Sparks flying.
Oh, that was a
Phenomenon
beautiful piece of
upside
control
down.
work.
MegatRON very kindly staying off, wondering if Phenomenon is going to be able to self-right or free itself. Oh, I see chunks of robot. This could be the end. I sense a countdown coming in soon. It appears the one unstick.
There come, yes, I was wondering where Flow was.
Yes, this is going to be a difficult unstick to execute, though.
Yeah, they've done the thing. They're landed right directly on top of the weapon. It's one of the most challenging places to actually unstick a robot.
It definitely looks possible, just not easy. Hey!
Oh, that's one way to do it. Nice job, Flo. Beautiful work from the house spot driver. And Jamison wasting no time getting in there and attacking the side of Phenomenon.
No, and truly you can't afford to at this point in the game.
That's a fork that used to be on Phenomenon, and that was one of the ways they were hoping to get an advantage over Jamison, but it is not working. I don't see the weapon spinning up on Phenomenon.
No.
20 seconds left in this match. Jamison just waiting cautiously, hoping for a count out before the end, not wanting this to go to a judge's decision.
And a judge's decision it will not. There's a tap out from Brandon Bennett Young. Your winner for the 30. Oh, well, don't let me take it out of your mouth, Kyle. Go for it.
Your winner, MegatRON, Jamison Go.
In just a short period of time, we're going to see Jamison again.
In the 12-pound final with his bot, Psycho.
He's going to...
Or semifinal, sorry, with Psycho.
We got a little excited there.
Listen, we're getting there with the 12s. We're not quite there yet.
I mean, or maybe we are, you know, able to see something, you know, just a little farther into the future.
That is the goal for Jamison this season, is to actually get the championship win with Psycho. He's gotten it in the 3s. He's gotten it in the 30s. Conquering the 12s is the next on his docket, and look at this driving match. Started out really, really well for Brandon Bennett Young and Phenomenon, but then these hits just over and over again on the top plate of the bot. Okay, so Brandon had one goal today. That was to beat Jamison Go. He did not accomplish it, but second place.
Yes.
Qualified for the finals.
Mm-hmm.
All in all, not a bad day for Brandon Bennett Young.
Not at all. And I think that robot got a little farther than it had in the past. I mean, this is a progression. You don't have to get there in one fight or one event or two events.
Absolutely right.
There's time yet. Jamison isn't going anywhere. Neither is Brandon. You know who else hasn't gone anywhere?
I know who hasn't gone anywhere. Lindsay. Lindsay, what are you doing upstairs? You hanging out?
I'm still here, but I just want to give maybe a little comment on that last fight because I thought it was really remarkable. I want to give so many props to Brandon. I think, like, almost kind of flies under the radar sometimes because he's so consistent, because he's always there. You just kind of take him as a given. But, like, can we give him some, you know, round of applause because he has been at this for so many years. He's been doing this pre-NHRL.
Yep.
And he just gets better and better every time. He was so aggressive today. His bots were so reliable. You know, he didn't get his... I saw that, William. He didn't get his goal this time of beating Jamison, but I think that, you know, he should go home today with his head held high because that was an incredible fight and an incredible day for him. But of course, congratulations to Jamison Go. I mean, MegatRON is just phenomenal. It's a phenomenon.
Listen, Jamison going home with yet another golden dumpster. No surprise to anybody. How many does that guy have now?
I don't know. I think he's got a small room. We're going to go over to cage 2 here. Caldera, Frenzy, quite a matchup. What are you thinking?
8.
I mean, two really amazing bots,
6,
Glenn Boxel and
5,
Caldera, just consistently
4,
heavy hitters in this tournament. Frenzy
2,
has got the googly eye on her, though.
Robots
well, that's a good point. I didn't notice the googly eye earlier. I don't know why I asked who was going to win.
Ouch!
Now, Caldera, I'm amazed at how hard it can hit sometimes. I think I see a bit of belt already. I can't tell what robot that came from.
I clearly did not come off of Caldera. If it did, it was a spare belt because they are driving fine and that weapon is working phenomenally.
Frenzy, it is a Frenzy belt. Frenzy's weapon is no longer spinning whatsoever. However, it is smoking.
Yeah, there's some smoke coming in and out of the top of that robot. Not great, not where you want to be. Glenn Boxel, the father of Brian Boxel, captain of Eruption. They both work together on these bots. Nice tap out there for Glenn Boxel and Caldera. You gotta love those father-son teams, and this particular father-son team runs two of the most vicious and destructive robots we see at this event. Caldera just such a hard hitter every single time. It's just scary. And according to Brian, of the two robots, this is the harder hitting one. This is the one that is to be feared the most.
Mm-hmm. Well,
I love the 3-pound division here.
Yeah?
There's so many ridiculous bots.
There's so many bots, there's so many ridiculous bots, there's so much ridiculous to be had. It's a petri dish of entertainment.
It absolutely is. I mean, it is the most competitive division in combat robotics, period, the end.
Yeah, it is amazing, because you think about it, and sometimes there's a temptation to think of larger robots as more competitive, or to think of them as more serious. That really has nothing to do with it.
No, not at all.
Don't get me wrong, I love the larger robots. I love the feeling of being cage side. But in terms of the energy, attention, time, skill, talent, all of those aspects that go into it, honestly, the 3 pounds are where it's at.
3 pounds are where it's at. The energy to weight ratio, the amount of force that those motors can generate and how much they can actually toss themselves and their opponents across the arena is phenomenal to watch. You get the hits in there that are just, they look like they defy the laws of physics sometimes with how many times you see a bot just launch off the ceiling, the walls after each of these hits.
Yeah.
Caldera, one of the most hard-hitting bots here, and they're not even the most hard-hitting bot here.
No.
Not even close.
They're well-tuned. They're well-tuned in. They can deliver a lot of good bitey hits. They get a lot of airtime. But in terms of like energy, there are much more terrifying robots here, for sure.
Absolutely, absolutely. So. Glenn Boxall getting better every time at driving. Not that he's ever been a bad driver, but it is really cool to see him becoming more strategic, getting more in tune with his bot as time has gone on. This is something he's done just because he wanted to bond with his son, you know what I mean? And I think it's so cool that he's become such a vicious competitor himself in this sport. All right, so we are gonna go to a instant classic that you might have seen if you were watching earlier today. So this is Here Comes the Boom versus Flaming Fart.
3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Oh my, Lana. We're not even wasting a second here.
My goodness.
Oh my goodness.
That is a very exposed tank of butane or propane or something. I'm pretty sure it's butane, but...
How is this so close to us and we can't smell it? You guys, this is absolutely insane. Oh my gosh. He's knocked off his rocker. He's missing a wheel. And he's still blowing fire at nothing. What did Brett do to deserve this? Is that Brett?
Yeah, I think so. You can tell by the words on top, but...
Wow.
Back on its feet.
Oh. Oh.
Looks like
out of smoke.
Some sort of disconnection from the flamethrower.
Here comes the boom. Really stayed true to its name. And so is Flaming Fart.
Yeah, there was potential for a really big boom and seriously flaming farts from that one, but looks like that gas tank is gonna stay intact. Still have yet to see the rockets go off.
Oh yeah, you're right. There's another element here.
And it looks like the flamethrower element is jammed up in Here Comes the Boom.
Here Comes the Boom, right. So it's part of the flaming is stuck in Here Comes the Boom. Minibot trying to do something.
Take on it. All right. So now...
Wow, it's a foggy sight. She's completely toasted.
Wow. Off the rockets while upside down, still manages to self-right afterwards.
That reminds me of like the WWE when they show the signs afterwards and they do well. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's what that looked like. It was like a celebratory finish.
The fight is
look at the mark.
Still going on.
I don't smell any of it.
Yeah.
Do you?
No, not at all.
And most of the time when it's smoking, I can smell a little bit of it. I don't.
The negative pressure system is doing its job. It looks like the rocket side of Flaming Fart is Still moving.
Which mini-bot was that, before I get confused?
So Flaming Fart has the rockets and the flamethrower.
Yes, okay. So Flaming Fart is just flaming everything.
And here comes the boom. I don't hear the weapon going.
Yeah. Flaming Fart's having one functional wheel. The other one, you can see it on the left side of the frame there, almost right out of the frame. It did not stay intact. This is actually a really tough one.
Yeah, it's
like,
tough.
how do you gauge? We're out of time here, but how do you gauge who wins?
Damage for that
Damage,
one.
that's true. Damage control.
If you think about multi-bots, like bots that are
Right.
comprised of multiple robots.
Oh, I love to see that. By the way, what a thrilling matchup. Definitely collected quite the crowd here. Everyone circled up trying to see the details of this matchup.
All right, guys, that was a ridiculous fight. The scorch marks still exist on the arena floor.
The smell still lingers, even maybe just a touch.
Yeah, I'd say so. You got to call that fight live. What was that experience like? And did it smell horrible when that cage door finally did open?
Yeah, it was fine until the cage door opened, and then we had the sulfuric sort of rotten, eggy smell going on
from the Estes rocket, right?
Yeah, but surprisingly, the rockets went off. I didn't expect it at the time. I was hoping for it.
Right. Yeah.
Great.
Estes rockets totally allowed here.
Absolutely.
One of the few places that would allow an Estes rocket weapon in competition. Gotta love that. What was the gas they were using in that flamethrower? Did you ever figure that out?
I'm pretty sure it's butane.
That canister looks like a
Yeah,
camping,
like a camping stove
butane.
sort of thing. Yeah.
Love it. Scary.
Yeah.
How much fuel are you allowed to carry in one of those things?
For a 3-pounder, it's around 8 ounces.
That's enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's enough.
Yeah, so like mixtape or the one that showed up today, Dutch oven.
Dutch oven, yeah.
They'll run the maximum fuel allotted. So. Yeah.
Oh, there we go. So this is Oh No Oreo versus Voxel. Oh No Oreo is careening around the box right now, and now getting launched straight into the ceiling. Voxel is the opposite kind of robot you want to face when you're about like Oh No Oreo. It's got a big, wide drum on it, and just the right wedge to just pop them into the air.
Oh No is a melty brain, is that correct?
I believe it is a melty brain style spinner.
Love it when a vertical spinner fights a melty brain or a horizontal spinner, and they just pop up into the air, staying perfectly level and flat, right back down onto their wheels. It's beautiful. Just like that cage floor.
Yeah, that's a work of art at this point. With all the Bondo, yet still large gashes in it.
You'll notice that cage floor aesthetic throughout the building here, even. In the bot museum, we used it to build the stands and some of the VIP areas.
Ooch. Oh No Oreo trying to get back onto its wheels, but right now, just beautifully pirouetting around the box. I love it. I love it. Voxel, such a terrifying competitor.
Pretty consistent.
Yeah, consistent's a great way of describing it.
The mini-bot, is that is a Voxel mini-bot?
Yes, no, I do believe that is that mini-bot belongs to Oh No Oreo.
So trying to play some defense then for Oh No Oreo, but still getting corralled into the corner by Voxel.
All right, so it looks like we're going to be heading over into cage 3. It's going to be Red Hawk versus Crush. And it looks like we're about to get started on this match now.
8.
Red Hawk
7,
over there in the pink corner.
6,
Crush down here
5,
in the blue.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
A little slow out of the corner to Crush.
Red Hawk, captained by Ben Belanger.
This is not his first NHRL
No,
event, is
they've
it?
been around for quite a while. This team has been competing here. I think this is their 3rd year.
That's just about all the years.
heavily modified vector kit design, father-son team.
I wonder how many modifications it takes to no longer be a vector kit.
It's a little bit of the ship of Theseus concept there. Hard to tell. But they did start with a kit just straight out the package that they painted red. And now it is custom blades, custom wheel guards, custom top plates, bottom plates. Totally different motor and drive design system.
Weapon on weapon hit there. Looks like it left Red Hawk high centered.
Yeah, you can see that wheel guard is bent out of shape too. I wonder if they are able to get back on their wheels, if that will impede their movement at all. A little bit of assistance from Brett. Everybody gets one unstick.
Unstick attempt. Doesn't always work out.
Does not always work out. No guarantees with those unstick attempts, but you're allowed to ask for one. Everybody gets one per match. Red Hawk is a little punch drunk in the corner trying to get back into this game. Crush doing a really good job kind of just determining the pace, controlling the speed.
That was a good slam into the wall by Crush. Weapon seems to be down though.
Neither weapon up to speed right now. It's nice and quiet in that box. 43 seconds left in this match. Red Hawk back up to speed and getting far away so they can get all the way spun up before they come back in.
Even weaponless, we're seeing a lot of aggression out of Crush. Really
Yeah,
taking
doing
it
a
to
great
Red
job
Hawk.
kind of pinning themselves in between where that weapon comes back into the frame of Red Hawk. Kind of a great way to jam up the weapon, prevent that motor from getting up to speed. Nice pin there too.
Yeah, once that weapon goes down, you've got to go all out with the drive, being aggressive. If you want any hope of winning, the judges' decisions are made by aggression, control, and damage. And this one will go to the judges.
Absolutely will.
Let's see some of those hits while both weapons were going. Decent pops from Crush. A little dancing. And back up to the pits.
So Crush, I believe, will go on to face either the winner between Chubby Unicorn and Marvin in the next round. We are moving our way right through the 3-pound bracket. Still a lot of fights to go.
Yep, pretty chunky 3-pound bracket this year, or
Chunky,
today, rather.
160 some odd robots, quite a few.
That's a lot.
But they did not all make it into the brackets. We are kind of moving through round 3 as we speak. Any predictions on when we're actually going to be done with this? Any thoughts?
I've got some thoughts.
You've got some predictions? You've got some thoughts?
Yes, I do.
All right, so we do have a split decision for Crush in that fight. They probably got it out of control and aggression for those categories. Beautiful work by them. Red Hawk is not an easy opponent on any day of the week, so congratulations to Crush for moving forward.
Got to have that plan B, and Crush had it and executed it and got him the W.
It's going to be a rough go for them moving on, though. Even in the next round, they're going to have a hard time whether or not they face Marvin or Chubby Unicorn. Not easy opponents either way. Whew, yeah, 3-pound's going to get down to some really interesting times. I love the fact that it's single elimination now. Makes things a little bit easier to follow along with. All right, so we are staging in Cage 4. This is a semi-final for the 12-pound bracket. This is Psycho and Full Court.
Jamison with Psycho, fresh off a victory in the 30-pound class.
Big improvements to Psycho for this competition. Came with 2 complete versions of the bot. so he can modify them as needed for his upcoming matches. Completely different weapon profile. He thinned the weapon out and then elongated the front of it so he could get more engagement with the tip of the weapon. He said during his first go-around with Psycho, he was getting a little bit too much engagement close to the bracket of the weapon, and that made him nervous. So we wanted to give himself a little bit more reach, a little bit more of a outward impact, because that's going to give him a lot more of a throw with the weapon. It's a really pretty piece of heat-treated steel as well. Wow, look at the way that full court just covers the entire corner.
It's camouflaged in the corner
it's
almost.
It's really smart. Yeah, it fits right along with the paint line of the corner there.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight,
Robots,
robots,
the
fight.
pace of Jamison Go as he gets hyped up for this fight. Very carefully moving in. You can tell he's trying to pick his shots. He doesn't want to go straight into those forks or get caught on top of full court. He wants to try to get behind them, try to attack those those wheel pods.
Yeah, got to get to the sides. It's the opposite of what full court wants, though. So Coleman will definitely be trying to keep the pointy bits facing Psycho.
Big pop in the air, and finally those forks facing the correct direction for full court, taking full advantage, getting underneath Psycho and pinning them up against the wall, wearing them a bit like a hat.
They have 10 seconds for this pin. And the release.
Full court is the first of the kind of SME line of robots, or SME lineage of robots that we've seen at this competition in a long time. Really excellent work by them today. Lots of very good wins, very good fights. Excellent strategy.
Yeah, it seems like with SME style robots like this, you gotta find the right balance between flexy and stiff. And it looks like full court might have found it.
Yeah, the ability to kind of take those impacts yet still corral your opponent. Look at that, Knights wearing Psycho as a hat again. This is how they maintain and show control to the judges. Technically, the weapon does exist on this robot, but it is a weapon in name only. It is the waggle stick, or the kind of lifting arm that you see over there in the right-hand side of the robot. The actual stick part's been ripped off, but make no mistake, that motor is still going up and down, waggling nothing.
About just as effective as it was before.
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, it exists. It satisfies the rules. The weapon is the bot itself. All these forks, the flexiness of that design, the powerful drive pods, that is the weapon. And the weapon on Psycho is terrifying. Custom design, drum spinner madness from Jamison Go.
And he's managing some good hits in spite of the forks. Trying to definitely getting under him a good bit.
Nice hit to the drive pod there, and then popping it straight up into the air. Beautiful hits. At this point, if this goes to the judges, you got to give a lot of the aggression and damage to Jamison. There are forks all over the floor. Nice pin there, though, by full court. Really tight match between these two competitors today. The winner of this match will go into the finals.
One last hit for Psycho, maybe? Sounding pretty silent.
Yeah, instead they're just trying to get some pushes on that drive pod, showing a little bit of aggression and control as we go to the end of the match. This one will go to the judges. So we will have to wait to see who the winner is. This is pretty tight. I do not envy the judges for having to make this call.
No, I would not envy them either. Some of these
Jamison's
fights,
very pleased with his performance, though.
some of these fights can be so tough to call. When there's not a lot of damage or the control and aggression seem pretty evenly matched, it can be definitely a tough one.
Coleman Christie, he's a mechanical engineering student at CSU Long Beach. This has just been a great showing for him today. It really has. Cool bot, cool design, taking out some top-notch competitors. The 12-pound weight class is so competitive. It's so hard to get ahead, especially with a new bot. And to have that close of a matchup with Psycho and Jamison Go, that's impressive. Just really impressive work.
It's got to feel nice when you fly out from California to get some wins in.
Absolutely, and qualify. I mean, right off the bat.
Oh, yeah.
He's qualified. He's ready to go.
We'll see him in November.
So let's look at some replay action here. Eventually. There we go. So you can see Jamison's strategy, try to get behind the bot, try to pop them into the air. Nice hits there. But then you could see the strategy working beautifully for Coleman as well. He's just doing a great job getting underneath Psycho, pinning them up against the wall.
Nice connection on the wheel pod.
Not an easy bot to win with. You're not going to get a lot of damage, or any damage points really. So you've got to rely on your domination in the other categories. Okay, so the judges have requested a Twitch test to see if these bots are both still working. Because Jamison was not running the weapon at the end, I guess they're asking for a Twitch test to make sure that the bot is functional. That is how close it is that the judges want to see the functionality of the bot post-match, so let's see.
So a Twitch test, that's when they just wiggle the robot, spin the weapon a little bit if they can, just to show the functionality.
Just to show that it functions. There's the weapon. Yep, so that means the weapon is functional after the fight. Jamison laughing, maybe that was a close call getting that weapon spun up. All right, so we now have a unanimous judges decision after that Twitch test for Psycho because the weapon was working. Jamison Go moving into the finals for the second time today. You know, he told me that when he showed up with 3 bots at the what was it, the
finals
November,
in
the
December.
finals list, yeah, he said that was too many. 3 bots was too many bots.
2 is the sweet spot.
2 is where it's at. 2, you can still focus on them. 2, you can maintain your schedule a little bit. 3 bots was just too much. He had a lot going on all day. It was really hard to maintain. But this is manageable. This is something he can handle. Clearly, he's in the finals with 2 robots.
Yeah, and he's not bored after winning the 30-pounders. He's still got stuff to do.
He's still got another golden dumpster to win. He's still got more money to win. He's, you know, I mean, there is a distinct argument to be made. Is Jamison Go the GOAT? Is he the Wayne Gretzky of this sport? Is he, you know what I mean? He's up there. He is up there. He is very clearly somebody that you could call that and fit into that. He fits in the argument very well. Phenomenal output by him. He has the first 3-pound bot to ever make it into the Combat Robotics Hall of Fame with Silent Spring. Silent Spring's won numerous championships here, won Golden Dumpsters here. Jamison's won the Grand Finals now here with MegatRON. I mean, phenomenal work. The guy's impressive.
And he's an innovator. He pushes the sport. He's a gentleman as well.
A gentleman. He helps teach and educate everybody else in the sport. And he's one of the best drivers, period, the end. I mean, with a bot like MegatRON, you have to be a phenomenal driver to win as much as he does with it. All right, so we've got Promhita and Blackjack for the 12-pound division. So this is our next semifinal. The winner of this match will have to go on to face Psycho in the finals for the 12-pound tournament.
3, 2, 1.
Our audience is now making their way over there to see what's going on.
Bit of a false start, it looks like.
Yeah, well, they're not both in their corners.
Luffy coming in for some support.
Promhita's just not moving. So we're reopening the box so Zach can get in. Maybe he didn't turn the bot on. Maybe
just 1 or 2 more quarter turns on the weapon switch or the drive switch.
Is that an easy thing to do, to just think you turn the power switch on and then realize after the fact that it was just not all the way?
With some of them, you want to cinch it down, but you also don't want to strip out the bolt that makes the connection.
Yeah, makes sense, makes sense.
So it's a balance. But I hear that beeping.
Yeah, the singing is what you're looking for. The ESC powering on, playing you a little song to tell you that you're doing everything right.
Now we're going.
All right, so Blackjack and Promhita, both very powerful disc spinners in the 12-pound division. Also, interesting bots in the sense that they both have 3-pound versions as well now. Promhita competing for the first time in the 3-pound division with Promthrita.
That's cute.
Isn't it?
8, 7,
literally
6,
a true scale replica.
5,
and Blackjack,
4, 3,
a scale replica of Jack
2,
Move.
1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Whiffed out of the box for Promhita.
Nice pin from the mini bot being driven by Alex Pezza. But it looks like it's, oh, nice. So they were able to get a little separation, a little bit of an attack there. Promhita says, no more with you, Minibot. I knocked you out of my way. Wow, Zach being absolutely vicious.
So
a
good
back
with
and
the
forth volley, but
follow-up.
it does look like he's got his fork stuck underneath that side rail. This is not where Zach wants to be right now. If Drew Davis and Blackjack are able to self-right by knocking into their rail, they'll be able to get over there and take full advantage. The Minibot keeping them pinned up against the side here.
Yeah, he wants to jam him in further and further probably with that Minibot.
Not a bad move, but they are both not moving right now. Here comes Fluffy. Fluffy able to get Promhita off of the rail. And there we go, Promhita going after the Minibot. You do get damage points for breaking that Minibot and being aggressive with that Minibot.
But Blackjack's just sitting
right
there
now while Blackjack is immobile.
waiting to be hit.
Blackjack has got to have asked for, is that bot bent?
It's crooked, you can see.
It's normally able to drive upside down, but right now I don't think it can. Because it's just, the frame is cattywampus. That makes me wonder if they do get back on their wheels, will the bot still be able to drive?
Maybe in circles they can crab walk around, and I believe they still have their unstick attempt.
Yeah, the unstick has yet to happen, and a countout has yet to happen. I don't know what's going on with this match.
It seems like perhaps there was a silent tap out.
Okay. Silent tap outs notwithstanding. Yes, there we go. So it does look like that was a silent tap out. Your winner, Zach Knight, Promhita. Big smiles all the way around. Zach Knight and Promhita going to be going to the finals of the 12-pound division, going up against Psycho. Psycho and Promhita, one of them will walk away your champion. Will Jamison Go get 2 dumpsters today?
We'll see.
We'll see. We'll see. Either way, Jamison has already qualified 2 robots for the November finals. Check this out.
A solid tournament for Drew Davis as well.
Drew Davis, just a top-notch competitor. We see him here at almost every single event. He's one of the best. I mean, we absolutely love his attitude. We love his bots. He's some of the best hard-hitting bots here. He's qualified now for the 12-pound division as well.
Great.
And he's got a chance of getting 3rd. All right, so let's go up into the pits with Hannah. Hannah, what are you doing up there?
Hey friends, I am with some exciting faces here. They might look a bit familiar to you. I'm standing with the top 4 30-pound winners for the night, starting with Anxieti, STF, Phenomenon, and then you guys are all earning gift cards to Send Cut Send. You guys can show those off. Go ahead and show the camera what you got. And then, of course, I have the one and only Jamison, the winner of the night. I know, you got to flex. By the way, they were just having a little smack talk going on before we got to the camera, and I was like, shh, guys. But we love to hear the energy. We love to hear the positive feedback. First of all, Jamison, I want to ask you, you faced off against a bot that was actually pretty similar to yours. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Hold on. I can't bury the lead. Here you go. This is for you. Whoops. I apologize. See, the guys are pumped for you. Okay, so you faced off against a bot that was actually pretty similar in size and design to yours in that final round. How did that adjust your strategy here?
I mean, to fight a robot that's about the same size, I mean, and it's been, Phenomenon's been kicking butt all day. They've been doing a phenomenal job, you might say. It's pretty intimidating to fight. I mean, a robot that's about the same size, being so destructive. It's you see a lot of similarities in your own design, and you know what the robots are capable of that size. It packs a lot of power in that machine, and I know that one wrong move, it could be all over. He almost got me in the very beginning. If you saw that, it was really close. I've got the scars for it. It was really, really close.
So you also just qualified when it came to the 12-pound with your bot called Psycho. I know there's a big story behind this name. How are you preparing for the final round here?
Well, once I know who my opponent is, you know, the robot right now just got off the full court match. It's cooling down. It spent a lot of power in that fight trying to contain full court. We'll put the new batteries in. I've got batteries ready to go. I think the rest of the subsystems seem like it's ready to go into that fight. So we'll put the batteries in, put the top on, and we'll go right into the box.
Okay, and last but certainly not least, do you have any good, kind words to say to your friends here, the top remaining 3?
Huh? Well, yeah. It was an honor fighting all of you guys. I haven't fought Anxiety yet, but I'll get you next time.
All right, thanks, guys. Back to you. I'll send Jamison on his way.
All of those bots qualifying for the November finals, very much so capable of fighting each other again. He might have that chance in Anxiety. Psycho and Jamison Go will be going on to face Promhita in the 12-pound final here coming up. That's a tough one to prepare for. Promhita has been destroying people today. So let's check out the 30-pound qualifiers. That's MegatRON, STF, Anxiety, and Phenomenon. Just phenomenal work today from all of those teams. I'm really excited to see them making it to the finals. No surprises in those names either.
No, not at all. We've seen them at the top before, and we'll see them up there again.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. So, yes, they all have a chance of going to the final, of winning the big prize, winning charity money for their STEM charity of choice, as well as winning a huge prize money for themselves and the glory of the Golden Brett.
Yeah.
The ultimate trophy in combat robotics.
It's so heavy. You just want to hold it up.
Meanwhile, we're going... All right, we are in Cage 3 with Power Surge 2 and Barcode.
I think that one's Barcode.
What gave that away?
Some of the letters are missing, but I deduced.
You deduced that? Has anybody scanned that yet? How much does this cost? That would be great, though, if you could scan the bot and it would just tell you the full price of the bot. I would love that.
$350. All right.
8.
So we've got Power
7,
Surge 2.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
I think Power Surge 2 is a robot with the most spare top plates in the pits.
You need them. You need them.
But very similar robots.
Similar in the sense that they are both egg beater style drums. A very common weapon type and design here in Norwalk Havoc, the 3-pound division. Why is it common? It works. These bots hit hard, they're aggressive, they're easy to drive in a lot of ways.
Ooh, a roof shot. Love a roof shot. Nice juggle in there. Power Surge gyro dancing currently. Woo.
Ooh, vicious hit there from Barcode. Barcode may look familiar to some folks. Used to be a robot called Judge's Dream, belonging to the Yankaskis family, recently sold to Alex Curtis of Belvedere, New Jersey. Alex works as an inventory manager. Fun fact, he can unicycle better than most people can walk.
Oh, I think we have like a 6-foot unicycle here, and he hopped right up on it.
Wow, very excited Power Surge team. Are you done? Are you tapped out? No? Okay. Oh, he thought he won, and now he's got to be back at it. Wow. Beautiful hits here from Power Surge, getting the better of all of these exchanges. You can see their strategy of just staying directly on top. Is that a loose belt? It might be. We're in the last 10 seconds. Power Surge getting their pin in. And there we go. They're backing away after the pin. And now another pin.
Looks like pins are their only options now. It's pretty silent in the cage.
I don't see the weapon spinning up. I think a belt might have come loose. It's hard to tell from this angle. Plus, I think their belt is black. Up against kind of the black frame of the bot. Hard to see.
Yeah.
By design, kind of smart, probably.
Yeah.
You don't want the judges to see everything that's going on.
Another pin count. Really one of your only options.
Yeah,
once your
getting
weapon is
those
down.
pins shows aggression, shows control of the match. Also, it just prevents horrible things from possibly happening to you, because you're just literally stopping your opponent from doing anything. So here we go. We're showing a little bit more control here with Power Surge just chasing after them. Power Surge! Feeling good. Mr. Cap's having a good old time out there. You know what? He's not as enthusiastic as I thought he would be after that win.
This one is going to the judges.
Yeah, it is going to the judges. We'll see. He might be enthusiastic for no reason, but I feel pretty confident about that.
Yeah,
That was a great way to end the
definitely
match.
Dominating that match.
Power Surge 2 moving really well through this bracket. Barcode doing phenomenally. But this might be the end for them. They might be going home.
All right, in the robot shutdown process, everyone's turning their switches off, weapons are locked, and assessing some of the damage while they're in there. Yep. Power Surge really took it to Barcode that almost that entire match. A little confusion about a tap out may have happened, but just Power Surge, bring in the hits, get in the juggles. Getting the celebration on. He's stoked. And we're gonna go up to the pits with Lindsay.
Hello.
Hello, Lindsay.
Hi, Lindsay.
Hi, Sam.
What's going
Hi, Hannah. The super chats just keep coming in.
Love to hear that.
We gotta give the people what they want, and we gotta read them. So the first one we have here is from Bailey. Backstreet Boys are the best.
Oh, wow.
Agree to disagree, Bailey.
Oh my gosh.
I don't know
Lindsay,
any
this is why I know you're my
Boys.
type of people, because I totally agree with you.
Are
agree
you
to
in
disagree. NSYNC, it was like NSYNC or Backstreet Boys. It was like Biggie or Tupac. Like you had to pick one. The pressure was on, and once you pick one, you're stuck with them for life.
Stuck.
Yeah.
Backstreet Boys are NSYNC.
My little sister picked Backstreet Boys, and so did I.
Wow.
Sam.
Well, you know, we could have been a really good duo. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. You know what? They're still together, so Bailey's not completely wrong. At least the Backstreet Boys live to tell many tales.
Yeah.
Yeah. Joey Fatone forever. Let me just say that.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, queen.
I prefer my
next one-
strings attached, thank you.
The next one we have here is from Turbo, last name, What the Duck? I think that was in reference to the bot that had like 5 mini duck bots that were pretty cool.
Mother
I like that a
Ducker?
lot.
I love anyone who wants to be a little clever with it. You know, we like it. We like that, the
Yeah, the whole
vibes, the
flock with
energy. You're right, right.
We support it. We support it. All right. The next one we have here is again from Christine from the Outside of the Box podcast on YouTube. Super chat just because we need more, Lindsay.
Aw.
Thanks, Christine. Also, enjoy this bot song parody. No one hits like Megatron. No one crushes robot bits like Megatron. I don't know that one. Am I do you guys get it? Am I lame here?
Can I say it again? Can we say it again? No one crushes, what is it?
No one hits like Megatron. No one crushes robot bits like Megatron.
No, I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm not
this is supposed to be, yeah, this is supposed to be a song. I don't know. I like to think that I keep up with Gen Z, but I don't know. Oh, this one we know.
This one we know, Bailey. Let it go. Let it go.
I don't know, Sam, are you familiar?
With that snow movie?
Yes, but are you familiar with the way that it goes?
Yes.
Would you like to remind us?
Absolutely not.
No, okay. Well, I thought I'd try. Lindsay, I tried.
You tried. You know what? We don't need to get that in everyone's heads right now.
You're right. It's for the best.
All right, so the next one we have is from Okami Fan 2, formerly known as CHD Returns. I can't believe you're making me say this out loud. Flaming Fart left a robo-poop streak in the arena.
I'm so glad that was you and not me.
We got a robo-poop streak, and
yeah,
that's what today is.
They're not wrong. They're really not wrong.
It's there.
It happens, yeah.
All right, we have two more. We got two more. Both of them are from Copperhead teammate Chad New. The first one is, what is your favorite 30-pound drum and why is it Yahoo? For me, it's my favorite because it's built by Chad. Simple as that.
There we go.
I'm a Helios fan, but I think Chad had something to do with that one too, perhaps.
I cannot hear Sam, sorry.
Yeah, just a different robot that Chad had a part of a few years ago.
All right, we have one more.
All right,
and,
last one. Let's hear it.
This is kind of an ask that Chad's putting out there. Everyone ask embarrassing questions for the Behind the Bots podcast crew for their AMA. If it turns them red or makes them squirm, even better. A little context. So Behind the Bots is celebrating their 4th anniversary of being a podcast. I can't believe it's been that long. Oh my goodness. And we're going to have a little AMA episode for the 4 of us, me, Chris, Luke, and Kyle. And Chad is hosting it. So he really wants some juicy questions. So if you have anything, go over to our Facebook page and you can leave a question there for us.
There you go. AMA means ask me anything. So all bets are off. You can ask Lindsay anything. Let her know in the super chat what the best questions are.
Oh boy.
Nothing's off limits.
Nothing's off limits.
Sure.
It's they already said it.
The A stands for anything.
Yes, the A stands for anything, but whatever it was, they said the blank, the better.
The more red their faces, the more they squirm.
Yes. Sorry, Lindsay. Happens to the best of us. And thank you, Lindsay, by the way. All right, moving now over to Cage 2. 30 seconds remaining in this fight.
Looks like both robots have seen some damage throughout the course of this fight.
Definitely, it was quite loud for a minute there, and then you could tell it died down altogether.
Apex showing the aggression here at the end.
They both seem to be.
And that's it. That one's gonna go to the judges. But
everyone in good spirits on that one.
Smiles all around.
Yeah, smiles all around. Love to see that. We'll see what the judges have to say about that winner.
You never want to let it go to the judges as a competitor.
Oh, yeah.
Because they could get it wrong and say the opponent won.
Right. Right, which is, I mean, I feel like if it's one of those tight races, it is risky when it goes to the judges because they see things that you as the competitor don't necessarily see.
Yeah.
And you as the builder especially, you know, when you're in the grind, when you're in the details of your bot and you know the ins and outs of it and what works and what doesn't, they don't know all that. They're just watching what we're all watching, right? And they're coming, you know, with an expert perspective, and it might be different than the builder.
Absolutely. And if you don't want it to go to the judges, you're always welcome to get a knockout.
Yes, yeah, that's another option too. That could always work for you. So wow, you experienced some really intense matches down here.
Oh,
How
yeah.
was that from the perspective of the front row?
The matches in the cages here,
Yes.
from this perspective right here.
Yes.
You've
got the front row seat.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome. Just having cages to your left, cages to your right, and when you're this close, you really get to smell it. And my favorite part about fighting robots is smelling the fighting robots.
It's so true, though. You really can smell the fighting robots, and I love like being able to hear it too. When I hear it perfectly, like right here, it's a joyous occasion. What can I say?
Some of the hits with the big spinners are like musical almost.
Yes.
It just hits a tone, and
right.
it's perfect.
And when you can hear it going into the wood on the side panels or into the ground, into the floor of the cages, it's weirdly exciting.
Yeah.
Why is that? I don't know. But when I can't hear it, I'm bummed.
Silent fights. Not
No
the best.
bueno. Here we go. Cage 3 here. CAT-tastrophe 2 versus Shifty.
All right.
Let's see what they got.
Shifty is the smaller green one in the blue square.
8,
CAT-tastrophe in the pink square.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Oh.
Shifty, a unique robot utilizing swerve drive.
Yes.
Its wheels can pivot internally, kind of like the front wheels on a car.
Shifty, captained by Ginger Schmidt. Team name is Seems Reasonable.
Yeah, they're pretty famous.
They are. They are. Oh.
CAT-tastrophe getting that full pin length.
A little over 2 minutes left here.
Just really making sure he can utilize every moment of those pins. And there's a release. I don't see much movement on the blade of CAT-tastrophe, the horizontal undercutter. I still hear Shifty.
Yeah, you can definitely hear the friction when these two meet. I love the design on this.
The eyes, you like a
Yes,
robot with
I
eyes? Looks like one just fell off though.
You're right.
Winky.
It's winking at us. There's certainly a lot of power in Shifty though. Ooh.
Good teamwork though by CAT-tastrophe and their mini bot.
Yeah. I feel like it's just
Shifty.
a powerhouse there. Uh-oh.
Nice effective use of the mini bot.
Yeah,
Pulling
absolutely.
Shifty off its wheel. In comes CAT-tastrophe, trying to get that pin.
Wow.
That's a good sound.
That's the sound that we're talking about. That's the sound that we're fans of. What is wrong with us?
It's fighting robots. It's awesome.
I know. We love it. We're addicted. Ooh.
Some solid exchanges.
Oh gosh, we can see the parts of the bot just swarming around there. He really continues to keep CAT-tastrophe kind of locked in position here.
Yeah, Shifty not getting the better end of these pins. But still moving, and the weapon's still mostly going. Self-rider still works.
Yes. Just showing some movement here.
Off to the
All
judges.
Right. Off to the judges.
So I think CAT-tastrophe did really well for not having a weapon for a majority of that fight.
I agree. I agree completely. I think it was a really good fight between the two of them.
It's cool to see Shifty do its thing, circling around the arena.
They're gonna go ahead and open these cage doors. If you were to guess who would win this one?
Now, I don't know if I recall seeing CAT-tastrophe's weapon spinning at all.
Right.
If that's the case, I don't think they should be capable of winning the fight. I think it would have to go to Shifty.
To Shifty.
If the weapon was working and then stopped working, I think damage would most likely go to Shifty. But aggression and control, I think, would go to CAT-tastrophe. But I'm not a judge right now.
Yeah, we're not judges. We're just giving our little opinions here. But yeah, I actually agree with you completely. I feel like Shifty managed to kind of stay in control that whole time.
Yeah.
And you're right, there was a bit of a lack of movement when it came to the weapon for CAT-tastrophe. So perhaps that leads the judges to a certain direction. That really could be it. I think had CAT-tastrophe had kind of less of an intense weapon on their hands as their opponent, they would have been able to at least supply or use their weapon a little bit more, but it seemed like they just weren't in control.
Yeah.
And definitely getting pinned quite often.
One good hit, I think, would have definitely sealed the deal for CAT-tastrophe, but as it is, it's a tough one to call for our judges.
I agree. It was almost that thing of, we talked about this a lot today, where the bot that seems the most in control, sometimes they'll hit their opponent in a way where they're looking like they're protecting themselves, and it actually ends up damaging them and hurting them. And we saw a little bit of that, but there really was that trend. That could have happened for sure just now. Here are the real heroes of what goes on here at NHRL. We've got the guys who are in control of the cages, keeping it clean, keeping it looking good for the video.
Our cage managers are so on point with the brooming, the sweeping, the communication. We really appreciate them.
Up in the pits, people still working away here. The clock is ticking.
It gets really hard this time of night.
They're focused.
Your fingers are all cut up from working on damaged robots.
Oh, but the smiles are not damaged, that's for sure.
Keep that hustle up, you got this.
The energy is high.
There you go, snip, snip. That'll fix it.
It is really tough. I mean, when you get to this point in the night and you've gone competition after competition, you're like, okay, do I have this left in me? You really have to stay focused.
You gotta dig deep.
These are the moments when you're working on your bot that actually matter the most. It's had the most damage it's had, and the condition is the worst that it's ever been.
Yeah, it's done nothing but deteriorate throughout the course of the competition.
Exactly, and you've gone back to the drawing board a couple times, and you have to make sure for whatever time that you don't miss any of those details, because it really does matter.
And it looks like they're starting to clear out a bit in the pits as we progress through the single elimination bracket.
Yeah, look at those empty tables on the left. What is that? I haven't seen that all day.
Yeah, well, when you lose...
yeah, when you lose, you go home, I guess.
You pack up the car and then you come to the stands and spectate.
Yes, I actually hope that's the case. That better be the case. How's everyone feeling in the stands? We still got a crowd here. Let's go.
Right.
I like the energy. Yes, love to see that. All right, everyone's still excited to be here. They should be. Good work. Good work, boys and girls.
So we still have a good bit of 3-pound fights left.
We do.
And maybe a couple of 12-pound.
Yes.
Just the finals.
We have the finals for the
12
pound. We're going to see Psycho back in action, which will be fun to see. Jamison already took the prize for the 30-pound. Could he take 2?
He definitely could, but Zach and Promheta are no slouch.
Yes.
That's a tough match to win. Zach is really on top of it with his robot. He's been tuning that and making it better every competition for a long time now. It's fast, it spins fast, it hits hard. Jamison's got his work cut out for him. I know he's got the robot in top form. It didn't face a damaging opponent in its last match, so he's going to be able to come at this one pretty fresh.
Yeah. Absolutely, I agree with that. Jamison, really fun to chat with upstairs. He had such good energy with, his former opponents and with the guys who got 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place when it came to the 30-pound. But they were kind of giving each other smack talk, but it was like totally joking. And, they all had a lot of respect for each other, which was really cool to see. But yeah, Jamison really knowing that these guys are around for the long haul like he is, and saying like, okay, we'll do this better that time, and we'll fix this for next time, and always wanting to see a really good matchup.
Yeah.
And I think that's what makes some of these guys such good competitors. It's not because like, oh, I want to win. It's because they want to see everyone do well. The better their opponents are, the better their bot can be,
Exactly. Rising tide.
Yes, rising tide. It's like they got to grow together. And we really saw that with the 30-pounders.
Absolutely. And Jamison, he's been at it for a long time.
He has. He's widely considered one of the best.
I'll tell you, I've fought Jamison twice.
Oh, have you?
Yes, and
wow. Care to tell us how that went?
I'll tell
we're
you
gonna
all
take a
about
look at
it
cage 6.
after cage 6.
Boombox, flip and cut, already in progress here.
Flip and cut the red circular robot, the melty brain there, and Boombox the...
Boombox, I believe, plays music while it's...
Oh, we could have a whole rave going on in here with the flashing lights and the...
I've seen Boombox walking around
music.
here.
Getting some good pins on flip and cut. Flip and cut requires the wheels to be spinning for the weapon to work.
Oh, there we go. It looks like it's in full swing now.
Almost.
Boombox not having any major movement.
Brett's gonna come in and see if he can help Boombox out.
Come on, Brett.
That's a pretty substantial slam. If that didn't do it, I don't know what would. Getting counted out now.
Sounds like they're counting it down, yep.
Boombox, the builder of that bot, is a serious contender in the plastic ant weight class. He's got one of the top robots there.
That's Adam.
Fortunately, this is going to be it for him at NHRL.
I remember talking to Boombox back in January, talking about how there was a Bluetooth speaker that was a part of the bot. And that was the trick. It was supposed to play music while it was in combat, which is an insane concept. Imagine having a Bluetooth speaker, like you think of Alexa, you think of anything that you have in your car or your apartment, your house, your kitchen, and then you want to put that like at war?
Would you consider
it sounds tough.
A Bluetooth speaker in your robot a gimmick?
Yes.
Yes,
a gimmick
absolutely.
being something that I admire, yes.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
I love that. We're going to take a look at some of the highlights from the day so far. Love to see this. Oh, the world's famous sweepers.
Some de-drumming.
This was a fun one. Definitely getting some air there. A little family bonding there.
Some nasty verts with long forks.
I wonder if this is the music Boombox was playing. I like these jams.
It could be.
We got the real heavyweight over there. I think that was a 45-pounder, right?
Yep, that was STF. Is that runner-up?
STF, third place.
Third place.
The first fire of the day, we happened to see a lot of that throughout the day. I think that was the first one. The excitement in the air after that win, for sure.
Oh yeah, Brett
It's
with
not a highlight if Brett isn't in it.
some suplexes there in the 30-pound cage.
That was a fun win to watch.
I love it when people get so excited when they win.
They definitely are so excited. Oh, this was definitely fun to see as well. That balloon lasted way longer than we thought it would.
Evan.
Oh, loved her. She was one of my favorites of the day.
There's Brandon.
Oh my gosh, this was insane. The foam. It just looks crazy. Oh, and then of course, the one and only. I love seeing their instant reaction there. It has been a great day, right?
It's been so awesome.
A
so
great
many good
Saturday in Norwalk.
Wouldn't want to be anywhere else.
We're still in it. Wouldn't want to be anywhere else, yeah, and we're still very much in it. Definitely looking forward to the final in the 12 pounds between Psycho and between Jamison and whoever else he's going to...
From head with Zach Knight.
Oh, yes, yes. I forget the name. Oh, yeah, remember you have to say Psycho and sound enthused.
Psycho.
Psycho. We're going to see Psycho compete in a little bit. I actually feel like I sound psycho when I say it like that.
That's
but
the
I think
idea.
that's the point, right? I think that's what we're supposed to do. We're still full of energy here. We are still going to keep it rolling. After watching some of the best clips of the night, what have been your favorite moments so far here throughout the day? Just one of them.
You know, I really like seeing STF.
Yeah.
It just, is so big and chunky, and it hits so hard, and it's got that good sound when it hits, that ting that I just want to bottle up and hear all the time.
I like that you and I just admit how much we like the sounds of all of these bots like defeating each other. Yeah. It sounds like there should be some like ASMR for this, right? Does that exist?
Man, I forgot. Hotshot winning a fight. That was awesome.
Oh yes, that too. That too. Oh, also another fun stat, there's 33 rookie builders here in the building today. That's huge. That's a huge number of people to come out and try this for the first time.
And that's just indicative of the growth happening in the sport right now, the rapid growth. Like, that's so many new builders. That's more than some competitions get in total, full of veterans,
You're
full
so
of whatever.
right. And it's been so fun to watch them. This looks like a fun journey ahead for him, for sure.
On Apex. Look at that cool finalist. Is that patch or is that built into the sweatshirt? That's really cool.
To be so committed at that age, I mean, it is like it's almost 10 p.m. on a Saturday, and you've spent all day here, and you're still in it. And normally, I just like, you know, kids sometimes you're like, oh no, I'm tired, I want to do this, I want to go home, I want to blank, I want to anything, you know, and it doesn't matter. And to be so committed, I think it's first of all just it's a beautiful thing. But it shows how much fun this event is, how it's fun for the family. It shows a ton of just healthy habits, really.
Yeah, and that competitive drive is in them, and at that age, and that's going to lead to so much learning, so much growth. These kids that are starting at such a young age, they're going to have a full fighting robot career, and they're coming up at an amazing time to be getting into fighting robots.
Right.
It's as big as it ever has been, and it's only getting bigger.
It's only getting bigger.
This
is
truly
only the beginning. Do you remember your first experience with the bot?
Oh, yeah.
What was it like? Tell me about it.
It was 2002.
Okay.
And
painting the picture.
It was 3-pound. It was the very first, I believe, 3-pound fighting robot tournament in Hampton Roads, Virginia. Bug Battles is what it was called. I went with my 3-pounder that I had built for it.
Oh wow.
Mangle-gore. Got absolutely destroyed.
Oh.
I won something.
Oh, what did you win?
The most destroyed trophy.
Stop.
Yeah.
That is a riot.
But some of those
you didn't
people,
lose.
Oh yeah, I mean I lost. I really
But you were
lost.
a winner in a category.
Yes, in the
Still
most
counts.
destroyed. True. Thank you. Some of the people I fought with in that tournament are here today.
Yeah.
They've been at it for this whole time, and
wow.
It's pretty awesome. It's pretty awesome. Like the runner-up in 30, Brandon.
Okay.
I remember fighting him when he was a child, and I was like a preteen.
Oh my goodness.
And it's so cool to see how much he's grown, in particular, to the point where he's like building communities himself. He's got stuff going on at UMD where he's brought in so many new builders to NHRL even.
Wow, it's unbelievable. I mean, that's a huge success in itself, you know? Separate from winning or losing or whatever that looks like, it's just continuing to do it.
Yeah.
And to not really give up on it and to still have fun with it. I think that's a huge win. Looking at Cage 5 now. We got Backlash Wave and Buzzer Cat.
Backlash Wave is in the blue square, and Buzzer Cat in the pink.
Buzzer Cat from Adrian Cicino from New Jersey, a high school senior.
Rocking the beater bar versus the vertical disc of Backlash Wave. A little dance in the middle of the arena there. Looks like Backlash Wave still has some spin to its weapon, not so much on the other robot. And we might have a bit of a tangle going on. Some of the outriggers on Backlash Wave in the wheel guard. Oh, there goes that drum. And now the spinner on Backlash Wave seems to be down. So they're just pirouetting for position.
Pirouetting is my favorite term used in this environment.
We borrow from a fair amount of sports here.
Yes, a wide variety. It's interesting how quiet these two are.
Yeah, I think it's because it's in cage 5.
Yes, and the weapons aren't really being pushed against each other, which is what creates that loud sound we talk about.
Not too much grinding going on.
Yes. Oh, here we go.
Just dancing.
Seemed a little bit leveraged here.
Looks like the belt has come off on Backlash Wave. That might be why, or maybe it's just loose, why it's not spinning a weapon currently.
Oh, yeah. You might be right there.
It's like a rare appearance of Chet in cage 5. Still getting some impacts with that feeder bar. Throwing sparks from the bottom of Backlash Wave. No real high impact hits though. A lot of just grinding away at that UHMW. That one's that. That's going to go to the judges there in cage 5. Tough one to call. Looks like there is damage on both ends. Control and aggression, pretty split. Tough one for our judges.
Even tougher for me, Sam.
Yeah, it's hard when you miss most of the fight, if not all of it. Based on their power down procedure, who do you think won that fight?
Oh, yeah, that's a good question. It really comes down to how much anger and anxiety you can see in the insertion of the power key.
Yeah, are you ripping your removable ink out? Or are you twisting so hard
Yeah,
on your
or is it just a
ESC?
gentle caress with the power key?
Yeah. Please turn off.
Yeah, speaking of which, just to, it's getting late, right? Well, a little bit. It turned into a little bit of a long event, and I just want a little bit of time to celebrate the fact that we are seeing the return of the weird part of the night.
Oh, we missed this.
I know, I did.
I've actually never been present for a weird part of the night.
Well, you've been present, you just haven't been, you know,
a
incorporated.
That's great.
Yeah, no, you don't participate, you assimilate into the weird part of the night.
All right, well, my thumbs are ready.
Oh, I did, okay. So,
yes.
On that note, I actually see a couple of cages getting loaded up right now.
Yeah, that's exciting.
Save us from ourselves kind of situation going on. I can't tell who is in what. I think that might be Caldera over there, but I'm not 100% sure.
Okay, yeah.
And dare I say I see a couple of 3D printer heating elements to our left.
Is that Hot Wings?
It is Hot Wings. Oh, we got it. It is Caldera in the red and Hot Wings in the blue. This will be a fun fight. I think the fact that we've got an enormous horizontal spinner and some lovely little chicken wing flailing arms is going to give us a lot of bits and bobs.
5, 4,
souvenirs.
3, 2, 1.
Away we go.
Robots fight.
Caldera spins up immediately and hits the wall. Already the arms have held up better.
Yeah, I'm impressed.
Wow.
Good forks on Hot Wings as well.
You know, I have a tendency to forget those forks are even there. They're subtle. And the fact that it has these giant arms kind of distracts you from the fact that this is actually kind of a nightmare for a horizontal spinner if things go in the way of Hot Wings. Oh, I see. Well, so that mini bot is being used to great effect, Sam.
Yeah.
I'm really impressed. At the same time, we have a right side drive down on Hot Wings, so they need to make the absolute best.
They're a shuffler as well. Hard to crab walk as a shuffler.
It is. It's difficult because you've got so much, area contacting the ground. That's a lot to drag around.
Caldera still full tilt.
Yeah, Hot Wings is able to engage. It's able to move a little bit. You can't quite count it out, but it's hard to see how it's going to bring this win home.
It's
certainly going to try.
Really? All right. Maybe the floor seam had a role to play in that immobility.
Yeah, for sure. As we kind of said earlier, sometimes the arena itself is the biggest enemy. Oh, no, that's a sad day for Hot Wings. You see this a lot with robots that have intense forks, like Hot Wings. When they get freed by a house robot, they can get jammed so hard into that wood that they never come free unless the house bot decides to do them a solid.
Brett is a bit of a giant, and not so much a gentle one.
No. I mean, he's well-meaning. He's gentle in his mannerisms.
Yeah.
Or his intention.
He's a gentle spirit.
Gentle spirit, thank you. He's...
Hot Wings applauding Caldera for their victory.
Yeah. What video game is that where they all clap like this? I think it's one of the Donkey Kong games.
Okay.
Maybe it's Diddy Kong Racing.
I don't think I've played that one.
Oh, well. All right, Crash Fest and Brute. Crash Fest, of course, sitting in the blue corner, and Brute sitting in the red.
8, 7.
Both of these robots,
6,
fearsome competitors.
5, 4.
Crash Fest
3,
has an incredible lineage that he's just
1.
building on fight after fight.
Robots fight.
Wow, the movement on Brute is just so smooth.
For having a big old spinner on there, it really is.
I don't know about you, Sam, but I get a very Jamison Go vibe.
Oh, yeah, a Silent Spring kind of feel to it.
It's got a Silent Spring, Silent X kind of something. And then you zoom in and you're like, wait, is it covered in gaffer's tape? And I can't tell.
Or is it just painted aluminum?
Is it painted aluminum that's starting to chip? Is it Charles Guan blue? We don't know. It is pretty in its own way. Oh, Crash Fest having some troubles here. It's twitching just the smallest amount.
The shovel flopped. But nothing from the drive. Get counted out there, Crash Fest it is.
I mean, it is aggressively waggling its sand shovel, but that's about it.
Good run for Robert Run.
Yeah, I don't think he's displeased. We know we'll see him again. We know we'll see him in a... I can't imagine him not making it to the finals in one of these events.
Yeah, he lives pretty close. Can make it out to these tournaments. Although the field just seems to be getting stronger and stronger.
Stronger, wider, deeper, like whatever, better, faster, stronger. Whatever lyrics you want to throw from Daft Punk at this particular crowd, they're probably going to stick.
Yeah. Unless you choose stop format it.
See, I thought you were going to go in the opposite direction. You know, we mentioned that it might be covered in duct tape. In which case, sticking is just kind of par for the course.
Fair.
So, anyway. It's not even 10 o'clock yet.
Ricky, what was your first event?
My first event? That's a good question. I did a lot of get-togethers with friends where I would build a lot of robots, and then I'd invite friends over, and we would fight them.
That's smart.
I had we were not a family that went to a lot of events and went to places and did things that were kind of out in the world as often unless they were, you know, a big family car trip to the beach or something like that. So a lot of it was, well, you want to have fun, make your own fun. And sometimes making your own fun was making fighting robots and dragging them into the basement and seeing who comes out on top. Yeah. So I think maybe the first time for that was like, I might have been like 6 or 7 or something like that.
And did you name your events in the basement?
I did. I don't, they had a lot of silly names. And I don't really remember any of them at this point. I can go, you know, I think I've got some like hand-drawn crayon invitations somewhere that I could dig up. And that could be some really fun lore.
Yeah. Put them in the museum, maybe.
Yeah, and then I don't know if it belongs in a museum. That might be overselling it a little bit, but we'll see. They could be neat. I have a bunch of footage I was going through, not that long ago of an event I did just after college, where we did cardboard robots. We built this big arena at my friend's house, and we were having a big party, and everybody showed up, and you had one day to build your robots, and the next day we just fought them in a big tournament.
So fun.
It was great, and it was, you know, everybody's robots were like basically built around cardboard and RC cars and stuff, but you could draft weapons and upgrades and things. So we had a lot of flamethrowers, you know, stickier tires. Yeah, it was neat. We had arena hazards that were built in. That was all great. And that, let's see. I'm trying to think. The first, I had kind of a rekindling in combat robots because I was very into it as a, you know, like
a youngling.
A youngling, yes. And then maybe kind of fell out of love as a teenager just because of the price that was associated with it. Plus, I got really into cars. I got really into go-karts, that kind of thing. Gas engine, anything. And then, you know, just after college, I got more into it again and fell back in love and had these events and started going to things, and the rest was history.
Here we are.
All right. Well, we've got a fight going already.
All right, this looks like Merp and Voxel V1. Voxel, the purely black and white one. Merp has the gold beater bar.
Voxel doing what it usually does, which is small hits, but excellently delivered, just gets under its opponent every time, pops them in the air, and wears them down. Chews down the opponent, at least until their functionality starts to waver.
That's a small drum thing, getting those small accumulative hits.
You got to remember that the midpoint of your drum is what's usually going to make the impact. We're going to come back to the booth here for a second. We have some news to announce.
What is it, Ricky?
Well, you see, in the previous, we were talking about blackjack.
Yeah.
They're going for the third place thing. Unfortunately, they have forfeited.
Oh, they were pretty tweaked. Their frame was quite bent.
It's unfortunate, especially because they are such a fierce competitor. But at the same time, it means that we have a winner for our third place.
All right.
Our third place seat.
And that's Strider?
Is it Strider? I believe it's Strider.
Full court. Coleman's other robot.
You're right. Yes, full court. The wide boy.
The wide boy.
Which is pretty impressive. I mean, third place. That's its first event ever. That's fantastic.
Can't ask for much more than that.
No, and it's not a empty field by any means either.
No, and he's qualified now, along with Drew Davis.
Think about that. That's
blackjack.
And he's got the whole year to refine this. Think about coming in second event of the year. Now, granted, he could have come in, since it's a new bot, he could have come into the last one. Come to the second event, you have the entire year to work your way up to the championships, get better and better and better. All right, we're going into tail of the tape for the 12-pound title fight. Jamison Go versus Zach Knight. Now, Jamison, of course, is a veteran competitor and a fierce rank of 2. There's only one robot here that's ranked above him. Zach working his way up from a 34. The record obviously much more mixed for Zach as well. Here comes the title fight any moment now, starting.
This is going to be a good one. Both these robots hit so hard.
6, 5,
Jamison Go in his power stance, ready to go.
2, 1.
Fight, robots,
Away we
fight.
Last 12-pound fight of the night.
Golden dumpster on the line.
And a bunch of smackaroons. Promheta hitting exactly as hard as we expected to, really taking Psycho to the wall. So that is not a good place for Psycho to be. I think we're gonna get a house pot on stick. Oh, no, we're not. Promheta's not gonna let it happen.
Ooh.
Oh, Promheta getting as good as it gave.
Full flip there from Promheta.
Oh, such an incredible
It's in a
impact.
tough spot right now.
Both of these robots are powerhouses. If they can get their opponent in a compromised position, it is just very, very bad for their opponent. It's just a question of which robot gets the upper hand first.
Right now, it looks like Psycho has been getting the majority of the upper hands. But both robots, 4 wheels going, weapons spinning.
I think Promheta is down 1 wheel, or at least some functionality on 1 wheel.
Okay.
Promheta, of course, is a robot that is much more point and shoot, if you will. It likes to get pointed. Yeah, you can see, look, the back right of Promheta, that wheel is tweaked hard. We are halfway through this fight, and it is looking like Psycho's fight to lose right now.
Some tings from the Psycho's weapon.
Little bada bings, bada booms.
We saw Jamison kind of power down his weapon towards the end of the match. In a previous fight, he might be doing the same thing here, getting some pins, getting that control and aggression to supplement his damage points.
Yeah, I mean, you got to think that at this point, the way Promheta is driving, Psycho has all the damage points it needs. It probably has all the aggression points it needs. The last little feather in its cap that it can get is control. Easiest way to do that, pin your opponent. Do it over and over and over again. And it's a clean sweep on the judge's scorecard. Yeah, you can see a tire rolling around there. Oh, no, that is a spot on the glass. That is an optical illusion.
Got me too.
Yeah. That said, we did see Promheta with some major wheel issues. And once Promheta can't just
really shoot into you with that
buffalo
weapon.
Charge you, it becomes really hard. This is going to go to a judge's decision. Both robots are going to make it, even if only saved by the bell. Although the drive system, for being hindered, was still pretty effective.
Little spin up there at the end from Jamison on the Psycho's weapon.
Yeah, you don't want to leave the judges wondering if your weapon worked or not. You spin it up a little, you show them, hey, that was just me toying with my food.
Just saving it for the finals, you know? In November.
I have a sneaking suspicion here that Jamison just punched his ticket to the finals. Of course, then again, both of these robots already heading to the finals. The top 4 in any given event are headed to the finals. But boy, does it look nice to be the #1 seed after an event and have that little bit extra lining in your pocket as you leave.
Jamison might need to invest in a new golden dumpster shelf.
Yeah, I think so. He needs a bigger dumpster to put all his smaller dumpsters in.
Well, the old golden dumpsters used to be pretty big. I'm sure he's got a couple of those.
Yeah.
Can get a dumpsterception going.
Yeah, if you put ideas in the smallest dumpster, then you don't notice that they aren't your own. I guess. We're going to do a quick weapons test here on Promheta to see if it is functional. It could be that they were just saving it. I'm not hearing anything other than a sad motor. Yeah, that motor is doing its best to spin its weapon, and it is not happening. Unfortunate. On the other hand, Psycho, as we expected, still able to spin
fun
his weapon.
enough. More than Promheta. Looks like that'll do it for the Twitch test.
I think so. Just make sure that those are down. Yes, good. Frankly, I'm not sure that even if Promheta's weapon had spun up there, it would have made a huge difference.
Yeah. if it could have spun then, it probably should have been spinning during the fight.
There were enough moments in that fight where Psycho was not putting pressure on the front of the robot that would have been, you know, more than opportune moments to spin up the weapon.
Yeah.
And it just didn't happen, which, you know,
if it's
that is the way it goes sometimes.
I mean, you can't spin a broken weapon.
Yeah. Maybe your opponent can. I always enjoy seeing that when you go weapon to weapon and just kind of spins for a while, then you come back. And
did it fix itself?
Yeah, no, it's just, it didn't fix itself and it didn't fix my hopes and dreams. Here we go. We got another fight starting in cage 3. Right, who do we have over here? I can't tell, Sam. The judges are deliberating on the 12-pound finals, but we have a 3-pound match going right in front of us. I just don't quite have the vantage to see who's in the arena. Oh, I'm being told it's Chubby Unicorn in the 1. And, oh, it's back. Excellent. Sorry, I was gazing over there looking at the arena. Chubby Unicorn and Crush duking it out.
Crush, I believe, is the one with the gold beater bar?
That is correct. Chubby Unicorn is the one that is, you know, marshmallow puffed.
The more slender of the two, believe it or not.
Yeah, it's true, but curvaceously slender, maybe. Oh, boy, I see a weapon belt sitting on the ground. I see a stalled weapon. I see a robot high-centered on the wall.
Wow.
A lot happened very quickly. We have a tap out, it sounds like, here in the Chubby Unicorn situation. Chubby Unicorn taking home the win by tap out. Chubby Unicorn has been a surprisingly fierce competitor. It sounds warm and cuddly, but it definitely has some kick to it. Now, more importantly, what you've been waiting for, the 12-pound title fight. Excitingly, but not surprisingly, we have the 12-pound winner as Psycho. Unanimous decision.
Big ups to JMO.
Jamison earning it, you know, by all accounts. The crowd giving him the love. We're going to see that again. We're going to see it in the finals. We're going to see it not only in the finals, but with a little influx of cash to rebuild it. Bigger, better, faster, stronger.
Maybe another copy.
Yeah. Just pop the diskette right in there. So, yeah, we're chugging along. We've got a lot of 3-pound fights left. Again, we are all set now with the championship 12.
Yeah, great 12 tournament, great 30 tournament. Just props to JMO. Pretty amazing.
Yeah,
it's not easy running one robot here.
No,
let alone 2.
And there's an incredible balance to be had between focusing on which robot needs to be prepared at what time.
Yeah.
And to an extent, the competitors here are at the mercy of the scheduling software. I mean, it could be that you have 20 minutes to fight one robot, 20 minutes to fight another, and those 20 minutes overlap.
And what can you do?
And yeah, you just end up with less time to fight your robot. Now, that said, speaking of fighting robots, back to cage 2, another 3-pound fight. We have Not Dead Yet in the red corner, and we have
Red Panda.
Red Panda
In the blue
This
corner.
is the first chance I think I'm getting to see Red Panda today.
6,
Red Panda, you can see, has
4,
these
3,
grippy cleat-style wheels, so I imagine it's going to be real quick.
Robots fight.
Moderate speed. Wow, incredible hit, though. Not Dead Yet, losing chunks of weapon, losing chunks of armor.
Wheel guard.
Both robots still seeming to function just fine.
Good hum on both the weapons.
Interesting that Red Panda is being a little more shy now. Wow, what an exchange.
Not Dead Yet with the better of that exchange.
Yeah, you don't necessarily think of those exchanges where you go blowing backwards as intense as the ones where you hit the ceiling, but they can be just as deadly. Chunks of Red Panda and chunks of Not Dead Yet littering the arena. Both robots still driving, both weapons still spinning.
Looks like a lot of 3D printed parts on both these robots.
Oh, Not Dead Yet. Looks like it's struggling to spin back up now. It's able to. It's spinning. It just looks like it might be starting to struggle.
Still throwing sawdust around.
Ooh. Yeah, they're very inefficient vacuum cleaners, but they sure look like they're doing a lot of work.
They clean like I do. Just push it somewhere else.
Yeah. Oh, the spare bedroom? We don't go in there.
The far side of the current bedroom.
Yeah.
Not dead yet. Seems like their weapon is dead yet.
However, Red Panda now having substantial drive issues. We have just over a minute left in this fight here. Not dead yet is at the mercy of Red Panda's weapon at this point, but Red Panda just having a difficult time delivering the hits. It's interesting too because the wheels are clearly spinning, and you see we have a problem here that you don't see very often with cleated wheels, which it just doesn't have the traction.
I wonder if it's because we're getting later in the day, if they've run out of their cleated wheels with cleats still remaining. I know they can grind
It's definitely possible, but Sam, I think what's happened here is that front wedge is just not flat to the ground anymore.
Maybe got pressed in.
Yeah, and that's going to make it hard for them to get traction. We are coming down. 10 seconds left. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That match is going to the judges. That's going to be a hard one to call, I think. Well, I don't know. There was a lot of damage at the end there to Red Panda, for sure. That's going to weigh heavily, for sure. But so much of that match, Red Panda really did have the upper hand.
They did.
So.
But damage to a weapon versus damage to drive, what would you weight as more important?
Well, let's look at the highlights here and see when each one of them go out, because that is, it's a much smaller factor, but some judges do look at that and they say, well, did you lose it immediately? Did you lose it later? It's not going to make the difference overall, but if two people are very borderline, it can come into play.
That's a good point.
That said, quite a fight. We're looking to the judges for their decision on that one. While we're waiting, we're going to go upstairs. Hannah is waiting for us.
Awesome.
She's been teleported to the upper level.
Hey guys, I definitely have been teleported not only to the upper level, but to the winner's circle. I'm here with the 12-pound winners of the night. We've got 4th place, 2nd place, and 1st place, Blackjack, Promheta, and Psycho. Now, first of all, I wanted to talk to you. You're the guy of the night. You're the winner of the night, 2-time champion now. The two of you have been known to compete at a high level here at NHRL. This was your first time going up against each other. What was going through your mind in that last matchup?
Panic.
Absolute panic. What else?
There's a long history of taking those dumpsters home. You kind of think about the history of NHRL. Team Defective is kind of ruled the 12-pound class. So to go against Promheta for the first time, it's like he's taken apart bots left and right today. And I could just be the next in line on his way to the golden dumpster. So, yeah, panic.
Okay, now what about you? Did you also feel the panic?
Yeah, the most decorated man in Norwalk history. That was scary, to say the least. Every one of my teammates have pretty much got to fight him but me, and it's pretty cool to finally have got that moment.
We also are joined by 3rd place here. So happy to have you. Congratulations. Bringing it back to you guys. What are you doing to celebrate? Now you're 2-time champion of the night. How do you spend the rest of the night now?
Well, we're going to see what's still open so we can get dinner. But I know tomorrow, part of our my group's NHRL tradition is that on our way back to Massachusetts, we hit up New Haven. We go get that New Haven pizza, and I'm probably buying. No, I'm definitely buying. So who am I kidding?
That's what the golden dumpster gets you. It gets you buying your own celebratory pizza.
A lot of really good pizza.
There you have it. Are you guys doing anything to celebrate on the night?
Yeah, so we do it in the morning. We have our family tradition. The Team Defective is my family. We go to a local burger shop right here in Norwalk called Boss Burger, and we eat every time we come up to Norwalk. That is where we eat Sunday lunch, and then we drive home.
I love this. The tradition continues. Blackjack, do you have any fun traditions you're doing on the night?
Just a long drive home is my tradition. A long drive.
We love the honesty on that one. Congratulations again to all of you. You guys are winners. The winner's circle up here in the pit. Sending it back to you guys in the studio.
Thanks, Hannah. I appreciate that. I'm always excited to see, you know, the excitement on people's faces and just so much joy coming out. We're going to go to the 12-pound qualifiers. Of course, you just saw a few of them. We've got Psycho. We've got Full Court, who was not present up there at the moment. Blackjack and Prom Hedda, all really, really fierce competitors.
Absolutely. Not too many surprises.
No,
not too many surprises up there, no.
But really, think of that's where we're starting for the year, and we're just filling out from there. There's a lot of big names still left to be populated.
Yeah.
And I can already tell this is going to be a fun finals come November.
Definitely, the 12-pounders just are at the so primo top. They hit so hard.
It's and it's a 12-pounder renaissance right now. 12-pound used to be a class that had a lot of love at Norwalk because they were the only larger robot allowed in the sportsman category. So it was 3-pounders and it was 12-pounders, and that was it. Then as we built the bigger boxes and you have more ability to fight the 30-pounders, everybody brought 30-pounders because this is one of the few places you could do that safely. And the 12-pounders kind of faded out, you know? Like once people had the chance to go to the 30s. I think people are really starting to realize how much fun they can be, how much power they can pack. Plus, it's different driving a 12-pound robot in the giant arena compared to driving a 30-pound. It's a very different experience.
More room to play.
Yeah, room to play is the right way to phrase it. We are going to go here to, excuse me, we're going to go here to Arena 2. We've got Jet Lag and Cannon Fodder. Really interesting matchup. Both of these, of course, being beater bar robots. Goodness, look at that beater bar, Sam. Look at the damage. Of course, one of them is brand spanking new.
4,
so I think that's
3,
Jet Lag with the
yes, I believe
beat up beater bar.
Fight, robots, fight.
And then its opponent is just Jet Lag has the beaten and bashed. Jet Lag in white, Cannon Fodder in black. Black and gold. Wow. You can see Jet Lag just carefully pushing his opponent and Cannon Fodder kicking it in the teeth. You see that last hit where it caught it on a corner. That is what Jet Lag needs to do to Cannon Fodder.
He's doing a great job staying squared up to Cannon Fodder, staying right on him with that beater bar, that drum.
Yep, you want to stay squared up till you have an opportunity to poke at a corner. And that is exactly what Jet Lag is doing over and over again here.
So precise on Jet Lag.
Now you can see Cannon Fodder has been unsettled. It is starting to have some drive issues. This is where Jet Lag is going to come in with big hit after big hit and start to do the damage that it needs to do to secure a knockout.
A little bit of fork bendage on Jet Lag there.
Coming up on the halfway mark in this fight, we have, I'd say about 60% functionality on Cannon Fodder and Jet Lag firing on all cylinders. Look at the amount of sawdust in there, Sam.
Yeah, the kick plates have been changed for this event, and they really throw that sawdust.
Woo! Cannon Fodder going on a little bit of a ride there. Stuck up against the wall.
Jet Lag staying right on him though. No need for a Brett unstick.
Yeah, this is not a stick and hope it sticks kind of situation for Jet Lag. Jet Lag wants to stay on Cannon Fodder. They want to keep them unsettled.
Some good engagements there for Cannon Fodder.
Yeah, Cannon Fodder is, I don't know if Jet Lag's getting sloppy or if their weapons are slowing down, but they are starting to win the odd exchange here.
Still so many hits from Jet Lag.
Yeah, absolutely stunningly impressive.
Nice box slam. Uh-oh. That's a belt off on the weapon.
No more weapon for cannon fodder. That is down. Now is the time when you might consider pinning against the wall, but it is too late for a countdown anyway. That is your match. We're headed to the judges, but let's be very direct here, Sam. There is no question. There is no debate. There is no executive decision being made.
Yep.
We're thankful here we have an excellent rubric, so anytime there's an obvious decision, we can be pretty darn confident of how it's going to turn out. And in this case, Jetlag will be taking it home. We'll just have to go for the official check mark, and we can soldier on from there.
Not his first event, Lars.
No, not at all.
He's young, but he's been in it for a while, and he grinds. He goes to all the events around.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a very supportive family. He's got...
They're a team.
They really are. They really are. And that's something that, you know, a lot of families say, and a lot of families here do, but especially in other sports, you know, you don't have a team peewee football.
Right.
You know, your family is not your peewee football team, or what have you. I make that up. Maybe it is. I don't know. I didn't play peewee football for more than you know, the minimum required amount of time.
That's why you don't know the basic rules. No family teams.
Oh,
it's like the first rule of peewee football.
I had no idea. Well, I think that's when you graduate to like junior high football, maybe.
Okay.
But anyway, sometimes it really is a thing where you can learn not only to work alongside your family, but you can learn teamwork that you might only learn from peers normally. And it kind of lets you connect with your family in a different way. And especially when you're a little kid, that can be or I shouldn't say a little kid, any age kid.
Yeah.
I mean, because you could be 16 years old or 18, you could be an adult probably, and it could be a new way to connect with your parents or your brother or your sister or whatever it is. Because you're working alongside them on some level as peers.
Yeah,
you know,
that's a great point.
Right, even if you are, you know, the smallest physically and age-wise, you have responsibilities. Everybody's doing what they need to do, and nobody is disposable. And it's a very empowering experience for a young person. So.
Yeah, take ownership.
Exactly. And so much of combat robots gives you that option, not just to take ownership, but to give direction to something. You know, take something that you own, not just the responsibility, but, you know, the fate of whatever that's going to be. And that can be a really empowering experience as well. Unsurprisingly, we have Jetlag with a unanimous decision on that fight. It clearly deserved it, but it's good to get the official check mark.
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't want to be Jetlag and go home and be wondering, like, did they really give it to me? No.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not that he had any work.
Worry not, they did.
No, definitely they took it home easily and handedly.
All right, we got some Brett repair going on in cage 3. Hopefully everything's okay inside poor sweet Brett over there.
I mean, here's the thing. It's starting to get a little late.
Yeah.
Some of these poor other people might be getting tired, I'm being told. The Reds get tired too. They do. They've put in a long day, a lot of fights.
Cut that code out of their programming.
Yeah, just run it down till they catch fire and away you go. But I'm glad we're checking in, making sure they're well tended too.
Yeah.
It's kind of like a livestock veterinarian. The lovely minions that we have running around.
Okay, yeah, a little more rough than you'd expect at a doctor, perhaps?
Right. I mean, they're...
But still with love and care.
Love and respect.
Absolutely.
Respect. I mean, that's, I think, livestock doctor and robot... Livestock doctor, yeah. That's a little bit of a tough.
That's tough.
Both of them, you know, you respect the thing you're working on, or the animal, creature.
Because if you don't, it might bite you.
Yeah, might kick you.
Might kick you, might shock you.
Might shock you. Might burn you. I don't think that happens very often with cows, but...
Maybe during a branding
Ladies and gentlemen, the weird part of the night. All right, we are getting ready for a fight in cage 2. I see the crowd gathering. Can't quite tell who is in the cage yet. Oh, flip and cut. Flip and cut and Kitsune, I believe. Yes, that is Kitsune.
Yeah. Kitsune, the black long one, the thwacking horizontal spinner style. Flip and Cut, one of the Kazmer's melty brains.
And I know I've said this ad nauseum today, but really love Flip and Cut. I think it is just one of the most interesting takes on having an effective melty brain in the 3-pound division.
You kind of have a soft spot for spinners that do more flipping than impacting.
I think I have a soft spot for robots that take advantage of physics, in whatever way that is. And in Flip and Cut's way, it's being able to launch robots without launching themselves. And that's really what that design accomplishes.
Yeah, I never thought of it that way.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight. Robots fight.
Flip and Cut off to a quick startup. Kitsune is doing its best. It seems to be a little jittery in its movements. Flip and Cut, uncharacteristically cautious in how it is approaching this fight, but wow, there's a big hit for you. Kitsune, with its apparent mobility problems, I can understand why Flip and Cut is willing to be reserved right now. They also have a mini-bot, and the mini-bot can get involved and see what it can do, and there's no shame in that. Kitsune not doing what we usually expect to see from a robot of that style. Normally we would expect basically the blunt wedged end to go up against an enemy and then it whip around with the tail. The trouble with Flip and Cut is every surface on that robot is a weapon. So there's really no good way to trick your opponent into giving you their weak side, because there is no weak side.
Yeah, especially with Flip and Cut, the profile of those blades goes all the way to the floor. Essentially, they're scraping the floor with them in a lot of cases.
Wow, look at the energy in Kitsune, just going all over the place.
Kitsune got a little bit of a hit there, but I think that might have actually taken their weapon out. I don't see a lot of movement on that now. Oh, nope, there it is. It just sparked back up again. Always hard to tell, but I don't see any movement from Flip and Cut. So Kitsune still mobile, Flip and Cut standing still, not sure what's going on. Oh, there we go, little bit of movement from them. But we're not getting the melty brain translation that we're expecting. Wonder what's going on there. Ref is asking to see motion. Kitsune able to get around, not sure how, if they're in full control or if they're just trying to show some kind of movement. All right, that is the match. So I guess this will have to go to the judges. Both bots very much so worse for the wear at the end of that fight. Several times throughout the match, it looked like they were going to get counted out, each bot. So we'll have to see what the judges have to say about that.
We'll have to see what the judges say about that. Hey, Kyle. What's up, old friend? How you been?
I've been good.
What have I missed? What's going on?
There's been some robot fighting action. We crowned a 12-pound champion. You got to talk to JMO, I saw.
Oh, my gosh. I got to talk to him twice.
Yeah.
Aren't I the luckiest duck alive?
Listen, JMO's having a good day.
He's having the best day. I actually love to hear what he does when he wins. That's one of my favorite questions to ask people who win things. It's like, what do you do now? Most of the time, the answer is not as riveting as you think it's going to be.
Sure.
But I do love to hear about a tradition. The
I
pizza.
like that Jamison now has to go home and build yet another shelf.
for 2
He
more
does.
dumpsters.
2 more dumpsters.
I think he's at like
How many
7 of
dumpsters?
those now, 7 or 8. He's going to be the first double-digit dumpster winner, I believe. Like, and he might even hit that number this year.
That just sounds good.
Doesn't
Whoa, hold on. A
Double-digit
double-digit dumpster.
Winner.
We need another D word there.
Yeah.
A double-digit dumpster.
Double-digit dumpster champion? Double-digit dumpster dunker? I don't know.
Dunker.
Oh, I like
a
dunker.
double-digit dumpster dunker.
Don't
You guys,
like
say
it.
say it 5 times fast.
All right, we are going to go to an instant classic, by the way. Speaking of Jamison Go, this is the 30-pound final from tonight. There's some really good sparks in this. I can't wait for you guys to see it.
2, 1.
Jamison Go getting in the final stance. Jamison's been in this position many times before. We're in a 30-pound final. The golden dumpster is up for grabs, and MegatRON stands there with a vertical spinner on the other side of the box.
Kyle, I can see already this is going to be very much a driving match.
Yeah, fork for fork, trying to see who can get the low ground.
Fork for fork, Brandon is not going to come out ahead.
Ooh, nice hit there from MegatRON.
MegatRON has beat Phenomenon twice in the past. He's hoping for a turkey.
Brandon's been working on Phenomenon with only one goal in mind. That is finally getting that W over Jamison Go and MegatRON. It is a tall order for any bot to get a win over MegatRON.
That is not the spot that Brandon wants that robot to be in. With a spun down
Nice
weapon and
hits.
a MegatRON plomping down on top. Still, both robots seem entirely functional as we close in on the halfway point of this match. MegatRON still able to dominate the pacing and the control.
Nice,
Going
right
weapon
into
to
the
weapon.
Beautiful hit.
Sparks flying.
Oh, that was a
Phenomenon
beautiful piece of
upside
control
down.
bot work.
MegatRON very kindly staying off, wondering if Phenomenon is going to be able to self-right or free itself. Oh, I see chunks of robot. This could be the end. I sense a countdown coming in soon. It appears the one unstick.
There come, yes, I was wondering where Flo was.
Yes, this is going to be a difficult unstick to execute, though.
Yeah, they've done the thing. They're landed right directly on top of the weapon. It's one of the most challenging places to actually unstick a robot.
It definitely looks possible, just not easy. Hey!
Oh, that's one way to do it. Nice job, Flo. Beautiful work from the house spot driver. And Jamison wasting no time getting in there and attacking the side of Phenomenon.
No, and truly you can't afford to at this point in the game.
That's a fork that used to be on Phenomenon, and that was one of the ways they were hoping to get an advantage over Jamison, but it is not working. I don't see the weapon spinning up on Phenomenon.
No.
20 seconds left in this match. Jamison just waiting cautiously, hoping for a count out before the end, not wanting this to go to a judge's decision.
And a judge's decision it will not. There's a tap out from Brandon Bennett-Young. Your winner for the 30. Oh, well, don't let me take it out of your mouth, Kyle. Go for it.
Your winner, MegatRON, Jamison Go.
In just a short period of time, we're going to see Jamison again.
Oh, yeah. What a day. What a time. What a moment to remember.
Jamison Go is doing a phenomenal job today. He's already qualified twice for the finals. He's got 2 golden dumpsters. He's got $2,000 that he's walking out of here with today. How does it get any better than that?
It doesn't. It actually doesn't. I mean, he could do it for a 3rd time.
He probably could. He probably could. Well, he doesn't have any 3-pound bots fighting today, but he probably could.
But if he did, you bet your bottom dollar he might be giving someone a run for something.
He's certainly won golden
We got a
dumpsters in the
pup.
3-pound division
Look
before.
at this little pup. Right on the screen. You a good boy. What a good boy.
That's Alicia Garnash holding the dog there. So these are two members of the Team Shreddit line, Blackbird and Shreddit Bro. Shreddit Bro is the, I guess you could call them the patriarch of Team Shreddit.
Oh,
Evan
yes.
Arias. And Tony D'Ambrosio there you see in the corner with Blackbird. Standing by with Angel Vidal, who I believe is driving his mini-bots.
6.
Here we go.
5, 4,
Cage 2.
3, 2, 1.
Fight.
Shreddit Bro,
Robots
however,
fight.
does not have a mini-bot. Shreddit Bro does not want a mini-bot. Shreddit Bro wants to kill robots. That's all Shreddit Bro does all day long.
Wow, some immediate action there.
These are two incredibly talented drivers, two of the best in the sport, quite frankly. And this style of robot is just a mastery that they have created. So many people try to copy this design style. These are two of the very best who have ever done it.
The sparks absolutely flying from the impact of these bots.
There you can hear Evan's dog barking in the background. He does not like how this fight is going for his dad.
Oh, I don't blame him.
But that's
It's
a
okay.
nice pin in the corner from Shreddit Bro. Evan
Wow,
Arias
that is fantastic pin.
is an incredibly aggressive driver. Well known for driving exactly the same. If his weapon's down, if his weapon's up, he doesn't care. He's going full force India. And there you go, another pin. Oh, now he's stuck underneath the rail. This Blackbird can take advantage here if he's able to, but instead he just shakes Shreddit Bro loose. Shreddit Bro once again getting into the side rail and pinning him up against the wall, holding him in place. The ref is counting down the pin. You're only allowed to hold these pins for 10 seconds. You want to, though, because it prevents your opponent from damaging you, and it gives you control and aggression points. Beautiful hit there from Blackbird. That weapon is going full speed.
Oh, the consistent pinning here.
And there's another nice pin from Blackbird up against the side wall there.
Just
Big smiles
a little
on
over
Herbie.
a minute left.
Wow, nice big pop from Blackbird into the air.
Oh my God. These sparks, left, right, and center here. Uh-oh, another pin. 44
And the
seconds.
mini-bot underneath Shreddit Bro at this point. Weapon not up to speed on Shreddit Bro. It is looking bleak for Evan Arias here. Evan gets out from behind them. There's 30 seconds left to show the judges that he's got far more control and aggression to try to earn enough points to win this match. I think that's a tall order at this point.
Yes. Last 20 seconds here. Absolutely crucial. And
Here
it
we go.
always makes me nervous when it gets quiet like that.
Yeah, they're both focusing. They're trying to figure this out. And that's another nice pin. That's a good way to show the end of the fight if you're Evan Arias pinning them up against the wall. Ah, there we go. So that was the end of the match. Both bots still able to drive. Weapon on Shreddit Bro, I think, was down for the vast majority of that fight. Two friends and teammates, happy with each other's performances. Check out this
Definitely
replay
happy
here.
with each other's performances. Having a little bit of a hug it out moment right before the last final 5 seconds. It's fun to watch.
Beautiful pin right there from Blackbird.
There was definitely a lot of that happening in this matchup.
These mini bots that this team runs now are just so durable. They take massive hits from these full 3-pound bots.
Oh, people still just at it away at the pits, doing everything they can, staying in it.
At this point, you've got people either waiting around for the 3-pound finals or they're putting stuff together for the rumbles, exhibition fights, freestyle fights with their friends.
Kyle, serious question. How tired are you after a long day like this? Physically, mentally, emotionally?
So normally I'm good, right? I come from like the technical production background. We're used to like the super duper late nights. I was kept up till like 1:30 in the morning last night.
Hooligans, right?
By hooligans in my hotel, literally next door to me. So that was fun, but yeah, they eventually quieted down, but it took a long time.
I would like everyone to know what you can't see in the camera right now is an energy drink.
This is my third one so far today.
It's
yeah,
right there.
I'll bring it.
It's actually
Third energy
show the
drink
people. Yes.
of the day for me. This is not
no
okay.
shame here. That's your third one?
Yeah, third one.
Someone call a doctor. Like, oh my Lana.
It's spread out. It's spread out, but
That's
it's
true.
a lot. It's a lot. Yeah.
That's true.
Listen, I had to keep going somehow. It's been a rough day.
It's been a long day, and again, we're not even competing, right? It's a lot on these guys who are in the pit working on their bots, getting into the game, and of. They have a little bit of like psyching themselves out, right? You and I are here for the fun. We're here for the show. We're watching alongside with the audience. Let's take a look at the pits here. Oh, you can tell they've been thinned out like crazy.
Yeah, people have been sent home. People are all done. Listen, this is where the tournament gets really hard, and this is where another kind of factor plays, and that is the entirety of the exhaustion,
I feel like I can tell.
Nice bots.
I feel like I can tell that they're exhausted.
The mental exhaustion. This is when just stupid mistakes happen, silly errors that cause issues when you get out into the box. The attrition at this point, not just of the bots themselves, but of the bot builders and drivers, is really noticeable.
So you were saying that last night there were children staying next door in your hotel, and that's what kept you awake?
Yeah.
Hooligans. I love that word.
No, they were next door. Yeah, they were talking very
teenagers?
loudly. College kids probably.
Oh, okay.
They were talking very loudly until like 1:30 in the morning. They actually were racing down the hallway at 12:15. So
racing down the hallway?
Yeah, so I'm sure everybody down on the second floor was not having a great time with that either.
Racing down the hallway is something I think every one of us has done. Like, raise your hand if you've ever raced down a hallway anywhere. I've done it. I'm so sorry to say that I too have been that person.
Kid racing down the hallway at the hotel room at 12:15.
And sometimes it's in the middle of the day. I just feel like that's something your parents tell you, like, hey, let's see who can run the fastest to get the zoomies out. The key is to do them before everyone else is sleeping.
I am that parent who has sent my kids running fast in front of me and sending them back, because that is me. You gotta make sure they get that out.
I have two brothers. My mom used to say, Hannah, let's see if you could beat your brothers running out, outside the yard, like around the house 3 times. What a trick, Mom. What a trick. I fell for it. Just send me outside to get the zoomies out. It works.
Were these older brothers? Were these younger brothers?
I'm a middle child.
Yes,
I see. Aren't I a quintessential middle child?
All right.
Oh,
so
yes.
There we go. This is Evan's dog.
Oh, you could always have a pup near you.
Look at
that
this
would
guy.
Work.
So cute.
Wow. So adorable.
I don't know Evan's dog's name. I just know that he's a really cute boy.
He's a good boy.
He's a very good boy.
He's a very good boy.
Alicia, who's watching him, making sure he's okay. And there's Evan. Just a good pupper dad.
Well, I'm about ready to get my zoomies out, let me tell you. Let me take this headset off and start sprinting.
We got a few fights left to go. We are into round 5 on the 3-pound bracket. We've got some more round 5 fights to go. It's going to be good. We're going to head to cage 3 right now.
Cage 3. Power Search 2 and Clyde in action here. Still staging, just a couple minutes away.
So the winner of this match will have to go on to face the winner between Shredded Bro and Blackbird. Still waiting on that judge's decision.
Would love to see that. We're really getting down to, I think...
8, 7,
oh, here we go.
6,
I'll save my
5,
thoughts.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
All right, so Power Surge coming in from the top. Black Blackbird, by the way, won the last match on a unanimous decision. No surprise there. So the winner of this match will face Blackbird in the next round. Clyde, the big wide boy right here with the orange armor on the sides, is pinning Power Surge up against the wall.
Oh my goodness.
Now he's backed out of the way. Another beautiful pin
still
from
going at it.
Clyde. I love it. We are running simultaneous fights now, which is exactly what we want to be seeing at this time of the night. We'll give you the results of all of the fights as we go along, but we do have Apex and SSP also happening right now.
Yes, 2 fights at once. All of the good sounds happening between the booth right now.
Another nice pin from Clyde. Clyde doing a phenomenal job controlling the pace of this matchup. Another pin up against a rather turned off Bert the Brick. I'm not sure what's going on with him, but there's no lights.
Oh yeah, you're right.
He might be dead.
Nobody's home.
He's just a feature of the arena at this point.
He's in his hotel room. He's asking not to be bothered. He's gonna start pounding on the wall and telling the hooligans to be quiet.
Another nice pin from Clyde here. Power Surge weapon still able to operate, it looks like. Oh, nice way to get out of that from Power Surge. Now Power Surge getting a good pin and pop on the back of Clyde. Peeling away some of that back plate on Clyde. Nice. Clyde able to get out by being smacked in the back by Power Surge 2. Or Power Surge 1, I should say, sorry. Another pin here from Clyde. This is going to be a fun one for the judges to look at.
Completely pinned there in total control. You got it, you got it. Oh, there we go. Now it's loose. Wow, definitely doing a little dance here.
Wow, you can see the concern on Gabriel's face. He's captain of Clyde. I think he did a phenomenal job, but was it enough to show the judges enough control to win that match? We will see.
We shall see. Oh, look at this sign in the background. Love to see it.
Yeah,
Energy
Team
still
Clyde.
here.
Shaking his head. He's hoping it's enough.
Look at cage 6 here. What just went down.
All right.
Got Project Liftoff here in cage 6.
And Voxel. Voxel is exactly the wrong kind of bot for a bot like Project Liftoff to phase. In the rock,
Why
paper,
is
scissors
that?
of life, it's not that great.
8,
Voxel's
7,
got a big
6,
wide drum and
5,
a really powerful
4,
wedge on the front, so
3,
it can take those
2,
blades from Project
1.
Liftoff and just launch them straight up into the air.
That was such a great shot of it just gunning for it right there.
That's what they want to do. They don't want Project Liftoff to get up to speed if they can avoid it. That's a lot of energy
Wow,
that
look
bot
at this
puts out.
flying
Pinned
saucer.
right up against the corner.
Oh my gosh.
So this is one unstick. You only get one per match.
Uh-oh.
And
Well,
this is happening within the first 10 seconds of this match. 15 seconds now.
it's like a pancake. That's the size of the pancake I'm going to be eating tomorrow.
Don't eat Project Liftoff as a pancake, though. That is a scary idea.
It does look like a good size, though, right?
It's decent size, yeah. It's decent size, but it's a deadly frisbee. I mean, this thing is just so vicious. It's broken arena walls before. Won entire tournaments before. It's a vicious bot.
Right, but if it was fluffy and covered with maple syrup, I think it's something I could work with.
I could see that. Yeah. Yeah.
Totally.
Some nice melty butter on top.
Oh, now you're talking. Oh my
nice
goodness.
Pop there from Voxel.
They're definitely working all of the room that they have available in this cage here. You can see they're kind of bumping to every corner. Look how beat up, again, cage 6 is. All of the dents in the floor, all of the dents in the side. You almost can't even tell that the side is supposed to be this black awning there.
Yeah, no, that not anymore.
It just
is
looks
all
like
exposed lumber now.
Yep, exposed lumber. Just a bunch of trees hanging out. Oh, and Clyde wins on unanimous decision.
No surprise there. That was a pretty dominant performance from them.
Still moving and shaking. Over here. Oh, now it feels like a game of, what's that called? Air hockey.
Well, it feels that way very often when Project Liftoff is in the arena. Project Liftoff is a melty brain style spinner, and sometimes when they get out of control, it can careen and bounce off the walls. Back before they really kind of mastered the translational movement, we would count how many times it would ricochet.
Yeah.
In any given volley. Now it's a lot more controllable, a lot more precise with their hits, as much as you can be with this melty brain style of bot.
The melty brain spinners are fun to talk about. I feel like my brain is a melty brain spinner.
This time of the night, everybody's brain gets a little bit melty.
I'm a melty brain spinner. What are you?
We are down to the last 14 seconds of this fight. Not hearing a lot of weapon on Voxel. Not getting a lot of spin off Project Liftoff. This will go to the judges. But ending it with a pin, not a bad way for Voxel to go.
He only really got stuck there once where he really needed assistance. So we'll see if that really made any sort of factors when it comes to the judges' decisions here. Oh, yeah, we're still moving and shaking, rocking and rolling on a Saturday night.
Is that what we're doing?
All hooligans invited. Who wants to get their zoomies out? I'm not going to let you live that down.
All right, so we are looking at the 3-pound bracket right now. Project Liftoff and Voxel. The winner of that match will go on to face Caldera in the next round. We're not sure who that is. We're going to wait and see what the judges have to say. Caldera, scary bot for anybody to face. And Blackbird will be facing Clyde in the next round. Very excited about that matchup.
That will be great.
This is going to get down to the wire here. We're heading into round 6. We got a few more round 5 fights to go. Jetlag and Kitsune.
I'm trying to peek at his computer.
Yeah, go for it.
You've got
Chainsaw Kitty and Beetlejuice.
Oh, yeah, that's fun to see, too.
And we did have a match between Apex and SSP. We don't know who the winner of that is yet. We were waiting for the judge's decision.
All right, we'll have to see
soon.
on that one.
This is Chubby Unicorn and Red Panda.
We're getting ready to go here. Oh, Voxel, by the way, wins the previous fight by unanimous decision. Big win, big win, big win. Uh-oh, we're talking about soothing vibrations over here.
All right,
on
all
cage
right.
2.
Whatever you need to get by. So Red Panda is obviously this red bot right here in the corner. Over on the opposite side is the Chubby Unicorn.
7.
Chubby Unicorn and Red Panda.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Chubby Unicorn, one of the top-ranked bots in the 3-pound division. They are definitely one of the most improved bots that we've seen over the past few years. Tight, compact design, super powerful spinner, and just knocked into the hat on Burst the Brick. And you can hear that weapon getting up to full speed. This is a vicious assault from Chubby Unicorn.
Oh my gosh. The pressure. I can see it in the opponent's faces here.
I don't see a whole lot of driving happening from Red Panda. I'm not sure what happened, but now they're stuck behind versus the brick. Chubby Unicorn. Oh, ran straight into the weapon on Red Panda, but Red Panda not able to maneuver out of the way as Chubby Unicorn comes in for the side plate. Chubby Unicorn making its way around to the other side again, trying to continue this assault on the left-hand side of Red Panda. It's a good idea to keep making hits on the same side of the robot, see if you can't cause more damage.
You can definitely see a couple pieces flying there.
A pin and grind from Chubby Unicorn, and then a pop into the air. Red Panda flying, riding on the weapon, and I don't see very much spinning going on with those wheels right now. We'll see what's happening with that. No real movement once they get back up.
Wow, this is like a consistent hit after hit. Still not landing in a spot where they can maintain control. Red Panda now stuck on the side. Weird sort of limbo here. Needs some help from Bert. Bert took a couple hits. Can we talk about that?
They like the hits. They can take them. Oh no, still no movement from Red Panda. I feel like if Chubby Unicorn just left this situation alone, Red Panda would
Chubby Unicorn's about to have the zoomies. 55 seconds left in this one.
Yeah, he just told Red Panda to lay out. So
there we go.
This is the count out happening now. This is going to end up being a knockout for Chubby Unicorn.
Wow, Chubby Unicorn. What a name. I like that name.
You know what it's in reference to, right?
I don't.
A rhinoceros.
What? Why?
Because they're chubby, and some of them have single horns. Chubby unicorns.
Wow.
You like it?
So, but why not call it rhinoceros?
Because Chubby Unicorn's funner?
That's true. Fine, you sold me. Say no more. Chubby Unicorn it is. That's what they call me at home. I don't know what I meant by that.
That's your Florida name?
That's my Florida name. That's what they call me in the streets. Chubby Unicorn.
Chubby Unicorn moving straight along in this bracket, doing extremely well. They are going to go on to face Apex in the next round. Apex was your winner between SSP and Apex.
I love this angle. This is one of my favorite camera angles when we get that shot when they can first take off.
In the corner? Yeah,
yes.
It's a good one. These are also the cameras most likely to get damaged during the fight, which is always fun to see.
7,
right.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Sparks flying. Oh, a little rumble tumble.
Absolutely
I like this little wedge
vicious.
spot. Oh, we got two little wedge spots.
Got to get the mini bots in there.
Wow, this is like a... We've got Beetlejuice and Chainsaw Kitty in action with their mini bots in tow. Oi.
Wow, Beetlejuice is the powerful horizontal spinner kit there in green. Chainsaw Kitty, the vertical spinner, that's missing half of its armor package. Both bots having a really banner day today.
Wow, this is like non-stop chaos right now. What is going on?
Beetlejuice is a chaotic bot. I mean,
yes.
It is always dishing out really vicious hits. So much of the kinetic energy actually goes back into its own frame as well. So it is a self-destructive machine in a lot of ways. But right now, Chainsaw Kitty is receiving a ton of damage. It is all Keziah can do to keep this fight together.
Chainsaw Kitty said bye.
Chainsaw Kitty not moving. Keziah is trying to get it moving, or trying to get it controlled. She just tapped on the glass. That's a tap out, I believe. That winner is Beetlejuice.
Oh, I like that sweater. That's fun.
Little frog sweater. Little Kermit the Frog sweater. I like it.
Wow, there's some other action going on here, too. It's a bit loud.
Yeah, we do have some, looks like big bot action going on over in the other cage right now.
Close up of the debris here. We got a little replay action. Those initial sparks happening with Beetlejuice. Oh, and all of the first couple moves there. You can see it's a bit.
There goes the armor on the side of Chainsaw Kitty. That is when it got very difficult for her to drive. You can see the left-hand side of the bot. Seems to be a little bit bound up after that hit. Just pure chaos energy from the Beetlejuice team. Absolutely loved it. All right, so that means Beetlejuice will be moving straight along in the bracket. That is the end of the day for Chainsaw Kitty and Keziah. Good work today. Maybe some improvements to make before they can come back next time around.
Yeah, I mean, great showing all around.
Yeah.
I think they put up a really good fight there. They stayed in it for a while. And I think they had what seemed to be a good method. Their opponent made it tougher for them. But I think against someone else, it would have been a different game for them.
Yeah, I mean,
honestly.
that's just one of the most powerful horizontal spinners we have in the game right now. And it's hard to do.
But they were
anything
very
against
similar
them.
builds and with their mini bots.
Yeah, the mini bots were cool, right? They actually did a lot in that badge.
I like the little wedges. They remind me of like pizza cutters. I don't know why everything reminds me of food. Oh my God, what's wrong with me? There's like a hungry bird over here. By the way, I've eaten 20 meals today. Like I've nonstop gone for leftovers.
All the way back there? All right, so Beetlejuice will go on to face the winner between Jetlag and Kitsune. Will be the last match in this round.
Here we go, K2.
This is that fight right now. Kitsune is the Fox bot. So you can see the blade there is actually fox-shaped. Kitsune is that Thagomizer style horizontal spinner. They were having a lot of mobility issues in their last match. Looks like they might have that resolved. Jetlag is a horizontal spinner. Or sorry, it is a vertical spinner. It is a, it's Lars's kit bot, heavily modified.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Oh.
Wow, beautiful hit there from Kitsune. Exactly what you want to see, just a whip, and then that spinner going directly into the front of Jetlag, knocking the bar back. But now Jetlag.
I love how fast Kitsune is moving here. Oh.
Jetlag is taking full advantage of this match and trying to control the entire pace. The big problem, I guess you could say, with the design of these Thagomizer-style bots is there's a long side profile to take advantage of. If you're not on top of your driving, your opponent can take full advantage of that. And that's exactly what Lars just did with Jetlag. Huge pop right there.
Got a little over 2 minutes here, and we're seeing not a ton of movement from Kitsune.
No, that might be a dead bot. They are getting an unstick from Bert the Brick, but I don't see anything happening. Lars waiting to see if there's a hint of movement. Count out is happening right now.
Wow.
So
I did not think that was going to go that way.
Current Motorama champion, Jetlag, wins that fight, moves on. They will be going on to face Beetlejuice in the next round.
I see some excitement from the stands. I love to see it.
Yes,
wow,
absolutely.
She's pumped. I need that energy all the time. I got a couple people who are pumped. Let's go. Quick replay here. We can catch this initial action. It seemed like a fair shot here, and then things started to really slow down for Kitsune. Jetlag sort of taking control here. And then with that massive hit, it was kind of all downhill from there after that one. Definitely didn't see that one ending as fast as it did.
Yeah, well, I can't say it's too surprising. Lars Elliott is 14 years old. He's already one of the champions of this sport. He's probably going to be walking out of Norwalk with a dumpster at some point this year.
Yeah.
It might not be today, it might be today, but I guarantee you some point this year he's going to be walking out of Norwalk with a dumpster. He's doing so well.
And he's going to be a double-digit dumpster. What do we call it again?
He's a little bit far off from being a double-digit dumpster diver. No, but
Dinger. No, that wasn't it. That wasn't it. We're making up words.
We'll have to go back to the plate.
It was a double-digit dumpster.
Dunker. That's it.
Or what about diver? Dumpster diver. Those should be celebrated.
It makes more sense.
I'm a dumpster diver.
Yeah, so he won Motorama this year. He got second place at Sword at the first state fights in Delaware. He got fourth place at the Sword fights in Pennsylvania.
Wow.
I mean, he's a phenomenal competitor. That hub motor design really works for him. It's a Weta kit, and he has done so many good things with it. I can't wait to see what this kid does for the rest of this year. 14 years old.
I know. What did you do really well at 14 years old?
Not drive robots and win all these fights with them. Absolutely not.
I think, do you remember when we were working together in January when we were talking about all of the new robots? And there, I think, was like a 7-year-old, 8-year-old here.
Yeah.
There was an 8-year-old.
Yep.
And when I was 8 years old, I said this, I got a pea stuck up my nose.
Yeah, and that one is helping design and build and fight robots. Yeah.
Right.
All
Stark
right,
difference.
so let's go see our friend Lindsay up in the pits. I heard she might have some super chats for us. Lindsay, what's going on up there?
Hi. So we have some super chats. Kyle, I know that you also submitted a few for Ricky, but we had to move on because Ricky has gone now.
Yeah, Ricky went home.
He went home. He's got stuff to do. But we have one here from Catherine Weiss who says, thank you to all the builders, crew, and fans for another great NHRL event. Harold and Timber will be back. Team Sus. Man, like when Lydia's face just burst with happiness when even though her bot was destroyed, it released all that glitter. Like that was one of the highlights of the day for me. So Team Sus, I love them. I can't wait to see Harold and Timber come back next time.
Harold is such a cool design. Timber, the entire goal I think she had was to make glitter go everywhere, and she succeeded. She wins.
She absolutely succeeded. That was such an exciting moment, Lindsay. I couldn't agree more. Her face when the glitter just combusted, it was so fun to see. So we definitely loved that one. Can't wait for that return.
Go, Lydia.
Yes.
All right, so the next one we have here is trying to bring back an old tradition.
Oh, really?
From the olden days of NHRL. This is from Okami Fan 2. Thumb war. Simple, to the point, thumb war.
Yeah, how much money was that one for? Because there has to be a limit here for thumb wars, okay?
Oh, Lindsay, do you have a thumb war competitor?
He ran away.
He was about to. Now he's gone.
Are you guys thumb warring in the audience? Any of you?
I don't
Are you guys
know if
winners
you know
of Thumb
this.
Wars?
We used to have when in the weird part of the night. Do you really want to?
Did someone say thumb war?
Oh,
did someone say thumb war? I have the ninja dust.
He's ready.
Don't do it. Don't do it. It's a terrible. Oh, there we go. There we go.
Oh my! Is
All
this
right,
a
so
fair
here we go.
fight?
The thumb
I
war
don't
is
know.
happening right here. Williams.
2, 3, 4.
They're counting it out.
Thumb war. All right, go.
And Williams trying to get around. And there we go. The small child has got him pinned. The small child
really
is
get
looking
his
into
opponent
it.
on top.
And 1, 2, 3. That match is over.
It seems as though he's qualified.
Wow. Wow, I think that just
done.
got him an invitation to the finals in November.
That moved very quickly.
I loved it. Thank you so much for that, Lindsay.
Nice job.
I love
tried.
a thumb war.
You tried, William.
Thumb wars are so stressful. Sometimes the elbow work you put into a thumb war, you don't expect it, but you got to give it all you got.
You're absolutely right.
Sometimes there's things in your way. It's like you got to make sure the limbs are free to limb, you know?
The limbs are free to limb.
Yeah.
I feel like that's the story of my life. No control over these limbs.
Yeah, like nothing sharp can be nearby.
No.
Lord knows it'll end poorly for us.
Lindsay, how's it looking up there in the pits? Is it getting emptier?
Yes.
Is it feeling more calm?
Look at this. It was a hub of activity just a few hours ago, and now it's pretty quiet. You know, there's still a number of beetles left. I think there's like 10 fights to go maybe, so 20 beetles if I can math at this hour. But yeah, we can see here like what it was at the beginning of the day.
Wow.
And then it progressively gets busier, and now it's kind of the reverse.
Oh my gosh, it looks like a shopping mall. It's so busy. Like this is like Macy's on December 24th.
And then you can just see it start to dwindle down throughout the day as people are eliminated and sent home.
I mean, it's just so many people.
And that's where we're at now.
Oh, wow. We're really down to the wire now. What is the energy like now that it's kind of, really mostly empty? What are some of the people behind you saying and feeling?
A lot of people I've seen as they have exited the building with all of their stuff packed up, and you know, they said that it's been a long day. They're ready to go home and get a little bit of sleep, and you know, I can't blame them.
No, we don't relate to that at all.
No, we don't relate to that even a little bit.
No.
Sleep, we don't need it. No one needs
Never
it.
heard of her.
What I will say is I really appreciate how well they cleaned up after themselves. Those tables are just completely cleaned off.
Pristine.
Super
That's a great
considerate
point.
builders. Like, you gotta love the respect that they have for the space. Hey, there we go. There's some of the Shredder Bro guys.
Speaking of respect for the space. You gotta love them.
Gotta love them. Still in a good mood. Energy's still high.
Yeah.
Lindsay, have you
Nothing wrong with
taken a
that.
nap on your Brett stuffy yet?
No, that is something that I'm reserving for later when I'm not on camera, and I can just kind of nuzzle up with this little Brett and pass out for approximately 17 hours.
If you did that, I would be concerned.
All right, like, you know,
I think
8,
that's
a
actually
solid
called
8.
a coma.
Fair, very fair.
So is there any plans to actually like make those for consumption? Can we buy those yet?
So, can you buy them yet? No.
Okay.
But the plan, tentatively, and you know, don't hold me to this, it's in the early stages of discussion, but I think that Eel Monkey Art, Rennie and Mary Beth, the duo behind what you see here, their goal is to have some available at the May event and also through their website if you can't be here in person. So, pretty cool.
That's awesome. I'm very excited about that, and I
Very
will
excited
definitely
about that.
be buying some.
They might still be here in the audience, so if you see them, Rennie's wearing a Hawaiian shirt with cats on it, I think. You can't miss them.
Yeah.
So shout them out.
I think the dog is excited also about this this contribution we're going to see, this new pillow in the shop.
Chewy.
It's
His name is Chewy.
Chewy. Oh, his name is Chewy. I thought you meant the bot. I was like, wait, no, maybe not.
No, the bot's
I don't want
Brett.
it to be a toy. Yes.
That's funny. I didn't know that his name was Chewy. That's a cute name for
Wait,
him.
he's coming. He's coming.
Are we going to get Chewy on camera?
I would love to get Chewy on camera.
Chewy, what was your favorite fight of the night?
Stop.
I agree.
That reminded me of like Charlie Brown's teacher. Wow, wow, wow.
I think it's a brown lab thing, esque.
He loved it. He's having the best time ever. He told me himself.
Yeah. If you know dogs better than me and you're in the chat, let me know. But he's certainly brown and lab shaped.
Brown lab-ish?
Yeah.
Yeah, brown lavish. Okay. I think that's what they call them.
Yeah.
If you look it up in the dictionary, it says brown lavish.
I'm not a dog scientist, Hannah.
Yeah, it's a new breed. It's taken the world completely by storm. Brown lab-ish.
Yeah, it's lab-ish, lab-esque.
Yeah.
Lab-esque, yeah.
We just know that Chewy's a good dog, and we're glad that he was here with us today.
Yeah. And we're so happy it could join the human-ish tribe. We're just human-ish. The jury's still out. We're not
Important
entirely
member
sure.
of Team Shredded Bro-ish.
Yeah. I think we're all feeling our highest ish right now.
Right now, yeah.
The time has come.
We're coming into the weird part of the night.
I don't know if you can tell.
There is some like 3-pound fights happening in the giant boxes right now. I don't know why. Why not though? I guess is the real question.
Why not take a crazy chance?
You know, it could be fun.
It could be fun.
All right, so it seems like we're going to watch the 12-pound title fight yet again. Instant classic. Yet another instant classic involving Jamison Go.
Yes.
So check that out now.
Let's take a look back.
Fight, robots, fight.
Last 12-pound fight of the night.
Golden dumpster on the line.
And a bunch of smackaroons. Prom Hedda hitting exactly as hard as we expected to, really taking Psycho to the wall. Oh, that is not a good place for Psycho to be. I think we're going to get a house pot on stick. Oh, no, we're not. Prom Hedda's not going to let it happen. Ooh. Oh, Prom Hedda getting as good as it gave.
full flip there from Promheta.
Oh, such an incredible
It's in a
impact.
tough spot right now.
Both of these robots are powerhouses. If they can get their opponent in a compromised position, it is just very, very bad for their opponent. It's just a question of which robot gets the upper hand first.
Well, right now, it looks like Psycho has been getting the majority of the upper hands. But both robots, 4 wheels going, weapons spinning.
I think Promheta is down 1 wheel, or at least some functionality on 1 wheel.
Okay.
Promheta, of course, is a robot that is much more point and shoot, if you will. It likes to get pointed. Yeah, you can see, look, the back right of Promheta, that wheel is tweaked hard. We are halfway through this fight, and it is looking like Psycho's fight to lose right now.
Some tings from the Psycho's weapon.
Little bada-bings, bada-boons.
We saw Jamison kind of power down his weapon towards the end of the match. In a previous fight, he might be doing the same thing here, getting some pins, getting that control and aggression to supplement his damage points.
Yeah, I mean, you got to think that at this point, the way Promheta is driving, Psycho has all the damage points it needs. It probably has all the aggression points it needs. The last little feather in its cap that it can get is control. Easiest way to do that, pin your opponent. Do it over and over and over again. And it's a clean sweep on the judges' scorecard. Yeah, you can see a tire rolling around there. Oh, no, that is a spot on the glass. That is an optical illusion.
Got me, too.
Yeah. That said, we did see Promheta with some major wheel issues. And once Promheta can't just
really shoot into you with that
buffalo
weapon.
Charge you, it becomes really hard. This is going to go to a judge's decision. Both robots are going to make it, even if only saved by the bell. Although the drive system, you know, for being hindered, was still pretty effective.
Little spin up there at the end from Jamison on the Psycho's weapon.
Yeah, you don't want to leave the judges wondering if your weapon worked or not. You spin it up a little, you show them, hey, that was, you know, just me toying with my food.
Just saving it for the finals, you know? In November.
Another successful win, another dumpster in the books.
That was such a close matchup. It really was so tight. Phenomenal showing by Jamison Go and Psycho. This spot looked so good. A little bit.
You did. You actually
a little bit, yeah. While I was watching that fight, I got a little bit nervous. I did not think he was going to pull that out. It's tight. I mean, those pins are really what won him the match.
Yeah.
Without those pins, that would have been, I think it would have gone the other way.
Yeah, that's actually a good point. I feel like it does come down to those key details.
Yep.
Do you feel as though there's like a bit of an element of luck?
Oh, always.
Like how much is your bot gonna hang on to?
Name a sport where luck isn't involved. I mean, it's always a part of it. You know what I mean?
You know what? You're right.
There's always just that little element. That little element that
You're right.
it's
Sometimes
only
I
gonna
don't
be
want
luck.
to, as a sports fan, I don't want to believe in luck.
Sure.
You know?
Well, luck is, you know, preparation.
Right.
Luck is conditioning. Luck is all of those things, but it still a lot of times comes down to luck.
You're right, because it's based so much off of like other people's decisions and the refs call and the judges call, or
100%.
I don't know, the wind being too windy when you need to kick a field goal and your team's down by whatever.
If you tried to turn left into some sawdust, your outcome is going to be different than if you turn left into a pristine floor. It's all just a little bit luck.
You're right. Wow.
Yep.
I look at life differently now. It's all about luck.
Not all about luck, right? You make your own in a lot of ways. You make your own luck, especially when you're as prepared as Jamison Go or Zach Knight, both phenomenal drivers and competitors here.
Yes.
But it comes down to luck, especially when you're that close, when those bots are that close.
And easy to say for the two of them, by the way. Like, they already have so much skill.
Yeah.
They already know exactly what they're doing going into this. This isn't their first rodeo. This isn't something that necessarily intimidates them or makes them nervous. It's like they know what they're doing. They've done this a couple times. So yes, luck when it comes to the details that they can't control, but skill, focus, determination, passion, and just like a joy, really.
A joy and an engineering prowess, I feel like, is like such an important part of this.
Absolutely,
The
you're
two
right.
of them have their bots dialed in at this point. I mean, Zach from just years and years of using that bot. Oh, yeah. So here we have Chubby Unicorn.
Cage 2.
And Apex. Cage 2 action.
This is fun. About to get ready to go here.
The winner of this match qualifies for the semifinals.
Uh-oh.
They could be going up against either Beetlejuice or Jetlag, depending on how that fight goes. And the winner does qualify for November, important to point out. All right, looks like we're getting ready to send it.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Wow.
Nice volley here from Robert and Apex.
Apex able to really just get underneath Chubby Unicorn. But Chubby Unicorn able to run free from those moments where he's kind of pinned down.
Robert is one of the last holdouts for brush drive systems up until this event where he switched over to a brushless motors. He said that he really enjoys the change. It gives him a little bit more weight to play with and a lot more speed. This is why you're seeing a much zippier and angrier Apex. With a little bit more power in that weapon, too, just because he had the weight allotted to him for it. But Chubby Unicorn, if they're able to take advantage, can really get a nice hit there on the top plate of Apex.
Wow.
And again, this is a volley of hit from Chubby Unicorn.
Oh my gosh. Chubby Unicorn taking the reins here. Both of them still very much in this.
Tim Hebert from Waltham, Massachusetts. He's with the Desi team from Brandeis Combat University, Brandeis Combat Robotics Club. Two of the very best from their teams. Robert Walsh from the Cybears, the Bad Crew. And Tim Herbert from Brandeis Combat Robotics Club. But right now, I don't hear a whole lot of weapon happening on either bot.
You're right. It's getting suspiciously quiet.
Coming down at the last minute of this fight, and this is all about pushing. This is all about control and aggression. Apex stuck in the corner. Nice pin by Chubby Unicorn.
A little less than 40 seconds here. How is this going to shape out?
Ref is counting down the pin. Apex able to get out of the corner, but then smacks himself into yet another corner. Chubby Unicorn trying to gain control. Oh, they are now just pushing. They're pretty equal drive power. There we go. A little bit more of a push from Chubby Unicorn. Apex smacks itself into the wall again. Last 13 seconds left in the match. Chubby Unicorn able to get a push and flip on Apex there at the end. Apex getting another push into the side of Chubby Unicorn. Not able to secure the pin against the wall. That's the end of this match. This will go to the judges.
Judges.
All right, winner of this match qualifies for the November final.
A little replay action here.
Look at that hit. Apex just smacking them in the early parts of this fight.
There's so much pinning going on today. Like so much of really figuring out how to lock your opponent into a corner. I feel like I've seen more of this today than usual.
Yeah.
Am I crazy?
No, it's definitely been happening a lot. I mean, it's a good strategy.
It's
Even
a
if your weapon's up
fantastic
to full
strategy.
speed, you're not going to get damaged. You're getting those control points. You're getting those aggression points for securing the pin.
Yep.
Damn, and this is where Chubby Unicorn really turned everything around. The volley of attack started going in their direction, but somewhere in the end of their volley, those weapons were down. It turned into a pushing match. In my view, Chubby Unicorn really won those pushing matches.
Okay.
That's up to the judges, though. It's obviously up to their keen eye. We'll see what they have to say about it. All right, so that would be a unanimous decision for Chubby Unicorn. Tim Hebert will be moving on to the November final.
You were right, friend.
Quite frankly, on to the semifinals of this tournament. He could be walking out of here with a golden dumpster today.
Another dumpster.
You gotta love it.
I know, I love it. I really can't wait to see who gets the last dumpster of the night. The pressure is certainly on, and you're right, he has a fair shot.
He
absolutely has a fair shot at this.
Robert Walsh will be going home. It's 11:25, and he's 14 years old. This is well after his bedtime, so I'm glad in a way that he gets to, you know.
Wow, staying up till 11:25. 14 years old.
He's in middle school. Like, that kid's got to go to bed.
That was a fun night at Blockbuster at my age. Ooh, we're getting the confidence going over here.
So it looks like we've got Clyde
Hyping each other up.
facing off against Blackbird. Blackbird's been having a little bit of drive issues all day. Still making it to the qualifying quarterfinals. Come on now. How good is this bot? Now it looks like there's an armor change on Blackbird, but that's not really a change. That's just aluminum foil tape wrapped around the bot to prevent it from melting. If Clyde's flamethrower goes up and starts working well.
When in doubt, aluminum foil.
You know, you gotta.
It's actually funny how practical that adjustment is. It kind of makes sense.
It's a simple idea, and it works.
Our audience, the audience left, the audience who's brave enough to stay up at this hour. Representing, clapping, getting hyped here. We got a couple signs left in the stands. There we go. You can hear them.
There we go. Team Clyde signs. Gotta love it.
6, 5, 4,
Definitely some
3,
excitement.
2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
And that flame is active on Clyde. Coming in full force, trying to melt the mini-bot, and now getting a
Trying to wake you up like that.
There we go. Nice pin into the corner from Clyde. Pin with the melting flamethrower coming right at him.
Unbelievable pin.
Blackbird cannot allow these pins to stick if they want to qualify for the November finals. Winner of this match qualifies for November and goes on to the semifinals of this tournament.
This is unbelievable.
Beautiful pin from Clyde, and look at how the fire goes over the top of Blackbird's weapon.
You're right. You're right. I can't even see it.
The stickers and decals on the top of Blackbird have got to be melting away at this point.
No.
Oh no, that is some lingering smoke and flame coming off of Blackbird.
Wow, you can hear the fans, the crowd going a little bit crazy here.
More smoke coming out of Blackbird after each one of these encounters. The team behind Clyde holding their head in complete astonishment. There is flame lingering behind on Blackbird. Anthony D'Ambrosio trying to get away, but he cannot.
Team Blackbird, oh my gosh. Look at the details on that.
There is a melt happening on all of that plastic armor, and now look, Blackbird able to get turned around and pinning Clyde up against the wall. The flames seem to be all done on Clyde at this point.
Wow, I need a marshmallow now. Need some s'mores.
I'm gonna go ahead and say it is not recommended by the FDA to cook your marshmallows on that particular fire.
You don't say.
I don't recommend it.
All right, we got a little over a minute left here. This competition now has totally changed now that the flames are no longer present.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. The pin stopped happening. It looks like the drive on Clyde is not engaging with the floor. I don't know what it is that is stopping them from doing that.
And Blackbird stopped moving as well.
You're absolutely right. Oh, look at that. There's a little bit of high centering that's happening on Clyde there. But Blackbird, they're just looking charred.
Everything's melted.
They're just looking charred. And yeah, you're absolutely
Everything
right.
is. Everything is on both of them.
So are we going to get a double count out at this point?
Oh my gosh. How does this happen?
24 seconds left in this fight. No one's moving. Clyde's trying to. You can see the wheels moving on Clyde, but it's high centered on something. It's not able to move.
And you can see them kind of fighting for their lives here. Oh no!
So it looks like this is going to end up going to the judges.
Wow.
And that's not ideal if you are Anthony D'Ambrosio and Blackbird, because they spent most of that match on fire and pinned up against the wall. So here we see our crew bot putting on the space suit so they can go in there and...
Oh, see, this I get jealous of.
You want to wear that?
Duh.
I think we can make that happen if you'd like.
I would love to wear that. Put me in the game, coach.
Two very charred, very hot bots. You can see he's got his safety crowbar and his safety gloves so he can safely remove these bots from the arena.
Yeah, he definitely does this the right way. See, if I were to do this, I would like...
Oh, I see.
Oh.
The mini bot was melted underneath him, or at least immobile underneath him.
And that's why...
So this is a pause for an unstick. I did not realize that's what was going on.
So this was a pause. They will resume.
They just removed the mini bot from underneath them. And I'm not sure if Anthony D'Ambrosio was even moving at the end
I feel like I was just watching Interstellar. I was locked into that.
All right, so they're going to restart this. Oof, they look stressed.
I'm stressed. Okay. Let's see how much time we're putting back on the clock here. Finish this off. Minibot now completely detached.
It was a lot of work.
Countdown going on. All right, here we go.
Okay, so there we go. Clyde once again pinning Anthony D'Ambrosio up against the wall.
Wow, how funny that it started the exact same way before, just without the flame. Oh, the mini-bot still over here.
Trying their best to get in there.
It looks like an easy bake oven.
Gabriel and Alex doing phenomenal work, pinning him up against the wall. Minibot trying their best to free the larger Blackbird, but not being successful. This match very well may end in another volley of pins.
Wow!
There we go. Gabriel and Alex Brown super excited about that.
They're
feeling pretty confident.
That was incredibly thrilling. They got me feeling hyped. A quick recap here, some of these big moments that were in the beginning of this matchup. The constant fire, the constant pinning, and then eventually we get to the point where we see the mini-bot kind of stuck into the game with them.
Yeah.
And then we forgot about the mini-bot. It just went underneath.
It just got sucked underneath, and then we completely disappeared. But the unstick, I don't think, changed the outcome of that match any more than it would have before. It was just too many pins, too much fire.
Yeah. That is definitely for sure.
Look at all that lingering flame on Blackbird.
Oh, I love it. So fun to watch.
Wow.
So satisfying.
So that probably means, I think we might have to wait for a judge's decision, but that probably means Clyde will be moving on into the semifinals. That means they do qualify for the November finals, and they have a chance of winning this tournament today and $1,000 and a golden dumpster.
1,000 buckaroos and a dumpster to store it in.
That's what the dumpster is for.
Yeah, it's a really good hiding spot. I think.
You know, back in the day, the dumpster actually just held unanimous judges' decision for Clyde. So congratulations to Clyde, qualifying for the finals in November and a chance at winning the Golden Dumpster today. They will be moving into the semifinal round.
Big win.
They're going to have to face the winner between Qualdera and Voxel.
Looking at Cage 2 here, we got Jetlag and Beetlejuice.
Winner of this fight has to go on to face Chubby Unicorn in the next round. The winner of this fight qualifies for the November final.
About to get set here.
Beetlejuice is an incredibly powerful horizontal spinner.
8, 7,
Lars driving
6,
the hub
5,
motor.
4, 3,
vertical spinner over there in the corner.
1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Nice job from Lars, hitting them up against the wall, trying to keep that bar from getting up to full speed.
Oh my Lana.
This is textbook how to fight a horizontal driving from Lars and Jetlag. Beautiful work, but now they're upside down. That wedge is facing the wrong direction to protect them, and they are running away.
Yeah, dodging Beetlejuice. Beetlejuice still finding the perfect mark to hit Jetlag, while
Still
Jetlag
upside down, but
struggles
that
to
hit.
stay away from the weapons of Beetlejuice.
And now Jetlag finding it hard to get back on its proper allocation so that that wedge is working for them. But there seems to be a lot of, damage to that wedge. Look at the bend. It might be detached on that one side. It's definitely floppy.
Looking down at 2 minutes here left in this one. Jetlag still knocked on the wrong side.
And if they get on the right side, that wedge is not going to be as useful as it once was. Yeah, there we go. You can see the wedge is hanging off on the left side.
Not looking good for Jetlag.
No, this is not ideal. They need that wedge to help deflect the weapon bar up and give them those hits. But now it's gone. So this is just kind of stock Jetlag, no armor to protect them from that vicious horizontal bar on Beetlejuice.
Jetlag really taking hit after hit this entire matchup from Beetlejuice. Ooh, we lost something. I love to see the focus of the drivers.
Vicious.
1 minute left. Can they stay in it?
I don't doubt that that Lars can keep this bot moving the entire time, but Kevin is just so vicious. Unrelenting with that horizontal bar. Ow. And you can see the side armor package is now coming off on Jetlag, but wait a minute. Wait a minute, is Beetlejuice not moving? Kevin's asking to be hit again. He's stuck. He might be bent over on something. He might be high centered on something.
Oh no.
But as of right now, Beetlejuice is not moving, and Lars is. Jetlag is. Kevin's trying desperately to get an unstick. There we go. He's got a little bit of movement going. This might go to the end, but the weapon's not spinning, and the bot is barely moving. Not how you wanted to end this fight.
This is not how we saw this going.
This is going to go to the judges. Wow, that's a nail biter for Kevin and Beetlejuice.
I'm really anxious to see who they go with on this one. It was a clear front runner, but then it's shifted really aggressively,
Very quickly.
3/4 of the way through.
Never give up because you never know how this is going to go. So here we are, and we've got a replay for you. You can see at the beginning, this was all Lars, executing his anti-horizontal strategy perfectly. Not letting them spin up, not letting them get the attack in, but that eventually, boom, this is where it all turned around for them, and they were just upside down for the rest of this middle part of the match. All right, so we have to restart our stream really quick, guys, so we're gonna sign off, and then we're gonna come right back.
We're not going anywhere.
So we'll see you very shortly. We'll have the results of that match. Will we see you soon?
We'll see you on the other side. Just hang tight. We'll be right back.